You have to find a top-quality girlfriend every half month. In the past 10 years, you can't remember how many girlfriends you've had. Anyway, as long as you go out, there will be ex-girlfriends within 10 miles. And all you've done is to complete the first stage task of the system. Congratulations, the host has completed the first stage task. When you hear the voice of the system, your head just feels buzzing. Next is the second stage. The host only needs to find the ex-girlfriends. When their favorability reaches 95 again, there will be additional rewards, and the merit system will be activated. Just need to move their favorability. After hearing this, your face twitches, and you can't help but recall the scenes of breaking up with ex-girlfriends. You are a woman, and I am a man. Our genders are different. We can't date. As you think about it, you shiver all over. If you really encounter one of them again, you're afraid you'll be torn apart on the spot. After calculating through the system experience, based on the host's appearance, this is the most suitable task for you. You laughed out of anger. Since you crossed over to here, you received this system task when you just turned 18. Up to now, apart from constantly having good luck under the system's arrangement, you've been busy with dating and breaking up in this cycle. You haven't done anything serious. 10 years of life and death, it's hard to avoid thinking deeply. Now, you're just a useless person who doesn't have any skills, and can't even take out $10 from your pocket. Rubbing your growling stomach, you regret not asking your ex-girlfriend, who you just broke up with, to get you some Shaw County snacks. You've wasted 10 years of my time, my health has deteriorated, it's not too much to ask for compensation. You grit your teeth and support your waist. A look of tragic determination. 5 years ago, the host had already asked for compensation. At that time, the host chose the chaotic kidney elixir. The host's kidneys are now two perpetually tireless perpetual motion machines, and there is no sense of pain. I originally wanted to act pitiful to gain some benefits. I could only awkwardly put down the hand supporting my waist. However, to prevent the host from starving to death, the host is rewarded with proficiency in survival skills on a deserted island. Brother, do you want to open your eyes and see where this is? You were once again amused by anger. After an hour of negotiation, the system finally agreed to provide some urban survival skills. The employer can choose one of the following: 1. Proficiency in lactation. 2. Proficiency in postnatal care. 3. Proficiency in setting up a street stall. 4. Proficiency in scavenging. You look at the panel of skills, your brain crashes for a second. I chose to set up a street stall, but regretted it as soon as I chose. If I had chosen scavenging, I would have saved 40 years of detours. Others scavenge in their 60s, I'm scavenging in my 20s. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of street stall props. As the system's voice falls, you see that there are some additional items in the system space, all of which are tables, chairs, and other tools needed for setting up a street stall. You were just about to praise the system for being fairly well prepared, but as your gaze swept over 2 boxes of items, your face immediately turned the color of pig liver. You can't possibly be asking me to sell these sexy lingerie. Your face full of shock. I stand tall between heaven and earth. How could I do such a perverted thing? But no matter how you call, the system no longer responds, and you took out the only 2 coins in your pocket, looking disheartened. It's 8 o'clock in the evening, and you, who have been hungry all day, silently set up a stall in a night market street. You gritted your teeth and moved a box of sexy lingerie to the front. Driven by the professional instinct of setting up a stall, you took out a few pieces from inside and skillfully put them on the mannequin as a display. The female stall owner next to you, who also sells clothes, looked on in shock. Come and take a look at the affordable and attractive sexy lingerie in my store as you pass by. Good quality. Online shopping is not safe, offline is guaranteed. After arranging the goods, your professional instinct began to take over uncontrollably. Once this is announced, the turnaround rate is directly 100%. The attention of the people around was all drawn over, thinking it was another prank by some social media influencer. How could anyone be selling sexy lingerie in the night market, of all things? But when they turned around to look, most of the night market instantly quieted down. Looking at that neatly arranged row of black lace camisoles, even the mannequin at the front, under the ambient lighting, exudes a sense of allure. And in the face of dozens, even hundreds of gazes, you don't show the slightest embarrassment on your face. Little sister, would you like to try one on? This one suits you very well. You take out one end, in a straight line, move toward the nearest girl, leaving everyone around in shock. The girl, upon realizing, looks at the tight-fitting clothing barely covering the essentials in front of her. She immediately feels embarrassed and indignant. The fruit seller's eyes go wide. The clothes seller looks at you with fear and shifts the entire stall to the side. Looking at the girl covering her face and running away, and the gazes of the people around, you feel helpless. The system gives cucumbers to the old man, and I can even sell erotic lingerie to myself. What's going on? And the girl next door just moved a bit to the side. You suddenly look sad. And Nina's stomach is already growling with hunger. Just then, a rumbling sound is heard. Looking at your slender figure and pitiful appearance, and thinking about my unfriendly gaze just now, I suddenly feel a twinge of guilt towards you. How could such a handsome guy be a pervert? He must have his reasons. With your 10 years of experience in freeloaders, you immediately sensed the change in the young lady's eyes and pretended to be pitiful to win her sympathy. This freeloader's killer move always works, doesn't it? They buy clothes not only to cover their bodies, but also for what else? You immediately took the opportunity and pulled over the pretty girl selling clothes, asking her, and the pretty girl, looking confused, answered, for beauty. You deeply empathize, nodding and handing him the clothes, then asked, do you think this outfit looks beautiful on him? Be honest, don't be bound by worldly views. The pretty girl was stunned for a second, then weakly replied, if it's just a regular piece of underwear, unrelated to romance, worn at home, not for anyone else, purely to please oneself, to appreciate one's own beauty, would you buy it? After you finished speaking, you looked straight at the pretty girl and she subconsciously replied, yes. But before he could come to his senses, you had already handed him the romantic underwear, placing it in his hands. Then you took out the payment code 38, and after the confused pretty girl made the payment, she looked at the crotchless romantic underwear in her hands, even more bewildered. Aren't I selling clothes? You looked at the notification of the payment received, instantly moved to tears. Finally, there's food to eat tomorrow, and with the first customer, your stall suddenly didn't seem so strange anymore. And also, you kept promoting that they are just a type of underwear. Suddenly, the shame level dropped, and many people couldn't help but become curious, turning into Shanghai, under the professional expertise, convinced and sold several items. Looking at the increasing balance, your face blossomed with a smile. At this rate, you might not even need to sleep tonight. Amazing, the Under the Bridge brothers are awesome. Recruiting apprentices. The brother selling fruit on the side was stunned to see you convincing people. Immediately, he secretly gave you a thumbs up. You smiled cheekily, but suddenly your eyelids twitched inexplicably. The left eye twitched for wealth. What about the right eye? Either way, both are for wealth. Xiao, you've been working hard in the office and at home for the past 2 years. It's time to forget about that scumbag surnamed Zhou. Two girls walked into the night market not far away. Xiao Xue, can you stop asking every now and then? I've completely forgotten about him. Han Xiao glared at Yang Shui beside her. But if you meet that scumbag again, you won't repeat the same mistakes, will you? Wang Shui asked uncertainly. The two girls walked into the night market while chatting. Han Xiaoxiao's high appearance and hot figure instantly attracted a lot of attention. Let's go back. I don't like crowded places. Sensing the aggressive glances around her, Han Xiaoxiao felt very uncomfortable. You finally managed to get out of the house today. You promised to come out for a walk. How can you go back so soon? Yang Shui directly grabbed Han Xiaoxiao's hand and stopped her from going back. Look, there are so many people over there. Let's go and see. Suddenly, Yang Shui saw the crowd gathering ahead. As she spoke, she reluctantly pulled Han Xiaoxiao along. Rushing towards your stall. I don't want to shop anymore, I want to go back. After being dragged forward for a while, Han Xiaoxiao forcefully pulled away from Yang Shui's hand. But just as he was about to walk back, a voice sounded. He shuddered all over. Stunned in place, big sister, buy if you want to buy, but don't touch anything. Although we've sold a few items smoothly here, the style is developing in an unexpected direction. After a while, he looked at the balance. At least 2 more items need to be sold for 190 yuan, enough for tomorrow's food and tonight's hotel expenses. Looking at the woman in front of him, you suddenly remembered your ex-girlfriend. What are they selling over there? Han Xiaoxiao tried hard to control his inner emotions and heard someone say they seemed to be selling underwear. Han Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and then sighed deeply again. It seems like he's having auditory hallucinations again. How could he possibly come to set up a stall to sell underwear? Hey, that's my arm, not a mannequin, don't pinch it. Han Xiaoxiao had just prepared to continue walking back when he heard this shout, which startled him. This voice is too familiar. Xiao Xue, let's go and take a look. Han Xiaoxiao suddenly turned around and pointed to the people in that circle. Yang Shui was stunned for a moment. We can't squeeze in. Han Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted loudly towards the crowd. The urban management officers are here. This shout immediately made the surrounding stall owners alert. Several vendors selling small items immediately ran away. Most of them are legitimate and have government support. Shouting like this is useless. Yang Shui felt speechless. Oh, is that so? Han Xiaoxiao felt a bit helpless. Wait, I damn well have a permit. Why should I run? The big brother selling fruits next to me was just about to run. After realizing, he continued to watch your performance. Do you need a permit to set up a stall here, big brother? Yes, you don't have one. What will happen if we get caught? Confiscate the tools used in the crime and illegal gains. You really don't have a permit, right? The big brother selling fruits was shocked again, and you hurriedly separated the people on both sides. Big brother, please help watch over things for a moment. I'll come back later. The people around, upon hearing the urban management, were aware of the situation and consciously made way for you. Just as you were about to leave the stall, you happened to see a familiar face. In that moment, your pupils contracted sharply, and your heartbeat paused for a moment. To avoid meeting your ex-girlfriend, you haven't been back to the city for over 2 years. It can't be that coincidental, just returning and bumping into one. You remained calm in your suit. You walked briskly towards the exit. He probably doesn't recognize me anymore. Xiao, why are you crying? Yang Shui looked at Han Xiao with a bit of fierceness and urgency. It's nothing, just got some sand in my eye. After wiping away her tears, Han Xiao looked straight at you as you passed by her. Preparing to brush past Han Xiao, Jay Chou and Han Xiao's eyes welled up with tears, as Han Xiao shouted at you, the resentment and hatred in her voice making you feel a bit uneasy. But what she shouted was, Jay Chou, what does it have to do with me, Li Yuan? Just as you breathed a sigh of relief, thinking you had mistaken the person, the next moment, you suddenly remembered a time when you were in a relationship, and you used to pretend that your favorite celebrity from the past was your lover. He is that scumbag. Before you could even speak, Yang Shui preemptively exclaimed, and with that exclamation, a group of onlookers immediately gathered around. Witnessing a scumbag being exposed is truly a spectacle. At this moment, you wish you could find a hole to hide in, but the people around have already surrounded you both. You can only watch as Han Xiao smiled. Hey, long time no see. How have you been? Smiling on the outside, but cursing you in your heart up to your 18th generation ancestors. Yet, you didn't say a word back then. You abandoned me alone, and now you ask if I'm okay. Han Xiao took a deep breath, her body still trembling slightly. She constantly wanted to confront you for an explanation. Today, finally heard from Han Xiao. The surroundings immediately erupted. Everyone looked at Han Xiao as if she had cracked open a flawless egg, revealing her flawless face. Exquisite features. An impeccable figure. Even such a beauty can experience heartbreak. She can also be dumped. Someone has already started clenching their fists uncontrollably. The live broadcast of the small internet celebrities room also exploded, and the number of viewers instantly went from a few hundred people to several thousand. The barrage is overwhelmingly in favor of Han Xiao. The suffering in your heart, the karma you created, will eventually come back to you. You may not believe it, but I had my reasons at the beginning, and you are still trying to explain. Although no one would listen to such a lame excuse, let alone believe it. You are only good at running away, never seeking forgiveness. What reasons? You have a terminal illness and don't want to burden others, so you choose to leave, right? So cliché, deceiving children. Sure enough, there was a burst of booing around. You're saying I believe you? Unexpectedly, Han Xiao actually nodded. Xiao, don't believe the sweet words of scumbags. Yang Shui immediately pulled Han Xiao's clothes. The people around also let out a sigh. Even you are a bit confused, but Han Xiao didn't hear it at all, as if in his world, only he and you are left. He must have an answer today. Even if it's just a sweet-talking answer to deceive himself, it's also a kind of explanation for himself. And at this moment, you find that the system suddenly became active, and a continuously jumping favorability rating number suddenly appeared above Han Xiao's head. The number is constantly fluctuating between 40 and 60, under his seemingly calm heart. Emotions are struggling with intense fluctuations. But you are not ready to face all this? Are you ready to give it all up? Didn't you say you believe in everything? Yes, I was actually diagnosed with a terminal illness at first. Misdiagnoses happen, it's not cowardice. Xiao Wenyan's body suddenly inherited a legacy. This excuse is cliché, no one dares to use it. So with the negative symptoms, even the people around you see you looking resolute, even started to waver a bit. The number symbolizing favorability directly froze at 60, and even after a brief pause, it seemed to be rising. 61, 62, there's really something going on. In fact, even after being apart for so long, I have never forgotten you. The moment I saw you just now, I knew that I would never go to Disneyland in my lifetime, because my princess has returned to my side. You strike while the iron is hot, with eyes full of affection. I believe he truly has a terminal illness. That kind of affectionate gaze absolutely cannot deceive people. A girl suddenly stood up with a face full of emotion, and Han Xiaoxiao's favorability is also on the rise. Back when Rong Rong was young and spirited, I thought we would be the most familiar passing travelers, but I never expected you to be my lifetime companion. Unfortunately, after I suddenly realized, my time is running out. You looked around, thinking that this time should let me go first, fearing that urban management might show up, having their meal money confiscated, and if this news reaches others' ears, it means he won't live long with a terminal illness. Many girls were instantly moved to tears. The live stream of the small internet celebrity is filled with tears, all lamenting for this unfortunate couple. However, he mentioned Rong Rong, but who is Rong Rong? When everyone around was crying loudly, Yang Shui was confused. You called me Rong Rong. Han Xiaoxiao was also stunned, and half a second later, her face instantly turned cold. Suddenly shocked in my heart. Oops, it seems I called the wrong name. I spoke too quickly and forgot. I should call you baby. Look at Han Xiaoxiao's frosty face. The favorability instantly dropped to 50. Listen to my explanation. Just when it was almost back to normal, I have to face this kind of hell again. I really want to slap myself. Then I directly resorted to the tactic of fleeing is the best strategy. But in the end, avoiding is not the solution. Han Xiaoxiao ignored you, suddenly reached out and touched her waist. Then she opened her bag as if looking for something. Yang Shui on the side saw her touch her waist, and was suddenly shocked. Xiaoxiao, you need to stay calm. Absolutely must not do anything foolish, not worth it for a scumbag. Yang Shui pulled Han Xiaoxiao while shouting at you to run. You were scared by Yang Shui's terrifying expression. He wouldn't really be pulling out a weapon. You were suddenly shocked and said that ex-girlfriends are creatures that must not be touched. The people around didn't understand what was happening, and were all scared and stepped back at the same time. You were suddenly shocked and said that ex-girlfriends are creatures that must not be touched. The people around didn't understand what was happening, and were all scared and stepped back at the same time. You quickly became clever. Suddenly shouted at Han Xiaoxiao, wait a moment, Rong Rong is actually the name of our daughter, and there was a sudden silence around. Han Xiaoxiao trembled all over, and the action of rummaging through the bag also stopped. When I first saw you, I had already thought of a name for our daughter. Rong Rong is the name I thought of for our daughter, you immediately added. The fruit seller directly gave him 2 thumbs up, but before you could even breathe a sigh of relief, Han Xiaoxiao suddenly narrowed her eyes and asked, if the child takes my surname, what should the child's full name be? In the midst of your confusion, you suddenly felt a chill in your wrist. You lowered your head and saw that your hands were handcuffed, but you immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't a dangerous weapon like a knife. But what's with these handcuffs? And the skilled and professional technique, what's going on here? You scared me to death. I thought you were about to pull out a gun just now. Yang Shui patted her chest, breathed a sigh of relief. Not only did you look dumbfounded, but the surrounding onlookers were also instantly dumbfounded. Think about what your identity really is. Could you be a fierce bandit? Your eyes are fixed on Han Xiaoxiao's bag. Afraid that the next second, he would really pull out a gun from inside. Don't misunderstand, he's a criminal investigator, carrying a gun is normal. Seeing someone seemingly about to call the police, Yang Shui hurriedly explained, and now the people around became even more agitated. Are criminal investigators really this beautiful and sexy? You're also baffled. You really don't remember ever dating a criminal investigator. Even with 10 times his courage, he wouldn't dare do such a thing. As the crowd parted, 2 urban management officers emerged and said, you are suspected of operating without a license. We are going to confiscate your tools of the trade and illegal gains. Please show your ID. After receiving punishment at the Urban Management Bureau tomorrow, you can reclaim your belongings. In a minute, the 2 officers will hand you the penalty decision. Right in front of you, they packed up all the stall tools and lingerie, loading them onto the vehicle, each piece of clothing inciting strong emotions. Han Xiaoxiao remembered the reason you gave her for the breakup years ago. You dress too conservatively. I prefer something sexier, so we're not compatible. Suddenly sensing a strong murderous intent beside you, you looked at Han Xiaoxiao, who smirked coldly. Li Yuan, huh? This phrase from Jay Cho just fried everyone's CPU around here. Who is Li Yuan again? Isn't he called Jay Cho? Why don't you let me go first, and we find a place with no one around? You can hit or scold me as you please. You know you're in the wrong. Just carry out the punishment. Don't cause a scene in front of so many people. You are suspected of obstructing traffic and interfering with official duties. If you end up in the detention center, there will be someone there to fulfill your desire to be beaten. Han Xiaoxiao walked out with a cold face, pulling the handcuffs. Oh, where did I obstruct official duties? I only obstructed traffic. There's no need to go to the detention center. Now you're really in a hurry. You're hindering my official duties. Han Xiaoxiao glared at him fiercely, not intending to let him off the hook at all. Where are you taking me? This doesn't seem like the way to the police station, as you got into Han Xiaoxiao's red Mercedes-Benz. Yang Shui has already been taken away by him. The more you look outside, the more suspicious it seems. Is this girl trying to kill herself? And end up dead in the wilderness, taking you to get a physical examination. You, being promiscuous like this, if you have any disease, don't infect the others in the detention center. Fan Xiaoxiao kept a cold face throughout. You're shocked. Isn't that only in prison? Get out of the car. The vehicle soon stopped at the hospital emergency building. I'm not the person you think I am. In each of my past relationships, I have always been sincere. Believe me, staring at you with innocent eyes. Back then, in order to complete the mission, he would rather break up than betray, never two timing. But Han Xiaoxiao's gaze became even colder. You just walked in wearing handcuffs. Han Xiaoxiao seems to know the doctor on duty. As they talked, occasionally glancing at me, before long, you were taken to the blood drawing room for examination. Do they need to draw so much blood? Looking at the full 4 tubes of blood, your eye twitches. Didn't you say you had a terminal illness? I want to see if you, this scum, are for real. Can't even write proper punctuation. Han Xiaoxiao sat beside you, quietly awaiting the results. Attracting the disapproving glances of people around you, your face immediately fell. You really went for the checkup. The terminal illness is all a story by the lake. No need to wait, take me to the police station. I can feel it. Han Xiaoxiao felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the people around her, and then you suddenly spoke. It was you who paid to complete the task, and now no matter what, he has admitted it. However, Han Xiaoxiao did not respond to him. From the beginning, he guessed that the terminal illness was fake, even the name was fake. What else is real? It's just that there is a bit of obsession in his heart, not completely eliminated. As long as he proves that everything about him is fake, he can then let go of himself, and cut ties with the past. Once your test results are out, we will never see each other again. Li Yuan, your test results are ready. The nurse inside the window called out, and Han Xiaoxiao gave a deep look at the end. He got up, took the test results, and walked towards the doctor's office on duty, with a pained, disappointed, and nostalgic look in his eyes, causing a hint of guilt to arise in your heart. However, before you could feel guilty for a few seconds, there came a cry of surprise from Han Xiaoxiao inside. How could this happen? After a long time, Han Xiaoxiao walked out, leaning against the doorframe, completely limp. What's wrong with you? Seeing the situation, you continued to self-reflect step by step, and immediately went forward to support him. But Han Xiaoxiao, who had just seemed to have been drained of strength, the moment he touched you, he suddenly burst into tears and hugged you tightly. It's normal to be confused. Shouldn't you be beating me up? But Han Xiaoxiao quickly recovered and is staying here today. We'll do the examination early tomorrow. Han Xiaoxiao's tone turned cold again. You're getting tougher. What's the point of doing another examination? But before you could ask, Han Xiaoxiao had already left through the main gate. Uncuff me. I'm broke now. Even if I wanted to run, I couldn't. You just called out. The on-duty doctor suddenly appeared behind him, patting your shoulder. Hang in there, young man. Never give up hope. After saying that, the on-duty doctor shook his head inside, still so young. Although he's a criminal, it's still a pity. After about half an hour, Han Xiaoxiao, who had changed clothes, appeared in front of you. She appeared in front of you again, and the two of you sat together like that the whole night. When you opened your eyes, Han Xiaoxiao was already holding a stack of papers, standing in front of you to do the examination. You were dazed and dragged into various full-body examinations, one after another. So many that you almost thought you had a terminal illness. I really am broke. Are you trying to make me owe a ton of debt to get back at me? You helplessly underwent one seemingly expensive examination after another, while Han Xiaoxiao, without any interaction with you, remained cold throughout. Until all the examinations were completed. Doctor, go ahead. He already knew his own physical condition long ago. I want to know. Looking at the doctor's constipated expression, Han Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. Maybe there was hope 2 years ago, but now surgery is no longer an option. At most, there are only 3 months left. Suddenly, Han Xiaoxiao stumbled and knocked his knee on the table corner. Wasn't that the time they had just broken up 2 years ago? Could it be that at that time, it was really because of Han Xiaoxiao? The more I think about it, the more unstable I become. You look dumbfounded. How is this possible? When I was young, the fortune teller clearly said that I could live to 99. Even after time travel happened, living to 99 should still count, right? What do you feel now? The doctor pressed down hard on your stomach. I feel like you're touching my stomach. Your cancer cells have already spread to your brain. Comfort your girlfriend well. The doctor looked at Han Xiaoxiao and patted your shoulder. Is there really no hope? If surgery is not an option, we can take medication or undergo chemotherapy, no matter how expensive. Han Xiaoxiao is not giving up. There's no need. The fact that he doesn't feel any pain right now is a miracle. He needs chemotherapy, but it will only drag down his rare quality of life now. What's going on with him? You listened attentively and then hurriedly ran to the bathroom. The host had been suffering from a terminal illness 10 years ago. The system extended the host's life by 10 years through the mission. In the future, whenever the favorability rating of a former girlfriend reaches 95%, he will earn merit points. Merit points can be exchanged for life expectancy. In your mind, the image of former girlfriends holding a knife to cut themselves reappeared. A favorability rating of 95% is not worth it. You might as well kill me now. When you came out of the bathroom, Han Xiaoxiao was already waiting outside, and the favorability rating above his head had unexpectedly dropped to 75. And in the moment of seeing myself, it directly increased by 5 points. This moment, you feel awake again. Where do you live? I'll take you back. Han Xiaoxiao looked at me with red eyes. Nowhere to live. Nowhere to live. Where were you planning to sleep last night? After the money from the stall was confiscated, preparing to stay under the bridge, Han Xiaoxiao listened, suddenly covered her mouth and turned around, followed me home, Han Xiaoxiao's trembling voice. After speaking, she walked outside. The favorability increased a bit again, so do I not have to step on the sewing machine? You shook the handcuffs. Han Xiaoxiao's body stiffened, hastily wiped her tears, turned around to unlock the handcuffs for you, watching the favorability slowly rise along the way. You're in a good mood. And when the favorability reached 85, the system's prompt sounded, guarding the favorability of the ex-girlfriend reached 85. Looking at the dazzling mastery of professional skills, your head felt dizzy, many skills and instincts that you were completely unfamiliar with before. As if etched in your mind in an instant, the car has already entered the residential area. You look at the familiar neighborhood. Those dead memories suddenly attacked him again. If forgotten in the car, I went to get the bag and shouted Xiao Xiao-san in front of the door. About to go downstairs, you grabbed him when you saw the situation. Do you have any paper clips? Give me 2. Looking at the tightly locked door, the thief's instinct kicked in, and Han Xiaoxiao took out 2 paper clips from her bag. With great skill, you inserted the 2 paper clips into the keyhole, and the door effortlessly swung open. Staring at the open door, Han Xiaoxiao was puzzled, wondering about the professional technique. Catching Han Xiaoxiao's gaze, you instantly felt uneasy. I said, actually, I'm a locksmith. Do you believe me? Han Xiaoxiao stared at you for a full 5 seconds. Come in, you breathed a sigh of relief and followed her into the room. Sit for a while, I'll go make you some food, she said. After handing you a bottle of drink, Han Xiaoxiao went back to her room. But you waited for a long time and didn't see her. You went to the kitchen, touched your hungry stomach, and walked to her room door, about to knock. But you heard faint crying from inside. Your hand, raised in midair, slowly dropped, and then you walked to the kitchen. I opened the fridge, and there was nothing inside except a few eggs. The trash can was full of instant noodle packets. Helpless, you still knocked on her bedroom door. Han Xiaoxiao, with her eyes red from crying, opened the door. I only have 5 yuan left, she said. Can you lend me some money to buy groceries? I ordered takeout. It'll be here soon, Han Xiaoxiao said and went back to her room directly. You nod helplessly, just returned to the living room and haven't even sat down. The takeout arrived. Han Xiaoxiao sat across from you, helping to unpack the takeout together. Can you tell me how you've been these past 2 years? The two of us wanted to lighten the mood, but ended up leaving you speechless. Don't talk about these past 2 years. He spent the last 10 years chasing girls. Seeing you at a loss for words. Han Xiaoxiao remembered when you used to sell women's underwear at a stall. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked him. The past is not important anymore. After finishing the meal and cleaning up the dishes, do you have any other wishes? Han Xiaoxiao sat on the sofa. You felt a stir in your heart. My wish is to see you one last time. As soon as you said that, my affection for you increased slightly. I remember you used to have a dream of becoming a star. Are you interested in being on TV? I'll recommend you tomorrow. The next day, you woke up and both of you arrived at the city bureau. Han Xiaoxiao, now in a police uniform, approached the car, leading you towards the public relations department, entering the office inside. Han Xiaoxiao pushed you forward a step. Vice Chief Su assessed you, while the foreign chrysanthemums beside him instantly focused on Li Yuan. Vice Chief Su, anti-theft publicity for variety shows. At that moment, my friend may have been naive. Han Xiaoxiao glanced back. Your friend doesn't seem to be related to the industry. Vice Chief Su's gaze undoubtedly fell on you, and at that moment, the door opened again. A man and a woman in formal attire walked into the office. Are you ready? Vice Director Su asked as he stood up. The top 10 lock masters are outside now, the short-haired woman said softly. Let's start right away. After Vice Director Su finished counting the number of people, he walked over. There are over 20 groups in total, each with tools and a timer. It's a competition. Wait, my friend will also participate, Han Xiaoxiao called out to Vice Director Su. Wait for them to finish. Reset the tools. After that, it's the official competition. Except for the final military-grade yellow padlock. All locks must be opened within 1 minute and cannot damage the lock core. Those who violate these 2 rules will be eliminated on the spot. With the referee's whistle, the dozens of lock masters quickly began to work. When they opened the highest security level smart lock, 5 people barely managed to open it within a minute. Next up is the safe. By the 40th minute, the first place of this competition was born. Vice Director Su was about to step forward to announce the competition results, but he was stopped by Han Xiaoxiao. He hasn't competed yet, Han Xiaoxiao pointed to the woman. Everyone's attention focused on themselves. Vice Director Su looked at Deputy Director Yang, who still agreed, we'll continue after dinner. Amidst a chorus of boos, everyone dispersed. I'll bring the food, you wait here for me, Han Xiaoxiao pulled your leg. You nodded. After Han Xiaoxiao left, the activity room was left with only you. Suddenly seeing a guitar, the innate musical theory knowledge within me immediately kicked in. Approaching to take the guitar, you remembered a song from before time travel, and started playing and singing it. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, whenever I get lost in the dark night, the sound of singing fills the entire activity room. This song has helped countless people get through the darkest, most difficult moments of life, including yourself. What you didn't know is that one of the cameras was left on, as footsteps were heard in the distance. You quickly put away the guitar. Han Xiaoxiao walked in with a lunchbox. Why do I hear singing? Han Xiaoxiao looked at you suspiciously, unsure if she heard correctly. If you want to listen to a song, I can sing for you. You shrugged helplessly. I almost threw up last night's dinner, as Han Xiaoxiao handed you a lunchbox. The doctor said you must eat on time. After finishing the meal, Han Xiaoxiao took back the lunchbox, leaving you bored with no one around. You took the guitar again, playing and singing another song until it was almost time. People came in one after another, surprising Deputy Director Yang, who thought there would be fewer people in the afternoon. Who knew that during a meal break, news about the policewoman having a boyfriend spread quickly, even more than in the morning. Deputy Director Yang twitched his mouth, as he was not one to go back on his word. They had no choice but to have the locks restored. You calmly walked forward and took out 2 paper clips from the toolbox. Vice Director Yang, upon seeing this, was so furious that it felt like a deliberate attempt to provoke him. Look at that pretty boy, he looks like a freeloader, embarrassing our police force, a young officer couldn't help but comment. The people around nodded in agreement, and even the TV crew members were unimpressed, lazily chatting as if it wasn't worth their time, knowing it would be edited out anyway. As the whistle blew, you inserted the 2 paper clips. Before most people could react, the lock had already opened. The clicking sound made everyone around widen their eyes in astonishment. To an outsider, the 2 thin wires in your hand seemed to be enchanted. As soon as they were inserted, the lock automatically opened. They had never seen such an incredible lock picking before. Even the group of expert thieves were dumbfounded. Vice Director Yang and Deputy Chief Su were left speechless. Deputy Chief Su stopped you and had the lock and your tools thoroughly checked. Several experts inspected the lock and the wires in your hand. Let's start again. After confirming there are no issues, Deputy Chief Su shouted at you, same as before. A row of locks were all opened, leaving everyone stunned. Even Han Xiaoxiao was no exception. He knew you were good at picking locks, but didn't realize you were this good. The few people from the TV station were full of surprise. The 2 TV station leaders, excitedly reviewing the footage, were ready to edit your shots comprehensively. However, their faces darkened instantly when they saw you switch 2 iron wires and headed straight to the safe. As they prepared to see how many minutes you needed to open the safe, without fully crouching down, there was a clang, and the first safe opened. Following that, the second and third safes opened one after another, leaving everyone completely stunned. Approaching the lock that nobody could open, you didn't hesitate and poked right in. This sight made others jump in shock, as the slight sound of the locks popping open immediately led to everyone looking at each other in surprise. 2 minutes later, you had already opened all the locks, then turned back to the starting point, rebending the paperclip and putting it back in the toolbox. The gazes of the group resembled those of thieves seeing the long-lost leader of the bright cult. Think about what your boyfriend's name is. Vice Director Yang squinted at Li Yuan, finding that name quite familiar. Vice Director Yang muttered under his breath, but then immediately widened his eyes and looked at Han Xiaoxiao. What? That's not what my daughter Yang Shui said last night. That scumbag who even fakes his name, is he your ex-boyfriend? Yang Ju, keep it down. Han Xiaoxiao gestured as if for a promotion. Xiaoxiao, you're confused. Vice Director Yang was so angry, puffing his beard and glaring. I strongly oppose this marriage. Yang Ju, don't speak nonsense. He had his reasons for leaving in the first place, and his time is running out. I just want to accompany him through the final stage of his life. Han Xiaoxiao looked at you, who were talking and laughing, and suddenly a wave of sadness surged. He is sick. Vice Director Yang saw that Han Xiaoxiao's mood was not right and spoke extremely cautiously. Han Xiaoxiao nodded. The doctor said at most there are 3 months left, right? Vice Director Yang looked surprised. I also hope it's a mistake. I confirmed with the doctor many times. Director Yang, don't tell anyone about his condition. You can rest assured that I won't tell anyone else. Vice Director Yang turned and wiped the corner of his eye. Xiaoxiao, you can have half a day off in the afternoon. Vice Director Yang's eyes swept back and forth between the two. You look completely puzzled. Han Xiaoxiao nodded, said thank you, then took your hand. Let's go home. You looked at the full trunk of things, took them from Han Xiaoxiao's hand, daily necessities. As your hand touched his wrist, the professional instinct of being proficient in Chinese medicine took over, and you directly took Han Xiaoxiao's pulse. What are you doing? Han Xiaoxiao looked at you in confusion. Someone is watching as you stick out your tongue. What are you doing? Han Xiaoxiao blushed, but seeing his appearance, she still stuck out her tongue. Do you often have insomnia and hair loss? Your period is never on time, and it's excruciating every time it comes. After the examination, your expression is serious. How did you know? Han Xiaoxiao looked surprised. I said that one day I met an old man in the mountains. He tested my medical skills. Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Even if I say it, you won't believe. You shook your head. Han Xiaoxiao gave you a glance, then walked upstairs. The two of them were busy all afternoon, transforming the original room into the cozy look of a home. Take a break. I'll go cook for you. Han Xiaoxiao carried the vegetables into the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with the sound of clanging and banging. After 2 hours of busyness, Chef Han looked at the pot filled with a black, strange-smelling concoction. Silently ordering takeout on your phone, you looked at the kitchen in shock. Let me do it, you said, as you helped Han Xiaoxiao take off her apron. Putting it on yourself. I ordered takeout. Don't bother cooking noodles. The doctor said you need nutritious food. Han Xiaoxiao looked at you with guilt. Your body is too weak. I'll make you some Chinese medicine later. You said you were already busy in the kitchen. Han Xiaoxiao felt that something was off. Weak body is usually used to describe men. After dinner, remember to take your medicine. Then go for a run in an hour. Han Xiaoxiao looked at the table full of delicious dishes, feeling a bit overwhelmed. You served the food to Han Xiaoxiao. After taking the first bite, she was so touched that tears welled up in her eyes. This meal is so delicious. Eat slowly and remember to take your medicine after finishing. You look like a starving ghost, Han Xiaoxiao. Pour a bowl of brewed Chinese medicine, drink it, go for a run an hour later, sweat it out, detoxify, and stick to it for over a month. Your headaches, menstrual cramps, and sweating issues will be much better soon. Listening to your gentle voice, Han Xiaoxiao suddenly panicked. Shouldn't I be taking care of you? How come it's the other way around now? Looking at Han Xiaoxiao's favorability, it directly reached 92 points. You were pleasantly surprised. Just 3 more points and you won't have to die. An hour after dinner, Han Xiaoxiao and you changed into sportswear, running side by side along the river. If there's a chance for the variety show broadcast later on, are you going? Han Xiaoxiao suddenly asked. Will there be money to be made? It seems like the TV station will pay. The bureau will also provide subsidies. Han Xiaoxiao thought for a moment. If there's money, I'll go, you said seriously. You used to treat money like dirt. How come you've become so obsessed with wealth now? Han Xiaoxiao laughed even more brightly. In the past, in order to complete the task of breaking up with one every half month and finding a new girlfriend, even mealtimes had to be factored in. There was no time to think about making money. Now that the task has finally been completed, not only do you have to make money, but you also have to extend your life. After finishing the run, the two walked back side by side. Han Xiaoxiao's forehead had secret beads of sweat, and her complexion was much healthier than before. You look noticeably healthier and rosier. The clothes dampened by sweat reflect the graceful curves of the entire body, the slender waist like willow leaves in the wind, a gentle grip. The plump and perky chest rises and falls with each breath. The next day, you didn't go to the office with Han Xiaoxiao, but after lunch, Han Xiaoxiao called to say the TV station was looking for you. They called you to the office again, but not for variety shows. Confused, you hurried to the publicity department's activity room for the live broadcast. Vice Director Zhang and others from the TV station were there, along with more people. Some you hadn't seen yesterday. When they saw you come in, the two TV directors who were here yesterday immediately lit up, almost like welcoming a god. Bowing, they ask you to sit down. What's the big deal about the dance that caused such a stir? You had to keep it secret before you came. Vice Director Zhang looks at the TV female director in confusion. Sorry, Director Zhang. Due to copyright issues, before Teacher Lee arrived, we didn't dare to act recklessly. You were a bit confused. When did you become a teacher? Vice Director Zhang and Deputy Section Chief Su, along with a few others, were also puzzled by your lockpicking skills. It should be called a master. However, they all thought it was just a difference in circles, so it's understandable to get the title wrong. Is there something you need from me? You look at the female director surnamed Hu and say, Teacher Lee, do you remember the two songs you sang in this activity room yesterday? You were surprised how they knew. Teacher Lee explained, yesterday at lunch, we forgot to turn off a camera, and it happened to record your guitar performance. Seeing your puzzled expression, the director quickly explained, can we play the two songs you saw? Then we would like to discuss with you about the usage and copyright of these two songs. You glanced around with a puzzled and expectant look, shrugged, and said, it's okay, you can play them. Hu Lingyu immediately took out her computer, eagerly pressed the play button, and The Brightest Star in the Night Sky started playing. As your figure appeared on the computer screen, a deep and clear voice sounded, causing everyone in the office to look at you in astonishment. No wonder this guy made Xiao Xiao so devoted. He also has a song to sing. It seems like I have to let my precious son practice guitar playing when we go back. Deputy Director Zhang complimented you with a couple of words, but as the song progressed, your voice became clearer, stronger, and emotions gradually burst out. I would rather keep all the pain in my heart. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, the brightest star in the night sky guides me forward with a passionate and surging melody. Lyrics that hit the heart. A voice with endless infectious power, lacking many skills. Everyone present was deeply moved, including those from the TV station. Each person seemed to see their own lost shadow in this song. And when the star guiding the way ahead flashes in the night sky, all the loneliness, sorrow, and darkness suddenly gained the courage to strike at the heart, dispelling the palpable silence around. Everyone is still immersed in the song, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. This song reminds me of the days at the border, where Deputy Director Zhang raised his head, wiped the corner of his eye, and then smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Getting old. Emotions are always richer than those of you young people. Director Zhang, don't be afraid of making fun of you. I listened to this song all night last night, changed several pillowcases. Hu Lingyu shook her head. Teacher Lee's song is really infectious. It has a special power. If I had a song like this to accompany me all night when my father passed away, maybe that time wouldn't have been so hard. Hu Lingyu said, her tone choked up a bit. This song was written by you. After calming down, Deputy Director Zhang was somewhat incredulous. Yes, currently there is no similar song. It can be confirmed that it is Teacher Lee's original creation. Hailey wants to use this song as the theme song for the upcoming anti-poaching program. Today, he came specifically to seek Teacher Lee's opinion. The male director looked intently, observing the fiery gazes all around. You hesitantly speak, will you pay? Hu Lingyu opened her mouth, unbelievably exclaiming, instantly pulling away from the emotions she was just immersed in. You will write good works like most singers. He exaggeratedly boasts about his tragic and bizarre experiences and inspirational dreams. After all, this is already an agreed-upon routine. He has already figured it out. No matter how you boast, even if it's a far-fetched tale, he will believe it wholeheartedly. After all, this song made him cry all night. Without any extraordinary experiences, how could he write such a soul-stirring song? Plus, your defeat of a group of enemies and your skill in defeating Locks, a tragic yet inspiring life story, has already emerged in front of him. But who knew you completely went off script? With just one sentence, you directly dispelled the emotions he had brewed. Hulingia took a deep breath, quietly put away the tissues. Teacher Lee will definitely give you the money. It depends on whether you are willing to sell the copyright or just the user rights. The cost difference between the two will be significant. Hulingia looked at you with a hopeful face, but after you listened, you shook your head. The copyright is not for sale. Copyright must be held in one's own hands. Hulingio couldn't help but show disappointment on her face upon hearing this. Buying the 3-year usage rights, giving you 200,000, how about it? Ding's unauthorized sale of other people's copyrights constitutes theft. I hope the host will adhere to the bottom line, be an upright person, and not become a slave to money. Just as you were about to agree with Joy, the system's voice was like a bucket of cold water being poured down on you. I'm going to the bathroom, I'll be right back. He hurriedly got up. Seeing your expression looking a bit unsightly, Hulingia thought it was because she had offered a low price. After you left, she quickly took out her phone and called the leader, preparing to ask for more. She must have the usage rights to this song no matter what. Thanks to you, I have had 240 girlfriends in the past 10 years. You've dumped 240 girlfriends again. Now you're telling me that it's difficult for you to curse in the political toilet. The host can bypass morality, but cannot violate the law, even in another world. What if I insist on selling? The system will take back the reward, and the host will be tormented by illness and die after 3 months. You, a hypocrite, grit your teeth, but then your head is once again inquisitively asking, if I can't sell, can I sing it myself and then let others use it for free, as long as it's not a direct transaction? So, you're such a good person. The system's response instantly makes you feel relieved. Damn system. Why didn't you say so earlier? As long as it's not in your hands, you can give it to others. As for money and such, Tongzai, I just blamed you wrongly. You are indeed an honest person. 3 minutes later, you return to the activity room refreshed. Teacher Lee and I just spoke with the leader on the phone. We can still negotiate the cost and renew the 300,000 yuan after 2 years. No restrictions on your publication on other platforms. Is that okay with you? With a pleading look in his eyes, this is the best deal he has fought for, better than many top singers. Deputy Director Zhang and others were surprised. This kid casually sang a song and sold them several years' worth of salary. Is there any justice? We really came with full sincerity. Please, consider it carefully, okay? We can wait for you. Hu Lingyu begs you again. Seeing his almost tearful expression, I chuckled lightly. This song is a gift for you all. I won't take any money. After saying that, you slowly sat down. Hu Lingyu's face was shocked for a moment, as if frightened, or maybe. Your words directly burned his CP, couple pairing. He stared at you for more than half a minute, until his suspended brain slowly rebooted. Teacher Lee, you said this song is for us. Hu Lingyu covered with excitement, her proud chest rising and falling continuously. The low-cut blouse couldn't cover it all. This slight bend directly exposed it. You can use it for as long as you want. I won't charge a penny. You nodded in confirmation. Now everyone looked at each other. Even Han Xiaoxiao was surprised. That's 300,000. And asking for money wasn't his idea. How going to the restroom turned into treating money like dirt. Teacher Lee, I don't know what to say. If more people could hear this song, it will definitely bring a little light to those in the darkness. Hu Lingyu is already excited with a flushed face. Even your eyes are shining. This song has inspired me before, so now I also contribute a little to society with my modest strength. Your face calm, looking into the distance, as if thousands of mountains and rivers are roaring through your deep eyes. In this moment, your figure becomes incredibly towering. This is a chance to show off, bought with 300,000, of course. You have to show off properly, attracting admiring gazes for a moment. Even Deputy Director Zhang had a look of awe, looking at just Han Xiaoxiao, but suddenly her face turned pale, holding her stomach and ran out. You are now a special consultant in our bureau. Vice Director Zhang suddenly spoke with a serious expression. Just when you and Hu Lingyu were wondering what he was going to say, Vice Director Zhang instantly changed his expression again. You have already given this song for free to the TV station, so being a prison brother in our prison should be no problem. It will also help those stinky kids who have gone astray to pull themselves together. Of course, no problem. I am now considered part of the bureau, so naturally, I should contribute to the bureau and make a contribution to society. You should immediately accept this opportunity. It's a great honor. This is the City Public Security Bureau after all. As long as you establish good relationships, in the future, when you meet people, you can say you have connections in our bureau. When you meet him, you won't be able to help but nod and bow. Dongjua, you will shine brightly. The young people nowadays. People can't deceive Vice Director Zhang, who praises you repeatedly. Your gaze is just like that of a sun. Teacher Lee's preview can be edited today, and the anti-climbing variety show will start this weekend. I wonder if you are interested in this. Hu Lingyu's admiring gaze fixed on you, asking if you will pay. Without hesitation, you replied, just lost 300,000, this time I can't pay, it's absolutely impossible. In order to avoid living off others, you would rather go out and perform to earn money to support your family. After all, you have many skills that shouldn't go to waste. Hu Lingyu's brain buzzed again after hearing this, as all the guests participating this time will receive appearance fees, although it is lower than the appearance fees of the star guests participating together. But I will try my best to get you more. Although I don't understand why you ask for money one moment and not the next, Hu Lingyu's professional instinct quickly kicks in. You nod in satisfaction after listening. It seems the 300,000 yuan wasn't wasted. You also effectively brushed off some personnel. Teacher Lee has another song, as it was created for your girlfriend, we won't covet it. We made a music video for you. Hu Lingyu said, taking out a USB drive and plugging it into the computer. Just then Han Xiaoxiao returned. In your puzzled look, the computer screen slowly starts playing the scene of you and Han Xiaoxiao having dinner yesterday. As the accompaniment ends, the scene of you two chatting turned into you playing the guitar. With your singing, a heartwarming scene unfolds. Yet a poignant love story leaps into the mind. Han Xiaoxiao stood blankly in place, tears already blurring her vision. You appear slightly embarrassed. This was an impromptu performance. You didn't think much about it. However, when the song ended, Han Xiaoxiao's favorability soared to 94 points. Just 1 point away from 95, you got excited, almost losing your balance. Didn't expect you to be so good at picking locks and singing, no wonder you attract girls. Deputy Director Zhang patted you on the shoulder, his eyes unable to hide the approval, smiling as if he found a treasure. But when he suddenly saw Han Xiaoxiao's silent and affectionate gaze, there was a sudden jolt in his mind. The smile froze instantly. With this appearance, it's obvious that she's fallen into it again. What should I do about my dear son? Deputy Director Zhang had a smile that seemed like crying. It's over, it's over. What's the use of talking about turning a setback into an advantage? This is directly retreating back to the spring. Watching the house being demolished right before my eyes. Deputy Director Zhang, what's wrong with you? Hu Lingyu saw him go from being triumphant 1 second to the next. The next second, he had a chest-thumping appearance, making me a bit worried. No worries, just a little chest pain. It's an old problem. I'll go back and have some water. You guys continue. Watching Deputy Director Zhang leave with his head down, Hu Lingyu handed you the USB drive, added contact information, then left. The remaining people also dispersed. Should I take you back, or do you wait for me to finish work? Han Xiaoxiao glanced at the time, her face already back to normal. Wait for you to finish work, take a walk around, get familiar. After all, I'm one of you now, right? You chuckled, go ahead then, but be careful not to stumble into the Criminal Science and Technology Department. Han Xiaoxiao smiled mysteriously. The Criminal Science and Technology Department sounds pretty cool. What is it? A place for storing bodies and autopsy. That does sound cool. After Han Xiaoxiao left, you took the money from her and walked out directly. Went to buy some Chinese medicine, a box of silver needles, and some useful gadgets. All upgrades for future performances. By the time he finished shopping and returned to the office, Han Xiaoxiao had already finished work. Seeing that the favorability was still a bit low, he successfully continued his strategy to raise it. After walking all afternoon, you're suddenly full of energy. Can you drive? Han Xiaoxiao shook the keys in her hand. You shook your head, can't do it. Well, the old men in the mountains you met must have taught you all sorts of skills. How could they forget to teach you how to drive? Han Xiaoxiao looked at him disdainfully and then sat in the red Mercedes first. He also sat in the passenger seat. I've always known how to drive. No need to be taught. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Han Xiaoxiao's ample chest. What kind of hooliganism in broad daylight? When they got home, Han Xiaoxiao held her stomach and went into the bathroom. After a while, when she came out again, there wasn't a trace of color on her face anymore. She turned deathly pale. Seeing this, you immediately helped him, who was already unsteady, into the bedroom. It's okay, I have to endure this every month. You watched Han Xiaoxiao gritting her teeth and curling up in pain. She was in extreme agony, yet she was still tough. You shook your head and took out several silver needles. After inserting dozens of needles, a warm sensation appeared in her abdomen out of nowhere. Han Xiaoxiao's mask of pain gradually faded. I'll go brew some medicine and cook, you said as you left the room, leaving Han Xiaoxiao to contemplate her hedgehog-like stomach. Is this guy trying to get back at me? Thinking about the disdain he showed him during the day in various dreamlike scenes, a warm and comfortable feeling kept coming from his abdomen, and he quickly fell asleep. The next day, after Han Xiaoxiao went to work, you rarely had some free time to go to the urban management office, ready to retrieve the confiscated stall items, running back and forth, dealt with a bunch of procedures, and paid a fine. It took up almost half a day of your time, and you were getting a bit impatient before finally getting the things back. The two office staff members looked very superior. In front of several leaders, they even wanted to educate you, talking about damaging the city's image, undermining civilized society, spouting a bunch of high-sounding principles, not allowing the sale of items that harm public morals at the stall. You immediately frowned. These guys still think of him as that easy-to-bully poor kid at the stall. It's been a few days, and now he's a special consultant to the municipal bureau. We have connections. You directly and confidently took out your phone, scrolled to a number, and made a call. Uncle Zhang, I've run into some trouble at the urban management office. Yeah, I paid the fine but they still refuse to return it. Hee hee, I'm just responding to the national call, doing my part for the development of street vendors. And about that song from yesterday, I'll find time to polish it up for you. Li Chen said on the phone as if no one else was around. Who made him have connections above him? Relationships are meant to be used, after all. Several team members in the office looked at each other. They didn't know what this kid was up to. Hey, pause your call, this is the leader's office. Finish your call outside before coming in. A city management officer stepped forward and pulled Li Chen's phone hand. But Li Chen dodged and instead stared at him and asked, "Who is your leader?" The group was stunned. It's Vice Director Yang from the Municipal Public Security Bureau calling for your leader, Li Chen added. Now the group was even more confused, and the two middle-aged men sitting by the window immediately turned their heads at the mention of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Young man, be cautious with your words, don't get angry just because of some criticism. Impersonating a police officer can land you in jail. A plump leader calmly took a sip of tea and then slowly approached Li Chen to educate him kindly. A small-time seller of lingerie at a stall. Knowing the vice director of the municipal bureau? Isn't that a joke? If you know the vice director of the municipal bureau, then I must be his father. A city management team member, upon hearing the leader's words, was about to push Li Chen out. Hey, Uncle Yang, it's not working, your authority doesn't carry much weight here, he still wants to treat you as an elder. Li Chen said loudly on the phone using the speakerphone. Vice Director Yang on the other end immediately got angry. He shouted into the phone, "Let Song Jia answer the call." This sentence immediately startled everyone. Puff, the leader drinking tea on the other end, sprayed the 82-year-old tea out. He hurriedly ran to Li Chen and looked at the phone in his hand with a serious expression. The next second, as if changing his face, he took the phone gently from Li Chen's hand with a smile. Truly a leader. Who is Song Jie? He is their director. Anyone who can say those 3 words is no ordinary person. Ordinary people don't even know the director's surname. He spoke very carefully on the phone. After speaking, he was sure that the other party was indeed from the municipal bureau and held a very high position. At that moment, everyone's faces turned pale with fear, especially the person who had just claimed to be the elder of the vice director. He was so scared that his legs were trembling. Another team member who had just criticized Li Chen seriously quickly took out a cigarette and handed it to Li Chen, apologizing and calling him a friend. So not only did he return the items he had confiscated, but he also arranged for a car to take Li Chen back home. Oh, power is something you don't appreciate until you face a situation. When you do, it really works wonders. A group of city management team members watched Li Chen walk away and breathed a sigh of relief. You kid, shouting in front of others that you're the director's father, almost made you cry, didn't it? Who knows, he's just a small-time seller of lingerie, and turns out he's really related to a leader. Be cautious with your words, be cautious with your words. The two leaders shook their heads and returned to the office. But they kept muttering to themselves. This shouldn't be happening. Is the economic situation really that bad? Why are even the relatives of the top leaders in the municipal bureau setting up street stalls? When Li Chen returned home, he happened to meet Han Xiaoxiao, who had just come home from work. Seeing Li Chen carrying boxes of lingerie into the house, her face immediately turned strange. You pervert, why are you bringing these things back? You're not going to set up a stall selling adult products again, are you? Han Xiaoxiao looked disdainfully at the extremely revealing clothes in the living room. No, it was confiscated by the urban management before, and I just had time to retrieve it today. Li Chen took a sip of water. Glancing at Han Xiaoxiao, her favorability rating was still at 94. Do you want to wear it? I can give you a few pieces, you can choose whatever you like. Get lost. You ordinary people, can't you look at beautiful things with pure eyes? Li Chen muttered as he hid the box. Han Xiaoxiao gave him a white look and went to the bathroom holding her stomach. After dinner, Han Xiaoxiao opened the TV that she hadn't watched for years. She covered herself with a blanket and curled up on the sofa, holding her stomach. Li Chen wanted to give her a few more shots, but he was immediately rejected. After you give me the shot, I can't help but want to sleep. Today is the time for the last program to air. Han Xiaoxiao stared at the TV with a painful expression. Li Chen could only smile helplessly beside her. As prime time approached, Han Xiaoxiao opened a video app on her phone. The variety show was being broadcast simultaneously on several platforms. As more and more people flooded into the live stream, the program officially began. Aren't you coming to watch? Han Xiaoxiao looked up at Li Chen. As the opening remarks ended, the screen showed Deputy Director Zhang introducing Locks, and all the viewers' eyes were immediately drawn to Han Xiaoxiao beside him. Wow, guys, look at the female police officer next to him, she's so beautiful. We've already seen her, no need for your reminder. Hee hee, turns out everyone's focus is the same. I usually can't stand this kind of rule of law program, but they actually used a beautiful policewoman to lure me in, it's despicable. As an LSP, I love seeing uniform temptation. But she's really beautiful, I think she's even more beautiful than celebrities. How can there be such a beautiful police officer in the city bureau? What do you guys think? Think about yourself, you want to break into the city bureau and assault the police? No need to break in, you can come over and beat up the brat next door to my house. Maybe you'll get to see the police flower. Good idea, but there's only one brat who needs a beating. Let's gather and beat them all to get silver bracelets. Hey, all you outlaws calm down, this is a rule of law program. As the barrage about Han Xiaoxiao flooded the screen, the live stream room's popularity and viewership continued to rise. When Deputy Director Zhang finished speaking, it was time for the inmate's inner monologue. When the first prisoner spoke, the familiar melody slowly played, but only the accompaniment. And when the last one finished speaking, Li Chen's deep and powerful voice instantly exploded in everyone's hearts. The brightest star in the night sky. The penetrating song accompanied by the incredibly real narration. In an instant, many people felt goosebumps all over. The barrage instantly decreased, and in the live stream room with the last few 100,000 people, there was even a few seconds of blank barrage. Everyone was deeply attracted by this song that struck their hearts directly. Some people suddenly shed tears as they listened. Some closed their eyes and listened carefully to the hope and strength conveyed in the song. What song is this? As the first chorus ended, the barrage started to flood the screen at a rate several times higher than before. However, unlike before where it was all about discussing Han Xiaoxiao, this time it was all inquiries about this song. Even the LSPs completely forgot about Han Xiaoxiao. I'm stunned, I'm really stunned, it's too shocking, this song gave me goosebumps all over my body. This song reminds me of the days when I went abroad to study 10 years ago, alone at the airport, no signal on my phone, couldn't even say the English words for luggage, that was my most helpless day. Whoa, I think of my long-distance girlfriend, she's getting married tomorrow. And the groom isn't me. I think of my mother who passed away unexpectedly. Perhaps the brightest star in the sky right now is her, watching over me and guiding me on the path ahead. I, in the late stage of cancer, was ready to give up treatment. But just now, when I heard this song, I felt a glimmer of motivation in my dark life. Tomorrow, I promise my parents to continue chemotherapy. I will not easily give up on life. Hang in there, girl. Everything will get better. I am also in the late stage, and I have successfully survived for 5 years now. You can do it too. Hang in there. To all those facing darkness or in a low point, hang in there. You will definitely encounter the brightest star that will light up your life. You may not believe it when I say this, but I am a professional thief here to learn lock-picking techniques. What the heck, did the werewolf self-destruct? Don't get me wrong, after seeing so many skilled predecessors end up in trouble, I deeply understand what it means to be caught red-handed. I am ready to turn over a new leaf. But does no one know? Who sang this song? Who composed it? Yeah, does no one know? Is it a new song by that king of pop? Stop arguing, let's watch the show first. The main program has started, and there should be a list of performers at the end, then we'll know who sang it. Watching those seemingly secure anti-theft locks unable to withstand even 5 seconds in the hands of those skilled inmates, the barrage exploded once again. No, is it really necessary to install this lock? What the heck, I'm glad I live under the surveillance of the Sky's Eye, otherwise I might be stolen of everything, even my underwear. I often have my underwear and stockings stolen. It's safer to have a safe, you see, even the most skilled lockmaster is defeated by a safe. It seems necessary to buy a large safe to keep at home. But when Li Chen appeared, the locks were all opened with ease. The barrage fell silent again. Director, the number of viewers in the live broadcast has exceeded 300,000. And it's still increasing. Director, the ratings just broke 5%. Inside the TV station, a group of people clenched their fists, excitedly watching the data on the big screen. This was a legal program after all. Although it took a different approach by collaborating with variety shows, its essence remained a relatively serious educational program. It had a completely different audience from those pure entertainment variety shows. But now, whether it was the ratings or the number of viewers in the live broadcast, it was almost catching up to top-tier variety shows. And the heat of the barrage far exceeded that of regular variety shows. It was far beyond everyone's expectations. Not only the TV station, but also the municipal leaders were very satisfied with the publicity effect this time. Before the program ended, Deputy Director Zhang couldn't help but call Li Chen to express his gratitude. As the person in charge, he naturally benefited the most. Compared to most people's excitement and joy, a few pairs of beautiful eyes were staring blankly at Li Chen's familiar face through the screen. CEO, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly in tears? It's nothing, let's end today's video conference here. I'll return to Haicheng in a few days, you all rest early. Inside a certain 5-star hotel, a pair of slender, fair hands like spring onions slowly closed the laptop. She took out a photo from her handbag. Her enchanting phoenix eyes stared blankly at the photo. Her shiny black hair scattered from her shoulders, like stars in the night, exuding a captivating charm. The photo showed a young and beautiful girl with a bun hairstyle and a handsome boy taking a selfie while kissing. The side profile of the boy almost looked identical to Li Chen on her phone screen. No wonder I couldn't find any trace of you for 6 years. What a Zhang Shueyo, what a Li Chen. When the 40-minute program ended, the screen once again played the brightest star in the night sky. All the audience finally got to see the creator of the song they had been waiting for. Song title, Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Composer, Li Chen. Arranger, Li Chen. Singer, Li Chen. Dam, the lyrics, composition, and singing are all done by the same person. Li Chen, is this a new alias for some top celebrity? I've never heard of it. But why does the name Li Chen sound so familiar to me? Is it some has-been singer making a comeback? Hey, stop guessing, you obviously didn't pay attention to the program. Li Chen is the god who just opened the safe lock. What? Although the main show had ended, the number of viewers and barrage messages in the live broadcast room kept increasing abnormally. Most of them came to witness the birth of a divine song. Did anyone record that last song? Can someone please share it with me? Director, the ratings at the end of the show have hit a new high again. Director, our phones are blowing up with people asking if that song will be released as a single. Li Chen, you're on fire. Han Xiaoxiao sat curled up on the sofa, smiling as she looked at Li Chen beside her. Li Chen stretched lazily. I'm on fire but not getting paid. Money lover. Alright, take your medicine and go to bed, don't start crying and screaming in pain again later. Are you studying gynecology? You seem to know a lot about treating menstrual cramps. Han Xiaoxiao took the medicine bowl. She closed her eyes and finished it in a few gulps. Yes, I also studied postpartum care for sows. Do you want to try my techniques? Get lost. After taking a shower, Li Chen received a call from Hulingyu. Almost all music platforms immediately called the TV station. They wanted to buy the broadcasting rights for that song, and they all offered very attractive conditions. Now the entire internet is searching for the single of this song. It can be said that whoever secures the broadcasting rights will gain a large number of new users directly. Just give it to them for free. With one sentence from Li Chen, the other side was left dumbfounded. That night, all major music platforms worked overtime to release the song Brightest Star in the Night Sky. The song was specially edited to explain Li Chen's selfless act of opening the rights for free. Suddenly, the name Li Chen and the song title shot up the hot search rankings. However, while some were happy, others were worried. The sudden popularity of Li Chen's song caught many singers who were preparing to release singles off guard. Moreover, Li Chen offered it for free. This made those who were planning to make a profit from their new songs even more anxious. Who is this Li Chen? Which company is he from? Why is he so clueless? A certain entertainment company had to urgently hold a meeting. They discussed whether to proceed with their upcoming song release plans as scheduled. We couldn't find any information about this person being signed with us. It seems like he just appeared out of nowhere. Not signed? Everyone at the meeting was stunned. Then we must resist even more. Notify all entertainment companies to pressure a certain music platform together. Let's unite to boycott him. Yes, no matter who it is, if such a popular song is given away for free, will we musicians all go hungry in the future? His actions have seriously harmed the interests of everyone in the industry. We must firmly resist such behavior that disregards industry development and openly disrupts the market. Everyone at the meeting was indignant. No, can't we just sign him instead? Suddenly, a timid female voice spoke up. The initiator of the meeting immediately had a realization. Then, he gave a thumbs up to the girl. Young people really think fast. We almost went down the wrong path. Others also quickly caught on. Yes. What are we resisting? Let's just sign him and make him one of us. It's such a pity for that groundbreaking song of his. If I were to manage it, our company would surely make a big name for itself. Yes, that song is indeed good. It's rare to have a song that can touch people's hearts like that. Quickly contact the radio station to get their team's contact information. The meeting contents suddenly shifted from criticism to praise. Meanwhile, Li Chen had already entered dreamland. The next morning, Li Chen, still groggy, was bombarded with various phone calls. Almost all of them were from entertainment companies wanting to sign him. Oh, looks like you're going to be a big star. Li Chen responded to the signing calls while Han Xiaoxiao, eating breakfast, smiled with her beautiful eyes. Have you decided which one to go with? I rejected all of them, Li Chen replied without looking up. His songs couldn't be turned into money. Signing would just mean going to work for someone else's company for free. He couldn't do such a foolish thing. I'd rather open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic for women and make more money. You want to practice medicine without a license? In gynecology? Han Xiaoxiao frowned, reaching for a shiny silver bracelet at her waist. Li Chen's mouth twitched immediately. As a girl, don't be so quick to resort to violence. It's not a good look. I don't oppose you opening a clinic, but it can't be in gynecology. Han Xiaoxiao shook the silver bracelet in her hand, revealing a hint of danger. Why not? You don't care if I practice without a license? I didn't believe it before, but after you gave me a few acupuncture treatments, I realized that many skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were caught for practicing without a license. The locals petitioned for leniency, indicating that they might indeed have the ability to save lives, but they don't comply with the regulations of Western medicine. And you only have 3 more. Han Xiaoxiao paused. Anyway, whatever you decide to do, I won't object. If something happens, I'll speak up for you with the authorities. So, you won't object if I choose gynecology? I'll handcuff you on the spot. For the next 3 months, you belong to me alone. After seeing Han Xiaoxiao off to work, Li Chen began to carefully consider his future money-making plans. After living off others for 10 years, he was now full of motivation. He had developed a certain obsession with making money. However, he was soon surprised to receive a call from Hu Lingyu. What surprised him was that Hu Lingyu only mentioned the time and location of the anti-theft program the next day. She didn't provide much else. No rehearsal, no script? Li Chen was greatly puzzled. But when he asked these 2 questions, Hu Lingyu immediately became anxious. Li Laoshi, our variety shows are all improvised on the spot, without rehearsals or scripts. Listening to Hu Lingyu's anxious tone, Li Chen couldn't help but ask a few more questions. He learned that the main focus of variety shows in this world was on authenticity. If a variety show was found to have a script or staged scenes, the entire production company, and even the TV station, would face public backlash. Even high-risk wilderness survival variety shows were subject to this rule. This not only required cooperation between artists and the program but also relied on the high tolerance and relative rationality of the audience. There wouldn't be situations where stars were surrounded and overwhelmed during recordings. Nor would there be online attacks on programs due to accidents involving beloved stars. Stars were just a profession loved by the public. This aspect suited Li Chen's taste. After confirming multiple times that there was money to be made and not just being a charity worker, Li Chen readily agreed. The next day arrived quickly. The program team's car picked up Li Chen early and brought him to the bustling train station. Hu Lingyu, like a young fangirl, immediately greeted Li Chen upon seeing him. Li Laoshi, nice to see you again. Several workers saw Li Chen get off the car. Without saying a word, they directly installed several miniature cameras on him. The main focus is efficiency. Hu Lingyu explained the rules while walking. The so-called rules were actually just a brief explanation of the mission objectives. Then it was all about free play. There were no strict rules or scripts, which was quite similar to a reality show called Extreme Challenge from the previous world. After listening for about 2 minutes, Li Chen understood. There were a total of 15 guests participating in the live program. 5 of them were top pickpockets invited from across the country by the city bureau, including Li Chen, who was forced to join. The other 10 were celebrity guests. The 20 individuals did not know each other, and they would not meet before the program started. The task of the 5 pickpockets was to use all means to steal designated valuable items from the celebrity guests. The more items stolen, the higher the pickpocket's score. Conversely, the fewer items stolen, the higher the score of the celebrity guests. If a pickpocket's theft was discovered midway, they would be immediately eliminated. Of course, 5 of the celebrity guests had undergone anti-theft training in advance for a period of time. Their vigilance and awareness of anti-theft measures were far higher than that of ordinary people. The other 10 had not received any professional training, but stealing from them would earn fewer points. The first-place scorer could participate in the most popular variety show recording loved by the nation, getting up close with the hottest stars of the moment. Finally, Hu Lingyu gave Li Chen a list of the celebrity guests and the unknown pickpocket teammates, including the names and photos of each guest, as well as the range of where the celebrity guests were located. Is that all? Li Chen couldn't help but speak up as he watched Hu Lingyu finish speaking. Wasn't the planning of this program a bit sloppy? And it's live, with no rules at all. He couldn't help but feel nervous for the production team. The rules have all been introduced, Mr. Li. The live broadcast has already started, Hu Lingyu reminded Li Chen, who was still not moving. The entire broadcast was divided into many storylines, each corresponding to all the program guests. At this moment, Li Chen was staring blankly at the photo of a female celebrity guest on the list, feeling a sudden shock and bitterness. Damn, could it be this coincidental? Could it be his ex-girlfriend again? Wouldn't this be a direct social death in front of millions of netizens? He had already thought of tomorrow's trending topic, scumbag encounters ex-girlfriend in live broadcast. Chen Momo. Li Chen repeated this name over and over. Luckily, there was a list, otherwise, if he really met her later, he might not even remember her name like he did with Han Xiaoxiao. He didn't want to go through that kind of hellish scene a second time. Glancing at the location of Chen Momo, Li Chen immediately chose the opposite direction. At that moment, the program broadcast was introducing 5 top pickpockets. The first one, Chen Yanfeng, wearing a t-shirt and sweatpants, with short messy hair, a young man in his 30s who already had 20 years of pickpocketing experience. The second one, Tang Jia, wearing a shirt and jeans, with a bit of a rogue and rebellious look on his face, but he was the most famous anti-theft expert in the national police force, once setting a miraculous record of capturing hundreds of thieves single-handedly at the train station in a day. The third one, Luo Qian, known as a magician in the industry, with a pair of hands that had been single for 30 years, had developed an amazing speed, turning the act of pickpocketing into an art of transferring things from others' pockets to his own. Some said that if he didn't do pickpocketing and instead pursued magic, his achievements would surely surpass those of the modest. Fourth place, Wang Yujie, known as the god of war at the train station, caused a panic at the entire train station that day, to the point where many people were afraid to get off the train. Almost all the police force of the Public Security Bureau was mobilized that day, working tirelessly all day but still couldn't catch him. In the end, he was recruited by the police after being thrown an olive branch. Fifth place, Li Chen, known as the lock god on the internet. The audience in the live broadcast room was amazed when the first 4 were introduced. However, when Li Chen was introduced with just a casual sentence, everyone was puzzled. Is this Li Chen just here to make up the numbers? It seems like he has no experience as a pickpocket at all. Even I could do it. Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you see his lock-picking skills yesterday? He is a true lock god. I admit he is good at lock-picking, but today we are dealing with people, not locks. Have you seen the way Li Chen froze when he saw the photo of the celebrity guest? He looked like a pervert. Is he going to do something inappropriate? Enough, the celebrity guest is here. With so many comments I can't even see the face of my dream lover Chen Momo clearly. Really? Does Chen Momo have a camera? Which line is he in? With the appearance of the celebrity guest, most people flocked to the celebrity guest's live broadcast room. The other pickpockets quickly moved according to the location range of the celebrity. Only Li Chen strolled leisurely as if he were shopping. Rankings and points were all meaningless, as long as there was money to be had in the end. Working seriously for a day, slacking off is also a day. Who would be foolish enough to work when they could slack off? Is he taking us on a tour of the train station? Even though he's just here to make up the numbers, he should at least pretend, right? Someone couldn't help but comment and left for the live broadcast room of another pickpocket. The number of viewers in Li Chen's live broadcast room quickly surged to the top. This made Hu Lingyu look anxious. After leisurely strolling for half an hour, Li Chen suddenly stood in front of a shop selling octopus balls. He suddenly realized that something seemed off. Their phones and cash had been confiscated by the production team. They were not allowed to leave the train station. And this damn show was going to last a whole day. This meant that if they wanted to eat during the day, they had to steal money from the celebrity guests. Brother, would you like to try some? They are made with the freshest ingredients. The shop assistant smiled sweetly at Li Chen. Li Chen looked at the pitiful live octopuses in the fish tank in the shop. Tears unconsciously flowed from the corners of his mouth. Can I buy them without money? Brother, I run a small business here. Robbing a big hotel would be more suitable. Li Chen looked at the charred octopus balls. The juicy flavor bursting in his mouth felt like love appearing in his youth. Li Chen decided to order the octopus balls today. Even if Jesus came, he couldn't stop him. Miss, I see a dark cloud over your head today. There may be a disaster. If you give me an octopus ball to eat, I will give you a chance to solve it. How about that? Li Chen looked kindly at the girl. He touched his non-existent white beard. What the heck is he doing? Instead of pickpocketing, he's trying to deceive the girl with octopus balls? If he wants to deceive someone, he should deceive those celebrity guests. What's with deceiving the girl with octopus balls? Maybe he knows he can't outsmart others, so he's just messing around? The girl selling octopus balls showed a polite smile. Brother, I'm on my period today. Is that the disaster you mentioned? Watching this awkward scene, everyone in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. If you can make me not have my period in the future, I'll give you the whole shop. The octopus girl seemed to want to continue teasing Li Chen, but this statement immediately made Li Chen show a strange expression. He looked at the innocent girl in front of him who looked about 20 years old. He couldn't bring himself to say those harsh words. I'll think of another way, be careful with the knives. Li Chen cursed under his breath. Immediately, he turned to look at the people passing by around him. At this moment, his little sister Maruko also realized the ambiguity in her words. Her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. The audience in the live broadcast room was also stunned. The image of Li Chen as a godly figure he had just established slowly shifted towards being labeled as scum by the audience in the live broadcast room. Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? Are you having menstrual cramps again? Yang Shui from the city bureau looked at Han Xiao Xiao gritting her teeth and scratching the office desk with a pen. She quickly approached with concern. I'm fine, I saw an old Chinese doctor these days, and the pain is gone. Han Xiao Xiao put away her phone. Oh, my brother invited me to watch a movie tonight, let's go together? Yang Shui took out a movie ticket and placed it on Han Xiao Xiao's desk. Before Han Xiao Xiao could respond, Yang Shui quickly left. Seeing Yang Shui walk away, Han Xiao Xiao took out her phone and opened Li Chen's live broadcast room. At this moment, Li Chen leaned against the wall and took out a map of the location of the celebrity guest from his pocket. Just as Hu Lingyu and the audience in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he finally remembered the main task and was going to find the celebrity guest to advance the main storyline, they saw him take out a pen. On the blank back, he wrote 8 big characters, Master of Chinese Medicine, specializes in treating menstrual cramps. What is he doing? The audience in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. As Li Chen turned the map over and pasted it on the wall behind him, his gaze began to search for his target prey in the crowd. Everyone's minds went blank. He was just telling fortunes earlier, and now he's claiming to be a gynecology expert? I thought the Lot King was a tough and silent character, but he turned out to be a funny guy, showing off 2 tricks in just a minute. The live broadcast room was filled with laughter. Maybe he's having a feud with Maruko, trying to make money in a serious way. Why watch anti-theft when this is so interesting? Who needs anything else? At this moment, the number of viewers in Li Chen's live broadcast room was quietly increasing. Hu Lingyu also watched with a headache, her face full of black lines. She had recorded so many variety shows, but she had never seen anything so absurd. She couldn't believe that the Li Chen in front of the screen, who did such incredible things just to eat a serving of Maruko, could be the same person as the teacher Li who wrote that heart-wrenching song. Li Chen was unaware of the liveliness in the live broadcast room. It was impossible for him to find those celebrity guests. The likelihood of encountering Chen Momo following the route given by the program host was too high. If he really met her, he would be socially dead. Anyway, this program was very free. It was reasonable and safe to rely on selling skills to get through the day. And at the moment the paper was brought forward, the instinct to set up a stall was instantly activated. Miss, I see you walk with a floating step, leaning forward, and frowning. About an hour later, the audience in the live broadcast room was shocked by his various and imaginative sales pitches. He's wasting his talent on variety shows instead of setting up a stall. Impressive, the Lot God has such amazing skills, but unfortunately, he's selling gynecology services at a train station. If he set up a stall downstairs in my building, even my dog would go for a visit. Watching Li Chen's serious sales pitch, the audience in the live broadcast room thought he really understood Chinese medicine. What if he really knows Chinese medicine? Yeah, he's so earnest in attracting customers, it would be so embarrassing if he doesn't know anything and real customers show up. The newcomers were skeptical. You guys are obviously new to the live broadcast room. We've been watching him from the beginning. He even tried to tell fortunes earlier, but ended up predicting a girl's period, hahaha. The number of viewers in Li Chen's live broadcast room had multiplied several times, but Li Chen was troubled. He will have to go hungry if he doesn't open up for lunch. Perhaps heaven helps those who help themselves. Just as he was about to rest, a young woman holding her stomach and bending over slowly walked towards him, leaning against the wall. Li Chen's eyes lit up at the sight. Miss, do you need help? Before Li Chen could act, a man stepped forward to inquire as the woman struggled to walk. The woman raised her head, her face pale and brows furrowed, shaking her head towards him. Seeing his pale face, Li Chen immediately thought to himself that this girl not only suffered from severe menstrual pain, but also had a serious deficiency in qi and blood. Yet she managed to hold on until now. And at that moment, the woman suddenly swayed and fainted, collapsing on the ground, which instantly frightened the man beside her. I didn't do anything to her, she collapsed on her own, the panicked man quickly explained to passersby. Don't panic, call 120 to save her. A kind-hearted middle-aged man quickly ran forward and lifted the woman's upper body, shaking her body continuously in an attempt to wake her up. However, the woman had completely fallen into a coma, showing no response no matter how much he shook her. "Stop shaking, she has fainted. What's wrong with this girl?" People around gathered. "I don't know, just saw that she didn't look right, and suddenly fainted. No matter how we call her, she won't wake up. Stop shaking, put her down and wait for 120 to come. In case something goes wrong, you might be held responsible." A kind-hearted lady gently patted the middle-aged man's hand, signaling him to put the woman down. The middle-aged man was also startled. He had instinctively rushed over to help when he saw someone faint, without thinking much. "The ambulance can't come in, it will take at least half an hour for the stretcher to arrive here. I heard that the golden rescue time for fainting is 4 minutes, we need to give her first aid," a young girl said anxiously. "Does anyone know first aid?" Everyone shook their heads. Faced with a living life, many people were anxious like ants on a hot pan, but powerless. "I have seen CPR training, should I perform CPR on her?" a male student said somewhat uncertainly. "Then why hesitate, go ahead." A man next to him directly pulled the male student over to the collapsed woman. However, just as the male student was at a loss on how to perform CPR, a voice outside stopped him. "She didn't faint due to cardiovascular problems, she is breathing and has a normal heartbeat now. If you perform CPR on her randomly, it will only make things worse." Li Chen quickly squeezed into the crowd. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the male student immediately took a few steps back in fear, glad that he didn't act recklessly. "Sir, can I borrow your bag for a moment?" Li Chen glanced at the kind-hearted man's black leather bag. "Here." The kind-hearted man directly grabbed the bag and handed it to Li Chen. He placed the bag under the woman's feet to allow blood to flow smoothly. "Please help me get a bowl of sugar water." Then he said to the security personnel who hurried over from the train station. He took out a black canvas bag from his pocket. "Damn, does he really know medicine? Is it true? I don't believe it." "No, although I don't know medicine, his actions just now looked very comfortable and professional, he might really know some first aid." Seeing Li Chen seemingly trying to save the person, the people in the live broadcast room instantly became spirited again. Li Chen opened the canvas bag, revealing dozens of thick silver needles inside. This immediately startled the people around him. "Young man, what are you going to do?" Many people took 2 steps back in fear. "Damn, he carries silver needles with him?" The people in the live broadcast room were also shocked. And because the distance between the camera equipment and the silver needle was very close, they could feel the pressure from the needle more clearly. Watching Li Chen pull out a silver needle, with a slight flick of the wrist, everyone felt a blur in front of their eyes. The silver needle in Li Chen's hand had lightning-fast pierced into the woman's arm. The slightly trembling needle handle made everyone's hearts tense. No, could it be that he's not just doing it for the show? How did he actually pierce it? Oh my goodness, is he going to cause harm to someone? Shouldn't the production team intervene? Matters of life and death shouldn't be taken lightly like this. The god of locks is truly ruthless. Seeing that Li Chen was ruthless and not saying much, he actually dared to pierce the needle. Suddenly, the people in the live broadcast room began to worry for him. After all, this was not like fortune-telling nonsense for fun. Matters of life and death should not be taken lightly. "Hey, young man, you can't just randomly pierce needles. You're so young, if something goes wrong, you'll be legally responsible." Seeing Li Chen twitching another thicker needle, the onlookers quickly tried to dissuade him. Li Chen just pointed to the wall in the distance, with the words "Master of Traditional Chinese Medicine" written on it. He showed a reassuring smile to everyone. However, the onlookers followed Li Chen's direction and looked back. On the wall were 8 big characters, specializing in treating menstrual pain. These 4 characters were much more eye-catching than the so-called master of traditional Chinese medicine. At this moment, Li Chen's second needle had already pierced into the woman's forehead. The onlookers and the people in the live broadcast room were all shaken. Is he really treating menstrual pain? Young man, matters of life and death, you can't mess around. Exactly, young man, do you have a medical license? It's not allowed to provide emergency treatment without a medical qualification. In the crowd, some were worried for the woman, while others were sweating for Li Chen. Hu Lingyu had already asked the chief director several times whether they should temporarily cut off Li Chen's footage. After all, if something really happened, even if Li Chen wasn't held legally responsible, he could still be subjected to online backlash. But the TV station was in a dilemma at this point. In a live variety show that captivated the nation, once it started, it couldn't be paused. If the footage was forcibly cut off, this would be a major live broadcast accident in the variety show industry. It would directly affect the entire program and even the reputation of the entire TV station in the viewers' minds. And Li Chen had already performed unlicensed medical treatment. Even if the footage was cut off now, it would be too late. but Li Chen is likely to face online backlash. Seeing the chief director shaking his head, Hu Lingyu wanted to argue. All guests have signed agreements, and any accidents during the live broadcast are the responsibility of the individual. Li Chen is well aware of this. He's not a child anymore. Adults must take responsibility for their actions. Do you remember the incident on the wilderness survival program before, where an artist was bitten by a wild dog, the wound got infected and almost lost his life? He was conscious but refused to press the exit button. We couldn't interfere with the process, let alone cut off the footage, and from that moment on, our variety live broadcast program started to gain popularity. Hu Lingyu was left speechless by the chief director's words. That's right, once a variety show in this world goes live, all the actions of the guests are their own responsibility and have nothing to do with the program. And the production team has never been lenient with the guests. This is what makes live variety shows possible, and the reason why it has beaten all other variety shows and TV programs to become the most popular entertainment program among the public. It's not just the TV station that's in a dilemma. The city's propaganda department was also engaged in heated discussions because of Li Chen's actions. I've never heard of using acupuncture for emergency treatment. We checked, he really doesn't have a medical license. The TV station must immediately cut off the footage. In case of an accident, he will not only bear legal responsibility but also face online backlash from the public. Deputy Director Su's face changed when he heard the words. Alright, I will immediately inform the security at the train station to stop his actions. Most people opposed Li Chen's reckless behavior. Wait, what if he is really trying to save someone? Faced with the majority's opposition, some people still expressed different opinions. Save someone? He is practicing medicine illegally, committing a crime. This is a legal education program, not a program teaching people to commit crimes. A young police officer was indignant. Moreover, he is currently an advisor in our bureau, even though it's only verbal, but it damages the reputation of our bureau. His words immediately caused tension among many people. They knew that if Li Chen made a mistake, they might all be implicated. Quick, call the program team, cut off Li Chen's footage immediately. Deputy Director Su shouted. However, before he could finish speaking, the young police officer added, not only should we stop Li Chen's live broadcast, but we should also immediately mobilize the police to arrest him, as his actions have already constituted substantial illegal criminal behavior. However, as everyone was in a panic, trying to contact the program team and prepare to arrest him, a powerful voice sounded outside the door. Crime? What crime did Li Chen commit? What is Article 184 of the General Principles of the Civil Law of the People's Republic of China? Have you all forgotten? Deputy Director Yang and Han Xiaoxiao suddenly entered the office of the propaganda department. Li Jian, what do you think? Deputy Director Yang looked at the young police officer who was most emotional just now. Seeing Deputy Director Yang's arrival, everyone immediately fell silent. The chaotic situation immediately quieted down. Li Jian, feeling singled out, hurriedly lowered his head, a bit at a loss. Fortunately, a colleague next to him quickly opened the General Principles of Civil Law and handed it to him. Article 184 of the General Principles of Civil Law of the People's Republic of China stipulates, if a person voluntarily provides emergency assistance that causes harm to the assisted person, the rescuer shall not bear civil liability. Li Jian slowly read out the contents. After hearing it, the people around him were also stunned. But, this is considered illegal medical practice. If he worsens the patient's condition or causes serious harm to the assisted person, according to the regulations, he should bear criminal responsibility. Li Jian finished reading and muttered somewhat discontentedly. So, are you saying that our previous first aid knowledge dissemination and CPR teaching are inciting others to commit crimes? Han Xiaoxiao suddenly stepped out from behind Deputy Director Zhang. Pointing angrily at Li Jian, she questioned. Seeing Han Xiaoxiao's angry expression, Li Jian suddenly wilted. Just a moment ago, he was confident and assertive, but now he seemed powerless. In any country or region in the world, it is allowed and even encouraged for any ordinary citizen to provide emergency assistance to victims in emergency situations. Deputy Director Yang said, patting Han Xiaoxiao's excited hand. As law enforcers, we not only need to act in accordance with the law but also firmly uphold the interests of those members of the public who have a sense of social responsibility and mission, and not do things that disappoint the people. After listening to Deputy Director Yang's words, many people pondered. But in cases like Li Chen's, if he really causes harm to the assisted person, should we hold him accountable? Another young police officer asked. Unless he is completely ignorant of acupuncture, or it can be proven that he had the subjective intention to harm. Deputy Director Yang glanced at him. But based on his previous performance, it's highly unlikely that he knows acupuncture, right? Whether Li Chen understands traditional Chinese medicine or knows acupuncture, ask Xiao Xiao. In any case, the program will continue as usual. Stop being so jumpy all the time, making everyone in the building hear you. Deputy Director Yang waved his hand and left the propaganda department. Meanwhile, Li Chen had already administered 7 or 8 needles to the woman who had fainted. The crowd of onlookers continued to grow. The live broadcast room is already in chaos. Some say Li Chen is reckless, while others say Li Chen is well-intentioned. It wasn't until a traditional Chinese Medicine Association account with an official Blue V certification suddenly spoke up. Stop arguing, I have observed for a long time, his acupuncture technique is absolutely very professional, and he is among the top in the country. Looking at the Blue V certification of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, the barrage instantly quieted down. Wow, it's a big shot from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, the big shot has spoken. So, it turns out that Lot God really knows traditional Chinese medicine. He is not only knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine, to be honest, I am in my 40s this year, but his acupuncture technique is the most superb I have ever seen in my life. With one sentence from the Blue V big shot, the emotions in the live broadcast room were immediately heightened. Oh, it's so high. Is it really that exaggerated? I thought Lot God was already amazing with his lockpicking and songwriting skills, now he's also proficient in traditional Chinese medicine. The key is that these three are completely different fields. No, with the same 9 years of compulsory education, how did he become so outstanding? Young man, are you for real? Let's wait for the ambulance. Unlike some people in the live broadcast room who were providing explanations, the onlookers were still full of worry. Because compared to before, it was almost like a needle dropping every second. Li Chen seemed to be waiting for something, as he hadn't moved for half a minute. Here it comes, make way, the sweet water is here. 2 security guards squeezed into the crowd holding sweet water. However, they were stunned when they saw the needles on the woman's body. Before they could ask what was happening, the warm sweet water was handed over to Li Yuan. At the same time, the last needle in his hand fell instantly to the woman's philtrum. The magical thing was, 2 seconds after the last needle fell, the woman who had been unconscious for nearly 10 minutes suddenly opened her eyes. She's awake, she's awake. The people around cheered. Quick, drink the sweet water. Li Chen immediately helped her up and slowly fed her the sweet water in his hand. The reason he hadn't started needling earlier was because he was waiting for this bowl of sweet water. Without the support of the sweet water, even if she woke up early, she would quickly become dizzy and faint again. After drinking the sweet water, the woman's pale face visibly improved. At this point, the people around also realized that Li Chen had been waiting for the sweet water. Miss, how do you feel? Is there still any pain? The people around marveled at how Li Chen had saved the woman and immediately asked her with concern. Miss, do you remember what happened before you fainted? The woman touched her head, then her stomach. Sitting there blankly, she didn't recover for quite some time. Seeing her complexion slowly returning to normal, Li Chen gently removed the needles from her body. Even if you're busy with work, remember to rest. Don't wait until one day you're lying in a hospital bed to appreciate the health of your body. Just a few days ago, there was news of a man who died suddenly from staying up late. After removing the needles, Li Chen glanced at the woman in front of him. But luckily, you're a woman. After listening to Li Chen's words, the woman seemed to recall something and slowly spoke up. I remember the company had a project deadline. I worked overtime until this morning. After finishing work, I had to go out of town to discuss cooperation details with a client. The woman said, furrowing her brows deeply. I remember on the way, I suddenly got my period. I only remember this period was particularly painful, very painful, and in the end, it seems like I fainted from the pain. But now my stomach doesn't hurt at all. After recalling the events, the woman slowly stood up, looking incredulous. Every time I had my period before, it was very painful. Why do I not feel any pain now? The people around also immediately looked at Li Chen with surprise after hearing her words. This young man is a true gynecological expert, specializing in treating menstrual pain? What kind of gynecological expert are you, auntie? Haven't your glasses on your face indicated how unlucky you are to be with you? Li Chen glared at the crowd. However, the surrounding aunties and uncles, brothers and sisters, instantly became excited like wolves pouncing on their prey. Wait, brothers? Hey, that brother, what do you mean by staring at me with your eyes shining? I only look at my aunt, not my uncle. Li Chen was instantly surrounded by a group of women who were like wolves and tigers. Little brother, I've had dysmenorrhea for decades. Every time I have my period, I can't get out of bed because of the pain. Can you help me with a few needles too? Help me first, I'm old, help me first. Auntie, you're in your 60s, you've been menopausal for a long time. The scene of selling underwear at the stall that night reappeared. Li Chen suddenly felt overwhelmed by the chaos. His photography equipment was almost rubbed off by various bodies. The scene in the live broadcast room was somewhat inappropriate for children. Damn, I feel like I'm rubbing against a group of aunties. Brother, remember, this may be the peak moment of your life. If you really want to see a doctor, please go over there and line up. It's 10 yuan per person each time, cash only. Li Chen pointed to the words Chinese medicine expert over there and shouted. A group of aunties turned their heads to see the words specializing in dysmenorrhea and immediately ran over to line up. Looking at the queue of more than a dozen people in an instant, Li Chen immediately showed a look of satisfaction. Today's meal money is secured. Watching Li Chen seriously treating people for dysmenorrhea, the people in the live broadcast room, including Hu Lingyu and others, were already numb. It turned out that his jokes were serious, and only we thought he was joking seriously. Bro, I heard that Chinese medicine prescriptions are very valuable. If you give them away like this, aren't you afraid of your secrets being copied and leaked? The sister selling takoyaki next to him had already come to Li Chen's side at some point. Watching Li Chen finish taking pulses for people and then directly giving them the prescription to grab the herbs themselves, her small face was filled with curiosity. Li Chen looked up at her. Haven't you noticed that each prescription is different? Everyone's constitution is different, and the causes of dysmenorrhea are also varied. The prescriptions are also individualized, and those who don't understand the principles will copy them in vain. Oh, I see. The sister nodded as if she understood. Just buy a serving of takoyaki for you? After sending all the aunties away, Li Chen waved the more than 200 yuan in his hand at the sister. Bro, wait a moment, I'll immediately change to the freshest octopus legs for you. The sister immediately ran back to the store upon hearing this. If I had bought it earlier, you would have given me stale ingredients. Li Chen was taken aback. I've been tossing around for hours just to eat this takoyaki. It turns out you've been thinking about me, playing tricks with me. But when he saw the sister grab the live octopus she used for display from the tank, Li Chen was instantly moved to tears. She was even targeting the old staff in the store. What reason did he have to blame a simple-minded little sister? Hello, thank you for saving me just now. Li Chen was waiting for the takoyaki he had been thinking about. The woman who had fainted earlier walked up to him. You're still here. Li Chen was surprised to see the woman suddenly appear. You were too busy just now, I didn't want to disturb you. Can I get your contact information? I'd like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude when you're free. The woman smiled shyly. I'm recording a program, and my phone has been confiscated. Li Chen pointed to the camera on his body. Oh, the woman looked disappointed. I'll leave you my contact information. When you have time, make sure to add me. I really want to treat you to a meal. Thank you, the woman said as she took out a pen and paper from her bag, wrote down a number, and handed it to Li Chen. She then bowed deeply to Li Chen before slowly walking away. Bro, you are a good person. I misunderstood you before, Maruko's sister said as she watched the woman leave. Suddenly, the octopus in her hand started to struggle. Maruko's sister screamed in shock. The knife in her hand accidentally chopped down heavily on her finger. The live broadcast room erupted in gasps. Li Chen, quick on his feet, immediately pulled her hand to the side, avoiding most of the damage. However, her finger was still cut. The bright red blood instantly stained the cutting board. Today's calamity has been averted. The people in the live broadcast room and Maruko's sister had not yet recovered from the shock. Li Chen took out a band-aid from his pocket and handed it to her. If Li Chen hadn't pulled her hand just now, her entire finger might have been chopped off. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, host's merit increased by 1. Wang Defa? So, you, Tonsai, have a hidden function too? Bro, you saved one of my fingers. Maruko's sister exclaimed as she applied the band-aid and covered her chest with relief. Everyone couldn't help but recall Li Chen's earlier mention of a bloody disaster. No way, could it be that he really can tell fortunes? It's impossible, it must be a coincidence. We must believe in science. At first, I didn't believe he could pick locks, but he turned out to be a lock god. Then I didn't believe he knew traditional Chinese medicine, but the official Chinese medicine authorities called him a master. Now he says he can tell fortunes. Should I believe him or not? Common sense tells me not to believe, but experience tells me that person can't be judged by common sense. Forget it, let's just watch. I'm already numb. I've actually forgotten that this is an anti-theft program. It's a pity he can't steal, otherwise the live broadcast effect might be even more explosive. Add more chile, no coriander. Looking at the golden and tempting octopus balls, then at the half-dead body of the old employee left on the cutting board, tears of emotion uncontrollably flowed down. Bro, just wait a moment, it'll be fine soon. Maruko's sister smiled slightly at him. However, as Li Chen eagerly watched the sizzling octopus balls, a strange voice suddenly came from behind. Are you Li Chen? Li Chen slowly turned around to see a man with a determined but very disheveled appearance standing 2 meters behind him. May I ask who you are? Li Chen was a bit puzzled. The face seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Seeing Li Chen's confusion, the man rolled his eyes. I'm Tang Jiaming, a pickpocket from the same program as you. Oh, it's you. I actually recognized you a long time ago. I was just joking with you, hee hee. Li Chen's face lit up with a big smile as he took 2 steps forward warmly. This guy was a seedling cultivated by the Municipal Bureau and might become a leader in the future. If possible, he needed to establish a good relationship. Why are you standing here? Haven't found the celebrity guest yet? Tang Jiaming dragged his extremely exhausted body to Li Chen's side. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at the golden and fragrant octopus balls in front of him. I was about to eat something before getting off work. What's going on with you? Why do you look so disheveled? Li Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. It was a legal education program. How did it turn into a wilderness survival show with him? Tang Jiaming looked regretful at the mention and sat down next to Li Chen on the ground, panting heavily, sweat all over his face, and covered in dirt. Don't mention it. I thought with the skills I learned from dealing with thieves all year round, I would have more than enough to deal with those celebrity guests. And then? Li Chen probably guessed what happened. Then, it was quite smooth at first when I encountered a guest who had not received any training. Tang Jiaming said, sneaking a glance at the tempting golden octopus balls. Just as I had just stolen a phone model and was about to get my hands on the second item, Wang Yujie suddenly appeared from the side. That grandson's technique was too clever, I couldn't even see how he stole it. In just a few minutes, he had stolen all the celebrity guests, and even deliberately patted the shoulder of the celebrity guest, almost getting me caught. But it wasn't that embarrassing. Li Chen couldn't help but comment. You don't know, it happened several times in a row later. Finally, when I encountered a guest who had received training, the result. Tang Jiaming looked devastated. It was completely different from the initial confidence. In the end, without any interference, I didn't steal anything, and almost got caught on the spot? Li Chen looked at him with a smile. Tang Jiaming nodded. She had several police colleagues around her. If I hadn't been physically fit on the front line all year round, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Li Chen looked at him. He probably didn't take the blow as lightly as he claimed. This kid had always been groomed as a key figure in the police force, full of arrogance as if he were a child of heaven. This time, he was invited to participate in this program not because of his pickpocketing skills, but to show his face, and to deflate his sharpness a bit. Bro, it's ready. At this moment, Sister Wanzi handed a bowl full of octopus balls to Li Chen. The enticing color, the fragrant aroma that tantalized the taste buds. Tang Jiaming's eyes widened instantly. His throat moved involuntarily. Sister, please help me divide it into 2 portions. Li Chen said, taking out a stack of RMB from his pocket to pay. However, Sister Wanzi refused to take anything. Bro, I won't take money. Can you help me with a prescription later? Sister Wanzi blushed after speaking, leaving Tang Jiaming stunned on the side. Goodness, where did this kid get so much money, and even received food from a little sister? Here. Li Chen handed the divided octopus balls to Tang Jiaming. Tang Jiaming immediately took them with both hands as if they were a treasure. He couldn't wait to put one in his mouth. The wonderful taste between his lips and teeth was more delicious than any delicacy. Tang Jiaming was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Eat slowly, I still have over 200, enough for the 2 of us to eat today. Li Chen watched him gobble up the food. One could imagine what he had been through that morning. I haven't eaten anything since last night, I don't have a penny in my pocket, and I've been chased by several groups of people all morning. I'm exhausted. Bro, I'll make another portion for you guys. Sister Wanzi immediately picked up the knife and chopped up the remaining half of the octopus. Only trained guests have money on them, others are desperately searching. How come you look so relaxed? Where did you get so much money, and even received free food from a little sister? After finishing half of the octopus balls in one go, Tang Jiaming finally recovered a bit. I earned it with my hard-working hands. The program team didn't say we had to get money from the guests. Li Chen explained with a smile. Tang Jiaming was taken aback, realizing that what he said made sense. I'm going to continue looking for celebrity guests, do you want to team up? Tang Jiaming slowly got up. If you have money, why bother looking for guests? Why not stay and enjoy good food and drinks until work ends and get paid? Li Chen swaggered, waving the 200 yuan in his hand. It was like a secret code tempting the will. However, what about the points? Tang Jiaming looked hesitant as he looked at the huge sum of money in Li Chen's hand. Everyone has a competitive spirit, especially someone like him, a standout in the police force. He joined the program aiming for the top points from the start, although reality gave him a harsh slap in the face. But his high-spirited fighting spirit will not easily be extinguished, especially when in front of the camera. Acting poorly is not his usual style. Bro, the second serving is ready. Maruko's sister sweetly called out to the two. Li Chen smiled and accepted it. Tang Jiaming looked at the tempting octopus balls, listening to his growling stomach, then looking at Maruko's sister's sweet and cute smile. His indomitable fighting spirit remained. As an elite in the police force, he could withstand anything, except temptation. Here, Li Chen handed over half a serving with a smile. Tang Jiaming clapped his hands, showing a happy smile. These octopus balls are even more delicious than what I used to eat, so fragrant. Of course, these are made by the freshest old staff. The two slowly savored the most delicious octopus balls, while leisurely watching the passers-by hurrying by. Brothers, Chen Momo has been targeted by that magician and is coming this way. Someone in the studio shouted. Only after being tired all morning did I realize how addictive it is to live poorly. Tang Jiaming sat on the chair given by Maruko's sister, enjoying the food. Crossing his legs, he couldn't help but sigh. Right, good brother. Tang Jiaming turned to look at Li Chen. Li Chen picked up a Maruko and put it in his mouth, shaking his head. Young people should strive more while they are young, otherwise how would you know how enjoyable it is to live poorly? Living poorly is momentarily enjoyable. Li Chen paused and looked at Tang Jiaming. Tang Jiaming didn't hesitate. Living poorly is always enjoyable. Go buy some skewers and 2 ice creams. Li Chen handed 5 $10 bills to Tang Jiaming. Tang Jiaming's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. He took it and ran happily to the opposite side to buy food. The people in the studio gnashed their teeth. These two turned a good legal education program into a food show. This Officer Tang has no backbone. He has fallen to become a lackey of the lot god. Ha, you don't know how miserable he was this morning. People who watched Tang Jiaming's live broadcast. At this moment, they all felt extremely relieved that he could eat. This kid Tang Jiaming is invincible on the front line. It seems that the blow he received this time is really not small. Deputy Director Yang looked at Tang Jiaming on the screen and said with a smile, after this program ends, let him return from the front line to the criminal police team. This time let him know that there are always people better than you in any field, which will be beneficial for him in the future. Another deputy director nodded in agreement. But this Li Chen is quite interesting. After waiting for a while, Li Chen not only came back by himself, he also brought back a star guest who looked about 24 or 25 years old. I asked you to buy food. How come you brought back a beautiful woman? Li Chen looked at the two suspiciously, but soon recognized her as one of the star guests in the photo. The famous singer Zhao Nayan. We are both wanderers. Tang Jiaming pointed to the disheveled female guest. Originally, she was all dressed up in the photo, with brand-name jewelry shining brightly, not missing any necklaces or earrings. But now she looked like she had been robbed. All the jewelry was gone. Her bag was completely missing. Even her coat was gone. She looked completely bare. Is the program crew this harsh on female guests? Li Chen couldn't help but comment. If she said she was raped at night, he would believe it. Don't mention it, she has encountered several groups of pickpockets. Tang Jiaming handed all the skewers in his hand to Li Chen. Especially that magician, he's too good. He just reminded me to tie my shoelaces, and I didn't feel anything missing directly, just half of it. Zhao Nayan couldn't help but sigh. Let's eat something first. Li Chen asked his sister to divide the skewers into 4 portions. Zhao Nayan seemed to have been hungry for a long time. She took the skewers and her eyes lit up. Fortunately, I met you guys, otherwise I might have been hungry all day. Thank Li Chen. If he hadn't taken me in, I would have been hungry like you all day, and I couldn't eat and drink like now. Tang Jiaming enjoyed the delicious skewers with his legs crossed. The Bailon group thus became a group of 3. Half an hour later, another disheveled celebrity passed by. Seeing the 3 of them looking content, he immediately widened his eyes. Chen Xianxi, a popular young actor in film and television, is different from other young fresh meat of the same age. After leaving a certain boy group, he has now become a solid actor. He is one of the rare successful cases of a young fresh meat transitioning to a powerful actor. Woo, I finally found a group. When Li Chen handed a plate of octopus balls to Chen Xianxi, the Bailon group of 4 was established at that moment. Curious about how Li Chen made money, the 3 of them ate while listening to his sister's story about how Li Chen earned money and saved people. Tang Jiaming and the others were all amazed. They all looked at Li Chen in disbelief, especially Tang Jiaming, who knew that Li Chen was a master locksmith. It is very difficult to master completely different professional skills. It feels good to be disheveled. After eating and drinking enough, Chen Xianqi couldn't help but sigh. I should have been stolen earlier and joined the group earlier. Sister, can we have another plate of octopus balls? Zhao Nian and Tang Jiaming also nodded in agreement. I was chased for a whole morning, and in the end, I only stole this little thing. Tang Jiaming couldn't help but complain as he took out a phone model he had taken from a star guest. After speaking, he handed the model to Li Chen. Why are you giving me this useless thing? Why give it to me? Li Chen looked at the model with disdain. What useless thing? This is a point. Tang Jiaming retorted. What's the use of points? Can you exchange them for money? Can you exchange them for food? Li Chen looked at him contemptuously. It's better than being at the bottom with 0 points and embarrassing yourself, right? Although this is a show, everyone has a competitive spirit, don't they? Tang Jiaming was a little unconvinced. Oh, you gave it to me, and you're at the bottom with 0 points, embarrassing yourself in front of everyone. I'm fine, anyway, I have thick skin. Tang Jiaming felt a little guilty. It's a pity that everything on us has been stolen, otherwise we would have given it to you directly. Chen Xianqi and Zhao Nian looked ashamed. Those despicable pickpockets, especially the magician Luo Qian, didn't even leave us money for food. It's okay, everything on you will be stolen sooner or later. Li Chen glanced leisurely at the two of them, then looked at a suspicious figure in the crowd. When the person saw Li Chen had discovered him, the train station war god Wang Yujie no longer hid and walked out openly. How did you four end up together? The thin Wang Yujie's pockets were bulging, obviously full of stolen items. His eyes occasionally glanced at Chen Xianqi and the others. What are you looking at? You've stolen from me once. Chen Xianqi stared back directly. Wow, a real master thief has arrived. Seeing Wang Yujie approaching, the emotions of the live audience who had been watching the food show for a long time were once again stirred up. Is he here to provoke? It seems like he's the one who stole Chen Xianqi. He's so awesome, even if he's here to provoke, the Bailan group can't do anything to him. Can he steal it back? Let it go, even if we can steal it back. Do you think Tang Jiaming is our opponent? Yeah, if it weren't for Suoshin taking him in, Tang Jiaming wouldn't even be able to protect himself. It's a pity that Suoshin is not a thief god, just a makeshift one. Otherwise, we could have avenged Xianqi's brother. Look at Wang Yujie's smug look, really asking for a beating. That smug smile really deserves a beating. I feel like punching him through the screen. Li Chen looked up and glanced at the sneaky Wang Yujie. He spoke calmly, they don't have anything on them anymore. If we want to make a move, we should find someone else. Wang Yujie looked at Li Chen, then at the two bare individuals. He immediately wiped the malicious smile off his face and even showed a hint of embarrassment. He stepped forward and patted Chen Xianqi's shoulder. Brother, I'm sorry for not leaving you any money for food earlier. That's just the rule of the show, and I have to follow the rules. It's okay, I'm eating now anyway, and it's just a game, so I won't take it seriously. Chen Xianqi was a bit overwhelmed by his sudden enthusiasm. The audience in the live broadcast room began to express their dissatisfaction with the innocent Chen Xianqi's brother. Brother is so clueless. This Wang Yujie is not a good person at all. He has deceived several guests with the same trick. Oh no, my kind-hearted brother is being taught a lesson again. The camera set in the visual perspective clearly captured Wang Yujie quickly reaching into Chen Xianqi's pocket and pulling out a banknote, hiding it in his hand. Alright then, I'll continue to look for other celebrity guests. Wang Yujie looked like a successful hunter. He glanced proudly at the people around him and was about to leave. However, Li Chen narrowed his eyes. Wait a minute, how about having a meatball before you go? Li Chen picked up an octopus meatball and slowly walked over to Wang Yujie. Wang Yujie was taken aback. After saying thank you, he took it with one hand. Li Chen smiled and directly initiated his thievery. You're welcome, you've already paid, so it's not free. Li Chen patted Wang Yujie's shoulder. Just as Wang Yujie was wondering what Li Chen meant, Li Chen suddenly threw 10 yuan to Chen Xianqi from his hand. Xianqi, you're so careless, you didn't even notice when the money in your pocket fell out. Chen Xianqi hurriedly took the money and exclaimed. He only realized that the 10 yuan he had left over from buying something earlier was really gone. Stop looking, it's the 10 yuan in your hand. Li Chen pointed to the 10 yuan he had just given him. Before Chen Xianqi could react, Wang Yujie was shocked to hear this. He quickly reached into his pocket to confirm that the 10 yuan he had just received was still there. But to his surprise, his previously bulging pocket was now completely empty, not a single thing left. Stop looking, it's all with me. Watching Li Chen take out things one by one from his pocket, a phone model, lipstick, money, TT, and so on, everyone's eyes widened. The people in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. When did he have so many things in his pocket? Could it be? Did Suoshin steal from Wang Yujie, the god of the train station? Through the lens, everyone saw Wang Yujie standing still with an incredulous expression. Damn! This can't be possible. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. We have to believe in science. The camera clearly didn't capture anything just now. Qianqi, Xiaona, come and see which ones are yours, take them back. Li Chen pointed to the pile of things on the ground. Chen Qianqi and the others finally came back to their senses from the shock. Can this really be done? Chen Qianqi looked at Li Chen somewhat uncertainly. Li Chen shrugged indifferently. The production team didn't say that pickpockets couldn't steal from each other, nor did they say that stolen items couldn't be returned to the guests. Chen Qianqi thought about it and realized it made sense. He then happily retrieved his belongings that had been labeled as his own. It's worth noting that in order to prevent celebrity guests from performing poorly, each celebrity guest must have fewer items on them. Otherwise, they would have to face the punishment from the production team. Given the tough attitude of the show towards artists, the punishment is often severe. It's impossible, I was on guard, there's no way I didn't feel anything. At that moment, Wang Yujie took out a broken toothpick from his pocket. It was his habit for many years. Whenever someone tried to sneak their hand into his pocket without him noticing, they would inevitably touch the toothpick and prick his thigh, alerting him. But just now, he didn't feel a thing. Seeing this, Wang Yujie started to doubt life itself. Li Chen walked up to him and patted his shoulder. I don't care if you steal from others, but that $10 you took was mine. With that, Li Chen, the master thief, struck again. And Wang Yujie took the opportunity to reach into Li Chen's open pocket. Oh my, Lock God and Wang Yujie are at odds. Wang Yujie is seeking revenge. The camera caught Wang Yujie attacking Lock God. Wang Yujie is so skilled, will Lock God be schooled like Chen Qianqi and the others? If Wang Yujie succeeds in stealing, they will be even. Everyone in the live broadcast room held their breath in anticipation. When the two separated, Li Chen's pockets were once again filled with items, while Wang Yujie had a few more toothpicks in his hand. Such trivial tricks, yet you dare to show off. Li Chen sneered and tossed all the items in front of Chen Qianqi and the others. Oh my god! Lock God was completely defeated by the station war god. Watching Li Chen continuously pull things out of his pockets like a robotic cat, while Wang Yujie stood there dumbfounded with a few toothpicks in his hand, the audience in the live broadcast room felt that humans were powerless against Li Chen. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Idol, Lock God is my idol. Who said Lock God couldn't steal just now? Who said we should trust science? If 007 had a sequel, Lock God could definitely play the role naturally. Bro, how did you do it? No need to say, definitely practice day and night. As the saying goes, 1 minute on stage, 60 seconds off stage. A sword takes 10 years to forge, half a sword takes 5 years. Chen Qianqi and the others looked around at the various props from the production team, their faces full of astonishment. Tang Jiaming was even more stunned. He knew how amazing Wang Yujie was, but this incredibly skilled Wang Yujie was completely powerless against Li Chen. Before this, they had never imagined that their leader in performing poorly would excel so greatly in this field. Wang Yujie himself was now completely doubting life, especially the phrase, such trivial tricks. It was like a slap in the face to him, as his station war god technique, which he had been proud of for decades, was being questioned. His worldview was crumbling at this moment. Wang Yujie, looking as if he had seen a ghost, glanced at Li Chen one last time and then ran off without a trace. Bro, from now on, you are my idol, my true big brother. Chen Qianqi looked at his belongings that he had lost and regained, full of admiration for Li Chen. And me, from now on, you are also my big brother. Zhao Nian also expressed her admiration. Tang Jiaming was even more impressed by Li Chen, bowing down in respect. He understood the pickpocket industry better than Chen Qianqi and the others, and Li Chen's incredible performance just now left him in awe. Yuan Gu, I have never truly respected anyone from childhood to adulthood. I was chased all morning and still didn't feel humiliated, but now I truly respect you. This time, Li Chen directly gained 4 little fans with the most potential in different fields. Waving his hand, Li Chen handed all the money he got from Wang Yujie to Chen Qianqi. He also returned everything that originally belonged to the two of them to their rightful owners. Finally, I don't have to accept the punishment from the program team, Zhao Nian immediately sighed. Chen Qianqi also looked relieved. Got more money, Qianqi, go buy some food again. The 200 they earned before had long been spent by the 4 of them. Okay, bro. Chen Qianqi took the money and happily ran to the opposite side. The 4-member group started eating and bragging again. Li Chen listened with relish as Tang Jiaming and others recounted some interesting stories from their past experiences in the circle. Yuan Go, mastering so many fields that ordinary people can't even touch, locksmithing, songwriting, traditional Chinese medicine, thief skills, your past must be very exciting, right? Chen Qianqi looked at Li Chen with admiration. He hoped Li Chen could tell them unheard of and shocking experiences, and how he learned and mastered these completely unrelated skills. Tang Jiaming, Zhao Nayan, and the people in the live broadcast room were all full of expectations. In their hearts, Li Chen was already approaching legendary status among ordinary people. Surely, his past experiences must have been full of ups and downs, mysteries, and wonders. Li Chen looked at the three expectant gazes and immediately blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Did he have to say that in the past 10 years, he had gained nothing except for living off others and having a beautiful ex-girlfriend? Even if I tell you, you won't believe it. Li Chen stretched lazily. What if I say I'm not from your world, would you believe me? The group looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. See, it's not that I'm not honest, it's that you don't believe. Li Chen revealed a mysterious expression. He reached out to the little sister Wanzi. Wanzi, come here, let big brother take your pulse and then prescribe you some medicine. Wanzi didn't hesitate at all and obediently reached out her delicate white hand to Li Chen. The slender white arm made the viewers in the live broadcast room dizzy. Jade feet, oh no, jade hands. If I could hold this hand, I wouldn't want to let go even if my hand was cut off. Tears of envy were left in the eyes of the viewers in the live broadcast room. Li Chen slowly held Wanzi's hand and began to earnestly take her pulse. Yuan Ge, let's go buy some more food. Chen Qianqi and Tang Jiaming, both with a craving for food, headed towards the skewer shop across the street. The live barrage in the live broadcast room was filled with envy. Let go of that sister, I'll do it. However, just as Li Chen was earnestly taking the pulse, a woman in a white off-the-shoulder top and a pleated waist skirt, with a graceful figure and a beautiful egg-shaped face like a photo, walked by. She glanced at Li Chen's back unintentionally as she passed by. It was just that one glance. Instantly, her whole being felt as if struck by lightning. She stood there dumbfounded. Wow, my dream lover is here. The attention of the viewers in the live broadcast room instantly focused on Chen Momo. Their eyes lit up, staring at Chen Momo's delicate face, fair shoulders, and slender waist. But why is she staring at Li Chen's back and not moving? Shouldn't the celebrity guest not know the pickpocket performer? Maybe she also wants to eat takoyaki. Is she looking at takoyaki? Chen Momo? A cry of surprise rang out next to Chen Momo. Tang Jiaming, after confirming that the little national girlfriend Chen Momo was indeed there, widened his eyes in shock. The pile of food in his arms almost fell off. Excuse me, who are you? Chen Momo withdrew her shocked and puzzled eyes and looked at Tang Jiaming. I'm Tang Jiaming, that's Li Chen, as well as Chen Qianqi and Zhao Nayan. We are all on the same program as you. I'm your fan. Tang Jiaming's eyes lit up, pointing to Li Chen, Zhao Nayan, and Chen Qianqi behind him. Oh, okay. Chen Mo and Chen Qianqi were not very familiar with Zhao Nayan. They politely greeted the few people. Hearing Tang Jiaming call that person Li Chen, his eyes darkened instantly. It turned out to be just a resemblance from the back. He had been missing for several years, how could he possibly meet him here? Li Chen, quickly turn around and look, your girlfriend, Chen Mo, the little national girlfriend, is behind you. Tang Jiaming suddenly shouted at Li Chen. The live broadcast room was once again filled with envy. Lock God is so lucky, having the opportunity to be in such close contact with the little national girlfriend Chen Mo, so envious. Maybe the two of them will even talk later, I would be so happy if it were me. Envious, envious. But where would Li Chen dare to turn around at this moment? He kept praying for Chen Mo to leave quickly, but the excited Tang Jiaming thought Li Chen hadn't heard. He shouted even louder at him. Li Chen, come on, turn around quickly. It's the little national girlfriend Chen Mo. Li Chen felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. Was Tang Jiaming lacking common sense? What a rare opportunity. Could it be that Lock God is too shy to approach Chen Mo? It's very possible. If it were me, I would probably be too excited to move. The people in the live broadcast room started discussing. At this moment, Sister Wanzi couldn't help but curiously turn her head. Peeking over Li Chen's body, she saw the elegant and graceful Chen Mo next to Tang Jiaming and got excited. It's Chen Mo. It's really Chen Mo. Chen Mo, I'm your female fan. Damn it, how could Sister Wanzi also be a fan? At her age and gender, shouldn't she be a fan of Chen Qianqi? Li Chen was speechless. Chen Mo also looked at Sister Wanzi and smiled at her. Thank you, little sister. Are you here as a pickpocket for the program team? While everyone else is looking for people everywhere, how come you guys are so relaxed, hanging out with the celebrity guests, and even eating ice cream and skewers? Chen Mo looked at Tang Jiaming strangely. He, we're not looking for other guests, we're just here to mess around, it'll be fine when the show ends. Tang Jiaming chuckled awkwardly. Chen Momo seemed surprised that the program could be so casual. Her expression froze for a second. So you're revealing your identity in front of me? Aren't you afraid I'll have the special police behind you arrest you both? Chen Momo pointed to two special police officers not far behind her. He, I've had my fill, they can't catch up with me, Tang Jiaming said confidently. Chen Momo rolled her eyes. Alright, I won't arrest you guys, I'm leaving, it seems like someone is following me. Chen Momo waved at Tang Jiaming. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. But who knew that Tang Jiaming, this teammate, would shout at Li Chen again? Li Chen, Chen Momo is leaving, you really won't even look at her? You'll miss the chance to be in such close contact with the little national girlfriend. Li Chen, damn it. Sister Wanzi, upon hearing this, immediately turned her head again and weakly shouted at Chen Momo. Can I take a picture with you, Sister Momo? Chen Momo stopped in her tracks. Smiling at Sister Wanzi, she replied, of course you can. Li Chen, damn it. You two are really my good teammates. Ha, what did you say, bro? Sister Wanzi looked at Li Chen, puzzled by his frustrated expression. Chen Momo walked towards Sister Wanzi, keeping an eye on Li Chen, who was acting strangely. Seeing Li Chen's hand on Sister Wanzi's wrist, she furrowed her brows slightly. I'm going to the bathroom. Feeling the pressure behind her, Li Chen didn't even think about it and left. This action made Chen Mo even more suspicious. Wait, I feel like your back looks like a friend of mine, can you turn around? Li Chen heard it and walked faster. If you are a man, turn around. If you run now, I can still find you through the program team. Chen Mo's tone suddenly trembled. Li Chen stopped immediately when he heard it. There was no escape, absolutely no escape. What kind of drama are these two playing? The puzzled eyes of Sister Wanzi and Tang Jiaming kept shifting between the two. The people in the live broadcast room were also puzzled. Long time no see, Chen Mo. Li Chen turned around to face Chen Mo with a wry smile. Seeing Li Chen turn around, Chen Mo's brain went blank in an instant. Long time no see? Did these two know each other before? Probably just a casual greeting, I've also bumped into big stars before. Someone in the live broadcast room explained. At this moment, Chen Mo pointed at Li Chen, tears streaming down her face. Tang Jiaming and Sister Wanzi were all confused. Oh my, does this kid have a grudge against Chen Mo? Tang Jiaming was now in a dilemma. On one side was his big brother, on the other side was his goddess. If the two of them were to fight, who should he help? This doesn't seem like a casual acquaintance, it's not the usual friendly interaction. The people in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded, they had never seen Chen Mo lose control like this on the show. Disappeared for so long, should I call you Zhou Jieluan or Li Chen now? Chen Mo's voice choked up. Name is just a code, you can call me whatever you like, a cat, a dog, it's all good. Li Chen smiled apologetically. The tip of his toe was almost digging out a two-bedroom apartment on the ground. The pseudonym was used for convenience before. The result was lifting a stone to hit his own foot. Okay. Chen Mo wiped away the tears that couldn't be stopped on her face. She repeated the word okay 3 times. The bewildered crowd's brains went blank. What's going on? What's wrong with Chen Mo? Who is Zhou Jieluan again? Did the lock god used to be called Zhou Jieluan? Oh my, did the lock god do something excessive to Chen Mo? The live broadcast room erupted, with the number of viewers skyrocketing. Xiao, what's wrong with you again? At the police station, Han Xiao suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Several people around immediately came forward to inquire with concern. It's nothing, I saw a familiar face on the promotional program in the bureau and got a little excited. Han Xiao gritted her teeth and slowly sat back down. Just hearing the 3 words Zhou Jieluan, her already suspicious heart couldn't hold back. The anger in her heart erupted like a volcano. I'm also watching the program, Xiao, is the familiar person you mentioned Chen Mo, the girlfriend of the little nationalist? A female colleague next to her asked. Han Xiao forced a smile and nodded, sort of. Can you help me get her autograph? I'm a fan of her looks. The female colleague immediately became excited. The other male colleagues also perked up. Xiao, help me get one too. I'm also a fan of Chen Mo. She's not only beautiful, but also good at cooking. She's the ideal girlfriend. Watching the colleagues praising Chen Mo, Han Xiao quietly took a few deep breaths to calm her emotions. She picked up her phone again and continued watching. Do you two want to eat something and talk slowly? Tang Jiaming saw Li Chen and Chen Mo standing still like telephone poles, wanting to break the deadlock. Chen Xianqi and Zhao Niying stared at the two with wide eyes. They knew Chen Mo. Don't be fooled by Chen Momo being called the girlfriend of the little national girl, showing youthful vitality in front of the camera. But in private, she is very quiet, even a bit melancholic. She hardly ever speaks to any man privately for more than 3 sentences, let alone completely losing her composure in front of a man like she is now. Come over, I promise I won't kill you. Chen Momo took a deep breath. Li Chen looked at the good feeling that had been jumping on top of her head. After a fierce struggle, it froze at 70 at this moment. Li Chen felt surprised. At the same time, he felt a little relieved. With this good feeling, she probably wouldn't kill him. Seeing no danger, Li Chen boldly took a few steps forward. Zhou. Li Chen, right? It's been a long time since we last parted, 4 years, 3 months, and 21 days. It's been a long time. Tears streaked down Chen Momo's face as she tried to force a smile. Don't be so polite, Chen Momo, it's been so long since I last saw you, and now you've become a big star, you're really sensitive to time. Li Chen stood half a meter away from Chen Momo. But the next second, Chen Momo's smile disappeared. You called me Chen Momo? Chen Momo's tone suddenly turned cold. Li Chen was stunned for half a second and then suddenly shocked. Oh no, could it be true? It looks like it's going to be a disaster. Could it be that Chen Momo is just her stage name? Her real name is not Chen Momo at all. Heavens, earth. But this time, he couldn't use the daughter joke again. I plan to name our daughter Chen Momo too. This ghost won't believe it. As Li Chen's brain raced, trying to come up with a good excuse, Chen Momo suddenly changed her gaze, looking at Li Chen with a complex expression. Then she glanced at Maruko. Li Chen was stunned by the change in her expression. What's with this slightly resentful look? Shouldn't she have exploded on the spot for calling her the wrong name? When we used to look at the stars and the moon, you called me Little Momo. Now, the new surpasses the old, call me Chen Momo. Snap. In an instant, countless mobile phones and tablets fell to the ground at the same time. Tang Jiaming, Maruko, Chen Xianqi, Zhao Nian, Hu Lingyu, and everyone watching the live broadcast. Without exception, they were all shocked, staring blankly, directly petrified on the spot. Chen Momo, Little Momo? New surpasses old? At this moment, the sky fell in the entire live broadcast room. No girl is forever 18, but there will always be an 18-year-old girl. Indeed, men only like 18-year-old girls. Chen Momo looked at Maruko, speaking to herself. This startled Maruko, who was still in shock. Although she didn't understand the relationship between Li Chen and Chen Momo. But Maruko hurriedly waved her hands at Chen Momo to explain. No, it's not like that. I just met Brother Yuan today. We have nothing, Momo sister, please don't misunderstand. Can't look directly, the god of locks and Chen Momo really have an unforgettable past. The story of the god of locks and the girlfriend of the little national girl Chen Momo that must be told. It's over, my youth ends here. I can't watch this live broadcast for even a second. The live broadcast room was just in disbelief. Tang Jiaming, a fan of Chen Momo, looked at Li Chen with envy all over his face. He thought Brother Yuan in business was already impressive enough, but he didn't expect Brother Yuan in love to be even more awesome. Is Brother Yuan still Brother Yuan after all? But Chen Momo's words had already made it very clear. Chen Xianqi's brain had also rebooted by this time. Momo sister, why don't you come over and sit down? Brother Yuan and Maruko really have nothing, we just met on the show. Chen Xianqi brought out another chair from the store. Seeing Chen Xianqi say this, Chen Momo's expression finally looked a bit better. After sitting face to face with Li Chen, Chen Mo, who was just trembling with excitement, returned to her calm and gentle girlfriend appearance. Chen Mo glanced at the octopus balls in Li Chen's hand without coriander. Then he looked at the ones with coriander in the hands of Tang Jiaming and others. I remember 4 years ago, the reason you broke up with me was that you couldn't stand being with someone who eats coriander. How did you endure them? Han Xiaoxiao looked at Li Chen with a somewhat murderous look in her eyes. Li Chen was stunned for half a second. Then he tried hard to recall their past scenes, but it had been too long. He only remembered that there seemed to be dozens of breakups for the reason of coriander, and she had experienced the same things with different women. Many things, when thought of, many characters directly overlapped. He couldn't remember who was who at all. Oh heavens, I know I am deeply sinful, but this kind of purgatory is truly inhuman torture. Seeing Li Chen remaining silent, Chen Xianqi and the others didn't dare to ask what had happened between the two in the past. Tang Jiaming looked at the coriander, then at Li Chen. He silently gave him a thumbs up. Only Zhao Nian noticed that Chen Mo was missing many accessories. She immediately asked her about the program to break the awkward atmosphere. It was stolen by that magician, but I only saw his back. Chen Mo blared at Li Chen somewhat annoyed. Li Chen immediately gave her a white look. It's not like I stole it. Why are you glaring at me? You abandoned me for a whole 4 years, can't I even glare at you? Chen Mo stared at Li Chen with intense eyes. Chen Xianqi and everyone in the live broadcast room were shocked once again. What kind of words are these? Abandoning the gentle girlfriend? Is Lock God crazy? These words, the key is that Chen Mo said them herself. Mo is live now. Be a bit careful with your words. Zhao Nian was startled by Chen Mo's unabashed words. She immediately hugged Chen Mo's shoulder and whispered in her ear. As an artist herself, she knew very well that an idol's every word and action would affect their image in the fans' eyes, especially when it came to matters of the heart. Although it wouldn't make fans unfollow the idol as soon as a relationship was made public, or even turn directly into anti-fans. But as the gentle girlfriend, speaking without reservation about being dumped would definitely have an impact on her image. Chen Mo firmly shook her head. It's okay, Sister Nayan. I looked for him for almost half a year back then, and later joined the entertainment company just to make sure he could see me on TV often and not forget about me. Now, my identity as an artist seems to be no longer important. These few words instantly moved the older brothers in the live broadcast room to tears. Sob, sob, sob. Mom, I believe in love again. So touching. Is there really such a good girl in this world? Why have I never met one? Sob, sob, sob. My seal seems to be loosening. Fellow Taoists, help me reinforce the seal. Cement the heart, unfazed by the collapsing sky, the icy heart, impervious to all laws. Urgently enforce the order, seal it for me. Here's a bag of cement for you. Her boyfriend's family is renovating, it'll be useful. CPDD. Chen Mo's words directly stunned Zhao Nian and the others once again. Damn, Yuan Gu, how did you do it? Tang Jiaming looked at Li Chen with eyes that could no longer be described as envious. Li Chen himself didn't expect that he had drugged her with something back then. Tong Zi, did you do something? When you were playing around with peach blossoms back then, did you also drug them? The system didn't respond at all. Yuan Gu. At this moment, Chen Xianqi suddenly tugged on Li Chen's sleeve. Following Chen Xianqi's gaze, they saw the magician Luo Qian leaning against the wall across from them. When he saw a few people looking over, he stared provocatively at Li Chen. Was your stuff stolen by him? Li Chen looked at the few remaining pieces of jewelry on Chen Momo's body. Chen Momo immediately nodded and pointed angrily at Luo Qian. It's him, he even took my bag. Yuan Ji and us, we were also stolen by him, you have to avenge us again. Chen Xianqi pointed to himself and Zhao Nian, looking aggrieved. However, Li Chen ignored the two of them. After giving Chen Momo a reassuring look, he walked straight towards Luo Qian. What are you going to do? Chen Momo looked puzzled. I'll take care of this for you, consider it as thanking you for not killing me. Li Chen and Luo Qian locked eyes as they spoke. The topic in the live broadcast room finally shifted from Chen Momo to the showdown between Luo Qian, the top pickpocket, and Li Chen. I came specifically to find you. I just met Wang Yujie, and he said he's afraid to see you now. Luo Qian looked at Li Chen with interest as he approached. It's been many years since I've encountered a worthy opponent. I wonder if you'll disappoint me. When the distance between the two was less than half a meter, a sense of battle ignited in Luo Qian's eyes. I advise you to return Chen Momo's bag to me, or you might regret it later and doubt your life. Li Chen smiled. I'll go take a look. Chen Momo saw that the two seemed to be on edge, fearing they would fight at any moment. She immediately stood up to go over. However, she was stopped by Zhao Nian as soon as she stood up. Don't worry, Momo, Yuan Ji seems to be more powerful than that magician. He should be back soon. Yuan Ji? Chen Momo looked at Zhao Nian in confusion. She remembered that although Zhao Nian was young, her status in the industry was not small, and she had never praised anyone in person. Yes, Momo Jia, the three of us are now Yuan Ji's little fans. Chen Xianqi pointed to himself, Zhao Nian, and Tang Jiaming. There was a deep sense of pride in his tone. This left Chen Momo a little confused. Chen Xianqi's boy group debut was extremely popular in China. Although he had now gone solo, his popularity remained very high. Zhao Nian was also a recognized queen in the industry. Did they really consider Li Chen as their big brother? Is this world so crazy? You guys just met half a day ago, but it feels like you've known each other for years. Chen Momo was puzzled. Momo Jia, there are 4 iron rules in life: carrying a gun together, breaking into a place together, sharing stolen goods together, and acting foolish together. Yuan Ji leads us in sharing and acting foolish together, so he's our great big brother. Chen Xianqi pointed to the skewers in the trash can and the props he had recovered. I've been on the front line with the police for the past 2 years, and I haven't relaxed like this in a long time. Being with Yuan Ji gives me a rare sense of relaxation and peace of mind, Tang Jiaming said as he watched Li Chen's back. Peace of mind? Bro, why do I feel like your words are off? Isn't that a feeling only between lovers? Yuan Ji belongs to Momo Jia, you can't have any improper thoughts, Chen Xianqi exclaimed. Tang Jiaming kicked him. You brat, What nonsense are you talking? Yuan Ge gives me a feeling similar to my deceased master. I never have to worry about anything in front of my master. Chen Xianqi immediately stopped smiling at his words. Alright, Yuan Ge is back. Tang Jiaming pointed to the opposite side. Li Chen walked over with a small plastic bag in his hand, while Luo Qian looked incredulous and dumbfounded as he watched Li Chen walk away. Chen Xianqi and a few others looked at Luo Qian, who had been extremely arrogant before, with a face full of doubt about life. They felt so relieved in their hearts. The lock god defeated the strongest pickpocket Luo Qian. The lock god ascends to the top pickpocket. The live broadcast room erupted in excitement once again. It seemed like they had completely forgotten about what Chen Mo had just done silently. The internet doesn't believe in memory. I think we can't call the lock god anymore. Some bullet comments suddenly popped up. If the lock god isn't called the lock god, what else can we call him? Someone was puzzled. Hey, the lock god wasn't called the lock god from the beginning. This title is because the lock god is great at picking locks, but now you see, besides picking locks, the lock god is also the best at stealing, proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, great at writing songs, and temporarily unclear if he's good at fortune-telling. The lock god is proficient in 4 kinds of professional skills. I suggest calling the lock god the abyss god. The word abyss represents the lock god's wide and deep knowledge. Abyss god sounds pretty good. Li Chen inexplicably gained another nickname. How about it, Sister Mo? I said Brother Abyss will be back soon, right? Chen Xianqi couldn't contain his pride on his face. Brother Abyss, awesome! He deliberately shouted loudly. Luo Qian on the opposite side heard this and turned and walked away. Only Chen Mo looked at Li Chen in disbelief. How come she didn't remember him having such a skill? Look at which of these things are yours. Li Chen handed the plastic bag to Chen Mo. Oh. Chen Mo took the plastic bag and responded blankly. Your handbag was hidden by Luo Qian. He's going to get it now and will be back soon. Li Chen added. Chen Mo nodded in confusion. Chen Xianqi and Zhao Naing also started looking for their own things in the bag. About a quarter of an hour passed. Luo Qian led a pale yellow baby girl over. However, the bag was locked with several locks. I only promised to return the bag to you, but I didn't promise to unlock it for you. Approaching, Luo Qian handed Chen Mo's bag to Li Chen. If you want me to help you open it, you have to exchange half of the things inside. Luo Qian looked dissatisfied, waiting for Li Chen to ask him. But his behavior had already amused the audience in the live broadcast room. Isn't this magician looking for shit with a lantern to go to the toilet? The lock god's nickname has just changed to Abyss God, and now he's challenging the Abyss God's specialty. Tang Jiaming, Chen Xianqi, and Zhao Naing, who knew the inside story, also looked strange. Chen Xianqi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kid, what are you laughing at? Luo Qian glared at Chen Xianqi unhappily. This is a modified lock customized by the most famous locksmith in the country. Its security level is dozens of times higher than any lock on the market, and it's made of stainless steel. You can't break it either. Luo Qian was inexplicably confident. He was just waiting for Li Chen to agree to his exchange condition. Seeing his inexplicable confidence, Chen Xianqi covered his mouth directly, not letting himself laugh out loud. Li Chen slowly took a hairpin from Chen Mo's head and stabbed it into the lock. This scene made Luo Qian's eyelids twitch. Even the top locksmith in the country would take several hours to open this lock. You might as well not waste your effort, just be obedient. But before Luo Qian could finish his sentence, there was a click sound. The big yellow lock opened. How is this possible? Luo Qian was dumbfounded. Chen Xianqi couldn't hold back and burst into laughter like a pig. In the end, only Luo Qian was left feeling defeated. Everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't stop laughing. Just as confident as he was a moment ago, now he was completely bewildered. Luo Qian began to doubt his own past. Who are you exactly? Why have I never heard of your name in the martial arts world? Luo Qian pointed at Li Chen, his emotions suddenly a bit out of control. Li Chen patted Luo Qian's shoulder. Once you step into the martial arts world, time waits for no one. The world's winds and clouds produce people like us. Keep it up, young man. Go back and hone your skills. The martial arts world belongs to you young people, but we are about the same age. There is a difference in learning speed and specialization in skills. Age is just a number. Go back. Watching Luo Qian leave with a bewildered look, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This guy has been hit too hard. It would be dangerous if he loses his mind. Xianqi, go buy some food again. Li Chen took out all the money from his bag and handed it to Chen Xianqi. Then he returned the bag to Chen Momo. However, Chen Momo did not take it. What's wrong? Is something missing? Li Yuan picked up the bag and checked. Chen Momo took off all the jewelry and put them in the bag. Aren't you pickpockets trying to earn points? Here, take them all, Chen Momo said, glancing at the time. Li Chen still returned the bag. I have money anyway, so I don't care about the points. Even celebrity guests need points, and those who fall behind will be punished. Don't you want to participate in the upcoming variety show live broadcast? Only the pickpocket with the highest points can participate directly. Chen Momo looked puzzled. I'm not participating. I need to make money and pay rent. Li Chen waved his hand. Are you participating in the show just for money? Chen Momo looked even more puzzled. Then what for? I only have 5 yuan in my pocket now. But that variety show has the highest appearance fee in the country. Chen Momo fell silent for a moment. Li Chen immediately became spirited upon hearing this. How much is the appearance fee? It varies based on difficulty, ranging from 1 to 5 million for one episode. Qianxi, do you really need that many points? 2 hours later, the show officially ended. The guests gathered at the square outside the train station as agreed. Except for the 4-member group and Chen Momo, almost everyone looked exhausted. Many guests were clutching their growling stomachs, almost crawling over. Li Chen couldn't help but sigh again. Artists in this world really have it tough. The variety show didn't turn out to be a very friendly and loving one in the end. Why are you all so energetic? The tired-looking guests saw the 4-member group and Chen Momo looking lively and couldn't believe it. Because we have a great big brother who's good at acting lazy. Chen Qianxi smiled proudly. We're tired and hungry. Director, please end it quickly. I want to go home and eat. There was a chorus of complaints around. Chief Director Zhang Yi looked at Li Chen's bags and had a twitch on his face. Wang Yujie and Luo Qian's hard work for the day was all taken advantage of by Li Chen. Zhang Yi didn't bother with pleasantries and directly announced the results. Li Chen unquestionably had the most points. Looking at the points board, Wang Yujie had 0 points, including the celebrity guests. Luo Qian did better and made it into the top 20. This kid is quite shrewd, he probably hid some props. Seeing Li Chen's overwhelming lead in points, most people were a bit confused. I don't think I've ever encountered him. My prop points were all stolen by Luo Qian, but how come his points are so low? I haven't encountered him either. Most celebrity guests claimed they had never seen Li Chen before. How did he inexplicably take the first place? Is there a conspiracy? That's impossible. Variety shows have been clean for many years. Unless the production team doesn't want to stay in the industry anymore. Luo, I remember your points were far more than this. Wang, we've crossed paths before. How come your points are 0? Did you two get robbed by Li Chen? Why didn't you tell the director? The only pickpocket, Chen Yanfeng, who was unaware of the situation, looked around in shock among the 3. Wang Yujie and Luo Qian listened to the whispers around them, their faces flushed. They just wanted to leave this place that had dealt a heavy blow to their careers as soon as possible. Fortunately, the director announced the rankings and then declared the end directly. The 2, who felt like they were sitting on pins and needles, didn't even sit in the cruise car. They left without looking back. Chen Yanfeng, who had wanted to exchange techniques, was completely puzzled. Well, I can only watch the live replay to learn their techniques. Li Chen, where do you live? After Li Chen and Chen Qianxi exchanged contact information, Chen silently pulled Li Chen towards the parking lot. I'll drive myself, let's go to your place. I'm currently living with someone else, it might not be appropriate, right? Li Chen suddenly thought of Han Xiaoxiao. Thinking of the scene when they met, he shivered. Are you sharing a place with someone else? It's okay, I'll buy something for your roommate. I'll just go and introduce myself, won't disturb anyone. Chen silently held onto Li Chen's arm tightly, as if afraid he would disappear like before. Li Chen's forehead was already sweating profusely. He turned back to look at Tang Jiaming and the others with a pleading look, but all he got was their sincere blessings. I really envy Yuan Gu. Tang Jiaming looked at Chen silently holding onto Li Chen intimately inside. Chen Qianxi also nodded in agreement. I heard that the beautiful policewoman at the city bureau is not inferior to Chen silently, and she's single. When I get transferred to the city bureau, I'll start pursuing the policewoman, hee. Brother Ming, go for it, bring the policewoman wife to show us when the time comes. Chen Qianxi made a cheering gesture towards him. Only Zhang Nang seemed to notice that Li Chen's expression was off. A look of concern appeared on her face. Chen silently dragged Li Chen to a bright red beetle in the underground parking lot. Li Chen gritted his teeth. After all, she was his ex-girlfriend. And he hadn't hidden the fact that he was seeing multiple people at the same time. He had a clear conscience. What was there to fear? If you insist on going, then let's go. Li Chen sat in the car with a thud. Chen silently looked at him in surprise. His long legs followed into the driver's seat. Just a while ago, he looked like he was at death's door. Half an hour later, Chen silently followed Li Chen's directions and drove the car into the residential area. From afar, they could see Han Xiaoxiao's red Mercedes-Benz. Li Chen's heart started pounding again. He silently prayed that nothing would go wrong. Chen silently took 2 bags of fruits from the car and followed Li Chen upstairs. They arrived at the door. Li Chen took a deep breath. He slowly knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. He knocked for about a minute, but Han Xiaoxiao didn't come to open the door. Is your roommate not home? Did you forget your keys? Chen silently looked at Li Chen in confusion. Maybe she went out shopping, Li Chen muttered. Silently, he took out a paper clip from his pocket. In Chen's silently surprised expression, he opened the door. But as soon as the door opened, the two of them directly saw Han Xiaoxiao, who was about to open the door inside. Han Xiaoxiao, wearing a loose pink top and shorts, saw the door open and was about to turn back. But her eyes froze when she saw Chen silently next to Li Chen. In that instant, both of them froze in place. It felt like countless sword lights were flashing in the air. With just one look, they immediately identified each other as enemies. Han Xiaoxiao, Chen silently. Li Chen stood in the middle and pointed to the two, as if introducing them. Hello, Chen silently, I've seen you on TV, you look even better in person. Han Xiaoxiao smiled and reached out her fair and slender hand towards Chen silently. Hello, Xiaoxiao, I'm Li Chen, a good friend. I hope I'm not disturbing you by visiting suddenly? Chen Momo also showed a charming smile. His gaze quickly swept around the room. Should we go inside and talk? Li Chen asked, looking at Han Xiaoxiao between the two. This is also your home, why ask me? Han Xiaoxiao gave Li Chen a glance. She warmly took Chen Momo's hand and led him into the house. However, Han Xiaoxiao's words with a hidden agenda instantly made Chen Momo stiff unknowingly. Li Chen watched the two of them chatting like sisters on the sofa in less than half a minute, but he felt the air was filled with tension. Obviously, both of them saw each other as rivals. Come, have some water to cool down. I'll go buy groceries and cook. Li Chen poured 2 glasses of iced tea and handed them to the two. Momo, stay and finish your meal before leaving. Han Xiaoxiao held Chen Momo's hand. She intended to be polite, but she didn't expect Chen Momo to agree directly. That would be troublesome. Chen Momo smiled sweetly. Han Xiaoxiao flicked her dark hair and showed a sweet smile to Li Chen. My spare change for the phone is in the second drawer of the bedroom cabinet. Li Chen nodded and walked into Han Xiaoxiao's bedroom. It was very neat and clean inside. Almost everything was in a light pink color of a young girl. As soon as he entered, a unique feminine fragrance hit his nose. When he saw several cabinets in the bedroom, Li Chen instinctively asked from inside, which cabinet is the money in? This question made Han Xiaoxiao's bright smile freeze for a moment, and Chen Momo's beautiful eyebrows raised instantly, looking meaningfully at Han Xiaoxiao. Indeed, they didn't live together. The small pink cabinet by the bed, with handcuffs placed together. Han Xiaoxiao's slightly threatening words made Li Chen's spine chill. He had wanted to ask Chen Momo what he liked to eat and then leave this place of trouble as soon as he got the money. After going downstairs, he leisurely walked towards the market. When he came back after buying groceries, he unexpectedly received a call from Hu Lingyu. Teacher Li, would you consider opening a social media account? The fans are very enthusiastic, and the program team has received thousands of similar messages. However, Li Chen directly rejected the idea without thinking. Joking, could they still hide their little thoughts from his eyes? Many artists became famous step by step after becoming popular on social media. He didn't want to become a signed artist. Not only would he lose his freedom, but the fans and program teams in this world were too harsh on artists. He just wanted to make money while being lazy. Teacher Li, the fans said they would shower you with gifts as long as you register an account and start live streaming. Hu Lingyu's voice, full of temptation, entered Li Chen's ears through the phone. As soon as he heard about money, Li Chen immediately perked up. Well, money doesn't matter, I just like to document a good life. So, do you agree? I'll register when I get back. Okay, once you register, send me the account, and I'll help you apply for the Blue V certification. Hu Lingyu shouted excitedly. After hanging up the phone, Li Chen was already outside the room. Through the door, he could occasionally hear a few giggles coming from inside. Only Li Chen himself knew that behind the laughter and joy were the hidden daggers of 2 women. When Li Chen entered the room, the 2 women suddenly fell silent and looked at him. You guys continue, I'm just passing by. Li Chen quickly ran into the kitchen. Let me help him. I remember he used to be clumsy and couldn't even cook noodles properly. Chen Momo said, trying to get up, but Han Xiaoxiao quickly pressed him back down. Just let him do it. You may not know yet, but he is not the same as before. His cooking is even better than that of a hotel chef. Well, okay. Chen Mo helplessly glanced at Han Xiaoxiao. I never let him cook before. I would learn to cook whatever he liked to eat. Han Xiaoxiao's face froze for a moment, then she smiled slightly. He loves cooking now, he cooks for me every day after work. In the kitchen, Li Chen could clearly hear the clashing sounds of their knives and swords. He couldn't help but sigh, good deeds are rewarded. Fortunately, he didn't play around with multiple people. Otherwise, the knife in his hand might have become a weapon. The kitchen might have turned into a crime scene. When Li Chen quickly finished cooking, the three of them sat at the dining table. It took Li Chen only the time to turn around and grab a pair of chopsticks. When he turned back, he saw that the dishes in his bowl had completely covered the white rice. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Mo were still competing to fill his bowl with more food. He needs to eat more meat for nutrition. I remember he loves potatoes the most. No, he clearly loves leeks the most. They kept adding food to his bowl, until it was piled up like a small mountain. Li Chen looked at the mountain of food with chopsticks in his hand, feeling unsure where to start. This magical scene was thought to only happen on TV, but art truly imitates life. At that moment, Li Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After the meal, Chen Mo and Han Xiaoxiao bid farewell as sisters. Li Chen escorted Chen Mo downstairs. Chen Mo walked slowly with a blank expression, while Li Chen followed behind. Just as they reached the ground floor, Chen Mo suddenly turned around and stared at Li Chen. As Li Chen felt uneasy under her gaze, Chen Mo slowly spoke, "If you need money so badly, do you want to work at our company? It's not good to rely on others all the time. Our company has a relaxed management style, no fixed working hours, just participate in company activities when needed." Before Li Chen could respond, Han Xiaoxiao's voice came from upstairs, "Li Chen, the medicine is ready." Li Chen looked up and saw Han Xiaoxiao leaning out of the window. "I'll leave now, we'll keep in touch." Chen Mo also looked up briefly. Their eyes met for a second before quickly looking away. As Chen Mo walked away, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Why are you following me?" As Li Chen finished pouring the medicine in the kitchen and turned around, he saw Han Xiaoxiao standing behind him with a teddy bear. "You promised me that you would be mine for these 3 months, you won't leave." Han Xiaoxiao's unexpectedly gentle tone surprised Li Chen. Unable to resist, he reached out and patted her head. In the next moment, Han Xiaoxiao's unchanged affection level suddenly increased. It went straight to 95 points. What? Is this the legendary head-patting move? At the moment when the affection level broke through to 95, the system's voice rang in his mind. Former girlfriend's affection level reaches 95 points, host gains plus 1000 merit points. After meeting certain conditions, merit points can be exchanged for life points and other rare items, and rewards for mastering driving. As the system's voice faded, Li Chen saw the word merit points on the system panel, with a value of 1000. What about after 3 months? You won't kick me out after 3 months, will you? Li Chen gently rubbed Han Xiaoxiao's head. Han Xiaoxiao gave Li Chen a playful look. After 3 months, I'll put you in a box and place it by my bedside. Alright, take your medicine. With your health, don't walk ahead of me. Li Chen handed the medicine to Han Xiaoxiao. Han Xiaoxiao, who had finished taking the medicine, had a flushed face. Li Chen was washing dishes. Standing behind him, he had a look of wanting to speak but hesitating. Do you want to say something? Li Chen looked at his red face with some surprise, almost red to the roots of his ears. Li Chen. How about I leave a son for you? What do you mean? Li Chen's hand trembled, and the bowl almost fell off in shock. I mean, I'll have a son for you, so that our son can accompany me when you're not around. Han Xiaoxiao nervously kept pulling at the teddy bear in her hands. Her beautiful face was as red as a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite at just one glance. Don't talk nonsense, if I'm not around, how can you remarry with a son? Li Chen immediately refused. Although he was not a saint, he was not an animal who only thought with his lower body. Ruining a girl's life like this was no different from being a beast. I never planned to get married in this lifetime. Han Xiaoxiao said as she slammed the door and left. When Li Chen finished cleaning up and taking a shower, he suddenly noticed that the door to Han Xiaoxiao's bedroom was not closed. Damn, a stunning beauty left her room door open in the middle of the night. Which cadre could resist such a temptation? Of course, it couldn't be Li Chen, because he couldn't help but go and take a look. By the light from outside, he saw Han Xiaoxiao, who had already taken off her loose clothing, lying on the bed on her side. Her back was glowing white, with an S-shaped curve and a beautiful beauty mark, dazzling Li Chen. Who could resist this? Li Chen's belt was already starting to stir. His hand unconsciously reached into his pocket and pulled out the thickest silver needle. Hey, such a beautiful back, it would be a waste not to pierce a few. What are you doing standing outside? Han Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly rang out. Li Chen was startled, quickly put away the silver needle. Why didn't you close the door when you went to sleep? If you have any intentions, would closing the door make a difference? Nothing happened that night, really nothing. The next morning, Han Xiaoxiao was sent off. Li Chen saw a message from Hu Lingyu and remembered that he had forgotten to register a certain music account last night. In order to give rewards, Li Chen registered it almost at the fastest speed and sent the account to Hu Lingyu. After about an hour, Li Chen's account directly turned into a verified account. Almost at the same time, the company account where Hu Lingyu worked sent a video specifically mentioning Li Chen. At that moment, the fans who had watched the live broadcast yesterday flooded Li Chen's private messages. The number of followers skyrocketed. In just 10 minutes, the number of fans directly increased to 50,000, and it was still growing at a terrifying speed. Amazed, Li Chen decided to try his hand at live streaming. After all, only by live streaming could he receive rewards. As for the content of the live stream, it was all about going with the flow. Without any hesitation, Li Chen directly opened the live broadcast button. The fans who had just followed Li Chen immediately clicked on the shining live broadcast icon. Yuanshin, you finally have a social account, and you finally started live streaming. I missed you so much after just one night. Yuanshin, I've been waiting for you, luckily I didn't give up. Brothers upstairs, can you hold back a bit, don't be so emotional? As the barrage of comments flew in the live chat, a carnival effect suddenly floated across the screen. For a moment, all the comments disappeared. Damn, good brothers, you guys are really generous with the gifts. Li Chen quickly opened the gift interface to take a look. Yes, a carnival gift worth 3,000 yuan. Damn, big shot, Yuanshin just started the broadcast and already received a carnival gift. The big shot's name is Xia Tianxingning, seems to be a girl. As the comments were filled with surprise at the wealthy female fans of Li Chen, the screen floated 3 carnival effects in a row. With these carnival effects, the number of people in the live broadcast room surged from a few hundred to nearly tens of thousands, including those who were originally interested. Having so many people in the first live broadcast was definitely a treatment worthy of a small internet celebrity. Wow, it turns out she's a rich lady. Sister, the doctor said my stomach isn't good, I need to eat something soft. Heaven has been kind to me. At such a young age, I have already met a woman I want to entrust my life to. Sister, I have a monthly living allowance of 1,500, I'll give you 1314, the remaining 180 is my height, and 6 is for my abs. Watching these carnival effects flooding the screen, Li Yuan was also shocked. Damn! So, being a live streamer can make this much money? No wonder those girls are all eager to do live broadcasts, even more profitable than selling drugs. Screw it, who needs a bicycle? From now on, Li Chen will make a living by performing. And the barrage continued. You shameless bunch, disgusting, do you have any sense of manliness? How can you call an 18-year-old girl sister? Sister, I heard that girls can only get married at 20. I'm willing to wait for you for 2 more years. On the other side, in the center of the Magic City, inside a luxurious office building. CEO, the meeting is about to start in 1 minute, all the guests have arrived. A professional-looking female secretary stood outside the office door, reminding carefully. I know, I'll be right there. A pair of charming phoenix eyes slightly raised, revealing an extremely exquisite and beautiful face behind the computer screen. White top, light-colored knee-length skirt, black high heels. Cartier Love bracelet and clover bracelet stacked on the wrist. A head of shiny black hair styled into a neat and professional bun. Turning off the live broadcast screen on the computer, she stood up from behind the desk. A naturally exuded strong aura with a sense of oppression. At this time, the carnival effects in the live broadcast room also stopped. A few minutes later, the barrage in the live broadcast room finally calmed down. Li Chen had already left the building. Yuanshin, it's the first time we're live. What should we broadcast? How about going around the neighborhood to see which locks need to be improved? Or maybe take a walk around the train station? The suggestions from upstairs are really something. Let's just go with the flow for the live broadcast. Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room, Li Chen casually replied. Then his gaze shifted to a banner shop not far away. And seeing the fortune-telling props in the system space that hadn't been used yet, he immediately had an idea. How about getting a fortune-telling today? Fortune-telling? Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the people in the live broadcast room instantly became energized. Yesterday in the variety show live broadcast room, there was a heated debate and argument about whether Li Chen could really tell fortunes. The opinions were almost evenly split between those who believed he could and those who didn't. But in the end, no one could convince anyone. Why don't we go do some anti-theft work? I heard there are a lot of thieves at the South Station. It's a good opportunity for Yuanshin to be a justice enforcer. Yeah, fortune-telling and such are all scams. Doing this in a live broadcast might get the account banned, right? I agree with the person above. Superstition is not acceptable. Seeing that Li Chen didn't seem to be joking, many people in the live broadcast room started to worry. What everyone said above is correct. We should believe in science, strength, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, kindness. I remember you were the one who kept saying to believe in science, but none of your predictions were right. Alright, the one who believes in science, you said it well, don't say it again next time. Why can't we do fortune-telling live? I like watching these fortune-telling shows. Yuan Shin, don't listen to them, let's do fortune-telling, humph. Exactly, let's do it. Li Chen had already gone back upstairs. He placed his phone on the table. A few minutes later, he brought out a bunch of props from the room. Wow, these props look professional at first glance. Oh my, could it be true? Is Yuan Shin really a professional fortune teller? What about his previous skills in locksmithing, traditional Chinese medicine, songwriting, and pickpocketing? Are those all side jobs? The row of props left the audience in the live broadcast room stunned. Li Yuan picked up folding tables and chairs, robes, fans, hanging scrolls, and other props, and headed straight to the city bureau. Where is Yuan Shin going? The people in the live broadcast room looked at Li Chen in confusion, feeling that he seemed to be heading in the wrong direction. Shouldn't fortune-telling be done in the old street? Why is Yuan Shin heading towards the city center? To be honest, Yuan Shin has really good stamina, walking for so long without even panting. 20 minutes later, Li Chen was almost at the entrance of the city bureau. Wait, this direction seems a bit off. The city bureau is right ahead. Wow, Yuan Shin is really taking his fortune-telling tools to the city bureau. Could it be that he's going to surrender and hand over his tools for the crimes? Oh my, Yuan Shin's actions are really something. After verifying his identity, Li Chen walked into the courtyard under the surprised gaze of the guard. He then picked up his phone and called Han Xiaoxiao. As he waited, every passing police officer couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Underneath the building opposite Li Chen, Tang Jiaming, who had just finished the procedures, walked out of the office and immediately saw Li Chen. Just as he was excited to go up and greet him, a refreshing fragrance suddenly wafted by his side. Tang Jiaming couldn't help but take a deep breath. But then he saw Han Xiaoxiao running past him. Tang Jiaming, who was attracted by her beauty, completely forgot about Li Chen. Bro, the colleague who just ran past is so beautiful. Do you know her name and which department she's from? Tang Jiaming asked, looking at Han Xiaoxiao with a lingering fragrance in the air. She's from the Criminal Investigation Department. Her name is Han Xiaoxiao. She's our department's beauty. A nearby police officer explained to Tang Jiaming. Tang Jiaming's eyes lit up at the words. A beauty in the police department? Wow, what a coincidence. Isn't she the target he was preparing to make a move on? What a damn fate. It's really the right time to come, hee hee. In that moment, he suddenly understood what they meant by love comes too fast, like a tornado. He had just passed by her on his first day at work. This was just like the cliché scenes of male and female leads in TV dramas. Is it really like this? Is she destined to be the love of my life? Fate, it's indescribably wonderful. As Tang Jiaming thought about it, a happy smile unconsciously spread from his mouth to his ears. At that moment, he had already thought of a name for their child. Let's go. I'll take you to the Criminal Investigation Department to meet your new colleagues. A police officer patted Tang Jiaming on the shoulder. Bro, wait for me, I want to wait for my true love to go back together. Tang Jiaming smiled and stared at the beautiful figure running ahead. But 2 seconds later, he watched as Han Xiaoxiao eagerly ran up to his big brother Li Chen. What are you doing? Han Xiaoxiao handed the car keys to Li Chen, pointing at something on the ground with curiosity. Li Chen pointed at the screen showing the live broadcast towards the entrance. It's a live broadcast, it's a talent show prepared for the audience. Alright, then be safe, and if you feel tired, come home immediately, got it? Han Xiaoxiao looked at the phone screen, feeling a bit worried as she reminded him. Inside the live broadcast room, they couldn't see inside because the camera was facing the entrance, but they could hear Han Xiaoxiao's gentle reminder. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately started to speculate. Doesn't this voice sound like Chen Memem? Oh my god, is Yuan Shin outside with a dog? I'm going to leave a message under Chen Memem's account. Tang Jiaming watched this scene with a smile. His brilliant smile gradually froze. Brother, do they know each other? Tang Jiaming turned to the police officer who had reported to him and asked. Yes, they know each other. I heard from the propaganda department that they seem to be in a romantic relationship, but I'm not sure about the details. Anyway, their relationship is not shallow. Oh, so it's just a romantic relationship. What? Romantic relationship? Tang Jiaming was shocked, his mouth forming a perfect O. Yes, I'm not sure if it's true or not, but I only know that the policewoman cares a lot about him. Han Xiaoxiao was tidying up Li Chen's clothes. The police officers nearby looked envious. By the way, you just said you were waiting for your girlfriend? Where is she? No, I was just kidding. Actually, I'm waiting for my sister-in-law, hee. Tang Jiaming looked at his eldest brother with a complex gaze. The expression on his face was almost about to cry. Who really understands? One moment she was the destined one. The next moment she became a sister-in-law directly. Li Chen? What are you doing? Do you need help? After Han Xiaoxiao left, Li Chen was about to go to the parking lot. Deputy Director Su from the propaganda department, passing by, greeted him strangely. Deputy Director Su, it's nothing, I'm just borrowing Han Xiaoxiao's car. Li Chen replied with a smile. Oh, are you sure you're not here to hand over illegal tools? Deputy Director Su looked at the red and yellow flag under Li Chen's feet with the words Ancestral Fortune-Telling Secret Recipe. Li Chen noticed his strange look. He immediately protected his crime. Fortune-telling tool. This is my livelihood. You? Fortune-telling? Deputy Director Su stared in disbelief at Li Chen. Yes, life is not easy, I have to make money with my skills. Li Chen shook his head while sighing. The people in the live broadcast room found it amusing to see him pretending to be pitiful. Life is not easy, Yuan Shen sighed. With your lock-picking skills, can you still be short of money? Deputy Director Su, according to you, if I'm not short of money one day, then I'll be short of freedom. Li Chen made a sewing machine pedal motion. Deputy Director Su laughed and was about to leave. Suddenly, he turned back, smiled mischievously, and looked at the fortune-telling tool under Li Chen's feet. Why don't you give me a fortune-telling to see my fortune today? Li Chen smiled at Deputy Director Su, who was beaming. Deputy Director Su, today is a sign of good things happening. Today's events are almost certain, but if there are any accidents, they will be minor. Deputy Director Su laughed after hearing this. Alright, I'll take your good words. After passing Deputy Director Su, Li Chen went straight to the municipal police station parking lot. He found Han Xiaoxiao's red Mercedes-Benz and stuffed everything into the trunk. This day might involve changing several locations for the live broadcast. It's really inconvenient without a car. The people in the live broadcast room saw the obviously feminine red Mercedes-Benz and their eyes lit up. Oh my god, Yuan Shen, really? Have you already hooked up with a rich woman who just finished swiping at the carnival? We're still just talking, but Yuan Shen has already taken action and achieved some success. Yuan Shen is our role model. Your talent, I can't match. Li Chen looked at the chaotic barrage. He knew that explaining at this point would be useless, so he just ignored it. While driving, he went to Hu Lingyu's place and got a set of lightweight live broadcasting equipment that could be worn. Then he set off and wandered through several old streets. However, after consulting the management, he was rejected. I told you, in a big city like Haicheng, how can they allow feudal superstitions like fortune-telling to exist? Let it go, Yuan Shen. How about we livestream some other talents instead? It's really awkward to see this prop being taken out. After touching the ash twice, Li Yuan suddenly thought of a place. So he waved his hand. No, we agreed to livestream fortune-telling. How can a real man born between heaven and earth go back on his word? The audience in the livestream room felt a strong aura of a real man emanating from Li Chen. In the blink of an eye, they saw him sit in the car. The shiny Mercedes-Benz logo, a symbol of wealth and living off women, was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Damn, if I hadn't seen the Mercedes-Benz logo in front of you, I almost believed it. Who says living off women lacks integrity? Even if Yuan Shen lives off women, he is still domineering, the model of us men who live off women. Hail to our great Yuan Shen. Sigma men, the warriors among men. Li Chen drove straight to the same street market as last time. Although it was daytime, there were few people around. But fortune-telling doesn't depend on the number of people, only on the depth of fate. After entering from the rear lane, Li Chen drove straight to the back of the previous stall. There were only a few scattered stalls around. Oh my god, is Yuan Shen going to set up a stall? It's true, Yuan Shen has already parked and is getting things. I feel so awkward. Watching Li Chen quickly set up the fortune-telling stall and hang red and yellow flags, even putting on a Taoist robe for himself. The people in the live stream room couldn't bear to look directly at it. So embarrassing. If I were introverted, I would have started feeling awkward and inferior and wanted to find a hole to hide in. Although Yuan Shen's act is indeed somewhat convincing, it's still awkward in this place. The person above is wrong. A man cannot have both a Mercedes-Benz and inferiority at the same time. Sounds reasonable. But there are so few people at this time. Looking around, there were very few people on the whole street. And the people who come here are either locals or those who have been working here for a long time. It's not easy to deceive the tourists of the old street. As fans, pay attention to your words. Yuan Shen's fortune-telling is a family tradition. how can you say it's deceiving? Right, fortune-telling is all about talking nonsense. If it doesn't come true, it's not deceiving. Everyone should believe in science. I've been deceived by fortune-telling before, this time I stand with the science guy. Me too, the fortune-teller said my love life would be rough, with many karmic obstacles and late true love. But I've been out of college for 4 years and still single. I want to know where my karmic obstacles are. The live stream room was filled with comments about the bitterness of being fooled by fortune-tellers in the past. However, there were also opposing views. That's because you haven't met a reliable master. I had a fortune-telling in 3rd grade, and the fortune-teller was amazing. 20 years have passed, and everything he said is still accurate. Oh, is there really someone so accurate? What did he predict for you? Well, the master asked me right away, your dad is a man, your mom is a woman, right? I thought, damn, I've met a real master, so damn accurate. Later, the master said I would live to 30, my wife would be a woman, I would become a father, my dad would become a grandfather, and it all came true. That's really accurate, to predict that you with this intelligence will live to 30. The one above doesn't count, I'm the truly accurate one. When I was young, the fortune-teller said I would grow up to shovel manure, so I worked hard and finally succeeded in my studies. After graduating from a prestigious medical school with a master's degree in medicine, I became a proctologist. Damn this cursed fate, it's really damn accurate. Anyway, I believe Yuan Shen won't deceive people. You should believe in science. Li Chen spent a full hour and a half setting up the stall. Finally, he welcomed his first customer in life. But it seemed like he was looking for trouble. Ancestral fortune-telling, what era is it that you can still encounter fortune-tellers? A young person who hasn't studied well, can you predict the lottery drawn in the afternoon? A bald man in his 30s looked Li Chen in his stall up and down. Brother, today's financial luck is good. Of course it can be predicted. Li Chen put down his fan and smiled slightly. The man and the people in the live broadcast room were stunned. Entering the business mode, Yuan Shen really has a bit of a fairy-like appearance. Not bad, not bad. 10 years ago, I might have been fooled. Oh, what kind of algorithm? Unexpectedly, Li Chen really dared to agree. The man immediately became interested. The people in the live broadcast room were also surprised that Li Chen dared to agree. Isn't fortune-telling about predicting things like career, love, marriage, children, things that can only be verified after several years or even more than 10 years? Yes, Yuan Shen is really bold, daring to deceive like this. This big brother looks fierce. Isn't he afraid of getting beaten up? Maybe Yuan Shen doesn't plan to come back here again after this, so he dares to agree. May I ask your surname, brother? Li Chen asked casually while fanning himself. My surname is Zhu. The surname Zhu ranks 17th among the 100 surnames, so the first 2 digits of the lottery number are 17. Li Chen paused with the fan and said, What? The man's big head leaned closer, thinking he had misheard. Oh my, is Yuan Shen playing tricks like this? The audience in the live broadcast room was also puzzled. How old are you this year? Li Chen ignored the shock of the crowd and continued to ask. 33 years old. The bald man answered patiently. Then he added, if you can't predict accurately today, don't let me see you here again in the future, otherwise, every time I see you, I'll flip your stall. Li Chen seemed not to hear the threatening words behind him and nodded to himself. 33 belongs to the horse zodiac sign, which ranks 7th among the 12 zodiac signs. The 3rd and 4th digits are 3 and 7. How many people are there in your family? Including my parents, wife, and children, there are a total of 5 people. You look like a little white face. My father hates guys like you who flirt with young girls. The bald man continued to grumble. So the 5th digit is 5. How many times do you have sex with your wife on average per week? Li Chen asked, causing the bald man to pause for half a second. The people in the live broadcast room were also surprised by this question. Yuan Shen has a very bad attitude towards the big brother, deliberately, right? Ha. I think so, but seeing Yuan Shen talk nonsense so seriously, why do I feel like laughing? Oh no, look at that bald man. He seems like he's about to start a fight. Will Yuan Shen get beaten up on the first day of the live broadcast? If you can't predict accurately, it's not too late to come and flip my stall tonight or tomorrow. Seeing the bald man staring at him with a fierce look, Li Chen said calmly. 4 times. The bald man gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Well, then the 6th digit is 4. After getting married, how many times have you been caught wearing a green hat? When Li Chen asked this last question, the bald man's blood pressure and anger skyrocketed. Are you playing with me? The bald man slapped the table and was about to start a fight. The audience in the live broadcast room was also startled. Many people had already opened the dial pad, ready to dial 110, but Li Chen remained calm and composed. You have answered 6 questions already. if you don't answer this last one, wouldn't it all be in vain? Perhaps being intimidated by Li Chen's calm demeanor, or maybe afraid of getting into trouble, the bald man ultimately did not start a fight. With a fierce look, he glared at Li Yuan, dropped a 0 and then turned and left. So the last number is 0, brother, you're lucky with money today, don't forget to go claim your prize. Li Chen shouted with a smile towards his back. Brother, you will encounter a bloody disaster today, but meeting me counts as lucky for you. Damn, it was really thrilling. If I had acted just now, I don't know if Yuanchan could handle it. The last question was too sharp. If it were me, I would definitely be angry too. Yuanchan, be more careful, don't end up in the hospital on your first day of live streaming, he'll end up in jail. Apart from the barrage worrying about Li Chen, many people consciously started sending him gifts. After all, their Yuanchan was really live streaming for them with his life. Watching the small gifts continuously floating in the live stream room, Li Chen's mouth never stopped smiling. This damn feeling of getting something for nothing. It will ruin a young person full of dreams and aspirations. This evil smell of copper. But, it's ruining young people with dreams and aspirations. What does it have to do with me, Li Chen? Li Chen fanned himself, leaning back in his chair. Another day of reaping rewards. This feeling is truly wonderful. About an hour later, someone suddenly shouted in the live stream room, "The rich lady is here again." Li Chen took a look, and sure enough, Bangi had turned into a summer lemon. He slowly straightened up, opened Bangi's profile. The avatar was a cute doll covering half of its eye with its hand. The background was a street scene. No works published. Likes and followers are visible only to the user. Before leaving, Li Chen casually clicked to follow. And at this moment, a customer came to his fortune-telling booth again. It was a decent-looking woman in her late 20s. The key point was the woman's turbulent waves. The woman came up and dragged a chair from the side to sit in front of Li Chen. Damn, this woman has a sign of great misfortune. Li Chen looked at the barrage in the live stream room. Then he glanced at the woman's leaning body and her turbulent waves. He muttered to himself, indeed a sign of great misfortune. Looking at the imminent waves that were about to burst forth, the viewers in the live stream room started to get excited again. Don't be fooled by this woman's appearance, she's actually not small at all. Why did the barrage suddenly decrease so much? Where did everyone go? Check in, everyone raise your hands. Type with both hands to prove your innocence. Ha! The woman across from him was instantly panicked by Li Chen's words. Master, do I really have a sign of great misfortune on me? Seeing that it didn't seem like a fake expression, Li Chen was speechless. Miss, what do you want to know? I want to know about my marriage fate. The big woman spoke with anticipation. Put your hand on the table. Li Chen tapped the table. The big woman immediately placed her palm on the table. After looking at it for a while, Li Chen shook his head repeatedly. Miss, the place where you work is not suitable for seeking marriage fate. Your marriage line has almost been worn out by karmic fate. Then he raised his head. His gaze collided with the deep and unknown abyss. But miss, your career line is deep and endless, very suitable for your current job. How about I take a look at your career line? Looking at the deep abyss. The career line. The audience in the live stream room said that it was really accurate. Just as Li Chen finished speaking, a carnival special effect suddenly floated in the live stream room. Damn, the rich lady is back. Does the rich lady mind having another boyfriend besides Yuanchan? Li Chen also saw the live stream screen. Suddenly feeling something was off but couldn't quite put his finger on it. A fortune teller cannot predict for themselves. Otherwise, they would have given themselves a reading. Master, I just want to know about my marriage fate. I don't really want to continue with this job. The big woman shook her head. Her waves in front swayed with the rhythm, causing the hearts of the viewers in the live stream room to flutter. The girl is afraid of entanglement with doomed fate. Recently, there is another young man who was impressed by your skills and wants to marry the technique, right? Yes, master, you are really accurate. Yesterday, a 19-year-old boy in the company brought flowers to confess to me, with colleagues and massage customers watching. Big Bear Maisie's eyes shone as she looked at Li Chen. I want to ask if it will be okay if I end up with him in the future. At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded again. What's going on? Oh my, this girl is a technician? Damn, forgive my ignorance, but Yuanchan, can you help me ask a friend where the girl works? Brothers, don't misunderstand, I'm really asking for a friend. Brother, I understand you, because I also have a friend who wants to know. Wait, don't you ask if it's a massage or a martial arts massage first? As soon as they heard about Big Bear Maisie's profession, the viewers in the live broadcast room became even more unrestrained. But, that boy who confessed is really bold. He got his driver's license and even wanted to drive the instructor's car straight home? How can this be allowed? That boy is too selfish. If he takes the instructor's car home, how will others practice driving? There is true love in the world, and technicians also deserve to have love. Girl, since it's a doomed fate, naturally there won't be any results. Li Yuan shook his head at Big Bear Maisie. Is that so? What should I do then? Am I destined to be lonely for the rest of my life? The expression in Big Bear Maisie's eyes dimmed. Li Chen lightly waved his fan upon seeing this. The marriage destined for you is far away but also close at hand. Ha! Big Bear Maisie was puzzled. The audience in the live broadcast room was also puzzled. Damn, Yuanshan wouldn't be talking about himself, would he? Wow, truly worthy of Yuanshan. Master, you're not talking about. Big Bear Maisie looked around, and finally her gaze fell on Li Chen. Don't misunderstand. Have visitors from your hometown recently? Li Chen had a black line on his face. Yes, my uncle's child visited. Big Bear Maisie nodded. You haven't been back to your hometown for a long time, right? If you really don't want to do this job anymore, you might as well go back to your hometown, and your destined marriage is right in front of you. After Li Chen finished speaking, Big Bear Maisie lowered her head into contemplation. Wait a minute, why does this plot feel so familiar? Are you trying to say that a fallen woman returns to her hometown to find an honest man to take over? Damn, being spun around by Yuanshan like this, it seems like that's the case. Master, I understand now. Actually, all the girls around me are just like you said, but I wanted to give it one last try. Big Bear Maisie raised her head, her eyes much clearer. Understood, what they are attracted to is your skills and service. Thank you, Master, I will resign and return to my hometown in 2 months. Big Bear Maisie slowly stood up. The inadvertent exposure of her assets made the viewers in the live broadcast room dazzled once again. Master, how much for a reading? Big Bear Maisie picked up her phone to scan the code. AI, meeting is fate. Let's not talk about money, let's talk about fate. Li Chen waved his hand. Oh, then Master, how much? 30. Okay, Master, I've scanned it to you. The people in the live broadcast room were speechless. But, didn't you notice? Yuanshan's reading for Big Bear Technician was quite accurate, right? Don't say, I just overlooked it, but now that you mention it, it's true. What's going on? Could it be that Yuanshan really can predict? But why didn't Yuanshan ask more questions? He calculated for Big Bear Technician too quickly. It's a pity we didn't get to see more of the assets. Do you want to see my brother's assets? Hey, little black boy, finally showing your true colors. Brothers, we must believe in science. Reluctantly watching the departure of Big Bear's sister, it was already noon. The pedestrians and stalls on the street gradually increased. Just as Li Chen was preparing to buy lunch, a somewhat familiar voice came from the side. Little brother selling sexy lingerie. I saw the big brother who sold fruit last time driving his cool convertible three-wheeler and drifting stylishly. He parked the car straight next to Li Chen. Big brother. Li Chen greeted with a smile. Oh my, is it really you? Didn't you go to repair sewing machines? How come you're out so soon? The fruit-selling big brother looked at Li Chen with surprise. What? Yuanshan has sold sexy lingerie before? And repaired sewing machines? How many secrets does Yuanshan still have that are unknown? I can understand repairing sewing machines, but setting up a stall to sell sexy lingerie, what's going on? Is Yuanshan living so extravagantly? Big brother, you're out so early. Li Chen chuckled, without explaining. After all, who hasn't had a past that they'd rather forget? Just finished lunch, it's not early, the kids at home are still waiting for milk money. The fruit-selling big brother got off the car. Suddenly, he saw the banner slogan next to Li Chen. Little brother, why aren't you selling sexy lingerie? Did you switch to fortune-telling? The fruit-selling big brother didn't show too much surprise. People like them who live on the road all year round have seen all kinds of oddities. He has even seen a young girl selling herself to bury her father. Life is hard, I have to make a living. Li Chen shook his fan. He ordered a box lunch with 1 meat and 2 vegetables from the ladies selling boxed meals across the street. While eating, he leisurely watched the big brother supporting the fruit stall. Big brother, why are you selling cucumbers at your fruit stall today? This morning, I heard from a fellow vendor that the weather has been hot and people are irritable. Cucumbers can be eaten, used, and even used as a face mask. I'm trying to sell them. Want one? The fruit-selling big brother picked up a large, straight cucumber with thorns. Li Chen quickly shook his head. No, I'll pass, let it go to someone who's destined for it. Just as Li Chen refused, a woman in her late 20s passed by, staring blankly at the cucumber in the big brother's hand. Suddenly, her face turned red. Big brother, how much is this cucumber? Li Chen quickly finished his meal. Most of the viewers in the live broadcast had gone to eat. He leaned back on his chair and took a nap, until the bustling noise woke him up. Looking around, there were already many people in stalls. The girl next door who sold clothes was hanging women's clothes on the rack. "Miss, the quality of the lingerie from last time was good, right?" Li Chen stretched lazily and looked at the girl next door. The girl's hand holding the clothes trembled slightly. Her face turned red, and her eyes darted around as if she were looking for something. It's good." Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. As a seller, positive feedback from buyers is the greatest affirmation for him. Oh my, Yuanshan is still bold, flirting with the girl right after waking up. The rich lady is still in the live broadcast room. Yuanshan, you should watch your words and actions. However, Li Chen completely ignored the barrage. He continued to face the girl next door. If it doesn't fit well or you're not satisfied with the fit, you can return or exchange it within 7 days. The key is that the customer is God. No need, it fits me well. The girl looked at Li Chen fearfully, silently moving her position to the side. That's good then. Li Chen smiled and turned back. But he saw a young man in his 20s standing in front of the stall. "Young man, do you do fortune telling?" Li Chen quickly put away his smile and picked up his feather fan. He quickly transformed into a dignified and professional appearance. "Master, I want to know the fortune of my journey." The man looked serious, even determined. "Oh my, with that expression, checking your fortune, are you planning to rob a bank or something? Even if it's not robbing a bank, it must be engaging in illegal activities, just report it to the police." Who said fortune telling must involve illegal activities? Maybe it's because their profession is more dangerous? Yes, I used to have a friend who worked as a water ghost. Before going to the construction site, he always had to consult a fortune teller. Li Chen casually glanced at his waist. He then carefully observed the man in front of him, who was trying to hide his guilt and nervousness with a determined look. "Just came out from inside, right?" Li Chen spoke calmly. The man opposite him's face instantly changed at the words. "Damn, Yuanshan guessed it again?" Judging by the man's expression, it was clear that Li Chen had hit the mark again. The people in the live broadcast room were no longer calm. "Stay calm, with Yuanshan's extraordinary skills, going in and out of there is like going home, right? How could he not recognize a family member encountered outside? How do you know?" The man opposite Li Chen was taken aback by Li Chen's first words. He immediately put away his contempt and pulled a chair from the side to sit down. Li Chen did not answer his question, but smiled at him. "Do you feel unjustly treated going in there?" The young man looked at Li Chen in disbelief again, then stared at him as if he had found a savior. "Master, I am really innocent, but they don't believe me." "Don't worry, take your time, you will go back in later anyway." Seeing his emotions getting a bit agitated, Li Chen tapped the table with his fan. "Master, my profession is a plumber. Last week, while unclogging a drain for a family, I was suddenly beaten by their family members and accused of being a thief." The young man automatically ignored the latter half of the sentence. After calming down, he slowly began to tell his story. When he finished, the live broadcast room burst into laughter. "Is this drain a legitimate one?" Li Chen looked at him with a slight smile as he avoided eye contact. "If you lie to me, our fate will be over." The young man looked up at Li Chen and fell into silence after a moment. Half a minute later, the young man suddenly looked up at Li Chen with a determined gaze. "Master, do you believe in love?" Li Chen shook his fan in response to the question. The young man continued speaking on his own. 6 months ago, when I first went to her house to unclog the drain, I knew from the moment I saw her that I was in love, but our love has never received her family's blessing, and our relationship has always had to be kept hidden. Sometimes I hide in the closet, sometimes behind the curtains." The young man paused at this point. The people in the live broadcast room were no longer calm. "Wow, this drain, really not a legitimate one. Good lad, showing the spirit I had back then. Even if not blessed by family, you should bravely stay together." The young man is indeed wronged, risking everything for love, but being mistaken for a home intruder. "Young man, keep going, don't do anything foolish, you deserve a better love." Li Chen glanced at the barrage, then tapped the table with his fan, signaling to continue. The young man's face showed a hint of excitement. "But master, do you know? The look of loving someone really can't be hidden, like the last time I hid under her bed, but was eventually discovered by her husband." The live broadcast room was filled with puzzled faces and question marks. "Damn, this guy's family he's talking about, is it the woman's husband? Alright, you, making adultery sound so fresh and elegant. Okay, I just said you were wronged, and now you turn around and hit me with this. No, I feel like this can't all be blamed on the young man. After all, who can resist the charm of a mature woman? My friend Chow wants to ask everyone, do you need a certificate to unclog the drain? No, you just need a body that can withstand a beating. Master, I'm going to find that couple and demand an explanation. Can you help me calculate whether it's their end or mine today?" The young man leaned forward, eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Li Chen. Damn, the couple should describe themselves, right? Unbelievable, how did Yuan Shin encounter such a weirdo for fortune-telling? Indeed, in this day and age, who takes fortune-telling seriously? Although it's weird, this kind of live broadcast is quite fun, much more entertaining than other live streams. Li Chen calmly glanced at the time. Young man, the person you're looking for is not home today. Okay, master, I trust you, I'll come back tomorrow. Without saying a word, the man stood up to leave. Li Chen sighed and immediately stopped him. This kid is trying to skip out on the bill. The people in the live stream immediately became unhappy. Master, my phone is out of money, I'll go upstairs to get some, about 5 minutes. The young man turned around to explain. Li Chen glanced at the time and felt it was okay, so he nodded. You probably won't escape with your silver bracelet today, remember to come on time to pick it up. What is a silver bracelet? A simple question popped up in the live stream. Silver handcuffs, bro. Just as the young man was about to leave, a familiar figure suddenly ran over, panting heavily. Master, I won the lottery. Li Chen looked towards the bald man who had calculated the lottery numbers in the morning. The people in the live stream also saw him excitedly holding a lottery ticket and running towards them. They were all shocked. What? What did the bald guy say? Did the lottery really win? Impossible, this morning Yuan Shin clearly spouted a bunch of random numbers, how could it win? It must be fake, that bald guy probably came over all aggressive to stir things up, afraid that Yuan Shin would see him and ran away. So he deliberately shouted to keep Yuan Shin stable. Damn, Yuan Shin should hurry up and run. Yuan Shin, run quickly, that bald guy looks like trouble, you might lose out if you fight. For a moment, almost everyone in the live stream was urging Li Chen to run away quickly. Not a single person believed that the string of lottery numbers had actually won. It's okay, I said he would have good luck with money today. Li Chen glanced at the barrage and replied. The confidence in his eyes almost made the people in the live stream believe that the random numbers he reported could actually win a prize. Oh no, Yuan Shin is too confident, this time he might really mess up. Master, I won. The bald man ran over, his face covered in sweat. All eyes were drawn to him. But when he reached the booth, the bald man took a few deep breaths and his originally excited face showed a complex expression of not knowing whether to be happy or sad. The first 5 numbers on the lottery ticket are correct, I won the third prize, 10,000 yuan. After catching his breath, the bald man said with a complicated expression. The live stream was no longer calm. Oh my god, he really won? Who can check the winning numbers for this draw and share them? The winning numbers for this draw are 173, 7518. Yuan Shin's prediction was 173, 7540. Wow, is this some kind of mysticism? How could he guess 5 numbers correctly? It's a good thing it's only 5 numbers, otherwise I would really believe that Yuan Shin can predict the future. Thank goodness, Yuan Shin doesn't have to get beaten up. Yuan Shin said he would have good luck with money today, and it's true, he randomly spouted a string of numbers and still won. This shows that Yuan Shin's predictions are somewhat accurate. But what's with his expression like a pig's liver? Even though it's not a big prize, it's still 10,000 yuan, how many bricks do I have to carry? Master, I was wrong. At this moment, the bald man suddenly knelt down in front of Li Chen without any warning. Winning $10,000, Yuan God kneels down. This is a good example of repaying kindness. Seeing the bald man suddenly burst into tears, the people in the live broadcast room were moved. In this era where even helping an old lady requires fear and anxiety, it is rare to see someone with such a grateful heart. But the next words from the bald man left everyone in the live broadcast room stunned. Master, I was really wrong. In fact, my wife and I only have sex once a week on average, and I caught her 8 times cheating on me. The bald man knelt on the ground, holding his head and crying in pain. Wait a minute, let me review the questions Yuan God asked. Sex life is the 6th question, the correct answer should be 1, and the green hat is the last question, the correct answer should be 8. So the correct number based on the questions asked by Yuan God should be 173, 7518, right? So what is the winning number for this round? The winning number for this round is 173, 7518. Silence, a deathly silence. Only a few new viewers in the live broadcast room were curious. Why are there so few bullet comments in the live chat with tens of thousands of people? Are these few bullet comments all from the bots the host bot? A newcomer who had just entered the live broadcast room couldn't help but ask. Damn it, Yuan God hit the jackpot, damn. Don't panic, hold on, it's impossible. What were the questions Yuan God asked? Let me calculate again. Stop calculating, Yuan God really got the jackpot right? What do you think everyone was doing during that silence just now? I've watched the recording several times, and I've calculated it 7 or 8 times already. Damn it, I've already spoken. So, I witnessed the birth of a jackpot and missed it. What should I say at this moment? You on God, please help me calculate the next lottery winning numbers. The live broadcast room was completely crazy this time. In an instant, the bullet comments that were cold and sparse just now surged and filled the entire screen. Did I just poke the hornet's nest of bullet comments? The newcomer who had just spoken was trembling with fear. Brothers, we must believe in science, right? Master, can you help me calculate again? The winning numbers for the next lottery, I promise I won't lie this time. The bald man fell to his knees with a crumpled lottery ticket under Li Chen's stall. He cried and regretted losing 5 million, like a 200-pound child, occasionally slapping himself. Wow, are fortune tellers so dedicated now? Are the actors they hire so professional? Now even fortune tellers are so intense, why shouldn't we work hard? The exaggerated appearance of the bald man made the surrounding passers-by marvel. That's the jackpot of tens of millions. If it were me, I would be even more exaggerated than him. More than that, if it were me, I might not be able to bear the blow and die on the spot. The people in the live broadcast room went from shock to acceptance. They began to sympathize with the bald man from their own perspectives. Master, is it possible? The bald man looked at Li Chen, about to stand up. But he heard an angry shout behind him. You scoundrel! Everyone looked behind the bald man. It was the young man who had just finished the fortune-telling and went to get the money. At this moment, he had a look of anger on his face, staring fiercely at the bald man. When the bald man turned around and saw him, his eyes also seemed to spew fire. It's you! You scoundrel! Damn, do these two know each other? Oh my god, what's going on now? My CPU is starting to overheat. Watching Yuan God's live broadcast really makes you use your brain. Holy cow, I need to figure this out. One of them was cheated on, and the other cheated on someone else. Damn, so that kid was cheated on by this bald man, and he's looking for the bald man? My goodness, it's a complete loop from start to finish. I can't take it anymore, I need a break. Watching Yuanshan's livestream is too exciting, more stimulating than all my experiences in the past 20 years. In just half a day, the excitement of the livestream made the audience feel like they had gone through several years. And at this moment, the emotionally charged young man suddenly pulled out a shiny kitchen knife from his waist. The people around immediately gasped at the sight. Yuanshan, run! Even the viewers in the livestream were startled. Li Chen helplessly shook his head and looked at the bald man. If you don't want to see blood, come behind me. The bald man, also frightened, quickly ran behind Li Chen. The young man walked up to the stall but put away the knife. He took out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket. I won't use the knife in front of the master. If you have the guts, don't be a coward. Come out and face me, one-on-one. The young man handed the bill to Li Chen. Sorry, master, this is the money from the previous fortune-telling. I haven't come to you yet, and you have the nerve to come to me. Do you still want to harm me? The bald man glanced at the hand holding the knife behind him. Although angry, he dared not make any rash moves. Damn, you mess with someone's wife and want to harm them? Is there any justice in the world for this? The guys in the live stream couldn't stay calm. It was your wife who seduced me first. I didn't know she had a husband at the beginning. She deceived me emotionally, then called the police on me, causing me to lose my job, and now my relatives and friends look down on me. What did I do wrong? The young man wanted to raise the knife, but seeing Li Chen, he immediately restrained himself. I believe in fate. I won't lay a hand in front of the master. If you have the guts, hide for a lifetime. The young man pointed at the bald man, his tone full of sorrow and grievance. He seems to have a point. He just made a mistake that all men in the world would make. Setting aside the facts, shouldn't the blame be on that woman? He's just a naive young man deceived by a seductive woman. But I also want to be deceived by a seductive woman. Suddenly, the public opinion in the live stream started to shift again. Li Chen still maintained a dignified appearance, listening to the gossip between the two and reading the barrage. That woman is despicable. Not only did she cheat on her husband, but she also ruined a young man who believed in love. Fortunately, we post 00s never believed in love. Our motto is no house, no car, no woman. What will happen when we get old? I can only say, use my ashes to plaster the wall. I'm also a post 00. I'm quite introverted. Can you not plaster me outside? Then you are indeed very introverted. Please plaster me in the home of the high school head teacher. Let him see if mud can be plastered on the wall. The barrage gradually became absurd. You're both not wrong. Blame it on your fate of encountering women. Li Chen shook his fan. His words left everyone speechless. What is this? I've heard of encountering villains, encountering evil spirits, encountering the Grand Duke, but encountering women for the first time? Is it about encountering peach blossoms in fate? No, it's different. Encountering peach blossoms in fate means having good opposite-sex relationships and romantic entanglements, which clearly doesn't apply to them. Unlike the chatter in the live stream, the bald man and the young man fell into contemplation after hearing Li Chen's words. So that's it, no wonder my first and second wives ran off with my money, and the third and current wife cheated on me. The bald man muttered to himself. No wonder, I only wanted a pure love, but every woman I met just wanted to play with my body. The young man suddenly realized. So in every relationship with a woman, it's only you who gets hurt. Li Chen continued. Master, what should we do? Is there a solution? The two almost simultaneously asked. Li Chen waved towards the young man. Give me your knife first. The young man glanced at the bald man. After hesitating for a moment, he respectfully handed the knife to Li Chen. The bald man straightened up at the sight, even glaring back at the young man. What are you looking at? If it weren't for that woman seducing you, would you even have a chance to hold a knife? I would have chopped you on the spot. The bald man slowly walked out from behind Li Chen. I'm not unreasonable, but the fault lies with that woman in this matter. However, you are not entirely blameless. Going in for 7 days is not too unjust. I can't believe we're still discussing reason in this situation. This bald brother is a real man. So rational, so reasonable, truly, I am moved to tears. Brother's level is too high. If it were me in this situation, he would be in the hospital, and I would be in jail. Great brother, does he have a social media account? I must follow him. Such magnanimity surely belongs to someone who will achieve great things. I want to know the brother's address, don't misunderstand, I just want to show some appreciation. The person upstairs, are you trying to give the brother a green hat? But the brother is indeed a real man, not everyone can do what he did. Faced with the tall and burly bald man, the young man instantly lost his fierce demeanor. Master, how do we solve this? I can't be like this every time I get married, can I? Seeing the young man falter, the bald man no longer pressed on, turning to look at Li Chen. Your problem is easy to solve, Li Chen said leisurely. After getting married so many times, haven't you had enough? The bald man was stunned at the words. Master, are you saying I can't touch women anymore in the future? The bald man asked weakly. I can't believe it, this is too much. Master is too harsh, forbidding desires for a lifetime right from the start. It's nothing, with technology so advanced now, there are all kinds of substitutes, even Catwoman robots are being produced. That's true, even the five-finger girl has retired, and now the silicone used in sex dolls is approaching a real human touch. However, Li Chen shook his head. Not getting married doesn't mean you can't touch women. Wealth is in your destiny. Li Chen pointed to the lottery ticket in his hand, saying meaningfully. It was as if he was saying, do you understand what I mean? But the bald man clearly did not understand Li Chen's meaning. His thoughts and reactions returned to the missed opportunity of winning $1 million. So sorrow rose in his heart. Just as he was about to start performing again, Li Chen quickly stopped him. I said you will have good luck today, and I have changed your fortune in the simplest way. You can work hard in other ways to earn this money, but it doesn't mean you will earn $1 million. Without the luck of $1 million, even if I tell you the lottery numbers, for some reason you won't buy that ticket, and you probably won't even have this 1,000, no matter how hard you try. In other words, if you didn't have this luck today, I wouldn't be able to calculate the lottery numbers. Li Chen's words were like a wake-up call, making the bald man quickly fall silent. Many in the live audience also felt the same way. I think I understand the master's meaning. Effort is important in one's achievements in life, but fate and luck are even more crucial. I have had several experiences where I narrowly missed my destiny at critical moments. Many people spend their whole lives pursuing something, while others get it with just a flick of a finger. The same effort, but different results for different people. I get it now, occasionally making an effort is enough. Being mediocre is the norm. Stop talking, today everyone here has missed out on $1 million, sob. Master, what should I do now? The bald man obviously understood, but he hadn't fully grasped it yet. The master's point is that you won't lack money in the future. He's telling you to divide the property and include the mistress. Does the master really need to say such things himself? Fool! The young man couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at him. The bald man suddenly realized. Damn, that's right. If you have money, why get married? With money, all the women outside are gentle and obedient. Much better than the tigress at home. Master, I have awakened. In the colorful world, here comes the master. I knew that Big Brother is someone who does big things. Does Big Brother need a little brother? To be honest, Big Brother's luck is so good that he can win 10,000 just by buying a lottery ticket. I admire him. Heaven is fair. Big Brother exchanged his marriage fate for good luck. He can't get married for a lifetime without true love, but in exchange, he can win 10,000 just by buying a lottery ticket. Are you willing? As for you, stop your habit of falling in love at first sight. Allocate some of your mental enjoyment to physical pleasure. Li Chen looked at the young man. By now, the two had already lost their previous hostility, no longer ready to fight at the drop of a hat. They even wanted to bid farewell before leaving. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again, host's merit +1. Although it's unclear how this merit can be used, it seems quite useful. However, before the bald man and the others could take a few steps, the police and urban management officers, who had been alerted, arrived at the scene where someone was wielding a knife. After being identified by enthusiastic onlookers, the young man was once again handcuffed. He also took the kitchen knife from Li Chen. Watching the young man being taken away, the live broadcast room sighed. Damn, the prophecy of the silver handcuffs has now come true. Yuan Shen is indeed Yuan Shen, casually preventing a bloodshed incident. Alright, the debate in the live broadcast room about whether Yuan Shen can really tell fortunes finally has a conclusion. I would like to ask, is Science Brother okay now? Not good. Science Brother angrily left the live broadcast room. Young man, it's been a few days. Your eloquence is as stable as ever. You managed to fool that person into going in. The big brother selling fruits next to Li Chen gave him a thumbs up. Then he pointed to the two urban management officers who had returned after seeing off the police. But have you completed all the necessary procedures for your stall license? I heard it takes a week to process now. Only then did Li Chen remember that he hadn't obtained the license. What a forgetful mind. The people in the live broadcast room saw Li Chen suddenly wake up in shock. They immediately guessed that he was operating without a license. Oh no, Yuan Shen is in trouble this time. I heard that the enforcement here is very strict. Without a license, they will confiscate tools and illegal gains on the spot. Yuan Shen is really in trouble this time. I've seen the urban management officers on this street, and they are ruthless. Look at Yuan Shen, he's really anxious. This time he's really preparing to run away. Seeing Li Chen frantically packing up his things, the live broadcast room erupted in joy. Yuan Shen finally has a taste of defeat. However, when the two urban management officers approached the stall, they casually glanced at Li Chen and their pupils immediately contracted. Oh, you look first. I suddenly have a stomachache. I'll go to the restroom. One of the urban management officers suddenly bent over, clutching his stomach. The other officer was stunned at the sight. He immediately followed suit, clutching his own stomach. Oh, I feel the same. My stomach suddenly hurts too. Could it be that the food at the cafeteria wasn't clean at lunch? It's possible. Let's go back and report to the leader later. The cafeteria needs to be rectified. The two of them, still clutching their stomachs, spoke as they quickly ran away. Wow, as soon as they checked on Yuan Shen, they suddenly got stomachaches? It's still painful when two people are together. This is too fake. I clearly saw him walking towards Yuan Shen. Could it be that besides fortune-telling, Yuan Shen can also curse people from a distance? Is there a possibility that they are afraid of Yuan Shen? Li Chen also saw the two clearly. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Aren't they the same two who deliberately made things difficult for him in the Urban Management Brigade office last time? Little brother, do you know them? The fruit seller brother leaned over and asked quietly. I've seen them once, but we're not close. Li Chen smiled. He didn't rush to leave this time, preparing to get a permit later. Really? The fruit seller brother was a bit skeptical. The girl selling clothes next to him also looked at him strangely. The usually stern urban management suddenly showed a different side today. But when they remembered that Li Chen had his money and tools confiscated by the urban management last time, they immediately dismissed their thoughts. Maybe this time he was just lucky, and the urban management happened to have stomach problems. If he really had connections, he wouldn't have been driven away last time. Why don't you run now while you can? When they come back, you'll be in the same situation as last time, unable to escape. Seeing Li Chen sitting down leisurely again, the fruit seller brother couldn't help but remind him. No rush, there's no one at this stall anyway, Li Chen said, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes. The scene of his money and tools being confiscated last time was still vivid in his mind. The fruit seller brother gave him a thumbs up in admiration. After a while, the two urban management officers who had just left due to stomach pain suddenly returned. They walked straight towards the side without looking around. While everyone around was sweating for Li Chen, the two urban management officers suddenly showed warm smiles on their faces. Hey, Li Ge, nice to see you again. We offended you last time. The two urban management officers warmly held Li Chen's hand, leaving the surrounding people stunned. This is your stall permit. We actually processed it for you last time, but you never came to pick it up. Luckily we ran into you today, so we brought it to you. When the two urban management officers handed the permit to Li Chen, he happily accepted it. This saved him a lot of time wasted on excuses. The fruit seller brother next to him couldn't stay calm anymore. "You said you didn't know them, what's going on now?" The girl selling clothes next door suddenly moved her stall closer for no apparent reason. As the evening approached, the surroundings gradually became lively. Li Chen's particularly eye-catching fortune-telling stall attracted a lot of attention. Although most people just glanced quickly and left in a hurry, there were still a few curious ones who couldn't resist getting their fortunes told. By the time Han Xiaoxiao finished work, Li Chen had earned 300 yuan from fortune-telling today. Coupled with thousands in tips from the livestream, his income for the day was already enough to match someone else's monthly income. "Little brother, why are you leaving?" Now is when the crowd starts to grow. The fruit seller brother looked at Li Chen in amazement as he started packing up. "No, I'm used to slacking off. I've made 300 today, that's enough." Li Chen waved his hand. He bid farewell to the fruit seller brother and the girl selling clothes, then picked up his tools and headed towards the parking lot. Brothers and sisters, boys and girls, that's it for today's livestream. See you tomorrow at the same time. After entering the municipal bureau, Li Chen turned off the livestream directly. A few minutes later, Han Xiaoxiao appeared in his sight, now no longer in her police uniform. She was wearing a white-fitted t-shirt on top, outlining her soft and slender waist that made hearts race at a glance. Below, she wore a light yellow skirt, showcasing her long and shapely thighs that gleamed white and made it impossible to look away. When she saw Li Chen from afar, her steps unconsciously quickened. Finally, she started running towards him directly. A head of naturally slightly curly black hair jumping in the wind, the whole person is stunningly beautiful. Hot female police flower, who the hell wouldn't be mesmerized by her? Han Xiaoxiao got into the car. Li Chen's eyes also followed those snow-white smooth thighs back into the car. "Staring at my thighs all the time, are you polite?" Han Xiaoxiao's face turned slightly red as she unconsciously placed the bag that was supposed to be on her thighs by her side. Li Chen cleared his throat, but he did not immediately retract his gaze. Although impolite, due to instinct, people's hearts always tend towards beautiful things. The sun leaves a lingering light. At this moment, not looking a few more times would make me seem ignorant of charm, and my heart is not open enough. Have you seen enough? I'm hungry. Han Xiaoxiao gave Li Chen a disdainful look. Li Chen reluctantly withdrew his gaze, and the two returned downstairs. Chen Momo, carrying large and small bags, had been waiting downstairs for a long time. The moment Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo locked eyes, Li Chen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. "Thick-skinned," Han Xiaoxiao muttered discontentedly, but she did not refuse Chen Momo from entering. Dinner ended in a strange atmosphere, but the surprise was that in just 2 meals, Chen Momo's favorability rating had reached 85. He swore he had done almost nothing except cooking. Looking at the rewards on the system panel, Master of Corpse Driving, Master of Corpse Salvaging, Master of Corpse Stitching, Master of Embalming, and some items suddenly appeared in the system space. Daoist Robe, Peachwood Sword, Yellow Talisman, Cinnabar, Copper Coins, Black Dog Blood, and so on. If it weren't for Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo still there, Li Chen would have almost lost his composure. What the hell? What kind of underworld skills are these? Street stalls, lock picking, those down-to-earth skills are fine. Now there's this death stuff. What's the meaning of these underworld things? What's wrong? You don't look too good. Han Xiaoxiao added some leeks to Li Chen's already full bowl. Why do you keep adding leeks to his bowl? Chen Momo frowned and glanced back and forth between the two. Because I don't close the door when I sleep. What about it? Does it bother you? Han Xiaoxiao turned her head and gave Chen Momo a big smile. Han Xiaoxiao not only doesn't close the door when she sleeps, but even the clothes she wears at home are becoming bolder. Sometimes she pretends to accidentally drop something, deliberately bending down in front of Li Chen to reveal a breathtaking view. The moon is really bright tonight. Li Chen looked at the beautiful figure in the bedroom and quietly closed the door for her. He didn't know if he could resist it. The next day, Li Chen sent Han Xiaoxiao to the city bureau and started the live broadcast as scheduled. Starting a new day of making money. The moment he clicked on the live broadcast button, hundreds of people flooded into the live broadcast room. Yuanshan is finally live. Are we getting our fortunes told today? In less than 5 minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room had reached thousands. Obviously, the fortune-telling live broadcast by Li Chen yesterday was very effective. He directly gained a large number of loyal live broadcast fans. After driving out of the city bureau, Li Chen was pondering where to go to set up his stall when the system's voice suddenly sounded. Merit points exchange for lifespan has been opened for the host. The host can exchange 1 point of merit for 1 day of lifespan for every 1,000 yuan earned using professional skills. Each point of merit can be exchanged for 1 day of lifespan for the host. Merit points for lifespan? Li Chen was instantly excited after hearing this. Damn, the handsome guy is finally getting things done? He now has 1002 merit points, which is 1002 days of lifespan. 1000 yuan equals 1 point of merit equals 1 day of lifespan. It sounds quite cost-effective, doesn't it? And for someone like him with a terminal illness, lifespan is his life. And even if he doesn't have a terminal illness, who would complain about having a long life? Longevity and health have always been the ultimate pursuit of humanity from ancient times to the present. The idea of buying life with money is something that many dare not even think about. Just think about how many billionaires spend tens or hundreds of billions researching ways to prolong life. There are even top billionaires enduring torture by undergoing whole-body blood transfusions and organ transplants just to extend their lives by even a year. But soon, Li Chen calmed down because the system of the betting dog had set conditions. This money could only be earned through skills. Tong Zi, does the money from live streaming donations count? Li Chen asked. When exchanging the rewards obtained from live streaming for merit points, it is exchanged at 1/10, and there is a cooldown period for exchanging the money earned through skills for merit points. Money earned today from skills that were already used yesterday cannot be exchanged for merit points. 1/10. Li Chen immediately opened his phone calculator. Tap 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 he pressed. In other words, receiving 10,000 yuan from live streaming could be exchanged for 1 day of life. Excluding the platform's commission, with 20,000 donations, it would take 6 carnivals to exchange for 1 day of life. In other words, 1 carnival is equivalent to 8 hours of life. Moreover, a skill that can be quickly earned cannot be used continuously. Li Chen's face instantly fell. Isn't this too difficult? Betting dog, you might as well kill me now. Li Chen leaned back, choosing to give up. Hiring temporary workers for the crematorium, 600 for day shift, 1,000 for night shift, cash payment daily, serious inquiries only. In Li Chen's eyes, the day shift meant plus 14, 4 hours of life, while the night shift meant plus 28, 8 hours of life. The pay was indeed much higher than other jobs. Although it was a bit close to the underworld, the amount they offered was hard to resist. Who could refuse such a high-paying daily job? Li Chen certainly couldn't refuse. Li Chen immediately chose one that seemed more reliable. After contacting them, he released the brake, stepped on the gas, and headed straight for the crematorium. 1 hour later, as he looked outside the car and saw the surroundings becoming more remote and even desolate, with tall buildings turning into wilderness and hills. Looking around, apart from a few scattered cottages, the only visible structure was a signal tower. The viewers in the live broadcast room began to wonder where Li Chen was going. As the car suddenly turned onto a very remote road, the people in the live broadcast room were amazed. Where is Yuanchen going? Why is he driving to such a remote place? Isn't he afraid for his life today? Brothers, I just checked the map, and this road leads to only one destination. What destination? The crematorium. Oh my, is this for real, the crematorium? Yes, I checked too, it really leads to the crematorium. Damn, this road is not a good one to take. Yuanchen, if you're not feeling well, why not go to the hospital? Why head straight to the crematorium? I guess Yuanchen might have a toothache. I know when I have a toothache, I wish I could be cremated on the spot. I just didn't expect Yuanchen to be so determined. Will Yuanchen come back? Yuanchen, are you giving up on the rich woman too? Another hour later, Li Chen didn't know how far he had traveled along the winding road. The surroundings became increasingly desolate and even somewhat eerie. This place is so scary, I feel like a corpse could jump out of the bushes at any moment. What kind of corpse are you talking about? Are you referring to Garen? How can a corpse move? It's Ah Pao, right? At this moment, Li Chen glanced at the barrage and felt a chill. It was his first time in such a place. Damn, this was really creepy. He regretted letting money cloud his judgment. Accompanied by the cawing of crows, Li Chen's hand trembled instantly. A wooden sword appeared in the passenger seat out of nowhere. Stop talking, you're scaring Yuanchen with all this. Damn, why is there a wooden sword and yellow talisman in the passenger seat? Yuanchen looks really scared. It's the first time I've seen Yuanchen make such a face. Today's live broadcast is worth it. Amidst the barrage on the screen, Li Chen finally arrived at the crematorium, where there was no one for several kilometers. Oh my god, this place feels so eerie, really creepy. No wonder they say the crematorium pays well. If it were me, I would have been scared back halfway. What's there to be afraid of? I'm not afraid even when I'm broke. Why would I be afraid of ghosts? After parking the car, Li Chen made a phone call. Half a minute later, a man in his 40s, wearing a gray uniform, hurriedly ran out. You're Li Chen, right? Change into this, work until tomorrow morning, and I'll give you 2,000, okay? The man said as he hastily threw a set of uniforms to Li Chen. Li Chen, feeling a bit confused, took the work clothes and was then led by the man to the changing room accessible only to employees. Seeing Li Chen take the work clothes, the viewers in the live broadcast room finally realized, damn, he's actually here to work at the crematorium. Damn, 2,000 for a day's work, that's almost as much as my monthly salary. Yuanshan, ask if the crematorium still needs more staff? I can resist the body thieves and run after them. I can do it too. If the crematorium lacks performance, I can lie down and make up the numbers. If you want to come, wait for me to leave and ask for you. Li Chen responded to the barrage as he walked into the dressing room. As soon as he entered, he saw a very conspicuous blue sign hanging in the hall. At the top, it said, Crematorium Employee Code of Conduct in 7 large characters. Article 1, please believe in science. Article 2, there are no ghosts in this world. No matter what you see at work, do not believe or spread rumors. Violators will be dismissed on the spot. Article 3, when alone with a corpse, no matter what you see or hear, you cannot answer or talk to yourself. Violators will bear the consequences, and it has nothing to do with this crematorium. Article 4, remember, Haichang has no mountains, and there are no mountains around the crematorium. If you see a mountain, pretend you didn't see it. Article 5, it is forbidden to privately count unclaimed bodies. If violated, bear the consequences. If the numbers don't match, keep it a secret, otherwise bear the consequences. Article 6, when on night duty, please confirm from time to time whether your colleague with you is still human. Wow, my scalp is exploding. Is this really just the employee code of conduct? Is this a legitimate crematorium? This employee code of conduct is so scary, my palms are already sweating. What is this? How can there be such rules? Has this crematorium done something dirty? Amit Ba, barrage protection. Li Chen's face had turned bitter by this time. He was already regretting coming. The first rule of this code of conduct conflicts with all the others. Especially the last one. If they're not human, what else could they be? What's going on? Explain it clearly. I want to go home. Li Chen looked at the gray-clothed big brother waiting for him outside. But he was paid 2,000, 2 days of life. He gritted his teeth and put on the employee uniform. When Li Chen in his work clothes came out, the gray-clothed big brother immediately smiled. It was as if he had seen trapped prey. Big brother's expression doesn't seem right. Yuanshan, quickly poke him with the peachwood sword to confirm if he's human according to the rules. Ha! But it's daytime now, isn't it inappropriate? The rules say it's at night. Someone left suddenly yesterday. We urgently need manpower now. Luckily you're willing to come. Finally someone to accompany me to see the bodies. I'm Zhang Yukai, just call me Zhanggu. The gray-clothed big brother chuckled. But to Li Chen and the audience in the live broadcast room, it sent shivers down their spines. I want to ask, is this leaving, a legitimate leaving? Li Chen weakly asked, holding the peachwood sword at his waist. Don't misunderstand, he went home to visit relatives. Zhang Youcai's words made Li Chen breathe a sigh of relief. But Zhang Youcai's next words instantly made Li Chen's hair stand on end. He felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He sent that relative into the cremator himself, he. Wang Defa? Xiao, I want to go home. Damn. I knew this crematorium was fishy. Yuanshan, run. Yuanshan, this is a black crematorium. Just as Li Chen stopped, a cold hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. Li Chen was instantly startled and his spine chilled. The next second, Zhang Yukai pulled him into a morgue. Don't be afraid, our job is very simple. Just watch over these bodies, don't let them be stolen at night, and help out during the day patrols. In the morgue, which was a few square meters in size, there was a black coffin in the center. Flowers were laid around the coffin. There were 8 or 9 such morgues. For someone seeing it for the first time, it was somewhat unsettling. Zhanggu, what's the matter with the person who went home to see relatives? Li Chen quietly broke free from his hand. He moved to the side. Oh, him, his relative just finished cremation, he must go to see the last side before burial, Zhang Youkai explained with a smile. So that's how it is. This big brother's words and laughter are really scary. I was so scared just now that I almost smashed my phone. Everyone in the live broadcast room immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Li Chen also slowly released the peachwood sword. Brother, next time, don't speak halfway. But why would someone steal a corpse? What's the use of a corpse? Someone asked in the live broadcast room. You don't understand this, as long as the supervision is not strict, corpses in funeral homes and crematoriums are often stolen, and there is a specialized industry chain. Some do it to help their own relatives escape cremation, using stolen corpses to obtain cremation certificates, some do it for ghost marriages, and many are stolen and sold to laboratories for experiments. In short, it's all sorts of things. I object, my great-grandfather was stolen. So that's how it is, you learn something new every day, I've been taught. Zhang Yokai took Li Chen to several places in a row. This is the corpse storage, all unclaimed corpses, also a place to be careful not to let people approach. Zhang Yokai led Li Chen to a cold storage room in the basement. He opened the metal door. A foul smell rushed out. Inside, on densely packed iron shelves, there were at least hundreds of corpses. I remembered the crematorium employee rules. Should we be curious and count them? No, I'm so scared now that I've put my phone a meter away from me. But Li Chen looked at so many corpses. His eyes lit up and his fingers unconsciously tapped. The desire inside him was already stirring. He completely lost his previous fear. So many corpses. If I could tie them all up with a corpse-driving rope and take a stroll outside, how cool would that be? Damn, this instinct is killing me. Damn, just now Yuanshan was so scared, but after seeing the corpses, what's with that bright look in his eyes? No way? Is Yuanshan's fetish so? Li Chen quickly suppressed the urge in his heart to drive all the corpses out. Then Zhang Yokai took Li Chen to the corpse cleaning room. This is where the bodies are washed, repaired, and made up. Inside, a female embalmer was applying makeup to a corpse on an iron bed. Another surge of primordial power surged within him. Watching her unprofessional technique, Li Chen felt his OCD coming on. The girl frowned frequently as she painted. Zhang Gu, can you help me a bit? The girl stopped her movements slowly when she saw Li Chen and Zhang Yokai. Can you lift his head up a bit for me? I dare not touch him. Zhang Yokai immediately agreed and walked in. Li Chen also couldn't wait to go in. On the iron bed lay a male corpse in his 40s. Everything else was intact. Only the neck was broken. It seemed to have been crushed and broken by a car. It was just crudely patched together with the body. There was not even a seam. How do we lift this? The head isn't even sewn on. Isn't your teacher here today? Zhang Yokai was at a loss as to where to start. Just a slight movement, and the whole head might fall off. The teacher couldn't come today, so he asked me to fill in for him. The girl's voice was weak. Just by looking at her appearance, it was really hard to imagine. Such a gentle and delicate girl actually worked all day dealing with corpses. It's no wonder this profession is so rewarding. Let me do it. Li Chen stepped forward without saying a word. Directly straightened the head of the corpse. The timid ones in the live broadcast room instantly sprayed out. Damn, Yuanshan, give us a psychological preparation. Suddenly seeing a corpse at such a close distance, it really scares the heart attack. It's okay, my phone has been 2 meters away for a long time. But the broken appearance of this corpse. How could he, as an excellent corpse seamstress, bear it? Do you have a needle and thread? Li Chen looked at the girl beside him. Yes. The girl hesitated for a moment and replied. I'll sew his head a bit, it looks too awkward like this. The girl was instantly stunned. The audience in the live broadcast room and Zhang Yokai were also stunned. This is a corpse, not a toy. The girl said softly with her eyes down. It's okay, I'm a professional. Li Chen lightly patted his chest to assure. If he didn't do something to the corpse, this day would be suffocating. The girl skeptically brought the needle and thread used to sew the corpse. After Li Chen took it, he immediately entered a state. Now he is an old corpse seamstress with 50 years of experience. Damn, this technique looks so amazing. No way, Yuanshan really knows how to sew corpses. I'm numb, he knows underworld skills. Is there anything Yuanshan can't do? This level of stitching is just a piece of cake for Li Chen. In less than 5 minutes, the entire head of the male corpse was completely sewn up, and the stitching was done from the inside. Unless you look very closely from the outside. Otherwise, you can't see any signs of stitching with a needle and thread. The girl who was an undertaker stared wide-eyed. Oh my god, I hit the jackpot. Zhang Yokai exclaimed. Brother, it's a pity that we formal workers have positions, otherwise, we could persuade the leaders to bring you in. It's a small matter, nothing to fuss about. I told you I'm a professional. Li Chen smiled slightly, waved his hand to hide his talents and fame. The undertaker's sister watched Li Chen's departing figure. His image instantly grew taller. It's a shame to let someone like you go. You must have never seen a moving corpse, right? It's very interesting. If you stay longer, you'll definitely see it. Zhang Yokai muttered as he walked out. Li Chen heard this and stumbled. You dropped something. Zhang Yokai was stunned, suddenly stopping Li Chen, only to see a peachwood sword and a stack of yellow talismans falling out of Li Chen's pants leg. As a live streamer, it's quite reasonable to carry a peachwood sword. I want to clarify that it's definitely not because I'm scared. You can tell from my professional skills just now. Li Chen bent down with an awkward smile, picked up the peachwood sword and yellow talisman paper that fell on the ground. But the next moment, a bundle wrapped in a bag, a dark and eerie thing. as well as a cinnabar box and a few copper coins fell out of his pants leg. Everyone's eyes twitched at the same time. Damn, looking at the other few things, that dark and eerie thing must be black dog blood. And you're not scared? Brotherly, you're quite well prepared for the livestream. Zhang Yukai wiped the sweat off his forehead as he looked at the equipment scattered all over the floor. Ha, 1 second handsome. Yuanshan's 1 second of glory was ruined. Ha, just now when Zhang said the corpse would move, Yuanshan's face turned green directly. I guess he was all soft, only his mouth was still tough. Ha ha, really funny, but why would a corpse move? In an instant, everyone in the live broadcast room fell into a deep silence. Damn, yeah, how could a corpse move on its own? Yuanshan, shall we go back? It seems like this money is not something we earthly people should earn. Zhang Gu, do corpses really move? Are you serious? Patrolling. Li Chen couldn't help but ask. If it doesn't work, just run away directly. In case you really encounter a running corpse. It would be terrifying to be scared to death alive here. Brother, who said before that even if the corpse runs away, it can still be carried back. Come quickly, Yuanshan is scared. Your chance to show off has come. I have a job at the construction site to carry bricks. Next time for sure, next time for sure. Hee hee, of course it's true, I never lie. At this moment, Zhang Yukai suddenly turned back and smiled at Li Chen. Li Chen immediately felt a tightness in his anus. Oh my, brother's smile is so creepy. Damn, I almost got scared and threw away my phone. Yuanshan, can't we start this live broadcast? No, Yuan, I really feel like something bad might happen. Could it be a real scam with the corpse? Zhang Gu, where is the restroom? Li Chen asked, trembling, holding the peachwood sword at his waist. Over there. Zhang Yukai pointed to the front right. Li Chen immediately ran over. Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet. Some corpses during cremation may twitch due to muscle atrophy. It looks like they are moving on their own. Zhang Yukai looked at Li Chen, who had disappeared in a flash, and shook his head slowly. I speak slowly, I'm most afraid of meeting impatient people. After entering the restroom, Li Chen quickly took out cinnabar and yellow talisman paper and wrote a few pieces of talisman paper crookedly. Slap, slap, slap. He pasted them directly on himself. Damn, there's this trick too. Aren't talisman papers supposed to be pasted on the corpse's body? Even through the screen, you can feel Yuanshan's fear. Ha ha ha, ha, seriously, I'm not jealous at all of Yuanshan making $2,000 a day. Yuanshan is really ruthless. It seems like he just pasted one in his crotch. Is he afraid of the corpse grabbing his little brother? Bro, did you hear any strange rustling sounds? Coming out of the restroom, Zhang Yukai, who was patrolling together, asked puzzledly. No, I didn't hear anything. Li Chen looked up at the sky. He secretly used his hand to pat his back and the talisman paper that made noise when rubbed against his clothes. Yuanshan is already this scared during the day. What will happen at night? What else can we do? It's not like there are really ghosts. Believe in science, all fears come from within. Alright, science guy, you step back and let me show off. If there really are ghosts in this world, catch one, sell tickets to the circus, we'll make a fortune. Ghost, are you polite? Actually, I think Yuanshan should bring a blanket. It is said that a blanket is an ancient barrier. As long as a person hides under the blanket, the ghost cannot attack. I agree, research shows that ghosts are actually in a quantum superposition state of existence and non-existence. As long as humans hide under the covers, the ghost naturally disappears. I think I understand, Schrodinger's ghost. Fun fact, Article 248 of the Underworld Law stipulates, when a human is wrapped in a blanket, intentionally harming a human is a capital offense, as attacking the limbs exposed outside the blanket may mistakenly harm the internal organs of the attacker. Note, when the body is wrapped in a blanket, the head is also considered to be under the blanket. Tears in my eyes, even ghosts are so law-abiding. What reason do we humans have to break the law and be unruly? Even though it's a hot day, I quietly went to the cabinet and brought back a blanket. Zhang Gu, do we have blankets here? It will be cold on duty at night, right? Li Chen finished reading the barrage and turned to ask Zhang Yukai. No, it's not cold now, the weather is hot, and the incinerators over there are running 24 hours a day. Don't worry, it won't be cold at night, and at night is the peak time for body snatching. We can't sleep either. Zhang Yukai waved his hand. Li Chen's face immediately fell. Zhang Gu, to be honest, don't look at me being young, but I actually have arthritis. It hurts a lot at night without a blanket. Li Chen said as he clutched his thigh, his face contorted in pain. No, isn't it the knee that hurts from the cold? Why is Yuanshan clutching his thigh? Isn't it obvious at a glance? No big deal, maybe it's in the late stage. Has it spread? Sadasnai, what you said makes sense, I can't argue with that. I really don't have a blanket here, but I can find one for you. Zhang Yukai shook his head with a sigh. He glanced at Li Chen with a hint of sympathy. Ah, Young people nowadays don't take care of their health. They have all sorts of old age diseases at a young age, missing out on 40 years of detours. Li Chen followed Zhang Yukai expectantly to get a blanket. At the slightest movement. As long as you crawl into the blanket. Even if Sadako comes, she will have to admire the blanket, hee. Yuanshin is so clever, he got a blanket barrier. But what if it's a coconut coming? I remember coconuts like to crawl into people's beds. Are there ghosts who don't follow ghostly virtues like this? What does the underworld say? Not following ghostly virtues, destroying human trust in blankets, must be punished with extreme measures. Zhang Yukai led Li Chen into a morgue. Just as Li Chen was slightly puzzled, he suddenly reached out to lift the transparent glass cover of the black coffin. What the, Zhang Ji? What are you doing? Li Chen immediately took a step back in fright. I'm getting you a blanket. Zhang Yukai pointed to the white blanket covering the body in the coffin. Li Chen suddenly felt his scalp tingle. The audience in the live broadcast room was also dumbfounded. Damn, fighting over a blanket with a dead person, this operation is truly eerie. Zhang Ji, actually my cold legs are an old problem, just endure it, no need to bother. Really? You don't have to be afraid, we can use anything here, don't be polite to me. Zhang Yukai looked at Li Chen with half belief and half doubt, but his hand still reached into the coffin. Brother, really no need, let's go on patrol. Li Chen was on the verge of tears. Yuanshin is not being polite to Zhang Ji, he is being polite to the dead. Finally seeing Yuanshin being defeated. The strategist Yuanshin finally got a lesson, and it took the unconventional Zhang Ji to deal with Yuanshin. I can't take it, seeing Yuanshin's scared and reluctant expression, I'm going to laugh myself to death. Alright, it's getting late, let's go eat lunch first. Seeing Zhang Yukai finally put down the coffin lid, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Today, a family is having a banquet in the cafeteria, we can go and join them for a meal, hee. The two of them also called the mortician's sister along the way. The three of them found a corner table and started feasting. Zhang Ji, your crematorium really takes on all kinds of business. Seeing a table full of delicious food, Li Chen's mood finally improved a bit. Yuanshin is really something, he can even get a free meal like this. The three of them were enjoying their meal. But suddenly, there was a commotion outside. It sounds like someone is arguing. Li Chen listened to the gossip while eating. It seems like the body is missing. After listening carefully for a while, the mortician's sister said, "Put." Li Chen immediately covered his mouth, almost spitting out his food. What? The body is missing? The body is missing? The people in the live broadcast room were also instantly confused. Damn! Seriously, did the body really run away? Of course, what's so surprising about it? Living people are afraid of fire, so wouldn't dead people be afraid of being burned? Then Yuanshin better hurry and chase after it. If one runs away, it's going to cost money. You guys, stop messing around, I'm so scared that I've hidden in my blanket on this hot day. Girl, you just hid in there. I've been hiding in my blanket for a while now, it's all wet now. Disappeared, not ran away. The Undertaker's younger sister gave Li Chen a white eye. Oh, I misheard. Li Chen's face turned red. Yuanshin looks calm on the surface, but in fact, he is panicking inside, probably so nervous that he misheard the words. It's all because of you guys, always saying that the body ran away and needs to be caught back. If it were me, my first reaction would probably be that the body ran away on its own. Let's go out and take a look. Zhang Yukai patted Li Chen's shoulder. Li Chen grabbed a chicken leg, nibbling on it as he walked out. Only food can dispel inner fears. Outside the cafeteria, a dozen people had gathered, engaged in a heated discussion. Li Chen listened while eating, as the deceased's family members were pointing fingers at the crematorium leader, using very harsh language. After about a minute, he finally understood. It turned out that the funeral car and tractor had collided on a narrow road, causing the car to overturn. The body probably slid directly out of the car and fell into the nearby fish pond. The crematorium really never lacks strange incidents. Li Chen mumbled with a mouthful of chicken leg. Watching the crematorium leader who kept bowing and apologizing, it's not easy being a leader in the service industry these days. Fortunately, I just wanna slack off. Lao Zhang. A man who looked like a leader waved to Zhang Yukai. The tractor driver is injured and went to the hospital. Can you drive a tractor? Zhang Yukai shook his head. I've never driven one, but a tractor should be similar to a manual transmission car, right? Leader, it should be similar, both have gas pedals, brakes, and clutches. Go find someone who can drive a manual transmission car. Li Xiaoxian, can you drive? Manual transmission? Zhang Yukai waved to Li Chen. Li Chen nodded when he heard, yes. Jokingly, he was an expert driver, just a manual transmission. Okay, let's go together. The leader nodded kindly at Li Chen. Then he immediately reassured the family members. Don't worry, we have already contacted the body retrieval team to come over, and we have someone who can drive the tractor. What? Drive a tractor? A big question mark appeared on Li Chen's face. It's okay, driving a tractor is the same as driving a manual transmission car. You'll get the hang of it after a few times. Zhang Yukai patted Li Chen's shoulder. The three of them were immediately taken to the accident scene in a minibus. By the way, are tractors really the same as manual transmission cars? I feel like Yuanshan will definitely have an accident. If Yuanshan has an accident, it will be a real disaster. Don't worry, in theory, tractors and manual transmission cars are indeed the same, it's just that tractors usually have 4 gears. But nowadays, there are indeed not many people who can drive manual transmission cars. Oh, that's good. I feel like this crematorium is not very friendly to Yuanshan. The minibus carried a group of people. After about 10 minutes on the winding muddy road, they saw a hearse blocking the roadside up ahead. There was a tractor facing it head-on. However, that tractor seemed to have no cabin. An open-top tractor? No, upon closer inspection, not only was there no cabin, but there wasn't even a steering wheel. That several meter-long handle should be the reverse lever, right? Oh my god, this is actually a hand-operated tractor. My goodness, a hand-operated tractor. How can a crematorium have such an antique thing? To be honest, no offense, but this is the first time I've seen a hand-operated tractor in real life. I have them in my rural home, but they are rarely seen. How do you even drive this thing? Who said tractors are the same as manual transmission cars? This thing doesn't even have a steering wheel. Oh my god, who knew he was talking about a hand-operated tractor? I can't help it, the hand-operated tractor is really hilarious. Yuanshan really crashed. The crematorium is indeed the place where Yuanshan was dragged down from the altar. After Li Chen got off the car, he looked at a wheel stuck under the road shoulder of the hand-operated tractor. The entire tractor head and handlebars were lying across the road, almost at 180 degrees with the cab. His eyes couldn't help but twitch. It's not Zhang, the tractor is one thing, but it's hand-operated? I don't know either. Zhang Yukai was also dumbfounded, looking at the leader beside him. The leader's face was also embarrassed at this moment. Leader, please move the tractor, there are cars waiting behind. A relative of the deceased came over to urge. Why don't you give it a try? Only you know how to drive manual transmission here. The leader looked at Li Chen with a face full of embarrassment. Yuanshan is in trouble. No, I can drive manual, but not hand-operated. Li Chen patted the handlebars of the tractor. In an instant, his voice stopped. The moment he touched the tractor, a familiar feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Driving proficiency. Oh my god, why didn't I think of it? A tractor is also a vehicle, even if it's hand-operated. Li Chen suddenly realized. Damn, so as long as it has wheels, it's a vehicle, right? Actually, I can drive it too. Li Chen's tone suddenly became ambiguous. He stared straight at the crematorium leader. But apart from the salary, you have to pay extra. The crematorium leader and Zhang Yukai were both stunned. Of course, the audience in the live broadcast room was also stunned. Yuanshan has lost his mind, daring to drive a hand-operated tractor? Is it fake? Yuanshan's age should be the same as mine. It's the first time I've seen a hand-operated tractor, how could he know how to drive it? But as long as Yuanshan says he can, has he ever disappointed us? But, isn't this too unscientific? It's easy to understand other things and there are places to learn, but who teaches how to drive a hand-operated tractor? Very good, under my influence, you have already started to believe in science. Not sure, let's see. If you can drive this thing away, I'll give you an extra 500. The crematorium leader waved his hand. Li Chen immediately obeyed. Alright. With that, Li Chen started rummaging through the driver's seat. In no time, Li Chen took out a bent iron rod from the toolbox. Damn, I thought Yuanshan was looking for something. I forgot that you need keys to drive a car. Look at this key. Isn't it more imposing than a Lamborghini key or something? Li Chen held the key to the hand-operated tractor and walked to the front of the vehicle. His calm demeanor gave the impression that he should have been a tractor driver all along. No, is Yuanshan for real? I heard it's not easy to drive this thing without throwing people off. When Li Chen accurately inserted the car key with one hand, the other hand pressed the decompression. With his smooth movements, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Li Chen slowly turned the car key with force. The engine made a bang 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 starting sound. The live broadcast room suddenly lit up. It's moving! It's moving! Damn, this head shake, this hand wave, so cool. So ceremonial. Learned, so this is how a hand-operated tractor starts. It doesn't seem difficult. Not difficult? Not to target you, I just want to say that 90% of the people here can't start it. Not only can't start it, they'll get hit in the chin by the key, haha. Li Chen casually threw the key into the toolbox, then slowly adjusted the handlebars. Amidst the surprised gazes around him, he flipped over and sat in the driver's seat. Damn, so cool, Yuanshan really knows how to drive a hand-operated tractor? Looking quite like an experienced driver, not sure, let's take another look. Adjusted the armrest angle. Li Chen didn't say a word. Right hand on the handle, left hand swiftly pulled the clutch. Simultaneously, the right foot lightly kicked the gear lever towards the Wang character, shifted gears, then returned the clutch to neutral. A set of cool movements flowed smoothly. Stepping on the gas, releasing the brake, the front wheels of the tractor started to slowly turn. In an instant, the starting action was completed, instantly pleasing to the eye. Wow! So cool! This mechanical sense, this casual movement, is it really so cool to drive a tractor by hand? I can't handle it, too cool, I've decided, I must learn to drive a tractor by hand. This is the romance and coolness of men. Li Chen had completely merged with the tractor by hand. At this moment, he was the vehicle, and the vehicle was him. Amidst the admiring gazes of everyone, Li Chen controlled the handlebars, swaying left and right. The dazzling operation was breathtaking. Gas and clutch, gear shifting, a series of operations were as fierce as a tiger. The sound of bang 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 continuously struck everyone's hearts, as the front of the vehicle suddenly emitted a burst of black smoke. Upon closer inspection, the tractor's wheels that had sunk into the roadside were already rescued. At this moment, everyone looked at the shining Li Chen. In their hearts, there was only one word, damn cool. After driving the vehicle forward for a dozen meters, the tractor suddenly roared. The armrest was instantly flung out at a 45-degree angle. The vehicle bucket and the gravel road underwent a violent lateral friction. The next second, the entire tractor performed a dragon tail swing. It came to a steady stop in the open space ahead. Li Chen clapped his hands and leaped out of the driver's seat. I swear, I never thought driving a tractor by hand would be so cool. Really, I think it's even cooler than flying a plane. I don't care what you think, I care about what I think, and I think you're right. After watching Yuanshan's hand-operated tractor, I've cancelled my Porsche order and am ready to enroll in a tractor training course. Li Chen looked inexplicably at the almost petrified crowd around him. He then looked at the perfectly parked hand-operated tractor. After confirming that everything was fine, he rubbed his fingers towards the leader of the crematorium. The leader of the crematorium finally reacted from his shock. He hurriedly took out 5 red bills from his wallet and handed them to Li Chen. Then he turned around and looked at the people behind him with a proud expression. Family members, did you see that? Please trust in the professionalism of our crematorium. We never disappoint our customers. If possible, please choose us next time. The people behind him nodded in agreement. It was inevitable to sigh that the crematorium was truly a place of hidden talents. A young man driving a tractor at such a young age was unexpectedly cool. Bro, what's your profession after all? Aren't you studying funeral technology and management? The young embalmer stared at Li Chen with stars in her eyes. Ha, this little sister probably hasn't seen Yuanshan's other skills. What school and major could produce a freak like Yuanshan? Upstairs, I suddenly thought of a legendary super technical school. Are you talking about the Dharma Institute in the technical field? Looking at the embalmer's little sister full of anticipation. How could he deceive such a young girl who hadn't even graduated from college? Li Chen slowly put away his joking expression. Have you heard of the Blue Sky Technical School? The young embalmer's sister was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I have heard of it. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall that saying. Excavator technology, which is the best, find it in Shandong, China, at Blue Sky. Li Chen also nodded earnestly. My major is in the hand-operated tractor department of the Blue Sky Technical School. Ha! The young embalmer's sister was surprised. Does the hand-operated tractor department also teach corpse sewing? The next class over from the tractor is the corpse sewing major. I often sneak into the class, and after a while, I learned it. Lanxiang Technical School. Zhang Yukai secretly remembered this name. He planned to go for further studies when he had time. Oh, so that's how it is, brother, your school is really amazing. My master is a funeral professional, and you sew corpses faster than him. The embalmer sister looked at Li Chen with bright eyes. Li Chen suddenly felt a sense of guilt in his heart. This damn underworld skill. He really didn't know how to explain how he learned it. Leader, the corpse retrieval team is a bit busy lately, and they may not be able to come for a while. At this moment, a crematorium employee suddenly ran over with a phone. How can this be? We have set up the banquet, the fortune tellers have already calculated the time, and we are just waiting for the auspicious time to cremate. Time is of the essence. When the family members behind heard that the corpse retrieval team couldn't come, they immediately stepped forward aggressively to argue. It seemed like a fight was about to break out. The sudden movement startled Li Chen and a few others at the crematorium. Li Chen quietly took a few steps back. In case a fight broke out, he would be the first to slip away. Leader, as you just said, as long as it involves the business of the deceased, your crematorium has professionals. Now that the corpse retrieval team can't come, you have to find a way to get someone to retrieve the corpse for us. The crematorium leader felt embarrassed. He wanted to slap himself in the face. The boasting he had just done was instantly refuted. Where was he going to find someone to retrieve the corpse at this critical moment? Everyone, please be patient. Let me try to contact the corpse retrieval team again. Leader, we have already tried to contact them more than 10 times, but no corpse retrieval team can come now. A crematorium employee whispered. The crematorium leader suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at the dozens of angry family members. It seemed that this matter could not be resolved peacefully today. Do we have to pay for the corpse retrieval? Li Chen suddenly walked up from the back of the crowd. No, could it be that even the Yuan God corpse retrieval will do it? Impossible, the corpse retrieval is known for being daring. Have you seen how the Yuan God is covered in yellow talismans, looking scared? Indeed, and corpse retrieval is very dangerous. Without a workboat, it's like dealing with water ghosts at a construction site. This fish pond looks like it used to be a reservoir, and the water is very deep. This fish pond does look quite scary, there are no railings, and if someone who can't swim falls in, they could drown in minutes. Let's forget about it then. I still want to see Yuan God driving a tractor. When the crematorium leader saw Li Chen approaching, his eyes lit up immediately. But then they dimmed just as quickly. Corpse retrieval is a real technical job. It not only requires professional skills but also professional tools. They didn't even have a set of diving suits. How could they retrieve the corpse? The crematorium leader rubbed his temples in frustration and gestured for Li Chen not to cause trouble. Li Chen glanced at the family members preparing to cause a scene, then looked at a few fishermen in the distance. He asked Zhang Yukai for a pack of cigarettes and quietly left the crowd. The extra income was coming his way. There was no end to the money he could make. Yuan God is wise, he just ran away. They might start fighting soon, better run away early. However, Li Chen did not return to the crematorium as they thought. Instead, he kept walking along the edge of the fish pond. There seemed to be a few people camping by the fish pond ahead, shaking a camera and looking unclear. Indeed, there are people. Damn, are these people crazy? How can they stay near this eerie and terrifying crematorium? No, they seem to be fishing by the fish pond. Oh, they are fishermen, then it's fine. They are really brave, fishing in this place. Aren't they afraid? Brother, not fishing? That's the fearless angler, not afraid of anything. Corpse floating, quit job, divorced, child sent away, none of these are a big deal. Nothing can stop their longing for fishing. Overcome difficulties, create difficulties if there are none, and still overcome them. No, you're wrong. Even if there are floating corpses in the water, the angler will still be afraid that the floating corpses will disturb the fishing spot. Alright, enough with the explanations. I am an angler, I just want to ask, when will our mighty Emperor He Chang return? Fellow angler, I want to say, our fishing world cannot be without Emperor He Chang, just like the West cannot be without Jerusalem. Brother, how's it going? Li Chen stood next to a fisherman and looked around. He handed over a cigarette. I'm afraid that the Abyss God will come up and ask about the Air Force after catching fish. The Abyss God might just end up being scolded and beaten up by a group of people. Not bad. The fisherman took the cigarette and looked up at Li Chen. The distance between the two was quickly closed with a cigarette and a few words. By the time the cigarette was finished, Li Chen had successfully borrowed a spare fishing rod. So the Abyss God has become addicted to fishing and stopped working. Truly indomitable anglers, when the addiction comes, they want to fish even on the bridge of helplessness. I object. The brother who said fishing is addictive is talking nonsense. I've been fishing for 30 years, and I don't get addicted even if I fish 6 hours a day. It seems like the Abyss God took the fishing rod back. Isn't he going to cast a few lines? Watching Li Chen climb up to the path with the fishing rod in hand, the anglers in the live broadcast room were instantly unsettled. Damn, even the Abyss God can't resist not casting a line? I'm getting OCD just watching through the screen. Going out fishing, the kid has been temporarily entrusted to neighbor Lao Wang. Brother, you have a big heart. Nowadays, many people don't like kids and are not afraid of bothering neighbors. You're not good to your child. No, my son is closer to Lao Wang than to me. They not only get along well but also look alike. Oh no, goodbye, big brother, may you never be in the Air Force. Li Chen returned to the crowd. The atmosphere at this time was very delicate. The family members were all red-faced with anger. The leader of the crematorium was on the phone looking like a grandson. He was almost kneeling down to the family members. Leader, isn't retrieving bodies more profitable than operating a tractor? Li Chen walked up to the crematorium leader with the fishing rod in hand. Young man, you can't go fishing during work hours. Zhang Yukai looked at the fishing rod in Li Chen's hand and raised an eyebrow. 800 for one retrieval. The crematorium leader glanced at Li Chen without much energy. Li Chen nodded, feeling that it was quite a good deal. Then let me give it a try? Li Chen's words once again surprised everyone around him. Even if you can dive, we don't have the equipment now. The crematorium leader reluctantly raised his head and shook it. I don't need equipment, I'll retrieve it and you just pay me. No need for equipment? The crematorium leader was stunned. He carefully looked Li Chen up and down, his gaze finally falling on the fishing rod. What does the abyss god mean? Is he going to use this fishing rod to retrieve bodies? There have been news reports of anglers catching bodies before. But that was a rare incident. How could a fishing rod retrieve bodies? Young man, don't joke around, let's talk business. Zhang Yukai pulled Li Chen's hand. If I retrieve it, remember to pay up. Li Chen waved to the group of people and walked directly towards the pond below. Wow, is the abyss god really going to fish for bodies? Young man, you clearly haven't graduated from college yet, haven't started working, right? Yeah, how did you know? Can my clear eyes see through the screen? Stupidity is indeed felt. Do you think Yuanshan is as stupid as you, still using a fishing rod to fish out corpses? If my guess is correct, Yuanshan is openly going fishing. This move in the workplace is called making a feint to the east while attacking in the west, a hidden strategy. So, when others think Yuanshan is going fishing, Yuanshan immediately makes an excuse to be fishing out corpses. When others think Yuanshan is fishing out corpses, his true purpose is actually fishing. Impressive, mixing truth with falsehood, falsehood with truth, making it impossible for even the leaders to figure out. Watching Li Chen find a good spot, he solemnly casts his fishing rod. Everyone watching from above twitched their eyes for a moment. After a few minutes passed, Li Chen had already cast over a dozen times. Both those who knew how to fish and those who didn't were a bit puzzled. However, a few minutes later, the surface of the lake in front of Li Chen suddenly began to churn and bubble. A black shadow slowly emerged from the water, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Yuanshan is amazing, this fish looks quite big. Is this even possible? I've never seen fishing like this before. What kind of magical technique is this? The audience in the live broadcast room instantly widened their eyes. However, in the next moment, as the black shadow gradually grew larger, everyone began to realize that something was not quite right. This doesn't look like a fish, does it? It seems like a human-shaped plastic bag. Plastic bag, human-shaped? Could it be? At this moment, those above the fish pond also noticed the situation on Li Chen's side. As the bag containing the body was slowly pulled closer by Li Chen, its true nature gradually revealed. Someone immediately shouted, a body has been fished up. Then, all eyes turned towards Li Chen. The body bag was slowly approaching the shore. Li Chen controlled the fishing rod while using a net to slowly pull the body towards the shore. Is he crazy? Yuanshan really fished up a body. Damn, what kind of operation is this? Yuanshan, please stop showing off. He really did it. My scalp is tingling. In an instant, those who were fishing and those who weren't fell silent once again. The silence was deafening. Quick, help out. The leader of the crematorium, recovering from shock, shouted. Zhang Yukai hurriedly ran down. Could it be that Li Chen was not sent by the heavens to save him? This day was truly full of surprises for him. At this moment, most people's minds were still in a daze. After all, this kind of operation was a bit too exaggerated. Brother, you really brought it up? Zhang Yukai took the net from Li Chen and slowly salvaged the body to the shore. As the two of them lifted the body onto the shore, several family members excitedly grabbed Li Chen's hand. Leader, I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier, your crematorium really is full of hidden talents. The leader of the crematorium's face showed a hint of embarrassment mixed with relief. It's okay, just remember to take care of business in the future. Definitely. Thus, a crisis was resolved in a strange way. Li Chen also earned an extra 1,300 yuan as a result. That's a day's worth of life. A group of people returned to the crematorium with a light heart. The leader of the crematorium directly offered a high price for Li Chen to stay, but Li Chen firmly refused. Brother, you're amazing. Did you not see that when you really fished up that body, the shore was silent for a full 10 seconds, everyone was stunned? How did you do it? Zhang Yukai gave Li Chen a thumbs up. Nothing special. Just skilled hands. Li Chen chuckled. Oh, then you must not have a girlfriend, right? Women only slow down your hand speed. The mortician's sister beside them brightened up. However, as night fell, the bustling crowd dispersed. Li Chen's hand unconsciously touched the peachwood sword at his waist again. Hey, Xiao Xiao, I'm not going back tonight. Yeah, I'm at the crematorium. Li Chen called Han Xiao Xiao. No, I really didn't have any bad thoughts, and I'm not feeling unwell. After explaining for a long time, Han Xiao Xiao's impulse to rush over was finally dispelled. But a few hours later, Chen Mo's white Volkswagen Beetle twisted and turned into the crematorium. Are you okay? You almost fell into the fish pond just now. Han Xiao Xiao gave Chen Mo a white look after getting off the car. I shouldn't have told you, I should have let you wait downstairs for the night. Who knew this place was so scary? Of course, as a criminal police officer, you're not afraid. I've never seen a dead person in my life, and I dare not get off halfway to let you drive. Chen Mo muttered. At this time, Li Chen was patrolling with Zhang Yukai. Are you very scared? Zhang Yukai glanced at Li Chen beside him. No, I'm just a little cold and shivering. Li Chen held the peachwood sword in his left hand and black dog blood in his right hand. He kept a distance from Zhang Yukai. Yuanshan, it's time to poke him with the peachwood sword. The employee regulations say that at night, you should occasionally confirm whether your colleagues are still human. Li Chen glanced at the barrage on his phone. He then looked at Zhang Yukai beside him. He hesitated for a moment. Why are you poking my butt? Zhang Yukai, who was walking in front, suddenly shrank his buttocks. He grimaced and held his butt for a while. Li Chen felt a bit embarrassed holding the peachwood sword in his hand. Brother, do you have a special interest in men? Zhang Yukai turned around and took a step back, holding his butt even tighter. I was thinking of introducing my daughter to you, and you're actually hitting on me? Li Chen was about to explain, but the phone rang. It was Han Xiao Xiao calling. What? You're outside the crematorium? I told you not to come. I said I wouldn't come right away, but I didn't say I wouldn't come later. Zhanga, I'm sorry, I have two friends here, I'll go pick them up. Li Chen went outside. From a distance, Li Chen saw Han Xiao Xiao and Chen Mo coming together. Chen Mo was holding his hands and looking around nervously, obviously more scared than Li Chen. Li Chen turned the mini camera on himself. The camera couldn't capture the two people behind him. He immediately went forward and handed the black dog blood to Chen Mo. This can protect you. Chen Mo's favorability +1. Why did you come here to livestream? Han Xiao Xiao gave these two a white look. She looked at Li Chen's peachwood sword and Chen Mo's treasured black dog blood. Clearly terrified but still insisted on coming. It's a long story. Li Chen led the two to the lounge. Zhang Yukai, who was drinking water, suddenly saw Han Xiao Xiao and Chen Mo coming in. He was shocked and almost dropped his jaw. After rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Zhang Yukai pointed at Chen Mo, still unable to believe it. You're Chen Mo? Chen Mo nodded. Li Chen clicked his tongue. Chen Mo's reputation was not small. My eldest son is 3 years older than you, and he really likes you. Zhang Yukai stared at Chen Mo without blinking. He almost wrote I like you too on his face. Li Chen coughed lightly. Zhang Yukai finally came back to his senses. Are you here to offer condolences for a relative's passing? Zhang Yukai brought 2 chairs for them. No, we're here to find a friend. Chen Mo pointed to Li Chen beside him. This once again made Zhang Yukai widen his eyes. He looked back and forth between Chen Mo and Han Xiao Xiao, the two beauties. Finally, he looked at Li Chen and silently gave him a thumbs up. Brother, I misunderstood you. With such a beautiful woman by your side, even the 360-degree twisted steel bars have to be straightened. Zhang Yukai had just finished speaking and turned to pour water for Chen Momo. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his buttocks. Damn employee rules. They only remind you to confirm from time to time, but they don't say how often to confirm. Looking at Zhang Yutsai's grimacing face, Li Chen felt relieved. After all, dirty things shouldn't be afraid of pain. Chen Momo saw Li Chen suddenly poking Zhang Yukai with a peachwood sword. Without hesitation, she raised the black dog blood in her hand to attack Zhang Yukai. Han Xiao Xiao shook her head helplessly. Xiao Qingning frowned slightly as she heard the sounds of a few people fighting in the live broadcast room. She picked up her phone and called her assistant. Is the deal for that live variety show finalized? President, with the sponsorship price you offered, they have no reason to refuse. I don't know why you're so afraid. Why did you come here? Can't you just behave yourself for these 3 months? Han Xiao Xiao looked at the talisman on Li Chen's body and suddenly felt a bit sorry. 3 months? What 3 months? Chen Momo held the black dog blood and secretly pulled a yellow talisman from Li Chen's body to stick it on herself. It's nothing. Just focus on being a star and don't meddle in other people's business. Han Xiaoxiao blared at Chen Momo. Chen Momo immediately retracted her hand, which was about to grab the talisman. You didn't sleep together, so when did Li Chen become part of your family? Chen Momo couldn't help muttering. What did you say? Han Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows and pulled a yellow talisman from Chen Momo's forehead. She also revealed the shiny silver bracelet around her waist. When Zhang Yukai saw that bracelet, his pupils suddenly contracted. He almost dropped the water cup in his hand. Little brother, let's go patrol. If the leader catches us slacking off, we'll lose our pay. Zhang Yukai pulled Li Chen and walked outside. Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo hurriedly followed suit. With Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo around, Li Chen's sense of fear was instantly alleviated. It wasn't until the next morning that anything strange or terrifying happened. Li Chen woke up Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo, and the three of them retraced their steps. Zhang Yukai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Because it was the weekend, after returning to the city, Han Xiaoxiao couldn't help but wonder why Li Chen still looked so energetic. Did he have a terminal illness? His physical condition was better than anyone else's. Could it be a last burst of energy? After Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo went to work, Li Chen received a call from Hu Lingyu. It was about the next episode of a large-scale reality show. The theme of the next episode was almost finalized, focusing on wilderness survival. Hu Lingyu called to ask Li Chen carefully if she wanted to participate. After all, wilderness reality shows are different from urban ones. There are dangers in the wilderness at all times, and there have been many accidents in previous survival programs, some of which almost cost lives. Due to the high level of danger and unpredictability, production teams are very cautious about wilderness survival programs. However, it must be said that such programs have the best ratings and are the best choice for aspiring or fading stars to gain popularity. Of course, there is also a high probability of a complete disaster. After all, these programs can easily expose the darkest side of human nature. Teacher Lee, I just explained the level of danger of the wilderness survival program to you. If you decide to withdraw, we will provide you with an additional subsidy. Hu Lingyu detailed the level of danger of the program to Li Chen. How much is the subsidy? Since you were the top scorer in the previous season, plus the appearance fee from last time, we can offer you a total of 100,000 yuan. 100,000, for the current penniless Li Chen, is not a small amount, and he only pretended to be bad for a day, and he can earn so much money. No wonder everyone is eager to become an artist. I'm afraid those celebrities earn several times more. If I participate in the program, how much money can I make? Li Chen thought about it and decided to give up. It's hard to say whether this 100,000 can be exchanged for merit points. If he participates in the program, he can easily pretend to be bad with the wilderness survival skills he has mastered from the beginning. It's just that the place to pretend to be bad changes from the city to the wilderness. And the money earned can definitely be exchanged for merit points. It depends on the final popularity and points situation. Because of the danger level of the program, this time the invited guests like you who are not signed with a company and not artists, can at least receive an appearance fee of 300,000, Hu Lingyu patiently explained. It seems that every time she talks to Li Chen, she can't avoid the topic of money. So this time she deliberately inquired carefully before making this call. In fact, the guests who can participate in this program don't care about the money. The most important thing is to become popular again through the program. The subsequent gains far outweigh what the program offers. Teacher Lee, actually I suggest you not participate. I heard that the arrangement of this program is more dangerous than the previous wilderness survival episodes. In the last episode, a guest was bitten and refused to leave, almost losing his life. This time it may be even more dangerous. Hu Lingyu sounded worried. After all, in her opinion, Li Chen is neither a signed artist nor a washed-up star. It's really not worth it for him to participate in such a dangerous program just for the appearance fee. But Li Chen didn't care about the danger at all. He didn't even listen to what Hu Lingyu said about bears, hungry wolves, poisonous fruits, and other dangers. With the wilderness survival skills provided by the system, he should at least be comparable to Bear Grylls, right? With just that level of danger, he could only say, "Let the storm come more violently." "I'll go," Li Chen replied decisively over the phone. "Anyone who doesn't go is a fool. That's tens of thousands. How many days of life can that buy?" Teacher Lee, did I not explain the level of danger of the program to you just now? Not only are there man-eating wild animals, but even for ordinary people, it's impossible to build a shelter on the first day alone. Without a shelter in the wilderness, the level of danger increases exponentially. And before the program officially starts broadcasting, all guests must sign a life and death agreement, and all accidents and dangers during the live broadcast are the responsibility of the guests themselves. Hu Lingyu wanted to persuade Li Chen further, but all Li Chen heard was, ABA. He didn't care at all about whether it was dangerous or not. In the end, since he couldn't be persuaded, Hu Lingyu had to give up. After a few days, when the program team confirms the participating guests, everyone will undergo a half-month wilderness survival special training. I will inform you then, and if you don't want to participate midway, you can contact me at any time. After hanging up the phone, Li Chen received a call from Chen Momo. I just received news that the next theme of the anti-theft variety show we participated in last time is wilderness survival. Did the program team contact you? Chen Momo sounded even more anxious than Hu Lingyu. Yes, I just finished talking to the program team. Did you refuse? No, I agreed to participate. What? You agreed? Didn't they tell you how dangerous wilderness survival is? Chen Momo's voice instantly rose several octaves. I'm going to find the director of their program team. How can such a dangerous program team not explain clearly to you? It's so irresponsible. Chen Mo said and hung up the phone directly. Li Chen hurriedly called back. It's a good thing that you can make a lot of money by pretending to be bad. If she messes up for you, will you still be alive? What are you doing? I'm about to call the chief director. Chen Mo's tone was filled with uncontrollable anger when the call was answered. I say, can you not be so excited? Listen to me finish. Li Chen sounded a bit helpless. Why shouldn't I be excited? Don't you know how dangerous the wilderness survival program is? I know, they didn't explain the level of danger to you clearly, just for the sake of ratings. They don't even care about their faces. Chen Mo became more and more agitated as she spoke. The artists who dare to participate have been trained by survival experts for several months in advance. Even with that level of danger, it's still very high. What's the difference between you participating and sending yourself to death? Hey, what am I like? How can you say I'm so bad that I'm just sending myself to death? Li Chen glanced at the time and saw that it was already noon. He started cooking while talking on speakerphone. They have already explained the level of danger of the program to me, and it's only exaggerated. Li Chen thought of the terrible conditions described to him by Hu Lingyu. Then why are you still going? Are you crazy? You're even afraid of working at the crematorium. Auntie, there was a reason for last night. If I take you to see their employee code of conduct, I guarantee you'll be scared to wet your pants on the spot. I spit on you, you're the one who wets your pants. Alright, I'm going to bed now. I've already agreed to the program, so don't mess around. After cooking, Li Chen finally felt a bit sleepy. You have to participate? Yes. Then I'll go too. I've participated in similar programs before, so just listen to me when the time comes. After a moment of silence, Chen Mo suddenly said, Okay, then you cover for me when the time comes. After casually responding to Chen Mo, Li Chen finished eating and fell asleep heavily. When he woke up, it was already dark outside. He could hear Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Mo talking. Li Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and went to the living room. He ran into Han Xiaoxiao wearing yoga clothes. The light-colored tight yoga outfit completely displayed her curvy figure in front of Li Chen. With her slender waist, long legs, and rounded chest, Li Chen suddenly felt a rush of heat in his nose. Aren't you still on your period? Why are you exercising? Li Chen covered his nose and quickly ran into the bathroom. I'm done today, what's wrong with your nose? Did you hit the door? Han Xiaoxiao followed her into the bathroom, helping her squeeze toothpaste first. It's nothing, the weather has been hot lately, I'm just feeling a bit irritable. Oh, I heard from Mo that you're going to participate in a wilderness survival program? Han Xiaoxiao handed the squeezed toothpaste and water to Li Chen, then slightly dampened the towel on the side. Yes, I've already agreed with the program. Li Chen nodded. Time to eat. At this moment, Chen Mo shouted from the kitchen. Han Xiaoxiao turned around and went to help set the table. After Li Chen finished washing up, Chen Mo immediately handed him a bowl of food she had prepared for him. Thanks to you, I can eat food cooked by a big star. Han Xiaoxiao looked at the table full of delicious dishes and secretly vowed to learn how to cook well. Li Chen could clearly feel that the atmosphere at the dining table today was not as tense as the previous days. Just as he relaxed, he found that his bowl was filled with vegetables. I told you not to give him leeks. Wait, where did the leeks come from? I clearly didn't cook any. Chen Momo stared blankly at the leeks in Li Chen's bowl. I bought it downstairs myself since you didn't want to do it. How about that? Does it make you angry? Han Xiaoxiao showed a big smile to Chen Momo. She picked up a chopstick of leeks for Li Chen. Li Chen ate the dish that never seemed to decrease in his bowl. He dared not speak. Li Chen, my stomach hurts, carry me to bed. Han Xiaoxiao, wearing cool pajamas on the sofa, held her stomach. She turned her head to look at Li Chen sweeping the floor. Can this act be any more fake? You said your period was over. I don't care, my stomach hurts anyway. Carry me, I can't go by myself. Han Xiaoxiao's eyes were like autumn water, exuding a seductive aura. Li Chen sneered. Did she really think she could deceive him with such poor acting? I'll punch you until you cry. Han Xiaoxiao slammed the door and entered the bedroom. See, the little trick was exposed at a glance. The next day, Li Chen dropped Han Xiaoxiao off at the police station and then opened a live broadcast on a certain platform. Hundreds of loyal fans instantly flooded in. Is Yuan Shen going to do fortune-telling today or run a crematorium? Yuan Shen should do something in the mortal world. I was too scared to turn off the lights and sleep last night. Is Yuan Shen going to give us another surprise today? Li Chen glanced at the system panel. His previous professional skills were still cooling down. The money he earned couldn't be exchanged for merit points successfully. This forced him to have sufficient reasons to act poorly in a variety show recording. However, the next second, the system's voice rang out again. The system has activated the function of exchanging merit points for professional skills for the host. Li Chen, you really don't want to act poorly. Li Chen opened the system panel. He glanced at the part where some exchangeable professional skills had already appeared. The least expensive ones, such as dishwashing mastery and floor mopping mastery, required 0.5 merit points. Most of the others were priced at 1 merit point. 1 merit point was equivalent to $1,000. What part-time job could earn $1,000 a day? Isn't this a great grievance? In the live broadcast room, Xia Tian's Qingning sent 2 carnivals. Li Chen immediately looked up at the special effects of the carnival. His mouth involuntarily curled up. Sorry, he took back what he said just now. Li Chen quickly opened the part-time job website. After searching for a while, he still couldn't find a suitable one. Either the price was too low or the requirement was to work for a week or more. How about taking you guys to deliver takeout today? Li Chen looked at the advertisement urgently recruiting delivery writers. And the writer mastery that could be exchanged for only 0.5 merit points. Deliver takeout? The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Is delivering takeout considered a talent? Yuan Shen seems to have run out of ideas, can only perform delivering takeout now? After successfully exchanging for writer mastery, Li Chen called Tang Jiaming. Hey, little brother, can I borrow your old electric moped? I'll return it to you after work. That's my beloved little motorcycle. You can call me poor, but you can't call my electric moped old. As Tang Jiaming spoke, he handed over the keys. Li Chen rode Tang Jiaming's beloved electric moped straight to the takeout station. Yuan Shen is really delivering takeout now. Yuan Shen has finished his underworld duties and is now getting down to earth. Don't underestimate delivering takeout, it's also a skill. You have to be very familiar with the surroundings. Navigation in many communities and alleys can be tricky. If done well, you can earn over 10,000 a month, but if not, you might end up losing money. I agree, I delivered takeout for 2 days before, didn't earn a penny and even lost $50. It's really unlucky. After receiving the yellow robe work uniform and a temporary training for 15 minutes, Li Chen immediately received his first order in life. At the moment the system automatically placed the order, the writer mastery quickly planned out the shortest and fastest route in Li Chen's mind. Watching Li Chen brimming with confidence, waiting to see Li Chen make a fool of himself, the audience was amazed to discover that Li Chen not only didn't use navigation, the little electric donkey knew which back door of which neighborhood to take a shortcut through, even which neighborhood had a hole in the fire gate. He knew he could drill out and be there in 5 minutes. Watching Li Chen calmly take unexpected shortcuts, he had already delivered 5 orders in just over 10 minutes. Even the customers felt it was unbelievable. Normally, it takes 20 minutes to deliver an order, but Li Chen did it in less than 10 minutes. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Damn, a divinely chosen delivery writer. Never late. If I were as familiar with the roads as Yuan Shen, why bother with screws? I could earn 2,000 or 3,000 just by delivering takeout for a month. Damn, the house numbers in this broken neighborhood are not even consecutive, and he doesn't even need to look for them. When Li Chen delivered takeout to a self-built community, everyone in the live broadcast room who had delivered takeout before was stunned. The house numbers here are all mixed up. I've delivered dozens of times and have to ask several people each time to find it. Twice I spent over 10 minutes circling around, couldn't find the house number even though I was about to be late. The tone of this audience was unfriendly, presumably having a significant shadow over this neighborhood. Li Chen completed 5 orders in one go. When he received the 6th order and looked at the note, he frowned. Please help me buy 2 bags of 10 kilograms of rice and deliver them together. Thank you. If you don't buy, I will give you a bad review. After carefully looking at the address, it was on the 6th floor. She seemed quite polite. She must be a girl with no strength. Without hesitation, Li Chen directly declined the order. Just because you are polite doesn't mean you can make rude requests. Why should I indulge you on your first delivery? The next order also had a note. In a long-distance relationship with my girlfriend, just heard another man's voice on the phone. Please check if there is another man in her house. I will give you a thank you fee on WeChat. Thank you. Li Chen silently accepted the order. Then he called and added the guy on WeChat. The guy didn't say a word and sent 50 directly. It's been 2 years in a long-distance relationship. I've been accommodating to her, but recently I've noticed she's acting strange. Maybe I'm overthinking. Watching the guy talk about the hardships of a long-distance relationship in the chat box made the audience in the live broadcast room feel sorry for him. Brother, don't worry. I'll keep an eye out for you. After quickly delivering the meal, Li Chen rushed to Building 6, Unit 203 in the Lotus community. Arriving at the destination, it was an old community with many elderly people coming and going. Li Chen rode all the way to Building 6 and parked his bike downstairs. A beautiful drift parked the car and headed straight for 203. Li Chen silently took out his phone and called the guy. After knocking on the door a few times, the burgundy anti-theft door with many locksmith ads on it opened. Li Chen looked at the man who opened the door, wearing a vest, slippers, and a stubbly beard. His heart instantly sank. I didn't order takeout. The man looked at Li Chen in surprise. Li Chen had already heard the heartbroken voice of the guy from his Bluetooth earpiece. He could only silently pray that he wouldn't do anything drastic. Li Chen handed over the takeout. Just as he was about to leave, the discussion in the live broadcast room started. I think Yuanshan helps people to the end. Why not ask? What if it's his father? It can't be his dad. He looks like he's only in his 30s. It's more likely to be his brother. Whether it's his dad or his brother, the guy is so affectionate. What if we're wrong and break up a pair of lovebirds? Yuanshan should confirm it, right? Li Chen felt that made sense and turned to the somewhat confused man. It might have been the lady in the house who ordered. Lady? There's no woman in my house. Did you deliver to the wrong place? The man was even more confused when he heard this. The live broadcast room was also confused. This big brother doesn't seem like he's lying. Did Yuanshan send it to the wrong place, or did he write the wrong address? It's Building 6, Unit 203 of Manhwa community, right? Li Chen looked at the door number. Yes. A confident voice came from the man across the street and in his earphones at the same time. I've always delivered takeout to this address before, never missed. The takeout guy added. Li Chen instantly thought of a possibility. He whispered to the earphone with his back turned. Bro, have you two met in person during the 2 years of long-distance relationship? No. Have you video called? No. She said she wants to maintain a sense of mystery as a girl. Then how do you know her gender? Bro, what do you mean? We send voice messages to each other every day. How could I not know if she's a girl? The takeout guy's tone suddenly turned threatening. What if it's a voice changer? Call her now and see if a man answers to know for sure. So, when the man's phone rang with a voice message from VX in his pocket, he took it out, glanced at it, and didn't answer in front of Li Chen. Li Chen already knew what was going on. I know who ordered the takeout. I'll take it in, the man said and closed the door. Then Li Chen faintly heard a woman's voice coming from inside the door. He instantly got goosebumps. Long-distance relationships need to be cautious. The live broadcast room fell silent for a moment. Fortunately, the takeout guy wasn't deceived. He sent a message to the takeout guy. Li Chen went downstairs. Just as he was leaving the community, he received a new order. It was to be delivered to a certain star-rated hotel. As he finished delivering the meal and was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a sign on the grand piano next to him advertising a tuner for 2,000. Li Chen's interest was piqued. He opened the system interface. Mastering the piano requires 1 merit point. Repairing the piano can earn 2 merit points. Even elementary school students can make a profit. Cindy, what are you looking at? In a corner of the rest area, a beautiful girl in a blue dress, elegant and cold, suddenly stared at Li Chen's profile. The man beside her had never seen her make such an expression before. Following her gaze, he also noticed Li Chen. But seeing Li Chen in a delivery uniform, he breathed a sigh of relief and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Nothing, probably mistook someone. Xia Sini replied casually. Her eyes never left Li Chen's figure for a moment. She appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was already in turmoil. Is it really just a coincidence? At this moment, Li Chen looked at the front desk girl. Miss, does this piano need tuning? Li Chen's voice carried an inexplicable confidence. The front desk girl looked surprised and nodded. Yes. After receiving a positive answer, Li Chen immediately exchanged for piano mastery from the system. This was another opportunity that came knocking. In the split second when the heat flowed through his head, all kinds of knowledge about the piano were directly imprinted in his mind. From being completely ignorant about the piano, he instantly became a top expert. Just as the front desk wondered why Li Chen hadn't left after delivering the takeout, she unexpectedly met his deep gaze. "I can tune this piano, can the person in charge come over?" "Ha!" The front desk girl was stunned at his words. She looked at Li Chen's yellow delivery rider uniform, then at his charming smile. The front desk girl blushed instantly. "You, please wait a moment." She took out the walkie-talkie and whispered a few words. If you didn't look at this face, she would call Li Chen's inexplicably confident appearance common trust. 2 minutes later, the lobby manager, wearing a white shirt and sporting a beer belly, walked over. "Who can tune the piano?" The lobby manager came to the front desk and looked around. His gaze did not stop on Li Chen. The front desk girl pointed at Li Chen. The lobby manager then took a closer look at Li Chen. "Finish the delivery and leave quickly. He's not the manager, he's the one who can tune it," the front desk girl said somewhat aggrievedly. She regretted calling the manager over. How could a delivery person possibly repair a piano? Damn, he actually got me with his looks just now. As expected. After listening, the lobby manager gave her a fierce glare. "I'm busy, stop causing trouble for me." The front desk girl stuck out her tongue in fear. "All right, deliver the food and leave quickly. Young man, focus on delivering food and making money, don't daydream all the time." The lobby manager held a walkie-talkie in one hand. He patted Li Chen's shoulder with the other, looking serious. This guy looks so pretentious. Of course, the manager of a big hotel has to have a high profile. I feel like this manager is going to be taught a lesson by Li Chen later. If it was the first day watching Yuan Shen's livestream, I wouldn't believe he could repair a piano. Let's stop, us old fans are already numb. I really can repair a piano, let me try. Li Chen shrugged helplessly. Having dreams is a good thing, but you also need to see reality and yourself clearly. It's not good to be delusional. The lobby manager waved his hand towards Li Chen, indicating he could leave. Joking. This is a grand piano. It's not like an ordinary electronic keyboard that anyone can play with. How do you know if your dream will come true if you don't try? Li Chen spread his hands. He just exchanged a day of his life for this skill. Otherwise, what's the difference between me repairing a piano and killing me? That piano is worth over 30,000. Can you afford to pay if you break it? Is your dream worth that much money? The lobby manager was starting to get impatient. He gestured to the security guard outside the door with his eyes. 2 security guards immediately walked towards Li Chen. A delivery person wants to be a pianist, still talking about dreams, it's ridiculous. The man next to Xiaoseni looked at Li Chen with even more disdain in his eyes. "Shin Song, what are you talking about? What's wrong with delivering food?" Xiaoseni suddenly turned around and glared at Shin Song. Seeing Xiaoseni's eyes not only fierce but also with a hint of disgust, Shin Song was instantly stunned. He had liked Xiaoseni since high school. But at that time, Xiaoseni was the shining school flower. And his family conditions were average, his looks were average, his studies were average. For Xiaoseni, he could only hide in the corner and silently admire her. Until the end of high school and college. His family suddenly started a business, and it was doing better and better. At the last class reunion, he felt that he was now worthy of Xiaoseni. "Do you know that delivery guy?" Shin Song did not show any dissatisfaction with Xiaoseni's unfriendly eyes just now. His tone was cautious, even with a hint of flattery, although he felt that he was now worthy of Xiaoseni. But the years of being a bootlicker couldn't be changed in a short time. Just one look from Xiaoseni would make him extremely nervous. "Don't you think he looks a lot like Li Chen?" Xiaoseni did not turn around, her gaze still fixed on Li Chen's back. Her voice was trembling. She couldn't determine if that person was Li Chen just by a side profile and voice. It had been a full 10 years since they last parted. A whole decade of changes, too long a time. Enough for a person to undergo earth-shattering changes inside and out. Li Chen? Shin Song carefully recalled the somewhat unfamiliar name for a while. He barely remembered a high school classmate who didn't talk much for 3 years and was unknown. A person he had almost forgotten. How could Xiaoseni remember this person so clearly? Oh, I remember now, it's that Li Chen who didn't talk much in high school for 3 years and sometimes talked to himself, right? It's really a coincidence if it's him, Shin Song suddenly realized. At the same time, he looked at the writer's uniform on Yuan's body. A sense of superiority rose in his heart. Now he knew why Li Chen never attended class reunions. But Xiaoseni's gaze had been on Li Chen the whole time, completely ignoring him. As a seasoned bootlicker, he didn't find Xia Sini's behavior of ignoring him inappropriate. After all, how could he call her a goddess if she wasn't aloof? If the goddess wasn't aloof, how could he bootlick her? He had long been accustomed to the goddess's aloofness. A warm goddess would leave him at a loss. Sini, shall we go over and take a look? Shin Song was touched to see Xia Sini so concerned about her former classmate. Indeed, the goddess's heart was kind. He hadn't been wrong about his feelings for so many years. Do you also think he is Li Chen? Xia Sini's tone carried deep fear and unease. Her lips even trembled slightly, making Shin Song suddenly feel something was amiss. Damn, what's going on? The goddess's tone, tinged with humility and uncertainty, gave him a strange sense of familiarity. I'm not sure either, shall I go ask? Shin Song blurted out almost instinctively upon seeing Xia Sini so concerned about whether that person was Li Chen. Xia Sini looked at Li Chen's profile again and then nodded at Shin Song. Her hands were already tightly clenched together. Shin Song felt dizzy at the sight. Xia Sini's fearful yet eager expression was just like his own as a bootlicker in high school. Sini, what's your relationship with Li Chen? Shin Song looked at Xia Sini's flawless face, filled with tension. This abnormal behavior made even him nervous. Could it be that they had a secret past that no one knew about? Shin Song was suddenly shocked, but he quickly dismissed the thought. It couldn't be, absolutely not. One was the flawless school beauty in everyone's eyes, and the other was a good-for-nothing student except for being handsome. How could these two have any connection? Why would they have any connection? Xia Sini took a deep breath. Memories of a summer evening years ago slowly resurfaced in her mind. After school, she was pinned against the wall and kissed until she almost suffocated. And the brief but happiest 15 days that followed. Why is your face turning red? Shin Song watched as Xia Sini's expression kept changing, just like his own fluctuating emotions at the moment. It's nothing. Xia Sini picked up a glass of water to calm her racing heart. You should go now, while I'm in a good mood. The hotel lobby manager glanced at the two security guards next to Li Chen. The guards gestured for Li Chen to leave. Li Chen shook his head helplessly. Are you really not giving yourselves another chance? Let's go, the lobby manager impatiently waved his hand. What's wrong? Haven't found a piano repairman yet? As Xia Sini stood up to approach, a middle-aged woman in a traditional cheongsam, wearing gold necklaces, bracelets, and earrings, walked over. A young woman in her 20s in a white dress accompanied her. They looked like a mother and daughter pair, both dressed in expensive attire. Ms. Lin, several groups have already come today, and after seeing it, they all said there was no way. The lobby manager smiled bitterly when he saw the visitors. The woman surnamed Lin's face immediately fell. Pointing at the lobby manager with a demanding tone, what should we do? Tomorrow is my daughter's birthday banquet, and the piano is a special program she has prepared for a long time. It cannot be missing. Before we made the reservation, you promised us. If anything goes wrong, you will have to deal with it yourselves. Mom, I've already said that this birthday banquet is very important to me. Almost all my classmates will attend. If anything goes wrong, I will run away from home and cut off ties with you. The girl next to the middle-aged woman held a music score in her hand. She yelled angrily at her. Li Chen, who had not left yet, immediately turned around and tried to look as sincere as possible at the mother and daughter. I can repair the piano. Let me try, and if I can't fix it, you don't have to pay. He couldn't afford to lose a day of his life for nothing. You, a delivery guy? The middle-aged woman scrutinized Li Chen up and down. The bright yellow robe he was wearing was too eye-catching. Why do these people look down on delivery guys so much? Yes, they earn money through their own labor, and nowadays, delivering food pays more than many jobs. Why do they deserve such treatment? It's normal. When I was struggling in doing delivery, I was often deliberately harassed by security guards, customers, and service industry workers. It's like being treated as a nobody. Someone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but comment. In fact, some people look down on delivery guys because it's a way for them to control others. They can spend a few dollars and boss the delivery guys around. A single complaint or bad review can make a delivery guy lose money and feel bad for a day, making them feel superior. Yuanshan, give them a good lesson, educate them well, and make them stop looking down on others in the future. Yes, Yuanshan, show them that being a delivery guy is more mysterious than they imagine. Yuanshan, show them that delivery guys are not easy to bully. I'll give you a carnival. Live broadcast room, Summer Lemon sends out a carnival. Li Chen glanced at the barrage. The carnival was not important. It was his basic professionalism as a streamer to satisfy the demands of the audience. What's the matter with you, delivery guy? Do you believe I can make it so you can't enter any hotels nearby in the future? The lobby manager was furious when he saw Li Chen again. Two security guards were about to step forward. "He's my friend, don't touch him." Xia Xini saw several people about to act and immediately ran over without hesitation. She opened her arms and tightly protected Li Chen behind her. Shin Song also hurried over and shielded Xia Xini. The scene suddenly became somewhat amusing. Shin Song looked back at Xia Xini, who had a determined look in her eyes. He couldn't describe the feeling in his heart, but it didn't feel good. The two security guards saw that Shin Song and Xia Xini were also dressed expensively and didn't dare to act further. Seeing that they had no intention of acting, Li Chen thanked Xia Xini and then smiled slightly. He looked at the girl next to the woman with a challenging and disdainful look in his eyes. "Is there a rule that delivery guys can't understand the piano? What do you mean by that look?" The girl was already in a bad mood, and when she noticed the look Li Chen gave her, she couldn't hold back and exploded like a powder keg. "You stinky delivery guy, why do you look at me like that?" A parvenu is a parvenu, with a bad temper, self-righteous, and lacking in manners. Li Chen chuckled. And with this chuckle, the mother and daughter were instantly stunned. The girl glanced at her mother, her eyes showing a hint of confusion. The middle-aged woman's face was a bit embarrassed at this moment. Li Chen was right. They were indeed nouveau riche, and the kind that made countless people envious, overnight wealth. But every family has its own troubles. Even nouveau riche like them have their own worries. Nouveau riche have always been the subject of occasional ridicule and mockery in their circle of wealth. So in the past year, they have made the greatest effort to remove the label of nouveau riche from themselves, whether in their circle or in front of classmates, teachers, and others. For them who now want to desperately get rid of these three words are their lifeline. When used as an attack, it's like a knockout blow, easily disarming them. We are not nouveau riche." The girl immediately panicked and tried to cover up her previous loss of composure. Then she nervously raised the sheet music in her hand. "I have been learning piano since I was a child." Li Chen glanced at the neatly arranged sheet music in her hand. It looked decent, but not much. It couldn't be said that she had been learning since childhood. Li Chen suddenly had a playful idea to tease her. "Are you sure you have been learning piano since childhood, and you must know all the famous piano pieces in the world?" "Yes, I have been learning since childhood." The girl immediately raised her head proudly. In order to shake off the label of nouveau riche among her classmates, she had put a lot of effort into the piano. She couldn't believe she couldn't even compare to a delivery person. "Have you heard of League of Legends?" The girl shook her head. "What is that?" Li Chen was relieved. "Oh, you must be able to play the famous Noxus Rhapsody, right?" Li Chen said slowly. "Ha?" The girl was a bit confused. "Ahem, didn't you say you've been learning piano since childhood? Haven't you even heard of it?" Li Chen coughed. "You must have heard of the Bandle City Lullaby, right? Dalmatia March? Zon Ensemble Symphony? Lament of the Hextax?" Li Chen calmly mentioned these song titles. It completely fried her CPU. The girl looked at Li Chen with confusion. She looked at the sheet music in her hand and felt that something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. These names all seemed to fit the characteristics of piano pieces, but she hadn't heard any of these names. Could a delivery writer really know more about the piano than her? At this moment, the girl's gaze towards Li Chen suddenly changed. "Pfft, aren't these names mentioned by Yuanshan all locations in the game League of Legends? When did they become piano pieces?" Of course, it's to tease those fiery little girls. "Yuanshan is so clever, how could he have fans like you who are so foolish? Quickly admit that you are a fake fan." Yuanshan's serious look when he says these things, even a 10-year veteran player like me, if I play a little less for a year, I'll be fooled by him. Yuanshan's ability to improvise on the spot is truly amazing. Among these people, only Li Chen and Shin Song had played League of Legends. Of course, Xia Xini had also heard of it. Shin Song was about to expose Li Chen's trick, but was immediately stopped by Xia Xini. Facing Xia Xini's gaze that dared him to say a word and end their friendship, Shin Song immediately held back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "You really don't know any of these famous pieces I mentioned? Not even one? Have you not even heard of one?" Li Chen pretended to be surprised as he looked at the girl. Not only that, Li Chen continued to make up many masters and pieces, styles, and so on, such as the dominant CEO style of Shurima, the aloof goddess style of Ionia, and the passionate and unrestrained style of Bilgewater. All of these were completely unfamiliar to the girl, but the names sounded very high-end. Instantly, the whole scene was silenced, until the girl's gaze went from disdain at the beginning, to feeling guilty, then to shame, and finally lowering her entire head. She dared not look directly into Li Chen's eyes. Even her mother's gaze towards Li Chen gradually developed a hint of admiration. That was their yearning for high art. At this moment, The mother and daughter had already surrendered to Li Chen's knowledge in the field of piano. Who would have known? Just encountering a delivery rider. In the realm of piano, he was actually more knowledgeable than her, who had been studying for over a year. The confidence and pride she had recently built up were directly shattered by a delivery rider at this moment. I only know the pieces on the music score, and have only heard medieval pieces. Faced with Li Chen, who could easily see through their nouveau riche status and lies about practicing the piano, the girl weakly retracted her proud wings in her tone. She disarmed and confessed directly. The live broadcast room was already unable to contain their laughter. This girl surrendered directly. It's really Yuanshan. With just a few words, he completely controls these rebellious girls. Both of us received 9 years of compulsory education. Why can Yuanshan always show off like this, even making me, at my peak, have to step back? To be honest, these girls and her mother are not completely unreasonable people. Of course, this is a hotel where people come and go. These nouveau riche types have to act like upper-class people. Of course, they cannot lose their manners in public. Can you fix my piano now? If you can't fix it well, I won't take your money, and if you break it, I'll pay for it myself. Seeing that the pressure was almost enough, Li Chen looked at the mother and daughter with a righteous expression. Restoring the exchanged lifespan was the real deal. The girl looked at the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman looked at her daughter with eager eyes, as well as being impressed by Li Chen's profound knowledge. Gritting her teeth, she looked at the lobby manager. Let him fix it, and if he breaks it, I'll compensate. Then, let me consult with the leader. The lobby manager glanced discreetly at Li Chen. He quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. After a dozen seconds, the leader agrees. The lobby manager's momentum had also weakened considerably at this point. His gaze occasionally swept towards Li Yuan. A delivery rider who understood the piano was truly a first for him. But he wasn't as easily fooled as those two women. He still didn't believe that Li Chen could fix the piano. Several batches had come yesterday and today, but none had been fixed. If he had such great ability, why would he still be delivering food? In the City of Magic, households with pianos accounted for a large proportion. Piano tuners were a high-paying profession. Being a piano tuner was much easier and more respectable than delivering food. Perhaps he had just happened to learn some, but since the higher-ups agreed, whether Li Chen could fix it or not, whether he would break the piano, it was no longer his concern. After all, it was the leader who made the decision. Wait here for a moment, I'll go get the tools for you. After speaking, the lobby manager walked inside. In the meantime, Xia Xinyi's crystal-clear gaze had never left Li Chen. Are you really Li Chen? A tear unknowingly fell from Xia Xinyi's eyes. Li Chen turned to look. Since just now, he had felt that this very beautiful woman in front of him was very familiar. But the feeling he got was different from that of his ex-girlfriend. Such a beautiful young lady. The audience in the live broadcast room was immediately captivated by Xia Xinyi's appearance. I'm Xia Xinyi. Seeing Li Chen's slightly confused expression, she suppressed the excitement in her heart. 10 years ago, you suddenly dropped out of school. I inquired about your news everywhere. Every day after school, I would go to your house first, but at that time, even your parents didn't know where you had gone. By the end, her whole body was trembling slightly. However, Shin Song, who was beside her, had an even bigger reaction after hearing it. I smell an unusual scent between Yuanshan and this beautiful woman. I also smell the scent of adultery. Yuanshan has another dog outside. I have to leave a message under Chen Momo's account. Don't go first, observe first. Look at the man next to the beautiful lady. He seems particularly excited. From my observation, things may not be that simple. Makes sense. Things that look complicated are often not simple. Xia Xinyi. With this reminder, Li Chen finally remembered. Xia Xinyi was his classmate whom he had interacted with for 3 years. His impression of her far surpassed that of his other ex-girlfriends. In Li Chen's impression, Xia Xinyi was a girl in a clean school uniform, with a ponytail, full of youthful vitality in every move. There was quite a gap between her and the current woman in a white off-shoulder dress, with airy bangs and a somewhat cold demeanor. Although the Xia Xinyi who now wore light makeup looked more mature and beautiful, she was quite different from the pure and innocent school flower in Li Chen's memory. Who is this? Li Chen pointed to the person next to Xia Xinyi. Shin Song, who looked a bit excited with his fists clenched tightly. He is Shin Song, also our high school classmate. Xia Xinyi glanced at Shin Song beside her and then looked back at Li Chen's face. Li Chen nodded. Looking at Shin Song in front of him, who exuded a mysterious self-confidence in his designer outfit, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh that 10 years could truly change a person completely. The Shin Song in his memory was a cowardly and domineering guy. In the dormitory, he often bullied those even more timid than him. He would shrink back and dare not look directly at Xia Xinyi. He would only sneakily put snacks in Xiaosini's desk when he couldn't resist. When Xiaosini asked who put them there, he would never admit it. He could only watch her throw the snacks into the trash can. At this moment, Xiaosini suddenly realized something. She quietly moved her body to the side, distancing herself from Shinsong. I haven't been in contact with Shinsong for a long time. We met by chance on the road today, so we came here to eat something and chat for a while due to the reason of catching up with old classmates. At this point, Shinsong couldn't hear what Li Chen was saying at all. All his attention was on Xiaosini. He listened to her explanations, eager to distance herself from him, and the subtle movements that increased the distance between them. His anxious heart trembled instantly. Is your half-step retreat serious? Can such a small action cause such great harm? Our distance wrinkled between our brows, quickly reverting to the appearance of strangers. I can only play the role of a clown. A gentleman. But Xiaosini's next words were like a knife to the heart. Have you been in the Magic City for the past 10 years? I occasionally go back to your hometown to visit, but I can't contact your uncle and aunt anymore since they moved away. After chasing her for so many years, he knew everything about what brand of cat litter her family's cat liked, but she couldn't even visit his home. She didn't know his address, how many people were in his family, or whether his parents were still alive. Anger and chills. Looking at Xiaosini, her eyes shining with mist but glaring at Li Chen, and the distance between her and Shinsong growing farther, while getting closer to Li Chen. He suddenly remembered a saying, the look of love is hard to hide. Shinsong looked at Li Chen with anger in his eyes, but when he saw Li Chen in his eye-catching yellow delivery rider uniform, he immediately remembered their student days. He used to mock Li Chen behind his back, saying he was useless except for being handsome. Now it seemed how harsh his judgment was back then. 10 years had passed, everyone had their own families and careers. And Li Chen, as he had predicted, seemed truly useless. Despite having such a handsome face, he couldn't even freeload and had become a delivery rider. Shinsong slowly released his clenched fists, confidently and calmly sorted out the Armani shirt worth thousands of dollars. The previous gloom was instantly swept away. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and I felt capable again. He's just a stinky delivery guy. When I make a move, it's Chanel worth thousands, Bulgari worth tens of thousands. Why should he compete with me for the position of licking dogs? But there was a little accident, and I left the Magic City for 2 years. Perhaps it was when Xiaosini and I were in love and broke up without saying goodbye. We were both still young. The harm caused to her was not that great. Perhaps time has already smoothed over the initial scars. Li Chen looked at Xiaosini with a favorability rating as high as 80. He felt a sense of relief in his heart. This was the only ex-girlfriend encounter that was not so nervous and awkward. Oh, then you should stay in the Magic City in the future, right? Xiaosini kept rubbing her hands, her face showing a mix of anticipation and fear. I probably won't leave. Li Chen nodded. Xiaosini immediately breathed a sigh of relief at his words, but the two of them were still exes. After a simple greeting, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Can we exchange contact information? In case there's anything in the future, we can look out for each other as classmates. Xiaosini took out her phone from her khaki bag. Looking at Xiaosini in front of Li Chen, who had completely lost her goddess demeanor, Shinsong could only comfort himself that it was just the polite behavior of a long-lost classmate. Yes, it must be. Okay. Li Chen knew he had wronged her in the past. When encountering each ex-girlfriend, he tried not to say anything other than responding when spoken to and fulfilling all requests he could manage to make amends. He dared not say a word more than necessary in such situations. Not being executed in such situations was already a blessing. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. Xiaosini showed some obvious disappointment and dimness on her face regarding the current distance between them. The two exchanged contact information. Xiaosini stared blankly at Li Chen's profile picture, recalling something. Her expression suddenly became guilty. Seeing Xiaosini's expression, Li Chen was suddenly confused. What's going on? What does this expression of owing me money mean? Shouldn't I be the one feeling guilty and reflecting? Is this some kind of new form of punishment? Actually, it's all my fault. I didn't know much about you back then. I really didn't know you didn't like cilantro. It wasn't intentional on my part. Xiaosini suddenly looked at Li Chen with a face full of regret. I asked many people to find out how much harm it would cause for someone who doesn't eat cilantro, and later I wanted to apologize to you, but I couldn't find you anywhere. I'm really sorry. The more Xiaosini spoke, the more guilty she felt. Li Chen's thoughts instantly flashed back to that afternoon in senior year. The two of them in the cool pavilion in the small grove. Xiaosini happily fed herself the lunch she brought from home. But by then, Li Chen had little time left to start the next relationship. His mind was full of thoughts on how to break up. When Xiaosini fed him a mouthful of food with a lot of cilantro in it, the strong discomfort instantly gave him an idea. Thus, the first breakup caused by not eating cilantro was born. But he never expected that Xiaosini would hold a grudge over this for 10 years? And today, 10 years later, she specifically apologized for this incident. Thinking back to her bewildered expression at the breakup, and now this guilty look, Li Chen suddenly felt like he was a terrible person. I really deserve to die. But since then, I've quit cilantro. My parents don't use cilantro in cooking anymore, so you can rest assured when I feed you in the future. Looking at Xiaosini's sincere face, Li Chen's heart was in turmoil. What punishment could be more hurtful than this? This is worse than 1,000 cuts. Killing him still feels bad. It's not that there is no retribution, the time has not come yet. Pugai, we are all deep troublemakers, activate the self-destruct function. I can't bear to see this ex-girlfriend at all. On the other side, this is even more unbearable than killing me. At this moment, Shin Song stared blankly at Xiaosini. His heart was also collapsing. His heart felt like it was being cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. She was the aloof goddess he had worshipped for a whole decade. Why? Why would she say such things? Bringing meals, feeding meals, being completely obedient to him, changing his tastes for him, and even apologizing proactively after being PUA'd. Why do these absurd behaviors feel so familiar? He remembered when he discovered in high school that Xiaosini loved to eat coriander. He, who never ate coriander before, now had to show off a bowl of it at every meal at home. But isn't this part of a dog's self-cultivation? Why would the attributes of a dog appear on his aloof goddess? So maybe all of that is true. The goddess you've worshipped for 10 years and still can't get close to might also be someone else's dog. I'll be your dog, and you'll be someone else's dog. And he's just a delivery rider. Since that's the case, why not cut out the middleman? Should I just go lick the rider directly? No. Seni. In an instant, Shin Song felt his heart chill. It was as if the world had suddenly started snowing heavily. Snowflakes fluttered, the north wind howled. But why, in such a sad moment, am I thinking of Tide Sea Spirit? Li Chen, where are you living now? Xiaosini saw Li Chen not speaking for a long time and asked. Li Chen instantly jolted. Where am I living? This seemingly ordinary question. For Li Chen, it was like a direct hit to the soul, as difficult as hell to answer. Han Xiao, Shen Momo, do I have to add another Xiaosini? 3 people playing landlord, or 4 people playing mahjong? Well, actually, I'm currently staying with someone else. You know, the housing prices in the Magic City are so high. Li Chen responded somewhat nervously and ambiguously. He really hadn't figured out how to let Xiaosini join. No. Face Han Xiao and Chen Momo. A drama with 3 women is already hard enough to handle. Eating every day is like going to war. You can never see the bottom of the bowl of white rice. Even Tam came and exclaimed that the dishes couldn't be finished, they just couldn't be finished. If they see Xiaosini, whether they go back listening to the drama or fighting is uncertain. Thinking of Han Xiao's silver bracelet, Li Chen suddenly jolted in his heart. Seeing Li Chen's awkward appearance, Shin Song couldn't care less about his sadness, and instantly became spirited again. When it comes to houses, that's hitting my area of expertise. 3 properties and 4 cars in the Magic City, who else has that? This seemingly ordinary question from Xiaosini actually hides a mystery. By asking where he lives, she can judge if he has a house. Whether the house is biased or not can determine his financial situation. Who knew this idiot Li Chen would actually disclose that he's staying with someone else? In this round, I, Shin Song, am the clear winner. Whether it's a goddess or a neurotic, they all care most about material conditions. As a delivery rider, what can he offer a woman for happiness? What can he offer a goddess for a stable home? Just one of my shirts is worth more than his salary. What can he compete with me on? He's worthless. He doesn't even have a place to live, he has to stay with friends. Your friend is also in trouble. He probably has long been unhappy with you in private and wants to kick you out. Do you still want to take the goddess to live under a bridge? Shin Song's mouth involuntarily curled up at this moment, even more difficult to suppress than the fully automatic 14 Malawian kwaches. Xiaosini seemed to feel that her question was a bit presumptuous. Don't get me wrong, that's not what I meant. Xiaosini saw Li Chen's awkward and hurried gestures as he explained. I just wanted to know where you live. If it's close to my place, I wanted to say that my family's cat can do backflips. Do you believe me? Xiaosini looked so nervous that she was starting to speak incoherently. Both Li Chen and Shin Song were a bit confused. Why does she look more nervous than me, even though I'm the one being executed? Why is it such important news that the goddess's cat can do backflips, and I didn't even hear about it? Cats doing backflips? Can someone enlighten me on cat ownership? I have a cat, I don't know if it can do backflips. I just know that when a girl tells you her family's cat can do backflips, it's best to be polite and offer to visit her house, and remember to bring protection. Ha! What did I miss? Last time a girl said her cat can do push-ups, and I thought she was joking. Why does another beauty fall for Yuan-shun? My wisdom tooth is already crushed. As a loyal fan of Chen Momo, I must go to Chen Momo's account to accuse Yuan-shun's behavior. But I think Miss Xia Cini is also very nice, so don't speak ill of her, or I'll come after you if she gets cyberbullied. But Chen Momo is gentle, cute, kind, and can cook and do housework. How do you know Xia Cini won't be like that? Your cat is truly a rare talent, a martial arts genius among millions, hee. Li Chen didn't know what to say anymore. He started planning the layout of a 3-bedroom apartment under his feet. But luckily, just when the atmosphere was getting tense, the hotel lobby manager appeared in time. Here are your tools, hurry up. If you can't fix it, I'll have to call another sound engineer to come over. If you break it, I'll call the police. The lobby manager said with a somewhat harsh attitude as he threw a black tool bag into Li Chen's hands. Li Chen immediately looked at him gratefully as his savior. Meeting that sincere and grateful gaze, the lobby manager was stunned. I treated him like that, and he's still grateful to me? A sudden sense of guilt arose from the bottom of his heart. Did I go too far with him just now? He's just a young man working hard with his hands. If my son also delivers food in the future and is treated like this, such a poser, probably never even touched a piano, let alone fix one. Let's see if you can afford it if you break it. Shin Tsung muttered under his breath with his hands in his pockets. But after meeting Xia Cini's murderous gaze, his momentum instantly wavered, and he weakly dared not speak again. Young man, take your time with the repair, don't rush. If you can't fix it, it's okay, someone will pay for it. The lobby manager, who had a bad attitude just now, did a complete 180-degree turn in attitude after Li Chen's sincere gaze hit him. He glanced at the middle-aged woman next to him. You act high and mighty, you're so great, you use my money to show off. Li Chen nodded and walked towards the piano. As soon as his fingers touched the shiny black shell of the piano, the entire structure of the piano, including the distribution of every screw, was clearly displayed in his mind. He opened the piano keys cover. After pressing a few keys and listening carefully, Li Chen immediately knew where the problem with the tone was. Here comes Yuan-shun with his baton. Yuan-shun, I can't wait, give them a lesson. We're waiting for your baton. I didn't even pay attention to the beautiful lady just now. Really, you didn't pay attention? Just glanced at her for about 5 minutes. After listening to the sound, Li Chen took out screwdrivers, hammers, and other tools from his toolbox. He was about to start dismantling the piano. This immediately made the few people behind him feel frightened. Are you going to dismantle it by just pressing these keys? Are you sure you don't want to double-check? The moment Li Chen started dismantling the piano, the middle-aged woman and the lobby manager behind him spoke at the same time. At this moment, fear was written all over their faces. Xia Cini also looked nervous. At this point, she was already calculating how much money she had left in her account. Would it be enough to compensate him? Money is just an external thing. The important thing is that if the other party reports to the police that he intentionally damaged the property, that would mean going to jail. It's okay, watch my technique, it's professional. Li Chen turned back and smiled slightly. That inexplicable confidence instantly made people feel at ease. Pretentious, let's see how you end up later. Shin Tsung couldn't help muttering. But when Li Chen's movements were precise and he swiftly dismantled the piano parts one by one, then neatly arranged them on the ground, everyone couldn't help but think, damn, he's so professional. Is he really just a delivery rider? Mom, he seems to really know how to fix it. No wonder he knows so many piano pieces that I've never heard of. He's really amazing. The girl holding the music score's eyes lit up, admiring Li Chen. Xia Cini immediately looked unfriendly and gave her a wary glance. The middle-aged woman also breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how you look at it, the piano shouldn't be damaged at this point. As Li Chen immersed himself slowly, his movements became faster and faster. When he found the problem and started tuning, he was already surrounded by a circle of people. Listening to the beautiful sound of the piano and watching Li Chen adjust the keys like an artist, many people couldn't help but exclaim how pleasing it was to the eye. After 15 minutes, the first round of sound tuning ended. Li Chen slowly placed his hands on the keys. As his hands gently pressed down, his fingertips danced and moved on the keys. A beautiful piano piece, sometimes melodious and gentle, sometimes passionately high-pitched, unfolded under Li Chen's hands. After confirming that all the keys were fine, Li Chen gently covered the trembling keys with his hands. The beautiful music abruptly stopped. The onlookers were instantly awakened from the melodious music, showing a look of unfinished enjoyment. Alright, job well done. Li Chen turned to look at the lobby manager and only then realized that there were already over 20 people gathered around watching. He reassembled the piano shell without saying a word, took out his phone directly, and presented the payment code to the lobby manager. 2,000, thank you. The lobby manager looked at Li Chen with a shocked expression, as if he had seen a ghost. You're not trying to skip out on the bill, are you? Li Chen frowned. 2,000 was like 2 days of his life. If you dare to skip a penny, I'll fight you to the end. No, of course not. The lobby manager hastily waved his hand. Please wait a moment, according to the rules, I have to call in a professional to check. Li Chen nodded at the words and quickly changed his fierce expression to a gentle one. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back. I still have to go deliver food. The lobby manager's mouth twitched. Are you here to experience life? With such hidden skills, you're still delivering food? Mom, I can tell, his piano playing is much better than my teacher's. The girl holding the music score was completely mesmerized just now. After coming back to her senses, she couldn't wait to hold her mother's hand to calm down. When the lobby manager and his team came to check and found no issues, he readily paid Li Chen the 2 days' worth of his life. Young man, I don't know if you're interested in staying, we still need. After paying the money, the lobby manager was about to say to keep Li Chen with a high salary according to the leader's instructions. But at this moment, Li Chen's phone rang. Hello, is this Li Chen? What's wrong with you? I'm the station manager, why did you turn off the order receiving function? As soon as Li Chen heard it was the delivery station manager, he immediately put away his smiling face. These days the platform is short of manpower and asked you to temporarily fill in for a day. Now it's peak hours, why aren't you taking orders now? I'm really sorry, station manager, I just finished repairing a piano. I'll start taking orders right away. Li Chen hurriedly explained. Delivering food is also a way to earn a living. Oh, workers have to bow their heads. You're asked to deliver food, and you're repairing a piano? Do you even know what a piano looks like? Over the phone, Li Chen could feel the station manager's furious demeanor. You better start taking orders now, immediately, right away, or return the clothes and don't bother working. If my performance is affected, you won't get away with it. After saying the last sentence, the call was directly hung up. Li Chen was left anxiously opening the app and clicking on the Start Taking Orders button, along with a group of people around him who were completely petrified. What's going on? Aren't you a piano master? The onlookers who had just come over without understanding thought this was some piano master, wearing a delivery uniform and performing an artistic show. But the recent roaring phone call told them that things might not be as they thought. So, you're really a delivery writer? They were completely shocked. More shocked than when they heard the music just now. The piece that was just played halfway was clearly of a master's level. Now you're telling me you're a delivery writer? Even if you are indeed a writer, does this food delivery really need to be done? Young man, our leader is willing to pay this amount each time. Please be our exclusive sound engineer. The hotel lobby manager's eyes lit up. He raised 5 fingers. Ha. Since there's a hot-tempered station manager, it's easy to bring him over. The task assigned by the leader is easily completed. 5,000? Li Chen frowned at him. If you think it's too little, I can talk to the leader and add a bit more, hee. The lobby manager quickly took out his phone to call the leader. No, then why did you only give me 2,000? Did you take a cut from me? Ha? The lobby manager was stunned. No, the prices are all set by the leader. You better be, or else. Li Chen's eyes were unkind. Before he could finish his sentence, the phone suddenly rang. A certain group delivery, you have a new order, please check it promptly. The crisp voice made the people around twitch their mouths again. I have to go deliver food now, thanks for the 2 days. 2,000 yuan. Li Chen quickly glanced at his phone and was about to walk outside the hotel. Master, the leader said he can give you 6,000 each time. Master, our daughter needs a piano tutor, we'll pay you 20,000 per class, can you consider it? I'm not interested, right now I just want to focus on being a writer, you saw it yourself, my leader is super fierce. Li Chen waved his hand and walked out of the hotel against the light. Watching his towering figure illuminated by the light, it shook the hearts of everyone present. The words writer were deeply engraved in the hearts of everyone there. Giving up the easy high-paying job of a sound engineer and piano tutor, and choosing to endure the hardships of being scolded by the leader in all weather conditions. What is the fatal attraction of being a writer? What kind of mysterious profession is being a writer after all? Mom, I saw on Douyin that the food delivery writers are a very mysterious organization, each with extraordinary skills. A 7 or 8-year-old girl suddenly pulled her mother's sleeve and shouted crisply. Such words might have brought ridicule in the past. Just food delivery guys, right? All with extraordinary skills, and they still deliver food? But as they watched Li Chen walk further away, they couldn't argue back. Everyone fell silent. Isn't there a food delivery writer with extraordinary skills right in front of them? Mom, please don't mock or make things difficult for food delivery workers in the future. What if? The girl holding the music score turned to look at her mother. The middle-aged woman nodded in agreement. The hotel lobby manager also nodded. These days, you can't mess with writers. Cindy, let's go. My Mercedes-Benz G-Class is parked in the garage. I'll take you back. Shin Song blared at Li Chen, who was stealing the limelight. But luckily, the goddess was still by his side. Perfect opportunity to take the goddess home, hee hee. Li Chen, wait for me, I have something to tell you. Can someone sit on the back seat of your electric bike? I'll deliver food with you. At this moment, Xia Xini suddenly rushed out after Li Chen in a panic. Shin Song was dumbfounded. What does this mean? Caught off guard, he could only stand there dumbfounded. Xini, what are you doing? Seeing Xia Xini holding onto Li Chen's electric scooter without letting go, Shin Song was on the verge of tears. He couldn't believe that the goddess would really go deliver food. Miss, someone can indeed sit on the back seat, but if you sit behind me, how can I deliver food? Li Chen looked at Xia Xini, who was stubbornly holding on. Li Yuan was completely helpless. Delivering food with a school beauty goddess on the back seat? Is there anything more absurd than this? I don't care, I've decided to stick with you today. When you deliver food upstairs, I can sit on your bike and watch over the food so it doesn't get stolen. Xia Xini pouted slightly, determined not to let Li Chen slip away. But I don't have an extra helmet. Li Chen had to compromise and pointed to Xia Xini's head. Xia Xini's eyes widened at his gesture. Suddenly, she saw Shin Song chasing after them not far away. Shin Song, I remember you said last time you would take me for a ride on your motorcycle. Shin immediately ran over at the mention of it. Yes, do you have time now? Oh, where is your helmet, at home or in your car? Shin Song was slightly stunned, guessing Xia Xini's intention. He did have a helmet in his car. It was the one he bought for showing off on a motorcycle. But he hadn't even managed to ask the goddess out for a ride on the motorcycle yet. Now he was supposed to lend his helmet to Li Chen? And let him take his own goddess out for a ride under the sun to deliver food? What a joke! Impossible, absolutely impossible. He swore to the heavens that such a thing would never happen. I'm a loyal dog, not a stupid one. Shin Song, can I borrow your helmet for a bit? I'll buy one myself tomorrow and return it immediately. Xia Xini saw his expression and knew the helmet must be in the car. She held onto Li Chen's clothes with one hand, afraid he might run off when she wasn't looking. While looking back, she gave Shin Song a pitiful look. In that moment when Xia Xini showed that pitiful expression, Shin Song felt a rush of blood and darkness in front of his eyes. So, my goddess does smile at me. My goddess also speaks to me in such a gentle tone. Is that okay? I'll definitely return it to you tomorrow. Seeing Shin Song standing still and not saying anything, Xia Xini waved her hand in front of his eyes. Okay, I'll go get it right away. Wait for me, wait for me. Shin Song suddenly shivered. The goddess's request made him willing to do anything. The adrenaline rush just now filled him with strength. Realizing this, he quickly sprinted towards the underground garage. The speed even left Li Chen stunned. This kid, is he a sprinter, an athlete? No, I remember he studied finance in college. Xia Xini was also taken aback. After speaking, Xia Xini's expression became fearful again. Don't misunderstand, he always talks about his university in front of me, that's why I remember. Xia Xini was extremely sensitive at this moment, afraid that every word she said would be misunderstood by Li Chen. It would lead to the tragedy of 10 years ago once again. She quickly waved her hands in a panic. After all, 10 years ago, they missed each other for 10 years due to a misunderstanding caused by Xiang Kai. But the more anxious she got, the more mistakes she made. Just as she finished explaining, she felt like she made things even worse. We don't meet often because I also studied finance. He often messages me, asking me questions. Xia Xini's anxious little hands didn't know where to go. Nervous to the point where she couldn't organize her thoughts. Her face looked like she was about to cry. Seeing this, Li Chen gently patted her hand to comfort her. This familiar yet unfamiliar feeling made Xia Xini's heart tremble. The next moment, she couldn't suppress the surge of emotions in her heart. The suppressed emotions of 10 years finally burst out. She no longer cared about being reserved like a girl. Regardless of the public setting, she opened her arms and threw herself into Li Chen's embrace. Her delicate hands tightly held onto his waist. Tears the size of beans fell continuously from her eyes. When you disappeared completely, I had already fallen in love with you completely. I couldn't live without you. Do you know how maddening it is to suddenly disappear like that? I went crazy looking for you everywhere, but there was no news of you anywhere. I went to your house every day, sat in your room staring at the wall, ate the food your mom made for you. They tried to console me but I couldn't move on. Later, your uncle and aunt moved away. They didn't leave me any contact information. I thought I would never see you again in my life. 10 years later, Xia Xini seemed to have found an outlet for her emotions. She could finally tear down her cold facade. Holding on to Li Chen tightly, she cried loudly. She poured out her emotions intermittently. Li Chen smelled the fragrance of her hair. He gently patted her back. It was another moment of repeated torment. Tonzi, because of my ignorance when I was young, you turned me into a despicable scumbag. Can I not see this ex-girlfriend anymore? The host can choose to avoid meeting all ex-girlfriends. A friendly reminder from the system: if the host does not reach a good feeling level of 95 with a new ex-girlfriend within a certain period of time, the host will not be able to exchange money for merit points if the host feels life is too long. Okay, you little rascal, are you? Rascal, I suspect you're deliberately messing with me, but I have no evidence. The system has relaxed the conditions to the maximum extent for the host. What's wrong with you? Did I choke you and make you unable to breathe? Xia Xini felt that Li Chen's emotions suddenly seemed off. She quickly let go of him, wiped the tears from her face. Her flawless face was now covered in tears. Even Li Chen, who had experienced countless big scenes, couldn't help but feel a wave of emotions. He was about to instinctively reach out to wipe away the tears on her face. Suddenly, a voice of anger rang out nearby. Let go of that girl. Shin Song held his helmet in one hand and angrily pointed at Li Chen with the other. He had only been away for a short while, but his cherished goddess had been made to cry like this. Seeing Xia Xini's tear-stained face, his heart shattered on the spot. She had always been a very strong girl, never shedding a tear even when she had conflicts with her family. What kind of despicable act had been done to make her cry like this? Li Chen was taken aback by this cry for justice. His hand, which had just been raised, immediately froze in midair. Xia Xini, who had a shy face and hopeful eyes, saw his hand suddenly stop. A flash of killing intent passed through her eyes instantly. She immediately turned around and looked at Shin Song with a look that seemed like she wanted to kill. Her shy face, which had just been tearful, turned completely dark in an instant. Xini, has he bullied you? Shin Song stepped forward quickly, ready to play the hero. But suddenly, he noticed Xia Xini looking at him with a strange expression. Was there a hint of a barely perceptible killing intent? Was it an illusion? Xini, don't be afraid. I've known for a long time that he's not a good person. Now that he's caught in the act, it's a good opportunity to bring him to justice. Call the police and send him to the sewing machine. Shin Song sharpened his words with righteousness. But what was going on with Xia Xini's eyes? The killing intent seemed to emanate from her gaze. He had never seen Xia Xini look so fierce before. And what was with this expression of resentment that seemed like she wanted to devour someone? Shouldn't you be looking at the culprit, Li Chen? Xini, did Li Chen threaten you with a knife? If you were threatened, just blink your eyes. Shin Song frantically winked at Xia Xini, making Li Chen think he had dry eye syndrome. Give me the helmet, his delivery is about to be late. Xia Xini took a deep breath, easing her urge to kill. She reached out a white, tender arm toward Shin Song. Shin Song was slightly stunned and instinctively handed the helmet to Xia Xini. Thank you. Xia Xini took the helmet and thanked him. Help me put it on, this buckle is hard to fasten, I can't do it. Watching Xia Xini act coquettishly and ask Li Yuan to help her put on the helmet, Shin Song's resolve gradually began to crumble. Xini, didn't he just bully you? Who said he bullied me? Xia Xini gave Shin Song a strange look. Shin Song was instantly speechless. Xia Xini, now wearing the helmet, slowly adjusted her position. She lifted her skirt and sat on the back seat of the electric scooter, her first time riding one. She looked so careful, afraid of falling off. Shin Song couldn't help but feel heartbroken again. Xini, are you really going to accompany him to deliver food? It's very unsafe for you to do so. Thank you for the helmet. Xia Xini adjusted her position and hugged Li Chen's waist. She looked as happy as a child. Are you ready? Are you sitting securely? Li Chen turned back to look at Xia Xini. I'm ready. Xia Xini replied happily. She hugged Li Chen even tighter. Shin Song watched in a daze as the electric scooter slowly started and moved further away. Was this the so-called preferring to laugh on an electric scooter than cry in a Mercedes-Benz? Even though I was so careful when talking to her, how could I bear to see her cry? Shin Song couldn't understand where he had lost. Besides looks, he was clearly better than Li Chen in every way. If it was because of his face, he could get plastic surgery. Since women can marry into wealth through plastic surgery, men can also undergo plastic surgery to marry a goddess. He was willing to sacrifice himself for the goddess. But as he watched Xia Xini disappear into the distance, a sudden worry arose in his heart. Senny, without my protection, you must be careful. I will, Senny. Woo woo. Wait, stop the car. Li Chen's electric scooter dared to drive out of Shin Tsong's sight. Xia Senny suddenly shouted to stop him. This helmet is too heavy, let's switch. Xia Senny took off her expensive and highly protective helmet. Li Chen was about to refuse. Xia Senny covered his mouth with her hand. If you don't switch, I won't let you deliver food today. I remember you didn't have this stubbornness before. Li Chen had to take off his shabby helmet that barely covered his head and handed it to Xia Senny. Fortunately, he was skilled in driving. Even with the electric scooter, the probability of overturning was almost zero. After exchanging helmets, the two continued on their way. Delivering food with you, the school flower beauty, I feel like I'd been killed countless times by the surrounding light with just a glance. Wherever Li Chen's electric scooter passed by, the male and female turnaround rate was at 100%. That girl, as beautiful as a TV star, sitting happily behind the food delivery guy's electric scooter, hugging his waist. Has the three-body film crew of Lu Cixin started shooting? No, compared to the sci-fi scene in front of them. Lu Cixin's three-body was too conservative. Food delivery writers are really a mysterious organization. Seeing them, my long-buried heart seems to believe in love again. This is the true nature of love, so envious. Envious of what? He's a scumbag. He wears such a good motorcycle helmet for himself, but gives the girl such a poor helmet. Ah, it's so pitiful for girls in love, being deceived by scumbags and still so happy. Hee hee, exactly, such a beautiful girl, not even willing to buy her a helmet, what a waste. Well, it's you who will be killed, not me. Xia Senny tightened her grip on Li Chen's arm, leaning her head comfortably against his back. In that moment, Li Chen suddenly felt like he was back in his senior year of high school. I suspect you deliberately switched helmets, saying I made you wear a broken helmet to abuse you, so I'll be criticized by everyone. When the electric scooter stopped in front of the food pickup store, Li Chen only went in for a short while. There were already a dozen people around Xia Senny, each one staring with curious eyes at this beautiful girl sitting on the electric scooter for food delivery. And when they saw Li Chen come out and ride the electric scooter, instantly, there was a loud seminar condemning the scumbag. The dozen or so people were almost ready to pounce on Li Chen. Li Chen didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, afraid that the more they talked, the angrier they would get, and they would come up and beat him up. Amidst Xia Senny's pleasant laughter, he grabbed the electric scooter and ran. You still have the nerve to laugh, put the helmet back on. Li Chen helplessly listened to Xia Senny laughing heartily in the back seat. The laughter became more unrestrained, more carefree. Li Chen suddenly had a feeling. This girl seemed to have returned to her lively and cheerful self from high school after that bout of crying. The white moonlight in everyone's heart. No, this helmet is comfortable to wear. Xia Senny shook her head vigorously. This order you received from the hotel, it took so long, it's already past the time limit, right? No, there are 3 minutes left. Oh, that's no different from being late. Anyway, I have thick skin, I'll apologize to the customer for you later. Xia Senny waved her hand. 3 minutes may be the limit for the car, but it's far from my limit, sit tight. With that, Li Chen, amidst Xia Senny's exclamation, suddenly turned the electric scooter into a small grove, passing through the woods directly into an old residential area. In Xia Senny's extremely surprised expression, Li Chen was like a human navigation system, twisting and turning inside. How long have you been delivering takeout? How come you're so familiar with the route? Li Chen's skilled driving and familiarity with the route were so heart-wrenching. Xia Senny slowly put away her smile. Over the years, he must have had a hard time, right? He must have suffered a lot, right? The little electric donkey was in Xia Senny's endless heartache for Li Chen. It stopped by the wall behind the residential area. The two stared blankly at the dog hole less than half a person tall under the wall. Ah, the residential area you crawled through is the destination. Ha, do you usually crawl through dog holes to deliver takeout? Xia Senny laughed, leaning forward and backward, staring at Li Chen with a strange expression. This is called mission accomplished, never late. How about it? Are you afraid of crawling through dog holes? Li Chen took out the takeout from the insulated box. At this moment, the phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Li Chen's hand trembled instantly. It was Han Xiaoxiao calling. Damn, is she watching the live broadcast today? Li Chen felt a sudden chill in his wrist. Unconsciously, he recalled the night he was handcuffed all night. Xia Senny didn't know if she was afraid of him. He is definitely afraid now. Li Chen hesitated for half a second before answering. Hello. Li Chen's voice was trembling. Where are you? I made an appointment with MOMO to go shopping this afternoon. Do you want to come? Han Xiaoxiao's voice sounded somewhat domineering on the phone. However, Li Chen instantly breathed a sigh of relief. His whole tense body immediately relaxed. Fortunately, it seems that this girl probably forgot about watching the live broadcast. Well, I won't go. I'm busy making a living, making money. Li Chen glanced at Xia Xini and felt guilty. Well, remember to come back early, MOMO, and I will make a big meal for you today. You? Cooking a big meal? Li Chen instantly thought of her last time in the kitchen, making that black lump of something unknown. On the other end, Han Xiaoxiao probably also thought of her completely untalented cooking skills, blushing. Can't I help MOMO? Even over the phone, Li Chen could feel Han Xiaoxiao's fierce expression. Anyway, come back early. After saying that, Han Xiaoxiao hung up. As Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt puzzled. Weren't Han Xiaoxiao and Chen MOMO always fighting when they met? How come their relationship suddenly became so harmonious? Hang up the phone at the same time. Li Chen immediately turned off the live broadcast screen. It's good to delay being executed for a second. If you don't go now, you'll be late. Xia Xini's dejected voice sounded beside him. At this moment, her expression had become very unnatural. Her hands were awkwardly unsure where to place them. Obviously, she vaguely heard that the caller was a girl, and she could tell that the girl on the other end had a close relationship with Li Chen. The phone call from Han Xiaoxiao was like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. She suddenly realized. Earlier, she was just venting her emotions, but she forgot to ask him if he had gotten married in these 10 years, or if possible, could his child already be old enough to go shopping? So his child must be very cute, right? Just the thought of a finely crafted, a porcelain doll-like cute child calling her aunt. Xia Xini's face turned pale instantly. A wave of dizziness hit her head, an endless sense of guilt washed over her. Feeling like she was intruding on someone else's marriage, destroying a family as a third party. Li Chen noticed that something was wrong with her state. Guessed that she was feeling uncomfortable again because of Han Xiaoxiao's phone call. After a half-second pause, Li Chen gently took her restless hand. Don't just stand there. What's there to be afraid of in crawling through a dog hole? He didn't have a choice before. Now he just wants to give all the goddesses a home. Cough, a pair of warm hands. At least not let them feel so sad in front of him. Xia Xini blankly let herself be dragged by Li Chen into the dog hole, holding his warm hand. It's like holding the whole world. At this moment, she suddenly felt fearless. Even if she was despised as a mistress by everyone, so what? She has no regrets. Moreover, looking at his current situation, and the nervous and scared look when he answered the phone just now, his past and present marriage must be unhappy. Thinking that Li Chen might have married a shrew who abuses him all day long, Xia Xini couldn't help but feel extremely heartbroken. She has decided to be this mistress. Even if the main wife comes, she cannot stop it. Since you don't cherish Li Chen well, then you can't stop him from moving towards someone better. When Li Chen gets divorced, she will definitely not let him deliver takeout under the sun and wind again. She must give him the best of the world. His child will definitely be treated like his own biological child. Xia Xini is firm in her belief. Li Chen. How old is your son this year? Is he in school? I heard that children are more close before going to school. After going to school, they start to rebel. Stepmothers are not that easy to deal with. What? My son? Li Chen was confused. Xia Xini's voice was very light. The two of them crawled out of the wall one after the other. Li Chen only heard, "Do you know how old your son is?" But when he turned around, he saw Xia Xini's determined and serious expression. This serious expression instantly made him think of a possibility. He, who had always been relatively calm, suddenly felt a rush of blood to his head. Could it be? Could it be that she secretly gave birth to my son 10 years ago, and then came to amaze me 10 years later? I'm a father? But he remembers clearly that he always took precautions. Damn condom manufacturer, can I complain? It's just that I feel sorry for my long-lost son. 9 years old? Li Chen suppressed his excitement. His lips trembled slightly as he replied. 9 years old? Xia Xini was stunned for a moment. 9 years old plus 10 months of pregnancy. Isn't that 10 years ago? So, 10 years ago, he was with someone else. She suddenly felt a bit teary. So, 10 years ago, he suddenly disappeared. It turns out he went to get pregnant and have a child. So, all those excuses about coriander and everything were just excuses. Li Chen, did you cheat on me 10 years ago? Seeing Xia Xini looking aggrieved and about to cry, Li Chen immediately swore to the heavens that he had never cheated on her. He really didn't do such a thing. Seeing his sincere expression, Xia Xini tentatively believed him. Then where is the child's mother? Xia Xini asked anxiously. What if she knows her, or worse, if she's a classmate? The child's mother? isn't it you? Li Chen blurted out. Xia Sini blushed instantly. You, give me some time, I'm not ready yet. Xia Sini didn't expect him to be so direct, but then she sighed silently. The child is already 9 years old. At an age where even the biological mother can't control, how can she, as a stepmother, manage? It seems that she will have to buy a set of parenting manuals when she gets home today. Alas, she waited so hard for 10 years, thinking that she finally got the result, only to suddenly become a stepmother and have a 9-year-old son. These 10 seconds. Xia Sini has already imagined dozens of scenes where the stepmother is angered to death and labeled as a wicked stepmother by others. I hope Xiao Li Chen can behave better. And the 10 years of guarding an empty house. It must be doubled to get it back. I understand, I will give you mother and son some time. Li Chen on the other side also nodded seriously. Suddenly, a 9-year-old child who had been missing fatherly love for 9 years gained a father. Indeed, he needs time to prepare psychologically. At this moment, both of them secretly vowed to fulfill the responsibilities of being a good mother and father. Hurry up and deliver the meal, the takeout is already overdue. Xia Sini took a deep breath and adjusted her mood. Li Chen nodded. The two of them, each with their own thoughts, walked hand in hand into the residential area. By the way, what is my son's name? You're asking me what your son's name is? Xia Sini widened her eyes and looked at Li Chen's profile in confusion. When the father and son recognize each other and embrace each other in tears, I can't not know his name, right? Li Chen looked innocent. What, father and son recognition? Xia Sini's small head was filled with question marks. Isn't it supposed to be mother and son meeting? You said I gave birth to a son for you, right? Li Chen was also a bit confused. I didn't. Xia Sini subconsciously looked at her flat stomach. Then the two of them stared at each other blankly. It was only then that they realized something was not quite right. Are you married? Xia Sini suddenly understood. Could it be that she was just too nervous and imagined things? Li Chen shook his head. Do you have a son or daughter? Li Chen continued to shake his head. So their previous conversation was like talking to a brick wall. They were not on the same page at all. But Xia Sini's eyes visibly brightened at this moment. So maybe she wasn't a third party. And she definitely didn't have to be labeled as a wicked stepmother by others? Who was that tigress on the phone just now? Is she your girlfriend? Or something else? Xia Sini furrowed her beautiful eyebrows. Her tone carried a hint of hostility. She wasn't his wife, so why should Li Chen be so afraid of her? Even if she was his girlfriend, it was unacceptable. When I was with Li Chen, I always obeyed him. I listened to him in everything, big or small. I had to watch my tone when speaking. As someone who treats him like a treasure, why should I be bullied by others? Tigress? Li Chen twitched his mouth. Well, you seem really scared of her. Who is she to you? Xia Sini held Li Chen's hand tighter. She had already made up her mind to dig into this matter. Whether she was a girlfriend or married, that kind of tigress was not worthy of Li Chen. She is my landlady. Li Chen really didn't know how to explain. Landlady? Xia Sini was stunned. Why are landladies so arrogant these days? Do you owe rent? No, she doesn't want rent. Li Chen shook his head. She doesn't want rent? Xia Sini suddenly thought of something and covered her mouth with her hand. Are you using your body? Looking at Xia Sini's suddenly disdainful eyes, Li Chen rolled his eyes. Where are you going? Anyway, it's too complicated to explain in a few words. Just like if I lived in your house, would you ask me for rent? No. Xia Sini immediately shook her head. Then she blurted out a question. But if I told you to compensate me with your body, would you refuse? After asking, Xia Sini blushed and looked around. Fortunately, no one passed by to hear her aggressive words. Are you testing this cadre? Let me tell you clearly, this cadre cannot withstand tests. Have you forgotten that I had 7 times in one night 10 years ago? Xia Sini listened as if recalling some inappropriate scenes for children. Instantly, her face turned red to the base of her neck. That was 10 years ago. You can't be as powerful as you are now. Li Chen was about to retort. His 2 kidneys are like perpetual motion machines now. The reminder for the overdue delivery on his phone suddenly rang. Li Chen didn't care about anything else. He grabbed Xia Sini and ran upstairs. So, did you really use your body to pay the rent? Stubborn Xia Sini was very stubborn. Even while being dragged along, she didn't forget to ask. No, Li Chen still shook his head. I don't believe it. After you finish delivering the food today, I'll go back with you. You take me to see her, that tigress. Xia Sini looked very skeptical. She deliberately emphasized the word tigress. She could feel it. The relationship between the girl on the phone just now and Li Chen is definitely not ordinary. Li Chen instantly got a headache. Taking her back, Wouldn't that be a full-scale execution scene again? And it's the ultimate execution scene, the hellish Azura field. Han Xiaoxiao and Shen Momo's relationship seemed to have just eased. And now suddenly there's Xiaosini. 3 women in one drama. What about 3 ex-girlfriends? Wouldn't that just cause a scene? Just thinking about Xiaosini entering and meeting Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo at the door, Li Chen shivered. How about waiting for 2 days? I'll change all the stainless steel knives in the kitchen to mature ones. Li Chen muttered quietly. He felt like the kitchen at home would eventually become a crime scene. What did you say? Nothing, she's called Han Xiaoxiao. If you see her, remember not to call her a tigress. Li Chen smiled bitterly. Oh, Xiaosini nodded. I'll listen to you. The 2 arrived at the door of room 302 on the 3rd floor. The man inside, with a face full of anger, was about to speak out. But upon seeing Xiaosini outside, staring with big eyes, looking innocent and incredibly beautiful, the man's almost foul language was instantly swallowed back. It's okay, it's just an hour, it's nothing. Actually, I just finished breakfast, I'm not hungry at all, another hour later wouldn't have mattered, you've worked hard, he. Li Chen hadn't even said a word of apology. The man in tank top and shorts waved his hand. His growling stomach indicated that the delivery was too early. He hadn't been hungry yet. And then he gave a 5-star rating, saying that today's meal was too beautiful and delicious. Reluctantly, he watched Xiaosini leave. From now on, I'll order takeout from your restaurant every day. Restaurant? Understood, I see you like to eat noodles turned into paste. Next time I'll let it sit for an hour after cooking before delivering it to you. Thank you for your support. You see, it's beneficial to have me around. Without me, you'd definitely get scolded. On the way back, Xiaosini held Li Chen's hand and laughed like a 90-pound child. Yes, your pitiful and innocent look just now could kill 99% of men instantly, and the remaining 1% are gay. Continuing to face the murderous glares with Xiaosini, they completed a few more deliveries. Sitting in the back, Xiaosini kept thinking about how to deal with the tigress behind Li Chen. Are you hungry? Shall we go eat? After finishing the peak orders, Li Chen checked the time and saw that it was almost 2 in the afternoon. The 2 found a decent restaurant. After all, there was a part of the money that couldn't be exchanged for successful virtue. Spending it wasn't a big deal. Just as the 2 sat down by the window to order, an incredibly surprised gaze had been fixed on them since they entered the restaurant. From the moment Li Chen and Xiaosini entered, countless gazes fell on them. A star-level beauty is walking with a delivery guy. The impact on the eyes is more lethal than the combination of beasts and beauties. Moreover, Xiaosini, such a beauty, completely disregards the modesty of a girl at this moment. She almost wants to stick every inch of her body completely to Li Chen. Xiaosini and Li Chen sit side by the window. She is still tightly pressed against his body. Why do I feel that the people here are looking at us with more hostility than those outside? The people outside just want to harm me with their eyes, but now it seems like even you want to harm me. Li Chen looks at the murderous gazes. He can't help but feel a little scared. Have their animosity levels risen to the point of indiscriminate harm? Xiaosini couldn't help but glance around. The expressions of the people inside seem different from those outside, and the decoration in the restaurant is a bit strange, with mostly single-person booths and long tables for 7 or 8 people. And the names of these dishes are even stranger: melancholy soul rice, heartbroken noodle. Xiaosini opened the menu, her face full of surprise. Are you 2 doing this on purpose? This is a breakup-themed restaurant. Everyone here is just recently heartbroken, seeking resonance and comforting each other's wounded souls. And you 2 lovebirds come in here showing off affection right away? Suddenly, strange voices came from behind them. Beast, animal, scum. Xiaosini, completely focused on Li Chen, naturally didn't notice the commotion behind them. Li Chen, accustomed to being scolded, was not affected by this level of criticism. What's going on today? Why do I come in and see Chang Wei and Lai Fu showing affection? A customer who had just entered looked at the waiter with dissatisfaction. The tone was a bit sarcastic. The 2 waiters also looked embarrassed. The restaurant originally did not allow couples to dine together. It's just that Xiaosini is too good-looking. The landlady was already the most beautiful girl they had ever seen. Now, the girl who came in is just as beautiful as their landlady. When Li Chen and Xiaosini entered, they momentarily forgot to stop them. But now that they are seated, should they kick them out? Why don't you go? Since they're already inside, I can't bring myself to ask them to leave. Or you go, I still need to settle the bill at that table. The 2 waiters pushed each other, demonstrating the traditional virtue of mutual courtesy. This one looks delicious, and this one is not bad. Do you want to try it? This one has coriander, which I don't like, but why are most of the dishes on the menu for single diners? Xiaoxini muttered softly while flipping through the menu and occasionally glancing at Li Chen. At this moment, her eyes were only on Li Chen. Unconsciously, she made some intimate gestures without considering the feelings of those around her. Damn it, waiter, bring the bill. I can't stand this place for even half a second. Can I return the meal I ordered? My friend said this place is a breakup-themed restaurant with a nice atmosphere. I just broke up a few days ago and wanted to come and see, but now that I'm here, you show me this? Are you trying to lure dogs in to kill them? I just broke up, and being confronted with this affectionate scene is like receiving a million critical hits. Manager, what should we do now? The two waitresses turned to look at the manager behind the bar. They found the manager looking at the two of them with a strange expression. I'll go to that table, you go and appease the other customers. The meal fees for those who have already ordered are waived, and those who haven't ordered yet get a 30% discount. In her 30s, wearing a black jacket, the female manager walked out from behind the bar holding the menu. She slowly walked towards Li Chen and Xiaoxini, her eyes flashing with a hint of sinister light. I sense a familiar danger from the manager. Two waiters were shocked. The last time I saw the manager with this expression was when her scumbag ex-boyfriend came to cause trouble, and she kicked him hard in the lower body, lying in bed for 3 days. It's all over, it's all your fault. Why didn't you stop those two just now? With the manager's bad temper after being hurt by the scumbag, what if something happens again? I don't know either, you didn't stop them either. So should we go stop the manager now? She's wearing high heels, one kick and... The two waiters trembled in fear. Are you ready to order? The female manager with light smoky makeup walked gently to Li Chen and bent down lightly. But Li Chen, with years of fugitive life, keenly felt that there was something wrong with her smile, with a hint of danger. But he was sure that the woman in front of him was definitely not any of his ex-girlfriends, although she was quite pretty. But her looks and figure obviously did not meet the standards set by the system for girlfriends. Each of his ex-girlfriends had undergone strict screening by the system. Only those who passed and were judged to be above 85 points would be arranged to meet each other by fate. Various cliché encounters like picking up the wrong luggage at the airport, a girl suddenly tripping in front, or inexplicably heavy rain coming out of a coffee shop, conveniently with a beautiful woman next to Li Chen, and conveniently an umbrella in her bag. And so on, all kinds of melodramatic encounters. Later on, he could just take a casual glance on the street and know which beautiful woman was going to be unlucky and chosen by the system again. He just needed to wait in place for the beautiful woman to come to him. This damn fate. Well, we'll order. Xiaoxini quietly pulled Li Chen towards her side, keeping him further away from the female manager. The female manager saw through her protective trick. A faint smile of imperceptible mockery appeared at the corner of her mouth. Originally, our rule at the store is not to serve couples, but this gentleman really looks like someone from my past. The female manager stared at Li Chen with a smile that seemed to be smiling but not. Meeting that playful yet dangerous smile, Li Chen instantly felt his hair stand on end. Xiaoxini sensed that something was wrong with Li Chen. She also noticed the strange look the female manager was giving Li Chen. She furrowed her beautiful brows instantly. The hand holding Li Chen's arm pulled him closer to her side again. Li Chen was almost about to fall into Xiaoxini's arms. Waves of soft and fragrant warmth enveloped him, but he had no mood to feel it. It didn't make sense. Did he remember wrong? Or did she have plastic surgery and make herself ugly? Li Chen looked at that face full of danger and oppression. He dared not speak for a moment. If she really was his ex-girlfriend, how could he live a good life day by day? The female manager saw Xiaoxini almost completely shielding Li Chen. Her expression became even more playful. How loving you two are now. How fierce you'll be fighting in a while. I think you might have mistaken him. He doesn't know you, let alone being someone from your past. Xiaoxini stared at the female manager with an unfriendly expression. Although this was someone else's territory, as long as it involved Li Chen, she would not be polite in her tone. She didn't care about any past connections. Even if the woman in front of her had a history with Li Chen, he was now with Xiaoxini. No one could take him away from her. Besides, there was a mother tiger in his family to deal with. It was not her turn to intervene. Miss, in terms of looks, you are the most beautiful person I have ever seen besides a friend of mine. I advise you, there are really a lot of scumbags now, and there are many who specifically deceive beautiful and innocent girls. Don't be easily deceived by scumbags. The female manager looked at Xiaoxini with a kind-hearted reminder. But Xiaoxini's face immediately darkened when she heard Li Chen's words, both overt and covert. Their eyes met in the air. This familiar taste made Li Chen's scalp tingle. He hadn't even gone home to face Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo yet. Is this an appetizer before facing them? This life is unbearable. Whether he is a scumbag or not, it's not your place to tell me. Even if he marries 100 women at the same time, I don't care. Xia Xinyi's eyes began to show a murderous intent again, indicating that she was truly angry. Li Chen, however, brightened up at her words. Is what you said true? Actually, you don't need 100. Just hope that when you see Han Xiaoxiao and Shen Momo, you won't resort to violence. As for the 100 or not, that's not worth his life. I'm just kindly reminding you, you don't need to hold such a grudge against me. You are very similar to my friend, not only in appearance but also in stubborn personality. Speaking of her friend, the female shop manager suddenly softened her gaze as she looked at Xia Xinyi. However, she made a bad choice in men, just like you now, plunging herself into a suicidal love affair, only to end up in a mess. The female shop manager's gaze turned extremely unfriendly as she looked at Li Chen. I think I've seen a photo of your boyfriend, a year ago. Li Chen felt like the female shop manager's gaze was cutting into him. Instead, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He could now understand what was going on. Damn it, this guy. So you've been messing around here, and I was almost scared to death. You're telling me you're not my ex-girlfriend? If you're not my ex-girlfriend, what is there to be afraid of? Should I say it or not, he's just a coward in front of his ex-girlfriends. Don't give me that look like you're going to stab someone. Even if you look like you're going to nuke someone, it won't work here if you're not my ex-girlfriend. In this life, he only feels sorry for his ex-girlfriends and his parents. He will only bow down in front of his ex-girlfriends and parents. Although he seems to have quite a few ex-girlfriends, it doesn't stop him from sincerely caring and feeling guilty for each one. Li Chen patted Xia Xinyi's hand. He immediately straightened up from her embrace. A real man is born between heaven and earth. How can he live in the shadow of others? Let me straighten up for a moment. Li Chen picked up the glass of water in front of him and drank calmly. This guy, he's so nervous. I'll bow down when your ex-girlfriend's friend arrives. The female shop manager noticed a sudden change in Li Chen's attitude. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Thank you for your concern, but just because your friend has bad intentions, doesn't mean I have to as well. In my heart, my boyfriend is the best man in the world. If you don't want to serve us, we'll leave immediately. Xia Xinyi coldly grabbed Li Chen's arm and tried to leave. Miss, I can't bear to see you fall into a pit. The female shop manager immediately stopped them with her hand. To tell you the truth, your current boyfriend is that scumbag. I've seen his photo at my friend's house. Your boyfriend's name is Zhang Jiawei, right? The female shop manager pointed at Li Chen and sneered. Her expression showed resentment, injustice, and disdain. More than anything, she was looking forward to exposing the scumbag's crimes in front of the pretty girl. It was a kind of inner satisfaction in seeking revenge for a good friend. She anticipated the pretty girl's shocked, angry, and disappointed expression after hearing the truth. And then she would walk away, leaving the scumbag standing there at a loss. Or even more satisfying would be if the girl exploded in anger and tore the scumbag apart. She would also kick a few times without hesitation. Let this scum man try the taste of being cut off from his descendants. Puff. Zhang Jiawei. Li Chen almost didn't catch a mouthful of water. Sure enough, the scum man has started to be afraid to choke even when drinking water, hee. However, it seems that things are not going as planned. What does that girl's expression, like looking at a fool, mean? Did I say something wrong? But he is a scum man. I directly said his name the first time I saw him. Can this still not be believed? Can there still be a mistake? This girl's love brain is really hopeless. Nuts, your name is Zhang Jiawei. Your whole family is called Zhang Jiawei. Xia Xinyi looked at the female store manager as if she was looking at an idiot. It is your right not to serve couples, but is it necessary to break people up? Let's go, change to another place. We can still run into nuts while having a meal. Li Chen was pulled by Xia Xinyi to walk outside. The female store manager stared blankly at Xia Xinyi, who was full of anger on her face. A bit skeptical about life. Did I see it wrong? But it's not right, it looks so similar. Did I remember it wrong? The photo I saw a year ago is a bit blurry. The female store manager muttered to herself while taking out her phone. She dialed the contact named Lu Zai. Li Chen walked outside, wiping the sweat beads on his forehead. That was close. It seems that in the world of rivers and lakes, you still need to have more aliases. They can save your life at critical moments. You seem very nervous? Xia Xinyi looked suspiciously at Li Chen wiping his sweat. It's hot, it's hot. Oh, did I hug you too tightly? Xia Xinyi said, hugging his arm even tighter. Li Chen turned his head slightly. He saw the female store manager holding the phone, talking and looking towards him. He was shocked in an instant. Let's go, it's not safe to stay here for long. Li Chen said in a low voice and quickened his pace towards the door. When they were out of the store, Xia Xinyi turned around. Only then did she notice a small blackboard next to the door with breakup-themed restaurant. Does not serve couples written on it. I seem to have wrongly accused her just now. Xiaoxini suddenly felt a bit guilty for not noticing the warning and entering recklessly. But she called you a scum man, and I dislike her. Well, what if I really am one? Li Chen coughed lightly, trying to conceal his inner embarrassment. If you are a scum man, only I can say it, no one else can say it in front of me. Xiaoxini paused, staring at Li Chen. So, are you a scum man? Faced with Xiaoxini's serious gaze, Li Chen was extremely scared at that moment. Tonzi, this is a task you created. Why am I the one getting beaten? Asking me if I'm a scum man. How can one answer such a soul-searching question? Whether you say yes or no, it's not acceptable. Since ancient times, whoever answers will die. Your question is like being blindfolded in a mental hospital, randomly asking someone if they are sick. If they say they are sick, doesn't that mean they are normal? If they say they are not sick, do you believe them? What does this have to do with mental illness? I don't understand. Can you simplify it? Aren't all the people in the mental hospital sick? Xiaoxini's eyes sparkled with confusion as she tilted her head. There are doctors and nurses there too, idiot. Li Chen slightly turned his head, avoiding eye contact. Xiaoxini tilted her head and looked carefully at Li Chen. Oh, that seems right. Why didn't I think of that? But my question has nothing to do with doctors and nurses. What was your question just now? Li Chen, who wanted to evade the question, turned around and met Xiaoxini's unfriendly gaze. This is a disaster. Oh, well, actually, your question, it's like a mental patient's self-proclamation, there is no answer, proving oneself or too many explanations, all seem too pale. Li Chen looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He tried not to let Xiaoxini see the guilt on his face. Time is a good thing. It will give you the best proof, isn't it? He wasn't really lying. Well, time will eventually prove that he is a scumbag, won't it? Just drag it out as long as possible, the later the better. Xiaoxini tilted her head and thought carefully. Oh, that's right, there will be plenty of time in the future. Anyway, this time I shamelessly stuck to you, so from now on, don't think about disappearing from my sight again. With that, Xiaoxini clenched her fist in determination. Ha! Damn it, finally managed to get through it again. Li Chen. Here, lower your head and look at me. Xiaoxini gently pulled Li Chen's clothes. Li Chen lowered his head at her words. He saw her smooth and rosy lips, emitting a seductive gloss. If you suddenly disappear like you did 10 years ago, I will really go completely crazy. 10 years later, you might have to go to a mental hospital to see the crazy me. Xiaoxini looked at Li Chen with eyes so gentle they could almost drip water. Li Chen's heart immediately raced. Who could resist? Who wouldn't be confused? Even the Sea Emperor would probably become a lapdog in a second. No, I had no choice before, but now I won't run away anymore. Even if you chop me up into pieces, I'll accept it. Li Chen stared into Xiaoxini's eyes, unusually serious. That determined face and heartfelt words made Xiaoxini's head spin. She felt her heart pounding so hard it was about to jump out of her throat. TSK, I can't even bring myself to scold you. How could I do that to you? Xiaoxini gently embraced Li Chen. At this moment, her chubby face had a more emotional look than before. Unbearable, absolutely unbearable. Just as Li Chen was about to make a move, Xiaoxini suddenly changed her gaze as she recalled Li Chen's words from earlier. Me? Us? Besides me, who else? Xiaoxini suddenly looked up at Li Chen. The hand Li Chen raised froze in midair. His other hand quickly reached into his pocket. After a quick glance, he blindly pressed the accept order button based on muscle memory. Fortunately, the platform was short-staffed. As soon as he pressed it, the phone rang. Order from a certain delivery service, you have a new order, please check it out. The notification sound of accepting an order sounded like heavenly music to Li Chen at that moment. I have to go accept an order now, I'm already overdue for one, the manager will call and scold me later, you know, he's really fierce. Li Chen looked down and gently patted Xiaoxini's head. Oh, you mean your landlord? That old tigress? Xiaoxini rubbed her head against Li Chen's chest with some reluctance. Then she let go of him. Her small brain was already figuring out how to deal with that old tigress. Li Chen saw her thoughtful look and felt a chill all over, not daring to make a sound. Li Chen, how long have you been living at her place? Xiaoxini sat behind Li Chen on his electric scooter, wearing a helmet. A white BMW car zoomed past the two of them. Soon after, a black Porsche also sped by. About a week. Li Chen calculated the time. It had been about a week since he returned to the city. A week? You've only been living together for a week? Xiaoxini was slightly surprised, but then a smile appeared on her lips. Instantly, she was full of confidence. So it's only been a week. If it's over a year, maybe she still needs to make a slight move. After all, men are sentimental creatures. To completely forget someone who has been with you for hundreds of days and nights, it is impossible without some means. But it's just a week. A week. What can that tigress use to compete with me? Is it her loud voice of 100 decibels, or her 200 pounds of weight? Xia Seni lowered her head to look at her own toes. Well, see. Although not particularly big, it is tall and has a nice shape. Fortunately, she has been persisting in exercising and practicing yoga for so many years. 10 minutes after Li Chen and Xia Seni left the store, a speeding white BMW appeared not far away as if in a hurry. Less than 10 meters from the store, a beautiful drift parked the car directly into the exclusive parking space on the side of the road. The tires were still emitting white smoke as the car just came to a stop. The car door in the driver's seat was quickly opened, revealing a woman with a melon seed face, extremely beautiful. She was wearing a beige one-shoulder long-sleeved top and white sports pants. Her slightly grayish long hair fell casually on her delicate shoulders. She exuded a sense of indifference all over, yet did not lose her sexy and charming aura. As soon as she got out of the car, she attracted the attention of passers-by around. But no one noticed this ice-cold beauty who seemed to keep people at a distance. At this moment, her hand that was closing the door kept trembling slightly uncontrollably. There was a hint of unease and fear in her cold eyes. After getting out of the car, the woman seemed to have lost the urgency she had just now. She stared blankly at the restaurant in front of her, which was so familiar to the point of being overly familiar. From site selection to decoration to operation, she had handled everything herself. But at this moment, it seemed like there was something terrifying waiting for her inside. She hesitated to take that step forward. It wasn't until two waitress sisters noticed her that she finally took a deep breath. With steady steps, she walked towards the store. Her face still had that ice-cold look that kept people at a distance. Only her trembling hands betrayed the anxiety she couldn't contain. "Yezi, you're late, he left 10 minutes ago." The female store manager smiled helplessly when she saw Lu Zai entering. Lu Zai's face turned pale at the words. Her cold eyes quickly scanned the store a few times. After confirming that she didn't see that person, her gaze quickly dimmed. "Is he really delivering food?" Lu Zai's voice was flat, showing little emotion. The female store manager nodded. "Yes, but I'm not sure if it's him. He looks a lot like the photo, and the girl with him is almost as pretty as you. So we found someone who can be with him 24 hours a day, even if it's just delivering food, instead of a woman like me who never puts her career down." Lu Zai slowly lowered her head. Her eyes seemed to be filled with sand for some reason. "Yezi, you still can't forget him after all." The female store manager sighed. "He is the only man who entered my heart, the only man who completely owns me. How can I forget him? Even this store was opened because of him." As Lu Zai spoke, she suddenly remembered something. She asked the female store manager with some excitement, "Is that girl wearing a blue dress?" "Yes." The female store manager nodded. Upon hearing this, Lu Zai immediately turned and ran outside. So they had already met on the road just now. She had just glanced quickly and didn't recognize that the person in the delivery uniform was Li Chen. "Where are you going?" The female store manager shouted as she saw Lu Zai running out in a hurry. "I'll go find him, at least, I have to see him at least once." Watching Lu Zai hurriedly get on the car, the female store manager could only shake her head helplessly. "Manager, what's wrong with the boss? Who does she want to see?" The two waitress sisters widened their gossipy eyes. Since they started working, the boss has always been like an ice beauty. It was the first time they saw the boss lose her composure. "She wants to see a debt collector for her whole life." The female store manager gave the two a cold look. Li Chen finished the life-saving order he had just received. His stomach was growling with hunger, so Xia Seni walked into a Sha County snack bar. Going to a Sha County snack bar for a meal, he probably wouldn't run into his ex-girlfriend. Although not all of his ex-girlfriends were rich, most of them were well off. After all, beauty can be innate, but temperament is completely nurtured. "Are you sure you're here to eat?" The boss looked at Xia Seni in her seemingly expensive dress. His expression was strange, as if he had seen a ghost. When the two finished ordering their meal, the unbelievably beautiful girl served the delivery guy tea and food, even occasionally wiping his mouth. It felt like they were really seeing ghosts in broad daylight today. After the meal, Li Chen still rode his electric scooter, carrying Xia Seni through the streets and alleys. He delivered more than 10 orders. Han Xiaoxiao's call came in again. "Momo and I have already bought the groceries, remember to come back early, a big surprise dinner is waiting for you." Li Chen could hear Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo chatting and laughing on the other end. Their relationship seemed harmonious. Whether their surprise would still be a surprise, no one knew. I might be bringing you a scare instead. Li Chen glanced at Xia Sini behind him. Xia Sini pretended to be indifferent. Where do you live? It's getting late. I'll take you back. Hanging up the phone, Li Chen looked at Xia Sini pretending not to know anything. Didn't we agree to go to your place? Xia Sini shook her head. She quietly grabbed the seat frame of the car. Really, not another day? No, I want it today, unless you come back to my place with me. Xia Sini held onto the back seat of the car tightly. She looked like she would fight to the death if he tried to push her away. In any case, Li Chen had no choice. I'll go settle the bill first. He quickly calculated today's income. With the temporary subsidy from the station master, the income from delivering food almost covered the costs, with a little extra. The additional income from repairing the piano was like earning 2 days of life. It seemed like he needed to change his strategy next time. The rewards from the betting system were not so easy to obtain. This old six probably had some hidden functions. Let's return the clothes and settle the bill. Li Chen started up the electric scooter again and headed towards the delivery station. When we go back later, no matter what you see, don't get excited, stay calm. Along the way, Li Chen kept giving Xia Sini preventive advice. Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't do anything today. Anyway, sooner or later you'll be mine. It's just a matter of time. Xia Sini replied confidently. Li Chen glanced back at her, his mouth twitching. He hesitated to speak. The two arrived at the station. They didn't notice a white BMW parked outside. Manager, I have something urgent. I won't be delivering during the evening rush hour today. Li Chen walked into the station manager's office. The manager in his 40s was drinking health tea. When he saw Li Chen, he became furious. You said you were going to repair the piano during the afternoon rush hour, and now you're not delivering during the evening rush hour. Do you think my place is a public toilet? You come and go as you please. The station manager slammed his health teacup on the table. Of all the temporary writers we hired today, you are the most unreliable. If you don't run during the evening rush hour, you won't get today's extra subsidy. This time, Xia Sini outside immediately refused to do it. She scolded my precious baby in front of me. She immediately pushed the door in aggressively. Who is it? Don't you know how to knock on the door? Glanced casually at the door. Her eyes couldn't move away in an instant. Miss, who are you looking for? The station manager's eyes lit up. Besides on TV, he had never seen such a beautiful girl. After Xia Sini came in, she naturally linked arms with Li Chen. Just as she was about to speak for Li Chen, he pulled her back. Station manager, do you want to see how many orders I delivered today first? Li Chen opened his app and handed it to the station manager. Looking at the number showing 130 orders, he was stunned. 130 orders? How is that possible? The station manager incredulously looked at it and checked in his computer system. A seasoned writer with 5 years of experience could deliver a maximum of 70 to 80 orders in a day. In most cases, delivering 40 to 50 orders was already very good. Temporary writers like him could deliver 20 to 30 orders, which was already exceptional. But the system indeed showed 130 orders. Young man, do you have any intention to work with me? If you work with me, you will have your share whenever I have mine. The station manager's attitude changed instantly. If this kid could work for him, he would need at least 4 or 5 people under him. He was truly a gifted writer. Not for now. Li Chen waved his hand. Just give me the money. After receiving the money, the two of them left the delivery station. Can we go back now? Xia Sini was eager to meet the tigress. And then, she would declare her sovereignty over Li Chen in front of her. Li Chen and Xia Sini walked out of the delivery station hand in hand. In the BMW car waiting across the street, Lu Zai stared blankly at the man she had once wanted to engulf in her body, now being affectionately held by another girl. Scenes of him and Li Chen flashed uncontrollably in her mind. Lu Zai felt her chest tightening, almost unable to breathe. In panic, she instinctively wanted to drive away. But the ignition button seemed to be against her at this moment. No matter how she pressed it, the car wouldn't start. Why? Won't it start? Lu Zai wiped her eyes, which were constantly being blown with sand. Only when she spoke did she realize her voice was filled with a strong sob. She couldn't control her trembling as she anxiously pressed random buttons under the steering wheel. Her mist-covered eyes never left that figure. Watching her happily coquettish in front of him, he helplessly and gently lifted her into the back seat. Then, he carefully adjusted her skirt. Where do you live? I'll take you back first, then return the car. After putting Xia Sini in the car, Li Chen quietly wanted to continue resisting. To your place, or should I stay at your place tonight? Xia Sini began to sense something was wrong with Li Chen. If you don't want to go back, come home with me now. I'll take care of your food, drink, and everything, buy you a car and a house. Li Chen glanced at her smiling face. You really are a little rich girl. There was no way to resist. The only thing to do was to lie down. As Lu Zai saw the two figures gradually moving away, the engine suddenly buzzed. The car finally started. Lu Zai stared blankly at the disappearing figures. A surge of endless loss suddenly felt like a tear in her heart. Unconsciously, the white BMW headed towards the direction of the electric scooter. Li Chen, I feel like someone is following you. Xia Xini hugged Li Chen's waist. Twisting his head from time to time to look at the slow-moving Bauma car behind, Xia Xini said, Why are you following me? I'm a big man and won't give birth to a child. Maybe someone thinks you're too beautiful and wants to track you down to have a child with you. Bah, it's almost the same if you were taken away by you to have a child. Xia Xini blushed. Maybe it's one of your ex-girlfriends who suddenly recognized you on the road and followed you, just like me. Xia Xini's casual remark startled herself. She always felt something was wrong with the Bauma car behind her. She kept thinking about whether Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo would go crazy after seeing Xia Xini, making Li Chen, who was already feeling guilty, even more nervous. The electric scooter almost tipped over. What's wrong with you? Xia Xini hurriedly held onto Li Chen. Nothing, it's nothing. Li Chen glanced back. He could only see a slow-moving white Bauma car in the distance, unable to see the person inside the driver's seat. It's broad daylight, don't say such scary things next time. Is it scary? I didn't say anything scary. Xia Xini looked at Li Chen's anxious expression, not like he was joking. She muttered to herself, he shouldn't be saying that I'm scary, right? Li Chen rode his bike to the police station. He called Tang Jiaming in advance. He intended to leave the electric scooter downstairs for him, but he insisted on coming down to meet him. Seeing Tang Jiaming's mysterious look on the phone, Li Chen thought he had been promoted as soon as he entered the police station. Having a brother as a leader in the police station would be so convenient. When Li Chen entered the police station compound, Tang Jiaming was already waiting. However, upon seeing Xia Xini, he was stunned, his face frozen in shock and his mouth wide open. The young police officer beside him was also amazed. Here's your car back. Li Chen placed the electric scooter in front of Tang Jiaming and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Tang Jiaming grabbed Li Chen. Meanwhile, Xia Xini had been holding onto Li Chen's arm the whole time. The three of them were in a bit of a tussle, resembling a scene from a popular TV show. Li Chen gestured for Xia Xini to let go of his arm first. He was then pulled away by Tang Jiaming to a secluded corner. Damn! Yuan Gu, what's going on with you? How did you manage to do this? Tang Jiaming was so excited that he couldn't speak properly. Do you know what I saw during the day? Aliens? Li Chen looked at him, surprised that he was still holding his hand in excitement. I saw Chen Momo. Tang Jiaming glanced at Xia Xini and lowered his voice. I remember Chen Momo is your ex-girlfriend, right? Yes. Li Chen nodded. Han Xiaoxiao is your current girlfriend, right? And you're living together? Tang Jiaming stared at Li Chen. How did you know? Li Chen looked at him strangely. These days, you've been driving Han Xiaoxiao to work in her car. It's obvious you're living together. Oh, so what are you trying to say? One is your current girlfriend, a police flower, and the other is your ex-girlfriend, a national girlfriend. I saw the two of them leaving the police station hand in hand at noon. Tang Jiaming's emotions started to rise again. You brought me here just to tell me this? Li Chen was a bit helpless. He was most afraid of hearing the names Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo now. Originally, if their relationship could be reconciled, it would have been a great thing for Li Chen. But now, with the addition of Xia Xini, he couldn't be completely happy. The situation had become even more confusing and precarious. He didn't know if the two of them would mind having another girlfriend. Yuenga, what's with that expression? Your ex-girlfriend and current girlfriend are now best friends. This is beyond science fiction, more fantastical than any fantasy novel I've ever read. Tang Jiaming became more and more excited as he spoke. But when he remembered and turned to see Xia Xini waiting for Li Chen, his expression instantly froze, looking even uglier than if he were crying. Yuenga, you are truly my only idol. I think I know why Han Xiaoxiao had people bring oysters from Xingxi yesterday. I followed along and bought some too. Tang Jiaming looked at Xia Xini and thought of Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo, showing an even uglier expression than if he were crying. Why don't I give you my oysters? I have no use for them, you need them more than I do. Are you finished? Li Chen looked at his exaggerated expression, feeling even more annoyed. Tang Jiaming nodded blankly. Finished. Li Chen turned and walked away. Yuenga, when you have time, publish a book. I'll buy it. Look at that BMW. Li Chen and Xia Xini walked out of the police station. Sharp-eyed Xia Xini immediately noticed the white BMW that had been following them all along. Distracted and troubled, Li Chen had no interest in the BMW as he prepared to face his punishment. Maybe it's just coincidental that they're going the same way as us. Li Chen glanced at the car but couldn't see who was inside. Oh, should we walk back home now? Xia Xini hugged Li Chen's arm, practically clinging to him. Yes, let's walk back. My place isn't far from here. Despite being able to take a taxi, he chose to walk. He wished the road to his execution could be longer, even longer. Okay. Xia Xini agreed happily. She couldn't remember the last time they walked hand in hand like this. When we get home, you must obey me unconditionally, understand? Li Chen looked at Xia Xini, who was clinging to him. I understand, you've said it several times already. I'll obey, my emperor. Xia Xini leaned her head against Li Chen's arm, enjoying their private stroll. No matter what happens, absolutely no violence, understand? Ha! Xia Xini raised her head in surprise. I'm not crazy, why would I resort to violence? Don't worry, even if the tiger is fierce, she did take you in. I won't harm her. I'm afraid you'll harm me instead. In any case, when we get back, you do as I say. If you don't listen, I'll. Li Chen wanted to scare her a bit to avoid an uncontrollable situation. But as soon as he looked down, he met her big, watery eyes filled with a hint of sadness. He couldn't bring himself to say the harsh words. After all, he had wronged her first. What will you do if I don't listen to you? Will you leave me again? Or abandon me on the street to fend for myself? Xia Xini's eyes started to well up with tears, her lips quivering with sorrow. She held onto Li Chen's arm even tighter, defiantly. Even through their clothes, Li Chen could feel the incredible elasticity of Xia Xini's chest pressed against his arm. That feeling made her seem flattened. Li Chen looked at her insecure eyes and gently wiped the tears from her face. What are you talking about? You are not my pet cat or dog. How could I bear to leave you alone now? Li Chen's gentle voice sounded. Xia Xini's uneasy heart calmed down slightly. As long as you don't leave me, I'm willing to be your pet cat or dog. I'll earn money to buy dog food and cat food myself. If you become a pet cat or dog, how will you earn money? Will you perform in a circus? Li Chen chuckled helplessly. Anyway, I have money. After my dad retired, my sister took over the family business. She treats me well, she will give me whatever I want. Xia Xini wiped her tears on Li Chen's body, revealing a sweet smile again. So you don't have to be a delivery writer anymore. I can afford to support you. Seeing you work so hard, it breaks my heart. This heart-wrenching scene made Lu Zai, who had been following them from a distance, hesitate to go back several times. But his feet just wouldn't listen to his brain. Xia Xini looked back and saw that the BMW car was not behind them. She breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like she had overthought it. From a god's perspective, it would be easy to mistake Lu Zai for the main wife catching evidence of a scumbag's affair. Unconsciously, the three of them had already walked outside the Lotus Pond community. Li Chen had never felt that nearly an hour had passed so quickly. The place where I live is just ahead when we enter the community. Li Chen and Han Xiaoxiao stopped outside the old community. Do you remember what I told you? Li Chen looked at Xia Xini seriously. Xia Xini nodded earnestly. I remember. No matter what happens, I will control my temper, listen to you, speak but not act. Good, be obedient. Li Chen patted Xia Xini's head satisfactorily, feeling a bit nervous inside. Wait for me. Xia Xini glanced at the fruit shop across the community. I'll buy some fruits. Even though she was going to visit her love rival, she couldn't neglect the proper etiquette. Otherwise, she would lose her grace. Meeting a love rival was a delicate matter. Whoever lost their composure in front of Li Chen first would lose. Li Chen and Xia Xini entered the fruit shop across the street. The middle-aged male boss in his 40s lit up when he saw Xia Xini, a beautiful woman. But his expression turned sour when he saw Li Chen. As a rare beauty who often came to buy fruits, Han Xiaoxiao was definitely someone he knew. Li Chen, who had a close relationship with Han Xiaoxiao these days, was also familiar to him. Facing the suspicious gaze of the fruit shop owner, Li Chen, who was thick-skinned, didn't feel embarrassed. He had a feeling that such situations might happen again in the future. If he felt embarrassed every time, his life wouldn't be worth much. What fruits do tigresses like to eat? Xia Xini, who was picking fruits, glanced back at Li Chen. Grapes, kiwi, and bananas, right? Li Chen's eye twitched. Thinking about the fruits Han Xiaoxiao always bought, he answered without hesitation. Aren't those the fruits you like to eat? Xia Xini blinked, suddenly realizing something. She picked a durian and some other fruits. Okay. After buying the fruits, Xia Xini naturally linked her arm with Li Chen's. When the fruit shop owner saw the two of them, he initially thought he had caught a cheating man. But Li Chen's calm demeanor left him stunned. Would a cheating man be so composed when meeting an acquaintance? Could they be siblings? Just as Li Chen and Xia Seni left, another stunning beauty entered the shop. Watching this somewhat aloof beauty, the fruit shop owner was intrigued. The boss of the fruit shop was amazed and surprised at the same time. He had only seen one big beauty like Han Xiaoxiao in his half-life. What's going on today? Are these kinds of big beauties that are usually nowhere to be seen now common on the streets? Suddenly, two of them appeared one after another. Lu Zai looked at the variety of fruits. Boss, please weigh some grapes, kiwis, and bananas for me. When choosing these fruits, there was almost no thinking involved. It seemed to be engraved in instinct. Why do I feel like you're more nervous than me? After entering the community, Xia Seni clearly felt that Li Chen was starting to tense up. Don't call me Mother Tiger carelessly later, okay? Oh, okay, I'll listen to you. Xia Seni shrugged indifferently. She wouldn't call her Mother Tiger to her face. Anyway, her goal had been achieved. The title Mother Tiger had slowly been accepted by Li Chen. As for whether to call her that to her face, that was just a matter of time, right? As long as Li Chen didn't stop her, she would eventually eliminate the Mother Tiger who bullied Li Chen, even if she had to carry a nuclear bomb. The two slowly walked downstairs. Li Chen nervously glanced at the window. After taking a deep breath, he led Xia Seni into the corridor. You look like a prisoner about to be beheaded in an ancient TV show. Is the Mother Tiger really that fierce? Xia Seni looked at Li Chen, who was extremely nervous, with pity. She thought he must have been bullied by the Mother Tiger so badly in normal times. That's why he was so afraid of her. Xia Seni secretly vowed to rescue Li Chen from the Mother Tiger's den. It would be best to elope with him today. You'll know when you go upstairs. Remember my words, you can speak, but you absolutely cannot use violence. Li Chen reminded Xia Seni again. Okay, I'll definitely listen to you. Otherwise, someone might think there's a man-eating monster inside. Xia Seni raised her delicate hand and wiped the sweat from Li Chen's forehead. If you keep saying that, even I'm starting to get nervous. If the Mother Tiger hits me later, you won't just stand by, will you? Xia Seni suddenly grabbed Li Chen. She stared at him with wide eyes. Li Chen noticed that she was also a little nervous. His own nervousness suddenly eased slightly. So nervousness is also conserved. You're also nervous and scared. I thought you were fearless. Li Chen comfortingly rubbed Xia Seni's forehead. I'm not afraid of the Mother Tiger. I'm afraid of you, afraid that you might. Xia Seni, who was suddenly nervous, suddenly thought of a possibility she hadn't considered before. What if Li Chen sided with the Mother Tiger? What would she do then? Maybe I shouldn't go upstairs. Xia Seni hesitated. Li Chen's spirits were instantly lifted upon hearing this, but when he saw Xia Seni's expression and realized she had no intention of turning back downstairs, he knew it was just another typical woman's reverse psychology. Alright, later you hide behind me. If they come to attack, they can attack me first. I'll be your shield. Li Chen gently rubbed Xia Seni's head. This scene happened to be witnessed by the suddenly entering Lu Zai. She felt a sharp pain in her heart. She didn't know why she was here. She didn't even know why she had bought fruits just now. Everything felt so inexplicable. It was as if her body was acting on its own, and every time she came to her senses, Li Chen was not far away. It seemed that only in this way could she prevent a mental breakdown and keep her body functioning. No, if there's danger, you leave me and run first. You hear me? Xia Seni gently leaned her head on Li Chen's chest. But when she turned her head, she suddenly saw a figure flash by below the building. It seems like someone is down there. Xia Seni suspiciously tugged on Li Chen's arm. This is a residential building. It's strange if there's no one. Li Chen glanced down. His eyelids inexplicably started twitching violently. Before he could figure out what caused his right eye to twitch, Xia Seni's phone suddenly rang. After handing a fruit to Li Chen, Xia Seni took out her phone from her bag. She glanced at the caller ID. Xia Seni immediately showed a happy expression. The moment she answered the call, Li Chen felt his eyelids twitching inexplicably and more intensely. Unfortunately, he couldn't read his own fortune, otherwise, he would have also checked his luck. Hey, sis, I won't be coming home for dinner tonight. Xia Seni's tone was somewhat sweet and cloying. Okay sis, I will take care of myself. You must remember to eat on time. If there's anything at work, leave it to Xiao Chen and the others to handle. Don't overwork yourself. Xia Seni repeatedly reminded over the phone, as if she was the older sister taking care of her younger sister on the other end of the line. Alright, let's go play mahjong. After hanging up the phone, Xia Seni looked confident and full of energy. Your sister must be in her 30s, right? How come you still have to coax her like a child? I feel like you're still a child yourself. Li Chen couldn't help but reach out and pinch her smooth and tender cheek, seeing her mature appearance. No, my sister is 2 years older than me. She hasn't turned 28 yet. Xia Seni lightly shook her head, obediently letting Li Chen pinch her cheek. Oh, 2 years older, not yet 28. Wait, 28, 2 years older? So, 10 years ago, you were only 16? Li Chen suddenly felt his head spinning for a moment, staring blankly at Xia Seni. Yes, 10 years ago when we were together, I hadn't even turned 16 yet. Looking at Xia Seni's dark, bright, and beautiful big eyes. Back then, I always thought you were also 18. How did you start school so early? Li Chen instantly recalled the endless nights they spent together at the hotel. A huge sense of guilt surged in his heart. Damn it! Not even 16 yet. And it was Xia Seni who paid for the hotel room. What a beast! Not even sparing the 16-year-old national flower. Tongue sigh, destroy it, this world can't tolerate scum like us. I am just an AI program and do not understand human emotions. Well, I had a private tutor with my sister when we were young, didn't go to kindergarten, started school directly from the 3rd grade of elementary school. Xia Seni said matter-of-factly, tilting her head back. Children from wealthy families really seem to be ahead of us in everything. Li Chen sighed as he looked at her innocent face. She was only 16 at that time. He used to think he was just a scumbag. Now he felt like a complete scumbag. Next time, I'll take you to meet my sister. She's beautiful and capable. 6 years ago, when I was still in college, she gradually took over the management of the family company from my dad, but she's not very good at taking care of her own health. When talking about her sister, Xia Seni's eyes instantly lit up. Okay. Li Chen nodded. After I drive the mother tiger away from you, I'll take you to meet my sister. The two of them slowly walked to the 3rd floor. Li Chen looked at the door in front of him. He took several deep breaths. He had mentally prepared himself countless times. Yet, he still couldn't bring himself to open the door to this sinful room. Thinking of the terrifying scene of the 3 women meeting, Li Chen's legs were trembling. Did you forget your keys? Should I knock on the door? Xia Seni waited for Li Chen for a long time and saw that he didn't move, so she was about to reach out to knock on the door. Immediately stopped by Li Chen. Then he took out a paper clip from his pocket. In Xia Seni's surprised eyes, he poked the paper clip into the lock and gently twisted it. With a click, the door opened. Watching Li Chen's skilled movements, Xia Seni was full of shock but didn't say anything. In her mind, she had already imagined the miserable life Li Chen had lived over the years. She had to resort to unscrupulous means. She had sworn countless times in her heart that she would never let him suffer a bit. At the same time, she secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he hadn't been caught during his recent criminal activities. Otherwise, if they hadn't met today, they might have missed each other for the rest of their lives. Why are you standing still again? Xia Seni, who had come to her senses, was about to enter the door. She saw Li Chen holding the door handle, frozen in place, taking deep breaths continuously. Is the mother tiger really that scary? In a society ruled by law, she can't really resort to violence, can she? Xia Seni held Li Chen's hand and found that his palm was already sweaty. Li Chen finally mustered up the courage to open the door, but suddenly a startled cry came from the crack in the door. Han Xiao, are you really going too far? Chen Momo's thunderous voice instantly startled Li Chen. Why did you buy so many oysters? What do you want to do to Li Chen? I said I would allow you to make leek today, but you took advantage and bought so many oysters? Hearing this voice, Li Chen's just gathered courage dissipated instantly. Xia Seni also heard Chen Momo's voice. She was slightly stunned. How come the voice of the mother tiger and the rough voice in her mind were different? It sounded quite young and pleasant. Why are you throwing it away? These are the best oysters I had someone bring back for me. If you don't want to make them, then I'll do it myself. Han Xiaoxiao's slightly dissatisfied voice rang out. Hearing Han Xiaoxiao's voice again, Xia Seni's face began to show some uncertainty. She never expected to find 2 young women inside. What if they really start fighting later? She wouldn't stand a chance against 2 of them. How about, I take you back? Seeing Xia Seni's uncertain expression, Li Chen immediately took the opportunity to suggest retreating. But Xia Seni shook her head immediately. They were already at the door, how could she back down now? If she lacked this courage, how could she compete with others for a man in the future? Anyway, I didn't plan to declare war formally today. Even if the mother tiger's friends are here, they can't do anything to me, Xia Seni said as she boldly opened the door for Li Chen. As soon as they entered, they heard the sound of cooking coming from the kitchen, along with Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo's constant bickering. Are you cooking? Are you planning to make a lump of black charcoal? Li Chen felt a headache coming on. It seemed that their relationship was not as harmonious as rumored. Damn it, does Tang Jiaming have such an discordant best friend? Li Chen really wanted to escape now, but he couldn't. I think I heard some noise in the living room outside. Han Xiaoxiao, washing vegetables for Chen Momo, perked up her ears. It should be Li Chen coming back. You go check. Chen Momo glanced at the corridor while cooking. She couldn't leave, so she had to ask Han Xiaoxiao to check. Li Chen, are you back? Han Xiaoxiao shouted outside. But there was no response. She's calling you. Xia Sini poked Li Chen, who still didn't dare to speak. Then Li Chen heard Han Xiaoxiao's footsteps coming out of the kitchen. That voice, like an executioner carrying a big knife, was approaching him step by step. I need to pee, I'll go to the bathroom first. After saying that, Li Chen rushed towards the bathroom at the fastest speed of his life. Han Xiaoxiao only had time to see a familiar figure flash by in front of her. She rushed directly into the bathroom. Just as she thought something was wrong with Li Chen's body, just as she was about to follow Li Chen into the bathroom in a hurry, she suddenly noticed another person standing in the living room. The two locked eyes in an instant. Xia Sini stood there dumbfounded, completely shocked. Is this beautiful woman in front of her the abusive mother tiger who torments Li Chen? Broad shoulders and a round waist? 200 pounds? In that instant, she felt her previous confidence being destructively bombed. The person she thought could bully Li Chen into fear must be a burly and strong woman. But after sizing up the woman in front of her several times, she not only looked like a fairy, but her figure was also super good, almost a C+ cup, maybe even close to a D. How could this be happening? She was completely unprepared. She never thought her rival would turn out to be so powerful. Her clothes were a bit dirty from delivering takeout all day. Xia Sini's eyes gradually dimmed. From being full of confidence before entering, her momentum suddenly weakened. She was completely thrown off balance. She even felt like crying now. That feeling of being suspended in the air without any sense of security. Who will come and save her? She had no psychological preparation at all. The methods she used to deal with mother tigers were useless against such a beautiful woman. She didn't know what to do now. Li Chen had been in the bathroom for 2 seconds. Why hasn't he come out yet? In an instant, Li Chen's execution grounds seemed to have suddenly turned into Xia Sini's execution. On the other side, Han Xiaoxiao was also stunned when she saw Xia Sini. This scene, this overly beautiful woman. Several guesses instantly arose in her mind. Finally, the image in her mind gradually overlapped with the situation when Chen Momo first entered. Han Xiaoxiao, who had already guessed roughly what was going on, suddenly turned cold. Her eyes slowly turned towards the bathroom. She knew why Li Chen had rushed into the bathroom in such a hurry. Li Chen, who had just run into the toilet for less than 10 seconds, immediately realized that he couldn't just hide like this, leaving Xia Sini outside. What if something happened to that tiger girl? Xiaoxiao, is that Li Chen? Come and help me cut this dish, I'm running out of time. Chen Momo's voice came from the kitchen. Li Chen heard an opportunity and immediately opened the bathroom door. But he was met with Han Xiaoxiao's fierce gaze. That gaze was like looking at a murderer. What's wrong? Afraid to continue hiding from the fragrant and precious jade? Han Xiaoxiao sneered and glanced at Xia Sini. The moment Xia Sini saw Li Chen, her whole suspended heart immediately felt like it had landed. She also gained some confidence in her heart. No matter what, Li Chen was someone she must snatch. Even if she was more beautiful than she had imagined, she was not inferior to her. Xia Sini slowly raised her head. She met Han Xiaoxiao's icy gaze. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Momo, stop cooking for now. Our Li Chen has brought his new wife to meet the in-laws. What new wife? What in-laws? Xiaoxiao, what nonsense are you talking about? Come and help me. I'm stir-frying in the pot and can't spare a hand to cut vegetables. Chen Momo's puzzled voice came from the kitchen. Turn off the fire first and come out. Stop cooking for now. Our Li Chen has made progress. He brought his new wife home. You should come out and meet them. Han Xiaoxiao glanced meaningfully at Li Chen and Xia Sini. Li Chen felt as if a cold butcher's knife was already at his neck. The air was filled with the impending sense of a storm about to break. His desire to survive had never been stronger than it was now. Listening to Han Xiaoxiao's suddenly icy tone, Chen Mo instantly realized that something was wrong. Without even caring about the half-cooked dishes, he quickly turned off the stove and hurried out. He forgot to put down the kitchen knife and spatula in his hands. What happened? Is something wrong with Li Chen? Xia Sini asked when she saw Chen Mo running out of the kitchen with a knife and spatula in hand. Her expression froze once again. The fighting spirit that had just ignited was instantly doused with cold water. Chen Mo's stunning face, comparable to Han Xiaoxiao's, and her alluring curves, even though she was wearing an apron, were completely irresistible. She was slightly relieved that her chest size was not as large as the beautiful woman just now. But this kind of beauty was no less than any celebrity. Who could tell her what was going on? Why were there two women who looked like goddesses here? Were such beauties so worthless now? And why did this woman holding a knife seem familiar? She seemed like a celebrity, someone she had seen on TV. A celebrity running to someone else's house to cook? Can things get any more absurd? Xia Seni looked at the sharp knife in Chen Mo's hand, seeking help from Li Chen. This was not a tiger's den, but a spider's web, right? Suddenly facing Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Mo, two stunning beauties, she felt unprepared and helpless, like a poor little chick. Mo, could you please put down the knife first? Li Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What's going on? Who is she? Is she your friend here for a meal? Chen Mo suddenly saw Xia Seni, who was as beautiful as Han Xiaoxiao. After a moment of confusion, she asked. Then she quickly put the knife behind her obediently. Friend? Have you forgotten how you entered this door in the first place? Are you friends with him? Han Xiaoxiao sneered. The strong killing intent in her tone made Chen Mo's confused mind immediately alert. Hearing that the situation was similar to hers at the time, Chen Mo instantly understood Han Xiaoxiao's words. The warm gaze turned into intense hostility in a second. The knife behind her slowly moved to the front. Han Xiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction at Chen Mo's reaction. It was good that they were on the same page, not too stupid. In fact, facing this suddenly appearing and outrageously beautiful woman, Han Xiaoxiao had no idea about her background and felt uncertain. The cold expression was just a calm facade. In fact, she had been anxious since she saw Xia Seni. The fact that the other party dared to come knocking on the door openly meant that they must be prepared. She alone, without any preparation, was likely to be at a disadvantage. Pulling Chen Mo to temporarily form a united front gave her more confidence instantly. Aren't you going to introduce her? How many ex-girlfriends is this now? Or is she some wild woman you met outside? Han Xiaoxiao's cold gaze fixed on Li Chen. Seeing the hostility on his face, Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Mo, who were already in battle mode, Li Chen felt like his scalp was about to explode. But his eyes immediately turned towards Xia Seni. Indeed, when Xia Seni heard the other party call her a wild woman, a sense of humiliation she had never experienced before ignited her anger instantly. She threw the fruit in her hand to the ground. Growing up, no one has ever dared to say such things to her. She, who was raised in the palm of her hand, has never experienced such grievances. So what if she's a fierce tiger or a spider demon? Xia Seni was about to lose control. Li Chen quickly stepped forward and directly blocked her behind him. You promised me not to get angry easily. Li Chen looked at Xia Seni nervously. His eyebrows were already furrowed. Both of his hands were trembling. He was afraid that her princess temper would flare up and ignore everything. He had witnessed Xia Seni's fiery temper before. Once she got serious, even the class teacher had to back off. Han Xiaoxiao, as a criminal police officer, was also someone who never admitted defeat. If these two started fighting, Li Chen felt chills at the bottom of his feet and sweat on his forehead. He didn't dare to think about what the future would be like. Fortunately, Xia Seni, in front of him, saw Li Chen looking scared and sweating all over. Her anger diminished instantly. Xia Seni showed a hint of pity in her eyes. Suddenly, she reached out with a delicate and fair hand and gently wiped away the sweat beads on his forehead. Her eyes went from angry and about to explode to the edge, then instantly pulled back, turning into a gentle and watery look. Only Li Chen had such magic power over her in this world. Even her own sister couldn't do it. Han Xiaoxiao, seeing Xia Seni's actions, felt a sharp pain in her eyes. Although she could guess the relationship between the two, she ignored them and Chen Momo. When she saw Li Chen making such an intimate gesture in front of them, it was undoubtedly a blatant provocation to them. Han Xiaoxiao's anger instantly rose another level. The look in her eyes that seemed to want to kill made Li Chen feel a chill down his spine. Chen Momo immediately stepped forward and stood side by side with Han Xiaoxiao, holding a kitchen knife. The two glanced at each other, silently forming a strong alliance for the time being. Momo, why are you giving the kitchen knife to Xiaoxiao? She can't cook. Li Chen turned around with some difficulty. He saw Chen Momo suddenly handing the kitchen knife to Han Xiaoxiao, while holding the spatula tightly in his hand. Chen Momo, who had always been gentle and never had a temper, now looked at Xia Seni with an extremely unfriendly gaze. However, in the moment when their eyes met Li Chen's, Chen Momo's momentum immediately weakened a bit. Xiaoxiao, I dare not look at him like this. Then don't look at Li Chen, just focus on that wild woman in the tea. Oh, but she's hiding behind Li Chen. Tigress, dare you call me a wild woman again? Unable to bear the continuous provocation, Xia Seni could no longer control her explosive temper. These two were like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. At this point, Li Chen felt hopeless. Xia Seni stood out from behind Li Chen, staring fiercely at Han Xiaoxiao. She looked like she wanted to devour her alive. What did you just call me? Did you call me a tigress? Hearing the word tigress, Han Xiaoxiao widened her eyes in disbelief. Feeling hopeless, Li Chen suddenly sprang into action. He tried to gather his spirits and thought, this is not good. He immediately stood between Han Xiaoxiao and Xia Xini. Li Chen, get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll chop you too. Han Xiaoxiao, who was on the verge of losing control, pointed the kitchen knife at Xia Xini. Li Chen felt like his head was about to explode. This world could no longer contain him. In less than 2 minutes, it had escalated to the point of wanting to harm someone. Li Chen, step aside. This is between me and the tigress, don't get hurt. Xia Xini pulled Li Chen's clothes and stood in front of him. Seeing the three of them about to start a fight, Li Chen wished he could just disappear on the spot. Which great Luo immortal came to help him? You promised me not to use force. Li Chen tightly held Xia Xini's hand, not letting her take another step forward. It's the tigress who wants to use force, not me. Xia Xini stubbornly pointed at Han Xiaoxiao. Li Chen glanced at the shiny kitchen knife in Han Xiaoxiao's hand. Gemini, one knife down. Sewing corpses, embalming skills come in handy. The skills given by Tong Zi are quite foresight. Just don't know how it feels to sew a corpse for oneself. Xiao, can we put the knife away first? Talk nicely, in case you make a mistake, you will lose an ex-boyfriend. Han Xiaoxiao looked at Li Chen blocking her way. The hand holding the kitchen knife, which was originally used to scare people, loosened slightly. And you, didn't we agree not to speak out of turn? How could you forget so quickly? Li Chen took advantage of the situation and immediately pulled Xia Xini back 2 steps. And you, Momo, are you holding a spatula to wait for Han Xiao to chop me up? Are you going to stir-fry me? Before chaos ensues, Li Chen instantly transformed into Bo Zhang, giving a good beating, each receiving 50 blows. But she called me a wild woman first. Xia Xini muttered softly beside Li Chen. Li Chen immediately covered her mouth. Xia Xini mumbled a few words. She didn't speak again, temporarily compromising. After all, looking at the current situation, with 2 people on the opposite side, she definitely won't get a good outcome. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. His eyes looked at Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo. Chen Momo met Li Chen's eyes and quietly put down the spatula. Han Xiaoxiao didn't want to let it go like this. This is her territory. If someone comes to provoke her, she won't let it go easily. Who does she think she is, a police officer? But seeing Li Chen frown, she suddenly thought of his illness. Her heart softened immediately. Xiao, let's just forget about it this time. Chen Momo tugged at Han Xiaoxiao's sleeve. If they continue to make a scene, things might really get out of hand. Besides, she didn't want to make things too difficult for Li Chen. What is her identity? And how many ex-girlfriends is she, your first ex-girlfriend? Han Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and slowly put down the kitchen knife in her hand. Xia Xini, my first ex-girlfriend. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief at the sight and cautiously said. He also removed his hand from Xia Xini's mouth, giving her a look not to speak. First ex-girlfriend? Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo were stunned. They thought it was already outrageous to meet Chen Momo, the ex-girlfriend from 4 years ago. But now there's an even earlier one? And she's the first one. So she's the old flame, and they are the new ones? How many years ago was it for you guys? Han Xiaoxiao's tone was no longer aggressive. 10 years ago, we were high school classmates. 10 years ago? Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo couldn't help but exclaim. The two immediately looked at each other. Their gazes towards Xia Xini completely changed. It means she waited for Li Chen for 10 years? Although they were confident they could do it too. But after all, it hadn't happened to them yet. But it was happening right in front of them. Momo, put the knife back first. Han Xiaoxiao handed the kitchen knife back to Chen Momo. With a complex look, she looked at Xia Xini behind Li Chen. So this person in front of them is still their ancestor. Xia Xini also noticed the change in atmosphere. She peeked out from behind Li Chen. Xia Xini and Han Xiaoxiao looked at each other. For a moment, they both felt a little guilty. How many ex-girlfriends do you still have? Han Xiaoxiao moved her gaze away and looked at Li Chen. She knew early on that Li Chen must have more than just Chen Momo. But Chen Momo has only been here for a few days. And now there's another one. Li Chen looked at Han Xiaoxiao, then at Xia Xini. Along with Chen Momo, who had just returned after putting down the knife, the three of them were all waiting for Li Chen's answer. 10? 20? Han Xiaoxiao saw Li Chen looking constipated and didn't dare to speak. She guessed based on experience. She had dealt with cases of disputes between men and women before. Normally, having more than 10 ex-girlfriends was relatively rare. Of course, this was except for Li Chen, who had a mysterious and fatal attraction to women. She didn't even know how she fell in love with him in the first place. She gave herself completely to him, almost giving up her life for him in the end. She couldn't explain it at all. 200. Li Chen gritted his teeth and said shakily. Lying was definitely not an option. Since it had come to this, let the storm come even more fiercely. Tonzi, if I were dismembered, could I still survive? How many? Han Xiaoxiao's expression slightly froze. Chen Momo and Xia Seni also thought they had misheard. They immediately rolled their eyes. 200 ex-girlfriends, no one would believe that. Xiao Xiao, forget it, you're making him start talking nonsense. Chen Momo looked at Li Chen, who was awkwardly sweating. She tugged at Han Xiaoxiao's sleeve. Xia Seni also reached out and held Li Chen's hand with concern. She found his palm covered in sweat beads. In an instant, she felt a wave of heartache. He's been delivering food all day and he's already tired. I didn't come here today to cause trouble, so let's call a temporary truce for today. Xia Seni looked into Han Xiaoxiao's eyes. Han Xiaoxiao nodded at her. Only she knew about Li Chen's illness. She regretted it as soon as Li Chen's expression was off. Now Xia Seni was offering an olive branch. Naturally, she would take advantage of it. The matter between them could be settled later. For now, Li Chen's condition was the priority. Li Chen was still waiting for the judgment of the three. The result seemed a bit unexpected. Is this the benefit of telling the truth? Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate skill. God will not be cruel to a good child who tells the truth. Momo, go close the door, don't let people see the joke later. Han Xiaoxiao, who had calmed down, suddenly noticed that the door was still ajar. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't have to kick Xia Seni out. Okay. Chen Momo saw Han Xiaoxiao's face return to normal. She patted her chest with lingering fear and then turned to Li Chen with a sweet smile. When the two of them almost had a fight just now, her own heart was pounding too. Unlike Han Xiaoxiao, who had been a criminal police officer for 2 years and had seen all kinds of big scenes, she had always been a good girl since childhood. Everything from life planning to what time she got home from school was arranged by her family and carried out step by step. Her life was so dull that even those boys who liked her seemed to be infected by her monotonous and boring life, and they all seemed so rigid and uninteresting to her. She thought her whole life would be spent in such an arrangement, graduating, getting married, and having children. And all this routine and dull life was completely shattered 4 years ago on one afternoon when a man suddenly appeared in his life. On that countless unchanging monotonous way home, he rode by on an electric bike. The wheel suddenly slipped and overturned, catching her off guard. She looked flustered, repeating over and over again that she didn't need to go to the hospital, she didn't need the hospital. But he was like a deaf person, unreasonable. She stubbornly rode an electric bike to the hospital for a checkup, although she paid for the checkup in the end. But from then on, her life, which had been unchanging and without any ripples, suddenly had a beam of light breaking the rules. The journey home every day, punctual and on time, seemed to be filled with rainbows, no longer dull. Gradually, she began to try to break free from the shackles, no longer returning home on time. Since that day, almost all the firsts in her life were given to him without reservation. Although it was only a short 10 days, but it was much more exciting than the past 10 years for her. To her, Li Chen was that beam of light. As long as she could see him every day, she didn't care about anything else. Of course, if possible, she would still fight for it. Otherwise, everyone would think she's easy to bully. Chen silently walked to the door and gently closed the door, leaving a crack. Click. The sudden closing of the door in front made Lu Zai, who was standing outside in a daze, startled. She heard clearly the argument between the three women inside, the three of them fiercely competing for Li Chen. Suddenly, her heart also felt a strange desire. In the middle of it, she even had a strong urge to push the door open and join them. She was also Li Chen's legitimate ex-girlfriend. But she ultimately couldn't muster the courage to push the door. After leaving Li Chen, she, who had rarely communicated with others, didn't know how to face such a scene inside. She didn't have the courage now. But this trip was not without gains. At least the three women inside proved to her that she still had a chance, didn't she? Even if it was only a quarter of the affection in the end, she cherished it. The past 3 years had been too long, and she was almost unable to bear it. Lu Zai took a deep breath. Just as she was about to turn around and go downstairs to prepare for the next opportunity to come and create a chance encounter, click, the door in front suddenly opened again. This time, a particularly good-looking little head suddenly appeared from the crack in the door. A pair of dark and bright big eyes were staring at her in surprise. This sudden situation made Lu Zai instantly tense and nervous. Chen silently also seemed stunned for a moment when she saw Lu Zai. Xiao Xiao, there's someone outside. Chen silently paused for a second. She looked carefully at Lu Zai. Then she quickly turned to look at Han Xiaoxiao. What else is there? Han Xiaoxiao, Xia Seni, and Li Chen all looked towards Chen silently. They thought they had been too intense just now and attracted the neighbor over. Han Xiaoxiao was about to go over to apologize. The next sentence from Chen silently directly made her blood pressure soar again. There's a very beautiful young lady outside. She looks very pretty. I feel like she might also be a former. Chen silently said. Just as Han Xiaoxiao's face was starting to calm down, it instantly darkened again. Chen silently hurriedly swallowed the second half of the sentence back. So, do you really think this is the cave of the silken web? How many spider demon ex-girlfriends did you bring back? Han Xiaoxiao turned to look at Li Chen, but at this point, she was afraid of provoking Li Chen again. Her tone and gaze were already trying to restrain herself. Li Chen looked innocently at the angry Han Xiaoxiao, and at Xia Xini, who was frowning, and Chen silently, who was looking at him with curiosity. He really wanted to plead his innocence now. He really only brought Xia Xini back, but this momentary intuition told him, it might be too early to plead innocence now. I'd been with him all day today, he only saw me, and brought me back, no one else. Xia Xini, seeing Li Chen's embarrassed look, looked at Han Xiaoxiao, and took the initiative to help him out. Han Xiaoxiao's gaze immediately shifted to Xia Xini, staring into her eyes. In an instant, it seemed as if there were countless flashes of swords and shadows in the air. The two of them just exchanged a glance, and the atmosphere around them instantly became tense again. Xia Xini's words, "We've been together all day, where is the way out?" clearly added fuel to the fire. Li Chen was really about to cry. Thank you for helping me out, I really am. What do you want to do? Anyway, what I said is the truth. Xia Xini met Han Xiaoxiao's fierce gaze from the criminal police for a while. She couldn't help but feel a little scared and somewhat defeated. Fearful, she immediately held onto Li Chen's arm. With Li Chen's support, Xia Xini immediately felt like a French bulldog being held by its owner. In an instant, she calmed down. Full of energy, she stared back at Han Xiaoxiao without showing weakness. The battle between the two directly turned to Li Chen. Xia Xini happened to hold his arm tighter at this moment. Then she looked up at him. The meaning seemed to be, am I moving you by helping you out? Li Chen awkwardly pulled the corners of his mouth. This fierce girl, you are really good at provoking a fight. At this moment, he was completely unable to move. Exhausted. Tired. Mo, open the door. Han Xiaoxiao looked at Li Chen's stiff body. Taking a deep breath, she silently prayed that everything would be centered around his body. She chose not to entangle with Xia Xini anymore. Through gritted teeth, she shouted at Chen Mo. Chen Mo quickly responded. He directly opened the door, which was originally only slightly ajar, to half open. The four of them looked outside the door simultaneously, holding a bag of fruits. Lu Zai, looking bewildered, unexpectedly met the four of them for the first time. The moment she saw Lu Zai's beautiful face, that perfect face, that S-curve figure, and the familiar feeling, Li Chen was stunned for half a second, realizing that Xia Xini's explanation was better left unsaid. He couldn't escape this time. But why? He had never met that ex-girlfriend outside the door. It's really a disaster. Fortunately, he didn't rush to clarify the relationship just now. Otherwise, before Han Xiaoxiao and the others acted, he would have been in deep trouble. Beside him, Xia Xini looked at Lu Zai, then at Li Chen. For some reason, she suddenly remembered the white BMW that had been following them and the figure that flashed past in the hallway. Lu Zai, who was completely unprepared at this moment, stood there staring blankly at the three beautiful faces. And the figure that had unexpectedly appeared in her mind every minute of every day for the past 3 years. She didn't know what expression was on her face right now. She didn't know whether she should cry or laugh. If it were just the two of them, perhaps she would have already uncontrollably thrown herself into his arms and cried. Han Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Zai's beautiful face, and the bananas, grapes, and kiwis in her hand. In an instant, she confirmed her identity. Her gaze turned cold. Xia Xini and Chen Mo dared not speak at this moment. Li Chen was even more cautious with his breathing and blinking. It was clear. Except for the one who opened the door for himself, the other two women in front of him did not welcome him. Lu Zai stood frozen in place, unable to move forward or retreat. As the boss of a company that had always been successful, she had never experienced such an awkward situation. With her temperament, she should have turned and left coldly in the face of unwelcoming people. But when her gaze met the man she had been thinking about day and night, her feet seemed to be stuck in cement. She couldn't move at all. For a moment, the 5 pairs of eyes stared at each other in despair. The atmosphere was so awkward that both Li Chen and Lu Zai wished there was a hole beneath their feet. If you're not ready to leave, come in first. It's time for the neighbors to come and see my jokes. Han Xiaoxiao glanced at Li Chen and Lu Zai, sneering. Lu Zai heard this as if he had been granted amnesty. The cement under his feet seemed to be instantly sucked away. Suddenly, his feet could move again. Lu Zai squeezed out thank you from his throat. Now she was like a punching bag. slowly moving her feet into the door. The cold and arrogant demeanor that kept people at a distance had long disappeared. All of this seemed like an illusion to her. She inexplicably heard his message, and inexplicably appeared here. Go outside quietly and see if there's anyone left. After Lu Zai entered, Han Xiaoxiao pointed outside with a cold face. Chen Momer nodded. He slipped out immediately, carefully searching up and down the corridor. After confirming that there was no ex-girlfriend left, he came back and made an okay gesture to Han Xiaoxiao. Okay, close the door. Don't attract the neighbors over in a while, I still have my dignity. Han Xiaoxiao rubbed her temples. Even though she was a criminal police officer, she had heard all sorts of bizarre cases and stories in the team. But a bizarre situation like the one in front of her, she had never expected it to happen to her in her lifetime. Tell me, how many ex-girlfriends is this, and what's her name? Han Xiaoxiao's tone was calm, already feeling numb from anger. But Li Chen was stunned as soon as he heard it. He really hadn't expected it. That kind of creature, an ex-girlfriend, would suddenly show up at his doorstep. How could he possibly answer such a non-human question? There were more than 200 ex-girlfriends. Not to mention which number, he couldn't even remember their names. This had completely exceeded the limits of human beings. But in this situation, if he couldn't answer, not only would he be in trouble, but the new ex-girlfriend would be even more embarrassed. Li Chen looked to Chen Momer for help. At this point, self-rescue was absolutely impossible. He could handle one-on-one situations, but one-on-four? Besides lying down, he had no other choice. Now only Chen Momer could save him. As for Xia Seni, there was no hope. If this girl didn't stop causing trouble and pushing him into the fire pit, he could only pray to the gods. Chen Momer immediately caught Li Chen's eye. She blinked playfully at him. Xiao, why don't we sit down and talk? I've been cooking for so long, my legs are killing me. If you don't let me sit, I'll just stay here and refuse to leave. Chen Momer stared innocently with big eyes at Han Xiaoxiao. She took the fruit bag from Lu Zai's hand again. When she opened the door, she saw that the bag was full of fruits that Li Chen loved. She guessed that this was also one of his ex-girlfriends. Chen Momer took Lu Zai's hand and walked towards the sofa. Xia Seni looked at Han Xiaoxiao, then at Lu Zai and Chen Momer. She quietly picked up the fruit she had just thrown on the ground, leaving Li Chen looking embarrassed and confused. However, soon after, Chen Momer and Lu Zai finished their whispered conversation and walked over to him. Chen Momer held Li Chen's hand with her soft little hand, gently wiping the sweat from his palm. She whispered a few words to Lu Zai from 3 years ago in his ear. Li Chen instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was Chen Momer, this thoughtful little cotton jacket. Otherwise, he really couldn't handle this situation. Xiao, don't be angry. If you get sick from anger, how can you compete for men with her? At this moment, Chen Momer seemed like a savior. After helping Li Chen out of the predicament, she approached Han Xiaoxiao and whispered a few words to her. She pulled her to sit on the sofa. The atmosphere temporarily eased a bit. Xia Seni picked up the fruit, held Li Chen's hand, and tried to pull him to sit next to her. I was met with Han Xiaoxiao's cold gaze. Fine, for women, unless he is cut into 3 pieces and stuffed among the 4. Otherwise, he would be uncomfortable sitting anywhere. Li Chen quickly broke free from Xia Seni's hand. Without saying a word, he directly moved a small stool from the dining table. Like a criminal, he sat in front of his 4 ex-girlfriends awaiting judgment. When you make a mistake, you must have an attitude of admitting it. If you can't even let go of your attitude, how can you continue to have both sides? Make friends on both sides. Han Xiaoxiao glanced at Li Chen, then at Lu Zai. Lu Zai, 3 years ago. Li Chen quickly answered. After speaking, he exchanged a knowing look with Chen Mo. Just now, that wild woman said you only brought her back, right? I didn't expect her to be so generous. Shouldn't you give her a nickname? After all, numbers are easier to remember, so you don't forget our names like you did with me and Mo? Han Xiaoxiao looked at Li Chen with a playful expression. Li Chen was speechless in an instant. No, that's not it. Actually, he really didn't know I was coming this time. I just happened to see them on the road and followed them secretly. Lu Zai, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Actually, I just wanted to take a look at Ah Hui at first. Xia Seni, who was about to explode again when she heard Han Xiaoxiao call her a wild woman, was stunned when she heard the name Ah Hui. Ah Hui? Who is Ah Hui? Xia Seni furrowed her brow, her face full of question marks. Could this girl have mistaken her boyfriend? Xia Seni's gaze kept shifting between Lu Zai and Li Chen. Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Mo instantly understood. They had also been fooled by Li Chen with fake names before. Now there was another victim, and the name was different. But they never dreamed that such a thing would happen to them. When Li Chen heard the name Ah Hui, he remembered where Lu Zai had come from. Previously, at that breakup-themed restaurant, the manager called him Zhang Jiawei. A fake identity can save your life, but it can also lead to your downfall. At this moment, Han Xiaoxiao looked at him with disdainful eyes. Even Chen Mo couldn't help but glance at him with a bit of speechlessness. Li Chen could only silently acknowledge his mistakes and accept the consequences. What's wrong? I really just wanted to see Ah Hui at first. I didn't intend to compete with you guys, but, Lu Zai felt that the gazes of the three women beside her were a bit strange. She wanted to explain, but now it seemed unnecessary, because she had already made up her mind to fight back. Even if she couldn't win in the end, at least she wouldn't regret it. Xia Seni couldn't help but speak up when she heard another woman trying to compete with her for a man. Miss, are you sure you're not mistaking someone else? His name is Li Chen, not your Ah Hui. Xia Seni's tone was a bit impolite. Lu Zai immediately frowned and looked at Xia Seni. You are the one who is a miss, your whole family are misses. He is Zhang Jiawei, I won't mistake him. Lu Zai glanced at the person she had been thinking about day and night. She could recognize him at a glance even if he turned into ashes. How could she be wrong? Li Chen lowered his head, feeling the sweat starting to pour down his back again. Xia Seni was still a bit confused. She looked at Lu Zai and then at Li Chen with a puzzled expression. The name Zhang Jiawei sounded familiar. She felt like she had heard it somewhere. But how could Li Chen be Zhang Jiawei? I dealt with many cases of scammers using fake names and identities to deceive for money and sex, but I never expected that one day I would encounter such a scammer myself, and I believed in him without hesitation. Han Xiaoxiao looked at Li Chen with a mocking smile. Her face was so cold that it was almost frosty. Li Chen kept his head down the whole time and dared not make a sound. At this moment, even a hum from him would be a big taboo. Mother Tiger, what are you saying? Who are you calling a fraud? Xia Seni was confused, but seeing Han Xiaoxiao's murderous gaze made Li Chen sweat on his forehead. He immediately became alert and didn't care about Zhang Jiawei anymore. He was about to confront Han Xiaoxiao and stand up for Li Chen. Try calling me Mother Tiger one more time, and I'll kick you out of here right now. Don't ever think about stepping into this room again. Han Xiaoxiao's criminal police officer was not in vain. He just glanced at Xia Seni, confronting that gaze that was like staring down a criminal and the icy tone. Without Li Chen by her side, Xia Seni instantly became afraid and shrank her neck. Anyway, I won't allow you to bully him like this. Despite being scared, Xia Seni stubbornly muttered. Han Xiaoxiao's anger grew when she heard this, but Li Chen still suppressed his voice. Starting from Chen Momo, one by one, you all came to my house to provoke me. Haven't I been lenient enough by not kicking you all out? Chen Momo felt unfairly implicated. She helplessly stuck out her tongue. As the mastermind behind this, Li Chen was also at a loss because of Xia Seni. This girl really couldn't read the situation. Every time she tried to help him at the wrong time, she ended up pushing him into the fire pit again and again. Lu Zai was trembling with her lips bitten. She never expected that her few words would lead to such a heated argument. Right, Zhang Jiawei? Jay Cho? Han Xiaoxiao sighed, facing the silent Li Chen. She was afraid of upsetting him too much, but she couldn't swallow her pride either. Bringing 3 ex-girlfriends to her house to cause trouble. She really wanted to ask if there was anyone in the world who bullied people like this. Fortunately, she had heard of her outrageous incidents before, so at least she had a strong mental fortitude. If it were any normal woman, they would have been kicked out the moment they entered the door. Who is Zhang Jiawei, Jay Cho? He is Li Chen, have you all mistaken him? Xia Seni, looking confused, became even more confused. What are they talking about? She couldn't understand at all. If you have mistaken him, just say so. Then Li Chen will be hers alone. Xia Seni looked expectantly at Han Xiaoxiao and the others. Oh, I forgot that you were his first love and high school classmate. Of course, you wouldn't know about him using a fake name. Han Xiaoxiao sneered. Don't look at us like that. Your little secret will disappoint you. We haven't mistaken anyone. Zhang Jiawei, Jay Cho, Li Chen, they are all the same person. Han Xiaoxiao pointed at Li Chen. Now not only Xia Seni was confused, but even Lu Zai was confused. A fake name? Zhang Jiawei was his fake name? Lu Zai suddenly woke up. It felt like her love-struck brain had cleared up a bit. Did you really use a fake name when you were with me, Ah Hui? Lu Zai took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on Li Chen. Li Chen looked at Lu Zai's trembling lips, the sudden increase in affection, and Han Xiaoxiao's watchful eyes. He nodded helplessly. Seeing that he admitted without hesitation, Lu Zai stood up from the sofa. She never thought that the person she had been thinking about day and night would turn out to be a fraud who even used a fake name. The cold and aloof aura that kept people at a distance emanated from her once again. And after a 2-second daze, Xia Seni couldn't help but show a hint of surprise and joy on her face. If Lu Zai were to just leave like this, she would directly have one less competitor. That would be a great thing. She doesn't care about whether it's a pseudonym or not. Anyway, she only knows that she can't live without Li Chen. Xia Seni looked at Lu Zai with an expectant look. She was about to get up and personally see her off. Han Xiaoxiao also moved her legs aside, giving her a way out. As long as she leaves through this door, it means she has completely cut ties with Li Chen. Even if she regrets it later, she cannot pose any threat to them. Today's slamming of the door is a stain. Do you want me to help you open the door? Do you want me to see you off? Han Xiaoxiao's rare gentle voice sounded beside her. Lu Zai, who hadn't lifted a foot, immediately stiffened all over. She looked at the three of them, then at Li Chen, who was humbly accepting criticism. When she came to her senses, she knew that if she walked out of this door today, it would be impossible for her to come back again. She asked herself, can she really do it? She couldn't even look at the person she had been thinking about day and night. Just the thought of it tore her heart apart. He just used a pseudonym. And he has already humbly accepted punishment, hasn't he? Besides, the three of them don't care. Lu Zai regretted deeply. She wasn't this impulsive before today, but now she was already standing up. She couldn't just sit back down, could she? If your legs are numb, MOMO and I can carry you out and call a car to take you back. Han Xiaoxiao said as she was about to stand up, giving a glance to Chen MOMO. She had already seen that Lu Zai had changed her mind. But even if you regret it, it's too late now. Just as Chen Momo and Han Xiaoxiao were about to see her off, Xia Seni couldn't hold back her smile. Lu Zai suddenly looked calmly at Han Xiaoxiao. Where is the bathroom? I need to use it. Han Xiaoxiao was stunned by her words. Chen Momo shrugged helplessly and sat back down quietly. Han Xiaoxiao reluctantly pointed to the location of the bathroom. Lu Zai slowly walked towards the bathroom, relieved to have escaped from the group. She was so close, just a little more, and she would have been kicked out before even starting. Luckily, she was quick-witted. Xia Seni was dumbfounded. She really wanted to grab Lu Zai by the neck and ask her why she didn't slam the door and leave. Li Chen seemed a bit redundant at this point. The most difficult hurdle had finally been crossed. Han Xiaoxiao's anger had almost subsided. Li Chen let out a sigh of relief. If you make a mistake, you have to admit it and stand up to the consequences. Since he had truly wronged them before, all the tricks like playing the victim or using reverse psychology wouldn't work. To put this matter behind them, he had to humbly accept a beating. Sincerity is the best pass in front of the police. After being punished and beaten today, this matter could be considered officially closed. A man's ambition should be as great as the Yangtze River, rushing into the sea. Now he just wanted to have a broad mind like the sea and give them a warm embrace. In the future, the five of them should be able to play happily together. Wild woman, why are you looking at me like that? Seeing Xia Seni looking displeased, Han Xiaoxiao couldn't help but lock eyes with her again. Why didn't you see her off just now? Xia Seni's eyes shifted, not daring to meet Han Xiaoxiao's gaze. Then why didn't you kick her out? What, are you trying to see the snipe and the clam fight, and then reap the benefits yourself? Han Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows and asked. Seeing her thoughts exposed, Xia Seni felt a bit embarrassed. But the stubbornness in her mouth still refused to admit defeat. But this is your home, how can I chase her out? Oh, you know it's my home? I can kick you out of my house right now. Seeing these two inexplicably starting to fight. Alright, Li Chen's head was spinning. MOMO, have you boiled the medicine for Xiao Xiao? Li Chen saw Han Xiaoxiao's pale face, quickly changed the topic and looked at Chen MOMO. I don't know, Xiao Xiao didn't tell me. Chen MOMO shook her head. There are still many dishes in the kitchen that haven't been made. Xiao Xiao was worried that we couldn't finish them, but now two more people have come, just enough to eat. Li Chen listened as Chen Momo smoothly changed the topic, and could legitimately keep Xia Seni and Lu Ziyi for dinner. She was like his little lifesaver. Really wanted to hug her tightly and give her a kiss. I'll go boil the medicine, and then I'll make the rest of the dishes. Li Chen smiled and waved at Chen Momo. With Chen Momo's help, he could finally stand firm in this house today. Okay, Chen Momo sweetly responded. Then she turned to Han Xiaoxiao. Xiao Xiao, you just had a tiring argument, take a rest, we'll make delicious food for you. Han Xiaoxiao glanced at Chen Momo and Li Chen. Helplessly nodded, she really had no energy left. Facing Li Chen, who clearly made a mistake but couldn't be hit back or scolded, she was at a loss. Her temper had also subsided by half. If Li Chen was the type who had no sense of responsibility, made mistakes and only chose to evade, or even use tricks to deceive them, maybe she wouldn't love him so desperately now. She could only blame herself. Why did she have to choose him out of all people? In this life, she could only fall into his hands. XINE, Come sit here. Li Chen, somewhat worried, pulled Xia Seni from Han Xiaozhao's side to his small stool. If these two were too close, who knows what trouble they might cause later. Do you remember what I told you before going upstairs? Seeing Li Chen suddenly become serious, Xia Seni could only obediently nod. I remember everything. Since you remember, did you do as I said just now? But, she called me a wild woman first, I had to fight back. Xia Seni innocently looked at Li Chen with her big dark eyes. Talking back again. Li Chen immediately lightly tapped her head with his hand. You sit here quietly. If you speak out of turn or move around again, not only will Xiao Xiao not let you in next time, I won't let you come either. Faced with this troublemaker, if he didn't say something harsh, there might be another big surprise later. Oh, I won't say a word. I'll listen to you. Even if the mother tiger is fierce, I'll obediently keep my mouth shut and not say a word. Xia Seni covered her head, looking pitiful. Li Chen glared at her, then helplessly rubbed her head. Sit quietly and wait for the feast. Chen Momo stood aside, covering her mouth and laughing. She pulled Li Chen to the kitchen. In the kitchen, looking at the table and floor covered with various ingredients, Chen Momo looked happily at him playing with the ingredients. Just as Li Chen was about to show off his skills, to use an exquisite meal to alleviate the guilt of his sinful life, the untimely voice of the system rang out. Ex-girlfriend's favorability rating reaches 95, reward merit points, plus 1000, postpartum care proficiency, lactation consultant proficiency, essential oil massage proficiency. Li Chen glanced in surprise at the 95 points of favorability above Chen Momo's head. Last time, he only made 2 meals for her incidentally. Her favorability towards him reached 85. Now, in the chaotic battlefield where 4 ex-girlfriends were causing a scene at his door, he simply prepared to cook a meal with her. How did her favorability skyrocket to 95 points just like that? Li Chen could hardly believe his eyes. This girl, she's really easily satisfied. Thinking back to the last time they met, she remembered the exact number of days they were apart as if it were engraved in her mind. Li Chen suddenly felt a pang of heartache for the girl in front of him. I'm really not a good person. How could I, a human, have heartlessly abandoned such a little angel like her in the past? Tonzai, even though you're just an AI, I can't help but curse you out for a bit. Mo. Li Chen looked at her slightly blushing beautiful face. A sudden impulse surged in his heart, and he couldn't help but put down the chives in his hand. His hand suddenly embraced her slender shoulders and gently pulled her into his arms. Chen Momo was caught off guard and could only widen her eyes. The next moment, she was enveloped in a warm and comfortable embrace that made her forget everything. Chen Momo couldn't help but let out a soft whimper. Her hands naturally climbed to Li Chen's waist, tightly embracing him. Her whole body seemed to lose all its bones in an instant, collapsing softly in Li Chen's arms. The sensation of her soft body and fragrance made Li Chen's heart flutter. The last time you held me like this was 4 years and 4 months ago. I almost forgot how this feels. Chen Momo, immersed in immense happiness, murmured unclearly. Her hands clung tightly to Li Chen's waist, greedily breathing in his scent, as if trying to engulf his entire being. Li Chen gently stroked her head. Tonzai, even though you're an AI and don't understand emotions, I can't help but curse you out a bit. Why did you make such a good girl wait for 4 years? If possible, he really didn't want to disappoint any of them again. Well, of course, as long as he wasn't chopped into minced meat and flushed down the toilet by the remaining 200 or so ex-girlfriends who hadn't shown their faces yet. Just the thought of possibly facing over 200 scenes like today made Li Chen shudder. Today was a narrow escape. Not to mention the divine assistance of Chen Momo, the most easily satisfied little angel, and Xia Seni, the girl who would abandon all principles for him. Even the fiery-tempered Han Xiao was reasonable. Although today's execution process was torturous and full of twists and turns, the final result was ultimately good. Although they were far from fully accepting each other, they had acknowledged each other's existence. The long journey had taken its most difficult first step. As long as they slowly adapt, even an iron pestle will eventually be ground into a needle. But what about the remaining 200 or so ex-girlfriends? Although they were inseparable when they were together before, wanting to turn each other into ashes and shake them in a box. So many years had passed. He wasn't sure if there would be a few who harbored hatred due to love, waiting for 5 or 6 years not for reconciliation, but to dismember themselves and feed the dogs when they met again. What's wrong? Were you just scared by Xiao and the others, and haven't recovered yet? Chen Momo noticed Li Chen's body trembling slightly. She immediately hugged him tighter. Actually, Xiao also loves you to the point where she can't live without you, just that she's not as unrestrained in her affection as Sini. And you brought back 2 women, which would be unbearable no matter who it was. Xiao has already been very, very good. If it were someone else, You might be in the hospital by now. What about you? Aren't you angry that I brought them back? Li Chen lowered his head, just as Chen Mo also looked up. The emotional gaze in those watery eyes made the atmosphere between the two infinitely ambiguous. I don't have any particular demands, as long as I can see you often. Chen Mo suddenly felt a chill on her back. Li Chen's magic hand had unconsciously slipped under her shirt. The astonishingly smooth and flawless touch made Li Chen unable to help but start to fantasize. Forget about being chopped by over 200 ex-girlfriends, or being dismembered. Let tomorrow's worries be left for tomorrow. Chen Mo, blushing slightly, did not stop his hand from wandering on her body. After all, he had always been unrestrained in any situation. Whenever he had the chance, he would act like this. Ahem, what kind of food are you two making that requires hugging each other to do it? Just as the two were deeply engrossed, Han Xiaoxiao's untimely voice suddenly came from outside the kitchen. Why don't I give you two the bedroom, and I'll make the bed? Chen Mo immediately felt like she had been pricked all over. She quickly sprang out of Li Chen's embrace. Her face turned red from her cheeks to her ears in an instant. Han Xiaoxiao glanced at Li Chen. Your sister Cindy is fighting with your sister Zai again. They seem to have some grudges from before. I can't control them anyway. Li Chen immediately slapped his head upon hearing this. He rushed to the living room. There, Xia Cindy was glaring angrily at Lu Zai. Lu Zai, at this moment, looked completely different from the frightened little rabbit before. There was little expression on her face, emitting a cold and icy aura. Cindy, what are you two doing again? Li Chen hurriedly stepped forward to pull Xia Cindy away. Seeing Li Chen coming over, Lu Zai's face immediately showed a hint of panic. The icy aura that had been emanating from her body also instantly subsided. She's the owner of that breakup restaurant. Xia Cindy whispered to Li Chen. She's the one who insulted you. I'm sorry, it was unintentional, I didn't know about your situation. Lu Zai quickly apologized. Seeing her sincere expression, Li Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, he was a scumbag. Han Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes directly. These love-struck fools were beyond help. But then she remembered that she wasn't much better herself. She could only sigh quietly. It seemed like this house would never be peaceful again. Alright, sit quietly, don't cause trouble again. Li Chen pushed Xia Cindy back onto the small stool. If you three are bored, you can play some landlord, Li Chen said casually. Immediately, he was met with the murderous gazes of the three. Well, the revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. Li Chen slinked back to the kitchen. Looking at Chen Mo's still blushing cheeks, Li Chen couldn't help but go over and pinch them. His Mo was always the most obedient little angel. After brewing Han Xiaoxiao's Chinese medicine, Li Chen and Chen Mo began to cooperate in making a big meal. However, this process was somewhat flirtatious. Han Xiaoxiao, who occasionally came to take a look, felt her throat burning with jealousy. She had never hated herself for not being able to cook as much as she did now. When the fragrant meal was served on the table, Xia Cindy and Lu Zai could hardly believe their eyes. Did you really make this? Xia Cindy stared wide-eyed at the table full of delicious dishes. Lu Zai also looked at Li Chen with shimmering eyes. Halfway through, they had all been to the kitchen a few times. Seeing Chen Mo silently helping Li Chen, they couldn't help but feel deeply worried about tonight's dinner. They clearly remembered that Li Chen had never cooked before. They had long ago secretly vowed that no matter how bad it tasted, they would eat a big bowl without changing their expression. Looking at the dishes on the table that smelled so fragrant and delicious, it was even better than the level of the chef at Lu Zai's restaurant. Seeing Xia Cindy and Lu Zai still in shock, Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Mo immediately sat down on either side of Li Chen. By the time the two came back to their senses, it was too late. Xia Cindy had to grit her teeth and sit next to Han Xiaoxiao. Lu Zai didn't mind so much. After all, she was the last one to arrive. No matter how you rank by seniority, it was not her turn. Just as Li Chen picked up his chopsticks, a piece of oyster meat the size of his palm appeared in his bowl. Han Xiaoxiao smiled at him. Chen Mo frowned at the sight, but did not stop it as before. She casually picked up a piece of braised pork for Li Chen as well. Seeing the two playing like this, Xia Cindy, not wanting to show weakness, directly picked up a large oyster meat and put it in Li Chen's bowl. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow at her actions. You girl, randomly picking dishes like this, probably don't know the benefits of oysters. Han Xiaoxiao squinted at Chen Mo, who looked uncomfortable. Xia Cindy felt strange. How come Han Xiaoxiao, who had just looked at her unpleasantly, was now smiling at her while competing to serve Li Chen? From the aloof demeanor of Lu Zai, it was clear that this girl was very reserved. But in the current situation, with a war between the three of them right in front of her, she couldn't sit still. She got up and picked up another oyster meat for Li Chen. She had heard that this thing was very nutritious. Chen Mo opened her mouth. She really wanted to say, "You guys are aiding and abetting," but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Li Chen looked at the bowl with tears in his eyes, which was filled with food in less than 2 seconds. Every time he took a bite, 2 more chopsticks of food appeared in the bowl. Fortunately, he had secretly boasted a mouthful of rice when serving the food. He didn't know how many oysters he had eaten in this meal. Almost all the oysters on the table ended up in his stomach. If it weren't for Chen Mo's strong opposition, Han Xiaoxiao would have to steam another basket. By the end, Li Chen really wanted to pick up a piece of green vegetable to eat. But as soon as he reached out with his chopsticks, 4 pairs of chopsticks blocked him and the food in the bowl piled up another 2 centimeters. This green vegetable was out of reach, completely out of reach. Finally, after enduring this inhumane meal, it was already very late. Lu Zai and Xia Xini received phone calls almost simultaneously. From Xia Xini's tone, it was clear that it was her sister on the phone, worried that she would be unsafe if she stayed out late. Lu Zai glanced at the caller ID and frowned throughout the call. "Li Chen, I have to go back." After finishing the call, Xia Xini held Li Chen's hand as if they were parting forever, with a reluctant look on her face. Then she whispered in Li Chen's ear in a voice she thought was very low. "Why don't you come home with me today? I'll take you to meet my sister, and you can stay at my place in the future." After Xia Xini finished speaking, she glanced sneakily at Han Xiaoxiao. But she happened to meet Han Xiaoxiao's murderous gaze. "Where do you live?" "I'll drive you home," Han Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Li Chen shook his head and smiled. "No need, you're already tired today. I've arranged for my sister's driver to pick me up." Xia Xini held Li Chen's arm and dragged him towards the door. "Just walk me to the car." The intimate physical contact between the two made the other 3 people's eyelids jump. They accompanied Xia Xini downstairs. Li Chen could clearly feel that Xia Xini's mood was a bit low. "How about we elope now?" As they walked, Xia Xini suddenly looked up with a pair of bright eyes straight at Li Chen. Li Chen helplessly smiled and patted her head. "Come on, it's not like it's a life or death situation. We'll see each other tomorrow after one night. I promised Xiaoxiao that I won't move out for at least 3 months. "Oh, why 3 months? Xia Xini looked puzzled. Li Chen instantly didn't know how to respond. He never had the chance to explain before. Han Xiaoxiao still thought he only had 3 months left to live. "After 3 months, you can move in with me and live together. Your cooking is so delicious, my sister who doesn't like to eat on time will definitely like you. After 3 months, which part of him do you want? If you beg me, I can consider giving you a little." Han Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly came from the 3-mouthed window. Li Chen felt his scalp tingle. Xia Xini looked confusedly at Han Xiaoxiao. "Then I want all of him, I beg you, will you give him to me?" "No, I can give you at most 1 foot or 1 hand, or half a bowl of ashes, but only if you sincerely beg me." Han Xiaoxiao coldly looked at Xia Xini, who was unaware of the truth. "What are you talking about? Are you trying to scare me on purpose in the middle of the night?" Xia Xini, somewhat scared, leaned her body against Li Chen. Li Chen's eyelids jumped as he heard this. So in Han Xiaoxiao's mind, he was already a dead man? Planning how to divide his body 3 months later in front of him? Doesn't he have any dignity? "Fine, I hope you won't come begging me after 3 months. Han Xiaoxiao said and then closed the window with a click. She had said enough. At this moment, Li Chen really wanted to ask. If he was still alive after 3 months, wouldn't it be impolite? "Nonsense," Xia Xini muttered towards the window. Coincidentally, a Maybach S800 and a black Porsche entered the neighborhood. Xia Xini's mood plummeted again when she saw the Maybach, and Lu Zai, who had been waiting at the entrance, frowned slightly when he saw the black Porsche. The Maybach S800 and the black Porsche entered the neighborhood one after the other, immediately attracting a lot of attention. When the cars stopped in front of Li Chen and Xia Xini's gaze towards Li Chen became even more reluctant. "Miss Xini, Miss Jingning asked me to take you home." A middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in formal attire, got out of the Maybach S800. Seeing Xia Xini tightly holding onto a young man, he showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He then respectfully stood aside with his eyes lowered, waiting for Xia Xini and Li Chen to finish their private conversation. However, Li Chen felt that the name Qingning seemed somewhat familiar, like he had heard it somewhere before. A sense of foreboding instantly lingered in his mind. A young man in his 20s, wearing a white shirt and looking quite handsome, got out of the black Porsche that had arrived together. His face exuded an uncommon confidence and arrogance. Judging from his attire and the expensive watch on his wrist, he was either a promising young man or a second-generation rich. When he got out of the car, he looked somewhat disdainfully at the old residential building. After spotting Lu Zai, his eyes only focused on her standing in the hallway, ignoring everyone else. Although Lu Zai seemed different from her usual cold demeanor at the moment, he didn't think much of it after finally finding her. When Lu Zai saw him, her expression slightly darkened. She subconsciously glanced at Li Chen. Yezi. The young man called Lu Zai with a look of surprise. This immediately attracted the attention of Xia Sini and Li Chen. When he saw Xia Sini, the young man's face froze. Obviously, he didn't expect to see such a beautiful woman here besides Lu Zai. Xia Sini looked at the man with a puzzled look, then looked at Lu Zai. She began to speculate about their relationship in her heart. Chen Yuhua, I've told you many times, call me by my full name, don't call me Yezi, and how did you find your way here? Lu Zai frowned tightly. Although he was talking to the young man, his eyes occasionally glanced in Li Chen's direction, afraid that Li Chen would misunderstand something. Sensing Lu Zai's gaze, the young man named Chen Yuhua frowned slightly. After looking at Li Chen for a moment, a disdainful look flashed in his calm eyes. He directly defined him as a handsome passerby. Xia Sini finally understood. Her behavior now was almost identical to when she suddenly met Li Chen during the day, with Shin Song being extremely annoying on the side. Xia Sini looked at Lu Zai with interest, who looked nervous and flustered. It's so late, I really can't rest assured with you outside alone. Chen Yuhua glanced at Li Chen and then kept staring at Lu Zai. The atmosphere between the few people suddenly became very subtle. How did you know I was here? Lu Zai suddenly thought of a possibility, and her face gradually turned cold. She didn't even know how she got here. Chen Yuhua's face suddenly panicked. He hesitated and dared not speak. But as Lu Zai's expression grew colder, he knew that if he didn't give her a reasonable explanation now, their relationship might forever remain just ordinary friends. I found your car outside the municipal bureau, but I looked for you for hours, knocked on several buildings, and didn't see anyone. Later, I saw that S800 and followed it to see if it was you, and I didn't expect to find you here. Chen Yuhua lowered his head slightly, a little afraid to look into Lu Zai's eyes. So, did you install a tracker in my car? Confirming her suspicions, Lu Zai's gaze instantly turned as cold as frost. Almost squeezing out of her teeth, she said, Yezi, don't be angry, I really did it for your own good. I was afraid you would end up like my sister back then. Chen Yuhua hurriedly explained. 3 years ago, I saw that you were in a very bad state at the time, and I was afraid you would also have a hard time, so when I bought a tracker, I also bought one for you. 3 years ago? Before Chen Yuhua could finish his sentence, Lu Zai incredulously roared at him. Then, unable to contain her anger, she took a few steps forward. Smack! A particularly loud slap directly hit Chen Yuhua's face. So you've been tracking me for 3 whole years? Do you believe I'll call the police right now and have you arrested? The thought of being under someone else's surveillance every day for 3 years made Lu Zai pale, and she couldn't stop trembling. Li Chen saw her emotional state, patted Xia Sini to signal her to let go, then walked to Lu Zai's side, gently holding her cold and boneless hand. Lu Zai trembled slightly all over. Then, that familiar and comforting feeling immediately stopped her body from shaking. But Li Chen's action instantly made Chen Yuhua, who had been a little dazed from being slapped, forget about the burning pain on his face, and his anger surged. That was the hand he had been unable to hold for a full 4 years. It was defiled by such a person wearing cheap street stall goods, living in a dilapidated old community, and he didn't know where this poor loser came from? What's even more hateful is that in the past, he only touched Lu Zai's clothes. He would be loudly scolded by her with a slight cleanliness obsession. Now he couldn't even avoid those dirty hands. He really couldn't accept it. Get your damn hands off Yezi. Chen Yuhua was full of anger, looking like he was ready to fight, and he was about to push and hit Li Chen. But what he didn't expect was that Lu Zai immediately stood in front of the poor boy who appeared out of nowhere. If you dare touch him, I'll fight you. Not only Lu Zai. Xia Sini also immediately ran over in anger and stood in front of Li Chen. If you touch him, you won't see the sun tomorrow. Seeing these two super beautiful women looking like enraged wildcats, their fierce eyes staring at him like they wanted to kill him, Chen Yuhua was stunned. Yezi, are you crazy? The neighbors who were originally eating sunflower seeds and watching handsome men and beautiful women quarrel were also confused. Who is this kid? What makes him so special? He can make 2 beautiful girls like fairies willing to risk their lives for him. Who just mentioned calling the police? Han Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly came from the stairs. She had a grim expression and was walking towards them with a pair of cold handcuffs in her hand. Beside her, Chen Momo was also looking at Chen Yuhua with ill intentions. For super beautiful women who were rarely seen together were now appearing in front of everyone at the same time. In an instant, sunflower seeds upstairs were falling like rain as people were left dumbfounded. Chen Yuhua was completely overwhelmed by the aura of these women, especially the handcuffs glinting in Han Xiaoxiao's hand. Unconsciously, he took 4 or 5 steps back. He was starting to feel a bit panicked. It wasn't that he was afraid they would really call the police, his family had some background. Dealing with a violation of privacy wasn't a big deal. What he feared was the mistake he had made. The person he had spent years chasing after was now slipping away. Yezi, I was really worried about your safety, that's why I did that. My sister was also hurt by scum and even attempted suicide, so I put a tracker in her car, and I did the same for you. Chen Yuhua didn't hesitate to use his beloved sister as a shield. She was in a similar state to you back then, going crazy looking for that scum. I was afraid you might also consider suicide, and for the past 3 years, you've rarely gone anywhere other than work and home. I haven't invaded your privacy, have I? Chen Yuhua was desperately trying to justify himself. This was one of the main reasons he had liked Lu Zai for so many years. This woman was just too clean. So clean that sometimes he felt a hint of inferiority. How many women nowadays can resist going to nightclubs and bars? How many can maintain such purity, having no friends of the opposite sex, with no social life outside of home and work? Especially for a woman with some looks and no shortage of suitors. Their private lives are more decadent than many men. In 4 years, he had encountered and played with all kinds of women. But he had never met a woman as clean as Lu Zai, as pure as a fairy descended from heaven. Such a woman had a fatal attraction for a man like him, who had experienced all kinds of women. If he could conquer her, it would be more satisfying than climbing Mount Everest. Listening to Chen Yuhua's explanation, Lu Zai remained indifferent, showing no emotional response. I'm the man here, shouldn't I be the one standing in front of you at this moment? At this moment, Li Chen helplessly pushed aside Xia Xini and Lu Zai, who were protecting him tightly. But the two of them still had no intention of giving way. Don't move, if he dares to move you, I will kill his whole family. Xia Xini turned her eyes with a cold light and glanced back at Li Chen. Li Chen was first surprised that this girl could say such harsh words. Then he shook his head helplessly. This damn familiarity gave people an irresistible feeling of softness. He's just a fool. Just a stalker. You don't think I can't beat him, do you? You can beat him, you are the most powerful in my heart. But how can you fight with others? You should know, even a strand of your hair is more important than his life. Xia Xini turned her gaze back to Li Chen again, looking at him as if he were her own son. The key is that Lu Zai on the side actually nodded in agreement. Chen Yuhua was really a bit dumbfounded. Zai, are you crazy? Or have you been drugged by someone? He couldn't believe that Lu Zai, who had always been cold, had completely changed today. What kind of joke is it that his life is not even worth a strand of someone else's hair? It's true that his watch could buy this poor boy's life. It's illegal to install a locator in someone else's car without permission. If you need it, I can copy it now. Han Xiaoxiao walked to Lu Zai's side and shook the cold handcuffs in her hand. The four beauties stood together. The visual effect overflowed directly. Lu Zai hesitated for a moment and shook her head. No need, let him go. I will go to the auto repair shop tomorrow to remove the locator. She runs her own company and has business dealings with Chen Yuhua's family. Oh, Han Xiaoxiao responded meaningfully. You go, I will pretend that the locator incident never happened. Please don't come to my company to find me again in the future. Lu Zai's tone was cold, then she paused, and her gaze softened to the extreme as she looked at Li Chen. He is my boyfriend that I have been looking for 3 years. Now that I have found him, your presence will only make him misunderstand me. Lu Zai held Li Chen's hand in return. In fact, she was grateful to Chen Yuhua now. Without his sudden appearance, Li Chen would not have taken the initiative to hold her hand. Their relationship would not have progressed so quickly. Originally, she might have needed a long time and effort to gradually close the distance between them. But now, she even took advantage of this rare opportunity to get rid of the flies around her. She could directly announce in front of Xia Xini, Han Xiaoxiao, and Chen Momo that Li Chen is her boyfriend. Chen Yuhua really helped her inadvertently. However, Xia Xini, Han Xiaoxiao, and Chen Momo were not happy when they heard this. They were helping her drive away the flies, but she turned around and took all the credit, even declaring her sovereignty? So Xia Xini, Han Xiaoxiao, and Chen Momo glanced at each other and temporarily reached a consensus. Xia Xini directly glared at Lu Zai without courtesy. Then she grabbed Li Chen's arm from her and pulled it away. Han Xiaoxiao snorted coldly. Your hands are too cold, he is not well, he can't catch a cold. Han Xiaoxiao took Li Chen's other hand and held it in her palm. Chen Momo quietly pushed Lu Zai aside. For this woman who came last but still wanted to dominate them, the three of them were not polite at all. It was like a scene of 4 women fighting over one man. Chen Yuhua was completely caught off guard. Is this a TV drama? Li Chen, surrounded by the 4 women, dared not make a sound, letting them 4 fight over his arms and ownership as if they were fighting for territory. The driver of Xia Qingning, who was standing aside, saw Xia Xini actually fighting with 3 other women for a man. He couldn't help but feel like the world had gone crazy. She was the second young lady of the prestigious billion-dollar conglomerate. It was just too absurd. Although as a driver, he couldn't interfere in any way with the affairs of the main family no matter what he saw or heard. But at this moment, he secretly made up his mind to say a few more words and tell Xia Qingning about this matter. Xia Xinyi's current appearance really seemed like she had been drugged by someone. Hello, is this 110? I suspect my friend has been drugged with some new type of drug. Yes, her current state is very abnormal. Please come over, we may need to do a urine test on her. The address is. Just as the driver was still in doubt, Chen Yuhua had already dialed 110 directly on his phone. Lu Zai, who was as pure as ice and snow, was the only sanctuary in his decadent life. How could the ice and snow saint be fighting for a man with other women? The city bureau was very close to this place. In less than 2 minutes, a police car arrived at the scene at an extremely fast speed. Several police officers from the Economic Investigation Detachment of the City Bureau, fully armed, jumped out of the police car to openly deal and force others to take drugs in front of them. This was simply a huge challenge to the entire public security system. The police car without its lights on entered the residential area. 2 police officers got out of the car and sealed off the entrance to the residential area. A leading economic investigation detective, accompanied by 3 team members, quickly walked towards the residential building. Chen Yuhua, who had been watching the entrance of the residential area, finally saw the police arrive so quickly. His face, which had been as pale as pig liver due to anger, finally looked a bit better. He immediately ran towards the direction where the police were coming from. Who made the report just now? A police officer asked as Chen Yuhua ran over. Officer, I made the report. I suspect my friend has been drugged with something like a truth serum by a man, or some other drug. Anyway, she is very abnormal now, and the other girls may be in a similar situation. Chen Yuhua pointed in the direction of Li Chen and the others as he spoke. The leading detective looked from a distance and nodded solemnly. In front of everyone, it looked like 4 women were surrounding a man, pulling and tugging at him. Under the influence of the initial report of someone being drugged against their will, this scene did indeed seem to have some issues. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang, take those people back to the car, register their identities, and then do a urine test. Okay, Captain Tang. The nearby police officer nodded and hurried towards Li Chen and the others. You guys come with me to the station. As soon as the 2 police officers spoke, they saw 4 stunning faces looking up at them. This scene was truly impactful. In an instant, their brains crashed. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang? Han Xiaoxiao looked at the 2 familiar faces, feeling puzzled. What are you doing here? Is there a case nearby? Xiao? Seeing Han Xiaoxiao, the moment the 2 men's CPUs briefly rebooted, they were immediately burned out. I'm asking you, is there a case nearby? Han Xiaoxiao didn't care about being seen by her colleagues. She held Li Chen's hand with one hand and refused to let go. With the other hand, she held handcuffs and seemed to want to help. Xiao, there was indeed a report, saying that someone here was forced to consume illegal substances. After the 2 police officers rebooted, they looked at each other in disbelief. They were shocked that the dignified police flower Han Xiaoxiao was actually fighting with other women for a man's arm. If this scene were seen by someone, how many passionate young people in the bureau would have their hearts broken instantly? Of course, it also includes the 2 of them. Someone forced to take drugs? Han Xiaoxiao's voice lowered a lot, but the tone instantly increased by an octave. There was an incredulous look in her eyes. This is a serious matter. After so many years, there are still people daring to do such things less than 3 kilometers away from the city bureau? Do those people still believe in the rule of law and the public security system? I'll go catch them with you. I want to see who dares to provoke our city bureau so blatantly. Han Xiaoxiao's face darkened as she glanced at Chen Momo. Momo, come here. She handed Li Chen's hand to Chen Momo. Even at this time, she didn't forget to hand over the territory properly. Li Chen was truly moved to the point of tears. As the saying goes, 5 women want your life. Fortunately, there are only 4 women now. They are just trying to snatch him, not resorting to using knives. Chen Momo took Li Chen's hand. Han Xiaoxiao handcuffed herself and was about to follow the 2 criminal police officers upstairs. But the 2 officers were completely hesitant to move. Let's go catch them. Why are you standing there? Han Xiaoxiao looked at the 2 of them strangely, almost as if they were about to dig into the ground with their feet. Is it this building? I'm very familiar with this place. I live in this building. I'll take you upstairs. Han Xiaoxiao pointed upstairs. The 2 officers dared not move. They were on the verge of tears. We are here to catch you. Xiaoxiao, we. One officer looked at Han Xiaoxiao, then at Li Chen and the others. He spoke with a forced tone. We received orders to take you 5 back to the station for inspection. The 5 of us? Han Xiaoxiao was stunned. What does that mean? Xiaoxiao, we received a report that someone's friend was drugged, and the one who drugged him was him. The other officer pointed at Li Chen with an embarrassed face. We need to take him and you back to make a record and inspection. Being pointed at like that, Li Chen was dumbfounded. Are you saying he drugged us? The person you want to catch is him? Han Xiaoxiao looked at the two men, her face instantly turning cold. Xiaoxini, Chen Momo, and Lu Zai were also dumbfounded. How did they not know they were drugged? Xiaoxiao, we are just doing our duty. The two officers smiled bitterly. How could such a coincidence happen? Han Xiaoxiao looked at Li Chen, who seemed to have wronged written all over his face. She then looked at the handcuffs in their hands, and suddenly became furious. Who is in charge here? Han Xiaoxiao glanced in the direction of the police car where Chen Yuhua was. Her voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling tone. The two officers were uneasy standing there. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang, what are you two dilly-dallying for? Why are you dragging your feet to catch someone? Hearing this familiar voice, Li Chen was stunned. Damn, isn't that his little brother Tang Jiaming's voice? Captain Tang, why don't you come over and take a look yourself? The two officers looked at Han Xiaoxiao, then shouted for help towards Tang Jiaming. Tang Jiaming also got angry upon hearing this. He's not some big drug lord, can't you even handle such a small matter of taking him back for questioning and inspection? Damn it, just because I got promoted to acting team leader as soon as I transferred here, you guys have a problem with me. Is this your way of messing with me on my first team lead assignment? Tang Jiaming grumbled as he walked over. Before I came here, I suffered much more on the front line than you did eating your meals. However, when he approached, he immediately shut his mouth upon seeing the frosty-faced Han Xiaoxiao. His heart skipped a beat instantly. How could their big police flower be here? Although he had just been transferred, he immediately heard that the police flower was not someone to be trifled with. Many young and promising comrades in the bureau are willing to stay in the hard, tiring, and dangerous criminal investigation work for a significant reason. The credit of this police flower is pleasing to the eye. Everyone in the bureau takes great care of her. They are afraid that one day she will suddenly apply for a transfer. That would take away more than half of the young talents in the bureau. But why does this big police flower seem to have an unfriendly look in her eyes? He hasn't provoked her in these 2 days since he was transferred here. In this moment, Tang Jiaming reviewed everything he had done and said in his mind. Just as he was puzzled, not knowing where he had offended the police flower, he suddenly saw a familiar figure surrounded by beautiful women. Yuan Go? Oh my, how come you are here again? Looking at the frosty-faced Han Xiaoxiao, the bewildered Xiaoxini and Chen Momo, as well as the beautiful Lu Zai whom he had never seen before, and his good brother who was surrounded by 3 beautiful women, Tang Jiaming was already confused. Yuan Go, you are really amazing. You have brought me a new sister-in-law again. Tang Jiaming's subconscious words immediately made Xiaoxini and Han Xiaoxiao look angry. Seeing the 3 people's expressions beside him were not right, Li Chen quickly changed the topic and pointed to the 2 police officers in front of him. They said they want to take me back to the bureau. What's going on? Do I look like a criminal? Tang Jiaming looked at Li Chen in a daze. He knew why Han Xiaoxiao was looking at him like that. Misunderstanding, a big flood washed away the Dragon King's temple. Quickly put away the handcuffs, he is our city bureau's anti-theft consultant. Why are you randomly arresting people? Didn't I say to wait for me to come over? Glancing at Han Xiaoxiao's icy gaze, Tang Jiaming shivered and scolded the 2 police officers. Captain Tang, it was clearly you who told us. The 2 innocent police officers were about to retort, but Tang Jiaming pulled their sleeves and interrupted them with a guilty look. Alright, don't play this trick in front of me. When I was studying criminal psychology, you were still catching petty thieves at the train station. Han Xiaoxiao sneered. Well, Xiaoxiao sister, isn't this just routine business? You also know the rules and procedures of the bureau. Tang Jiaming awkwardly smiled and immediately looked at Li Chen for help. Li Chen smiled helplessly, removed his hand from Chen Momo's embrace, and pulled the displeased Han Xiaoxiao towards him. Alright Xiaoxiao, he is also on official duty, let's not make things difficult for him. Seeing Li Chen speaking up for him, Tang Jiaming immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. He secretly gave Li Chen a thumbs up. I didn't say not to let him carry out his duties, the key is he can't just handcuff people without reason. Han Xiaoxiao looked at Li Chen with a soft gaze. And you are still sick, the handcuffs are so cold late at night. Did you hear that? Stop using handcuffs, how do you guys work? Tang Jiaming pretended to kick the 2 police officers. Xiaoxiao sister, Yuan Go is my best brother, how could I handcuff him? Tang Jiaming patted his chest to assure. Oh my. Han Xiaoxiao, what illness does Li Chen have? Xiaoxini became somewhat emotionally excited upon hearing this. It's nothing, We will cooperate with you to go to the city bureau for coordination. Hurry up, we have important things to do when we come back. Han Xiaoxiao glared at Xia Xini, then said to Tang Jiaming. Tang Jiaming felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He immediately invited the group onto the police car. The performance of this group of people made Chen Yuhua behind them look incredulous. Isn't he a criminal suspect? Chen Yuhua pointed at Li Chen and asked through gritted teeth. Han Xiaoxiao then remembered the culprit. I think you should handcuff him first. Installing a tracker in someone else's car without permission for 3 years is enough to get at least 7 days in jail. Han Xiaoxiao pointed at Chen Yuhua in front. Tang Jiaming looked at Chen Yuhua in a daze. Wasn't he the informant? Do you have evidence? The victim is beside me, we are all witnesses. Han Xiaoxiao turned and glanced at Lu Zai. Lu Zai immediately nodded. Officer, 3 years ago he installed a tracker in my car. He just admitted it himself, everyone here heard it. Since Chen Yuhua was the one who called the police first to arrest Li Chen, she couldn't care less about tearing his face off directly at this moment. Where is your car? Tang Jiaming looked at the stunning Lu Zai in the back seat. Then he looked at Chen Yuhua and directly labeled him as a pervert in his mind. However, having testimony alone is not enough, there must be physical evidence to convict. I parked my car across from the police station. Tang Jiaming nodded at the words and signaled to 2 police officers. Cuff him. The 2 police officers received the order and quickly took out handcuffs from their waists. Click, without saying a word, they handcuffed Chen Yuhua. The 2 police officers carefully examined Chen Yuhua's expensive attire. He was quite handsome. No one expected that such a person would turn out to be a pervert, and had been tracking someone for 3 years, quite a dedicated pervert. Chen Yuhua stared blankly at the handcuffs on his hands, and the 2 police officers looked at him with strange and pitying eyes. He felt that his intelligence and spirit had been hit. He reported the incident himself, but ended up being handcuffed. However, upon second thought, as long as he could find out that Lu Zai had been drugged by someone, it would be fine. As for the tracker installation, he was confident he could easily handle it. After all, it was just a violation, and didn't cause any consequences. But the looks from the 2 police officers made him feel a bit uncomfortable. What are you looking at me like that for? I just violated the law, not committed a crime. The 2 police officers exchanged a glance. You seem to know the law. Then they looked at the beautiful Lu Zai beside them, who was so attractive that they couldn't look away. They immediately categorized him with those who steal socks and underwear. Everyone has a desire to look good, but tracking someone like a pervert is a bit too much. What pervert? Damn! A scene from a certain island country movie flashed through Chen Yuhua's mind. After Chen Yuhua was put into the police car, Li Chen looked at the 3-person back seat and felt a chill down his spine. He immediately took the initiative and sat in the front passenger seat next to Tang Jiaming, avoiding a war. However, Han Xiaoxiao suddenly stepped forward and opened the driver's door. She pulled Tang Jiaming out directly. I'll drive. Han Xiaoxiao sat directly in the driver's seat in the gaze of Xia Xini and the other 2. However, Xia Xini and the others quickly sat in the back seat before Tang Jiaming. This doesn't comply with the regulations. Tang Jiaming smiled bitterly. I am also from the Criminal Investigation Department, how does it not comply with the regulations? When Han Xiaoxiao said this, it seemed to make sense. She secretly gave a thumbs up to Li Chen, who was surrounded by 4 beautiful women. He went directly to the police car behind. Make a call to your family to come and sign, and bring some daily necessities. With your situation confirmed, you will have to spend at least 7 days. Tang Jiaming glanced at Chen Yuhua in the back seat and casually said, no matter what connections you have, you can only wait until tomorrow. Tonight, you can't escape. Chen Yuhua immediately picked up his phone and opened the contact list. He found Chen Qingxue at the top and called her. After the call was connected, a touch of tenderness appeared on Chen Yuhua's face. Xiaoxue, I've run into some trouble. Come to the city police station now, and remember not to tell mom and dad first. Oh, brother, did you go mess with someone's wife again and hit someone's husband? A calm but helpless female voice came through the phone. You always make me cover for you. This is the last time. If you do something outrageous like this again, I'll have dad break your legs. Before Chen Yuhua could explain, the other party hung up directly. Chen Yuhua opened his mouth. The 2 police officers beside him who heard the voice on the phone immediately cast a disdainful look. He looks decent, but turns out to be a scumbag who steals and fights. I warn you not to speak nonsense. The captain of the investigation team is my childhood friend. Be careful, I'll sue you for defamation. Chen Yuhua looked at the 2 people next to him with anger. The 2's faces stiffened, and they didn't know what else to say. You better behave yourself. I can see you have some background, but the person you just offended can't be handled by a captain alone. Tang Jiaming looked at the driver in front of him and then at Chen Yuhua. Encountering her is bad luck for you. Even if you call the deputy director in charge of criminal investigation, you'll have to go through the proper procedures. Tang Jiaming's words left Chen Yuhua stunned. The deputy director in charge of criminal investigation? Are you kidding me? In the city, that's a powerful connection. With that kind of relationship, could he still be handcuffed in a car like this? The saying goes, the people don't fight with merchants, merchants don't fight with officials, and officials don't fight with politics. The captain of the criminal investigation team, who holds significant power, is already an official figure that businessmen like them need to respect and curry favor with. Especially when it comes to certain entertainment industry projects, they have to worship him like their own father. The deputy director in charge is already involved in politics. Although he has some money, he is far from that level. He wouldn't even have the chance to meet such a person. Don't try to scare me. I've seen all kinds of situations in my life. Chen Yuhua glanced at Tang Jiaming. Unconsciously, he sat up straighter. Believe it or not, you better behave when we get to the station. Tang Jiaming closed the car door. The group headed towards the city police station. In the neighborhood, the onlookers were still discussing the scene where 4 women fought over one man. Han Xiaoxiao, you said Li Qinsheng was sick earlier. What illness does he have? In the car, Xia Xini was still bothered by Han Xiaoxiao's casual remark. Han Xiaoxiao glanced at her through the rearview mirror while driving. Why should I tell you? Because you called me a tigress? Or because you want to take him away from me? Xia Xini immediately fell silent. Then she nudged Li Chen, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Li Chen, what illness do you have? Li Chen looked at the two of them, feeling a headache coming on. His illness was like it was there, but also not there. It was just a bit of cancer, in the late stage. It's nothing, Xiaoxiao is just scaring them. Li Chen patted Xia Xini's nervous hand. Xia Xini looked at Li Chen, then at Han Xiaoxiao, whose expression suddenly turned somewhat melancholic. After a brief moment of contemplation, she half-believedly said, "Oh." Chen silently felt that something was off. There was a hint of worry in Li Chen's eyes. Han Xiaoxiao would never joke or scare people with Li Chen. After arriving at the city police station, Tang Jiaming, along with technicians, Chen Yuhua, and Lu Zai, tracked the tracker on Lu Zai's car. The technicians detected that there was indeed a tracker inside the car. Chen Yuhua did not defend himself and openly admitted that he was the one who placed it. But Yezi, I really did it for your own good. For so many years, the women that Chen Yuhua wanted, I could make them obedient by any means, but only with you, I am serious. I have never used any means on you. Watching the tracker he installed being removed by himself, Lu Zai's face had become very unpleasant. Chen Yuhua was still trying to defend himself. Hey, are you treating me like air? Saying these things in front of me, I warn you, you are challenging the bottom line of our police. Seeing Chen Yuhua's increasingly absurd remarks, Tang Jiaming immediately stared at him with his eyes wide open. Rest assured, I have never committed any criminal acts, those women did everything voluntarily. Chen Yuhua glanced indifferently at Tang Jiaming. As a second generation, he couldn't avoid being a bit arrogant. But he was not a fool. He knew better than most people what the consequences would be if he crossed certain boundaries. For most people, money is everything, but it is worthless in front of power. As long as you leave a handle, no matter how much money you have, it's just a number if someone wants to really come after you. This was his bottom line, and the reason why everything in the family, except for investments, could indulge him. When Tang Jiaming brought back Lu Zai and Chen Yuhua, Li Chen and the others had already undergone a urine test. The results showed no issues. This made Chen Yuhua feel a bit dumbfounded as he looked at Li Chen surrounded by 3 beautiful women. At his strong insistence, Lu Zai also underwent a urine test, but the results still showed no problems. Thinking back to the scene where Lu Zai disregarded any image and fought with other women for this man, Chen Yuhua completely refused to believe that those actions were from the woman he considered as pure as a snow lotus in his heart. She was conscious and acted voluntarily. However, the test results, as well as the time from the residential area to the police station and the identification process, indicated otherwise. Lu Zai spoke coherently and did not seem drugged at all. The more he thought about it, the more he felt his inner self was about to collapse. Yezi, were you under some kind of shock today? Chen Yuhua still didn't give up, his eyes fixed on Lu Zai. Lu Zai nodded. Chen Yuhua was instantly delighted. It was completely logical that his brain had been shocked and led him to do things beyond reason. But the next moment, Lu Zai suddenly looked affectionately at Li Chen. Because today, I found the most important person in my life. Lu Zai completely ignored the 3 murderous gazes around him. Since he had decided to fight, now was the time. Chen Yuhua was her best stepping stone, a reverse prop. At least at this moment, Chen Yuhua's presence was giving her the best opportunity to shine. Poor Chen Yuhua had no idea he was being used as a tool. He stared blankly at Lu Zai and the boy she was looking at with eyes that he had never seen before, full of unprecedented tenderness. Chen Yuhua suddenly felt a bit dizzy in his head. His chest felt as if a heavy stone had shattered inside. The sound of Lu Zai's voice in his mind became a buzzing illusion. What on earth was happening tonight? Why did that street vendor boy have the right to do this? This completely overturned his view on picking up girls. Such a poor boy who he could have at his beck and call for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. He used to trample on their dignity ruthlessly. But when his resentful eyes turned to Li Chen, ready to crush her with his second-generation superiority, he was met with 3 pairs of hostile and wary eyes. Looking at Li Chen surrounded tightly by 3 super beautiful women. Oh, wait, there's also his sister. Chen Yuhua's mentality is a bit shaken. He can no longer look directly into Li Chen's eyes. In his heart, he can only pray that he is gentle and charming. The good younger sister who is not inferior to these 4 beautiful women, come and comfort your injured big brother. Xiao Xiao sister, can we go back now? Chen silently sensed a subtle atmosphere around him as he looked at Han Xiao Xiao asking. Let's wait a bit longer, after they finish taking the evidence over there, let's get a statement from Z and leave together. Han Xiao Xiao glanced at Lu Zi. In fact, she was more anxious to go back than Chen silently. No matter what happens tonight, she must do one big thing. But considering Li Chen, she couldn't just leave Lu Zi alone. She could only cast a fierce look at Tang Jiaming outside the door. Can you guys hurry up? Han Xiaoxiao's fierce tone made Tang Jiaming shiver all over. Damn, where did I provoke her again? Officer, can I go out and sit? Chen Yuhua on the side couldn't stand Xia Xini anymore. She had been staring at him as if she wanted to peel him alive. As a second generation, he could tell at a glance that this girl had been pampered since childhood and was not easy to deal with. The dress she wore was clearly a pricey custom-made piece. The jewelry she wore, even a bow decoration, was worth thousands. He never provoked such girls who were unclear about their background, no matter how beautiful they were. Tang Jiaming glanced at Chen Yuhua and nodded. Chen Yuhua, who quickly left the lounge, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what means that kid used, based on his years of experience in judging people, he could tell at a glance that he did not grow up in a wealthy family. There was no such aura about him. So, there was no rich kid pretending to be poor to experience life. Since that kid had no background, there were many ways to deal with him. It's not good to rob anyone, but he just had to come and rob his sister Z. Chen Yuhua looked at the dark night outside. Tonight's world is really messed up, but tomorrow should be better. Just then, Lu Zi was called over by Tang Jiaming. Then Han Xiaoxiao and Li Chen were also called over one by one for a simple record. While Chen Yuhua was a bit idle waiting, a very eye-catching red Porsche hurriedly arrived. After negotiating with the gatekeeper, it drove into the parking lot of the municipal bureau. A very beautiful woman in her early 20s with almond eyes, pear face, and fair translucent skin opened the driver's door. Her waist-length jet-black flowing hair made it impossible for people to look away at first glance. After getting off the car, Chen Kingsnow's youthful and sunny face carried a hint of unbreakable gloom. After sighing lightly, she skillfully found Chen Yuhua and their location. Xiao Xue, my dear sister, you finally came. When Chen Yuhua saw Chen Kingsnow entering, he almost hugged her for comfort. Brother, what's wrong with you? Chen Kingsnow looked at Chen Yuhua's distressed appearance in disbelief. It was not just his physical appearance that was distressed, but mainly his state of mind was also very wrong. Every time she came to help Chen Yuhua out of trouble before, he was always relaxed and leisurely. Even when the other party refused to reconcile, he never showed any panic. But today, he looked like he had suffered a great injustice. It really startled Chen Kingsnow. Xiao Xue, I've been bullied. Chen Yuhua found it difficult to speak. But he had never suffered any grievances from childhood to adulthood, and now he urgently needed the comfort of his family. What happened, brother? Chen Kingsnow was already getting anxious. She didn't understand what could make her own brother feel wronged like this. Did you provoke someone you shouldn't have? Who is the other party? Is it a business person or an official? Chen Xingxue asked anxiously. Chen Yuhua looked at his gentle and beautiful younger sister. Finally, he felt a little better in his heart. No matter what, at least he still had a sister who cared so much about him. And for so many years, she had only cared so much about him. That kind of blood relationship is eternal no matter what. It's nothing. You still don't understand your brother. I may bully people, but whenever I encounter uncertainty, I always investigate first before taking action. I have never offended anyone I shouldn't offend in all these years. Chen Yuhua looked at Chen Qingshue's anxious face. The look of grievance slowly faded away, and she straightened up again. He's just a poor boy from the countryside, not worth mentioning. Chen Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me with your appearance just now. Where is he? I'll go apologize and pay for it. Chen Yuhua immediately grabbed Chen Qingxue when he heard this. I didn't hit anyone this time. I should stay at the station tonight and can only leave tomorrow. Just help me sign a document, don't alarm our parents over this small matter. Chen Qingxue looked puzzled at the handcuffs on his hands. She was about to ask what had happened. Tang Jiaming walked over with a file and pen. Are you Chen Yuhua's family member? At the sight of Chen Qingxue, Tang Jiaming was once again amazed. Another super beautiful woman had arrived. What was happening in the world tonight? Yes, I am his sister. Chen Qingxue nodded. Her eyes happened to meet Han Xiaoxiao, who had just come out behind Tang Jiaming. Both of them were surprised by each other's beauty. Han Xiaoxiao inexplicably felt a sense of wariness towards the stunningly beautiful woman. Take a look at this. If everything is fine, sign here. Tang Jiaming handed the file and pen to Chen Qingxue. Just as Chen Qingxue was about to take it, she glanced at someone behind Tang Jiaming and her pupils contracted. Go to the lounge and wait quietly with Cinny. Han Xiaoxiao led Li Chen, who had just finished a brief questioning, into the lounge. What are you waiting for? Why are you standing there? Tang Jiaming waved his hand in front of the suddenly stunned Chen Qingxue. No, sorry. Chen Qingxue took the document. The hint of melancholy on her face became even more pronounced. As she signed, she muttered to herself, why do the recent hallucinations seem to be getting closer to reality? After signing, Tang Jiaming explained the situation to her. Chen Qingxue couldn't help but glance at the lounge from time to time. I'll go inside to get a glass of water. Chen Qingxue finally couldn't resist and said to Chen Yuhua. She placed her beige bag on the chair and walked towards the lounge. As soon as Chen Qingxue entered the lounge, she saw Han Xiaoxiao sitting by the door. Chen Qingxue politely smiled at Han Xiaoxiao. Han Xiaoxiao frowned at Chen Qingxue and nodded back. Li Chen, who had his back to the door, thought it was Chen Momo and Xia Cinny, who had finished questioning. He immediately turned to look outside the door. Chen Qingxue and Li Chen locked eyes for a moment. Li Chen was stunned. This happened again? Looking at her beige half-skirt, white tight top, her slender thighs, almost perfect devilish figure, and her stunningly beautiful face, that damn feeling came back. After a half-second of being stunned, Chen Qingxue suddenly averted her gaze and turned directly back to Chen Yuhua. Weren't you going to get water? Chen Yuhua looked puzzled at the empty hands of Chen Qingxue. Thank you for liking the crazy beast sect of the buttflower, the big healthcare. Brother, I have hallucinations again, and this time it seems very serious. In the past, I knew it was a hallucination, but I didn't want to come out, but this time I seem to really have trouble distinguishing between hallucination and reality. Chen Qingxue came to Chen Yuhua's side, hands covering her chest, continuously taking deep breaths. There was even a hint of crying in her tone. Just at the moment when she saw that dreamlike illusion, those memories buried deep in her heart seemed to be opened like a valve. Longing rushed in like surging spring water. It corroded her whole being like a lone boat in the sea that could capsize at any moment. Chen Yuhua's face changed. How could this happen? The doctors said you were fine. I'll contact the psychologist right away. Chen Yuhua quickly pulled her to sit beside him. Anxious, he took out his phone from his pocket. Chen Qingxue just shook her head lightly, stopping him. Then she took a deep breath, stood up slowly, and walked towards the lounge again. Where are you going again? Chen Yuhua shouted at her. To get water. Chen Qingxue replied casually. Then she tidied her hair at the temple and slowly walked to the outside of the lounge. The first thing she saw was Han Xiaoxiao's beautiful face. When Han Xiaoxiao saw Chen Qingxue appear outside the door again, she suddenly had a very bad feeling. Her gaze involuntarily turned to Li Chen beside her. Meeting Han Xiaoxiao's questioning gaze, Li Chen could only smile bitterly. Shouldn't people be allowed to live? He had just crawled out of the Shura field half an hour ago. Seeing Li Chen's expression that looked like he was about to die, Han Xiaoxiao instantly guessed what was going on. Her face darkened. She sneered in her heart. Ha, it seems that this ex-girlfriend's plot today is not over yet. It has to continue. Chen Qingxue stared blankly at the side face that haunted her dreams. The side face that had appeared countless times in her hallucinations. She turned around, almost unable to believe it, and rubbed her stunning eyes. Then she turned back and looked at Li Chen carefully for 3 seconds. But at this moment, she still seemed unable to believe what she saw. Suddenly, she turned around abruptly, quickly returned to Chen Yuhua's side. Why did you come back again? Chen Yuhua saw Chen Qingxue empty-handed again. Is getting water so difficult? Brother, do you know the name of the man in the lounge? Chen Qingxue suddenly stared into Chen Yuhua's eyes, although she was almost certain it was her hallucination. Or maybe they just looked alike. But at this moment, her voice was still trembling uncontrollably. That little punk? Why are you asking about him? Chen Qingxue lightly bit her lip. I feel that person looks a bit like. Look, maybe he just looks a bit like him. I'm having hallucinations. When she said those two words, it seemed like Chen Qingxue had used up all her strength. Her whole person seemed to lose all vitality, and her face instantly darkened. That scum, Louis Koo? When Chen Yuhua heard this name, he suddenly stood up from his chair. Even Li Chen and Han Xiaoxiao inside the lounge heard Chen Yuhua's angry voice. Louis Koo? Han Xiaoxiao's mouth curled into a cold smile, her icy gaze fixed on Li Chen. Li Chen felt his face burning. As a scumbag, he also had shame and face to uphold. Just then, Xia Xini and Chen Momo walked in. The two of them looked surprised at Chen Qingxue and Chen Yuhua. They saw Han Xiaoxiao's eyes blazing with anger as she glared at Li Chen. Xia Xini saw the situation and immediately got angry again. She took 2 steps forward immediately, shielding Li Chen behind her like protecting a chick. She stared back at Han Xiaoxiao without any weakness. Han Xiaoxiao, what are you up to again? Instead of going outside to deal with the person slandering Li Chen, you're bullying him here while I'm not around? Being inexplicably tossed around like this, the already angry Xia Xini exploded like a lit powder keg. She vented her anger towards Han Xiaoxiao. Han Xiaoxiao, of course, was not to be outdone. She stared back at Xia Xini. If you're so capable, go find someone to kill that person outside and dump the body in the Huangpu River. Han Xiaoxiao sneered. Outside, Chen Yuhua suddenly felt a chill on his back. Tang Jiaming, who had just come to find Li Chen and the others, felt a chill on his neck. His figure outside the door immediately froze. Before you act, don't blame me for not telling you in advance. That person outside might be your crush's uncle, hee. After saying this, Han Xiaoxiao glanced outside. Hearing Han Xiaoxiao's words, Xia Xini's face, which was full of anger, suddenly became confused. Crush's uncle? Isn't Li Chen my crush? But I don't have a brother? Xia Xini looked at Li Chen, then at Chen Momo. Momo, do you have a brother? Chen Momo also shook her head in confusion. Zai doesn't have a brother either. Feeling played, Xia Xini, who was full of anger again, stared fiercely at Han Xiaoxiao. Don't come up with all sorts of non-existent reasons to fool me and bully Li Chen again. If you keep this up, I won't let you off. I bully him? Even if I bully him, Momo came before you. Is it your turn, you white-eyed wolf? Watching these two on the verge of a fight, it seemed like they would draw their swords at any moment. Tang Jiaming, a few meters away, could feel the constant flashes of swords and shadows in the air. He immediately shrank his head and shivered. Looking at Li Chen, who was calm in the center of this chaotic scene, Tang Jiaming couldn't help but feel inferior. He secretly sighed, a big brother will always be a big brother. The realm of a big brother is truly unfathomable. If it were him in there, the two women probably only needed a glance from him. He would have surrendered immediately. He secretly gave a thumbs up to his big brother. Although I deserve to die, can you two at least let me see the sun tomorrow? Can't we avoid fighting as soon as we meet? Li Chen sighed and pulled Xia Xini to sit beside him. Must he go through this every time an ex-girlfriend appears? Tonzi, are you even capable? Don't you even have a self-destruct function? But why does she always give you such fierce looks? You're not the one she's mad at. You must come to my place tonight. I can't bear to see you bullied by others. Xia Xini pouted, touched Li Chen's cheek tenderly with a heart full of concern. Seeing Han Xiaoxiao's gaze turning colder, Li Chen quickly removed Xia Xini's hand. Miss, say a few less words. If you don't listen to me and end up fighting with Xiaoxiao, I won't bring you here next time. Li Chen pressed down Xia Xini's hand, gently rubbed her head to calm her emotions, and spoke sternly, educating her like a naughty child. With just a pat on the head, Xia Xini immediately became like a tamed kitten. Her princess temper disappeared in an instant. How many girls have you harmed in the years you've been away? How many girls have you harmed? Han Xiaoxiao suddenly sighed. As if resigned to her fate, she accepted the sudden appearance of another ex-girlfriend in front of her. Li Chen now completely dare not look directly into Han Xiaoxiao's eyes. There are some things that are really hard to say. Li Chen really didn't dare to speak the truth directly like last time. Otherwise, he might end up being dumped in the Huangpu River tonight. What's wrong? Did something happen? Xia Xini looked at Li Chen, who was avoiding eye contact at the moment. Even the most clueless person could guess that something might have happened during the few minutes she was away. Meanwhile, the observant Chen Mo had already looked towards Chen Qingsno in the distance through the door. Brother, do you even know his name? Chen Qingsno's eyes were misty, and both her tone and body were trembling uncontrollably. Let me think. I think I just heard someone call his name. After thinking for a few seconds, Chen Yuhua looked at Chen Xingsno with a determined gaze. Chen Xingsno nodded unexpectedly. Maybe it's because I stopped taking my medication recently, so I'm having hallucinations. I'll go see a doctor again tomorrow. Chen Xingsno covered her chest with her hand, trying to calm her emotions, but her eyes kept involuntarily looking towards the direction of the lounge. What's so good about that scumbag? It's been 3 years and you still can't forget about him? Chen Yuhua couldn't help but get angry seeing Chen Xingsno in such a lost state. His ice goddess sister Yimei also couldn't forget about a scumbag in the past. His own sister was also bullied by a scumbag and couldn't forget about him. Besides his own mother, these were the two most important women in his life. Most importantly, they were both women as beautiful as fairies. How could they both still be unable to forget about a scumbag? Could it be that he wasn't scummy enough? Chen Yuhua felt a huge impact on his womanizing philosophy after tonight. Alright, brother, you're not a good person either, so what right do you have to judge others? Chen Xingsno blared fiercely at Chen Yuhua. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll go back. Seeing Chen Xingsno's disdainful look, Chen Yuhua's face instantly turned bitter. Where was the caring little sister? Why did she turn cold when that person was mentioned? Aren't you going to sit with your brother for a while? Because you're my real brother, I didn't let dad break your legs. Reflect on yourself here. Chen Xingsno rolled her eyes at Chen Yuhua. She picked up her bag from the chair and was about to leave, but her eyes involuntarily looked towards the direction of the lounge again. Just then, Lu Zai finished writing and walked over. Seeing another stunning beauty, Chen Xingsno couldn't help but mutter to herself. But when she noticed Chen Yuhua's gaze, which was like that of a pervert, she guessed the identity of the newcomer. She suddenly felt the need to apologize to Lu Zai. Brother, I'll go apologize to Sister Zai for you. Don't do that next time, you're not worthy of her, Chen Xingsno said as she walked towards the lounge. She happened to hear what sounded like an argument inside. Feeling that she shouldn't eavesdrop, she intended to leave and apologize later, but she vaguely heard her own name. The pretty lady outside is called Chen Xingsno. I just heard Officer Tang and a few policemen discussing how beautiful she is. Chen Mo, who had already seen the situation clearly, suddenly said. Tang Jiaming by the door immediately felt embarrassed and tapped his foot on the ground. Li Chen immediately looked at her gratefully, a tacit understanding that only the two of them knew. When asked about the name later, he probably wouldn't be able to answer. But he definitely couldn't deceive Han Xiaoxiao, the criminal psychology-trained detective. Mo, can't you be more firm in your position? I didn't argue with you before for covering up for him, and now you're still covering up for him. Chen Mo, who was exposed, immediately stuck out her tongue. Only Xia Xini and Lu Zai were looking back and forth between the three of them, completely unaware of what was happening. Wait, what are you guys talking about? What's wrong with the pretty girl outside named Chen Xingsno? Xia Xini looked at Chen Mo in confusion. Chen Mo helplessly looked at Xia Xini. That girl outside should also be an ex-girlfriend. Ah, Xia Xini suddenly opened her mouth wide, looking at Li Chen. Lu Zai also widened her eyes, looking incredulous. Li Chen really wanted to say, why are you all looking at me? It's not like I wanted this. But his body involuntarily shrunk into the corner of the wall. When Chen Xingsno outside heard this, she directly rushed in through the door. She glanced at the four beautiful faces and finally fixed her gaze on the trembling Li Chen. I'm sorry, you were going to apologize for my brother, but I just heard you talking about me outside. Chen Xingsno took a deep breath, trying to make her voice calmer. Excuse me, do I know your friends? Chen Xingsno stared at Li Chen, her voice trembling uncontrollably. By her own words, she could no longer distinguish whether the familiar face in front of her was an illusion or reality. After all, she had lived in her own fantasy for almost half a year. Li Chen also looked at one of his former girlfriends in front of him, furrowing his brows slightly. Seeing the resentment on her face, it seemed that this girl's grudge was not light. Don't you know him? The four were surprised when Chen Xingsno suddenly asked this upon entering. After a slight pause, Han Xiaoxiao was the first to react. I'm not sure, I can't tell if it's an illusion or reality now. Chen Xingsno stared at Li Chen, tears gradually welling up in her eyes. The person I know is named Gu Tianla, but you are called Li Chen. Li Chen sighed softly. He looked at Han Xiaoxiao and the others. I am Gu Tianla. Gu Tianla was the alias I used before. My real name is Li Chen. This time, he didn't hesitate, didn't avoid, and didn't let Chen Mo cover for him again. He could see that the root of this former girlfriend's grudge was probably because of him. This time, he chose to be a real man, even if he was torn apart on the spot. Snap! At the moment Li Chen finished speaking, Chen Xingsno's expensive white bag suddenly slipped off her shoulder. Can someone tell me if this is my illusion or reality? Chen Qingsnou's trembling voice was filled with tears. I can't tell now, I really can't tell. Chen Qingsnou furrowed her brows, hands covering her head. Her voice was very soft, but somewhat on the verge of collapse. Her face looked extremely distressed, almost like she was mentally unstable. The large eyes that had been staring at Li Chen continuously shed tears. This scene made Li Chen's heart ache. System, I would rather you never appeared. Let me be the most useless time traveler. In that case, the host may die. I'm feeling worse than death right now. My conscience is condemning every cell in my body. I feel like a 1,000-year-old disaster. Even jumping into the Huangpu River won't wash away the sins on me. You promised me that none of them would be harmed. After precise calculations by the system, none of the host's former girlfriends will die directly or indirectly because of the host. Pugai, why should we share the blame together? But only I am condemned by my conscience. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel in front of them, one by one, to apologize to them. Miss, are you okay? Why don't you come inside and sit for a while, calm down first. Tang Jiaming saw that Chen Qingshua's condition was very wrong. Her expression was becoming more and more distressed. He wanted to help her inside to rest, but before his hand could touch Chen Qingxue, she reflexively dodged away. Xiao Xiao, Momo, quickly help her inside. Li Chen saw that her depression was about to explode, so he quickly got up. He took out a packet of traditional Chinese silver needles from his pocket. Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo didn't care about each other's special relationship with Li Chen. They hurriedly supported Chen Qingxue into the rest area. Hold her down, her mind is confused right now, she can't distinguish whether what she sees is an illusion or reality. Li Chen's expression was serious. Chen Qingxue, who was already deeply self-doubting, let the two of them push her down onto a chair. However, her eyes were still fixed on Li Chen as he approached her. Those eyes were confused, fearful, suspicious, and even desperate. Xia Xini beside Li Chen was already stunned. Although she had said before that if she lost Li Chen again, she would eventually go crazy. But now, she was truly facing someone who seemed mentally abnormal, possibly for the same reason. Her mind was greatly shocked. Are you really, Ale? As Li Chen approached her, Chen Qingshue's emotions suddenly calmed down. However, her body was still trembling involuntarily. She wanted to reach out a hand to touch Li Chen to determine if this was an illusion. But her hands were firmly held down by Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo. Let her go. Li Chen gave the two a look. Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo then released Chen Qingshue's arms. Chen Qingshue's tender, slender hand slowly reached out towards Li Chen. Just as her hand was about to touch Li Chen's, he suddenly grabbed her delicate, boneless hand. After checking her pulse, without waiting for her reaction, Li Chen quickly picked up a silver needle from the table. He accurately positioned it and then directly inserted it into Chen Qingshue's arm, followed by a second and a third needle. Everyone around, except for Chen Qingxue herself, couldn't help but shrink back. Tang Jiaming's eyes twitched, wanting to step forward, but he thought better of it and didn't intervene. Chen Qingxue stared blankly at Li Chen, allowing him to needle her. Does Li Chen still practice acupuncture? Xia Xini asked Chen Momo with stars in her eyes, looking at Li Chen's serious and focused face. She had never seen this side of Li Chen before. Yes, I heard from Xiaoxiao's sister. Chen Momo also had a look of admiration, staring at Li Chen with shiny eyes that couldn't move away. Just bear with it for a moment, the next few needles might hurt a bit. Li Chen gently placed Chen Qingshue's hand, which had been needled 4 or 5 times, on the table. He gently held her head with one hand and was about to insert the needle with the other. Chen Qingshue's emotions had basically stabilized by now. Her body was no longer trembling, and her confused and helpless eyes gradually regained clarity. Li Chen looked at the tear stains on her face, sighing continuously in his heart. This girl's illness wasn't serious originally, it could have been treated with targeted adjustments. But over the years, she had seen too many doctors and taken too many medicines. Those inappropriate medications could only suppress her symptoms, not cure the disease at all. Moreover, the medicine was 3 parts poison. The longer she took these kinds of medicines, the longer her symptoms were suppressed. The root of the disease would only get deeper. Fortunately, the skills given by Pugai were still somewhat conscientious. Traditional Chinese medicine is proficient in curing this type of disease, so it should not be a problem. Otherwise, cutting him into 240 pieces and feeding them to the dogs would not be enough to atone. What are you doing? Get your dirty hands off me and let go of my sister. Li Chen was about to needle Chen Qingshue's head. After waiting for a long time without seeing Chen Qingxue return, Chen Yuhua suddenly ran in with an angry face. However, he was quickly stopped by Tang Jiaming. I am treating your sister's illness. Her condition cannot be delayed any longer. Li Chen glanced at Chen Yuhua. But Chen Yuhua obviously did not believe him. "Put the needle down, or I will kill you as soon as I get out of here." With his hands cuffed, Chen Yuhua could not break free from Tang Jiaming and could only curse at Li Chen. Li Chen helplessly looked at Chen Qingxue. Their eyes met, and Li Chen couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart at her stunning face so close to him. "Brother, don't say anything." Chen Qingshue's delicate vermilion lips parted slightly. Her gaze did not leave Li Chen's face for a second. "If this is a dream, let me sleep like this forever." Chen Qingxue looked at Li Chen and murmured in a voice only they could hear. Li Chen looked at her tear-stained cheeks. He couldn't help but reach out and gently wipe away the tears on her face. "It's okay, this is not a dream, you will be fine." After Li Chen finished speaking, two slightly thicker silver needles pierced through Chen Qingshue's jet-black hair and into her scalp. Li Chen gently twisted the needle handles with 2 fingers. Chen Qingxue slightly furrowed her brows, watching Li Chen's skilled and pleasing acupuncture technique. Except for Han Xiaoxiao, who had been needled many times, everyone was amazed by this mysterious traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture. Only Li Chen himself gritted his teeth secretly, needing to control every muscle in his fingers. Each twist of the needle handle required almost his entire strength. After about 2 minutes, Chen Qingshue's mental state had noticeably improved. Xia Xinyi's 4 daughters looked at Li Chen with eyes shining, almost wanting to devour him on the spot. "You may have taken too many random medicines, and the stagnation in your body has been pressed deep. It may not seem like much usually, but it is easy to relapse when agitated." Li Chen slowly removed all the needles from Chen Qingshue's body, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. He was about to wipe the sweat when he saw 4 pairs of fair and delicate hands reaching out to him. Feeling the fierce gazes converging in front of him, Li Chen stiffened instantly, and his hot sweat turned into cold sweat. "Shall I give you a few more needles?" "Oh, okay." Chen Qingxue looked at Li Chen affectionately. Having temporarily recovered, she knew that all of this was not an illusion or a dream. He had really come back. "Do you want a few more needles?" Li Chen's seductive voice sounded in her ear. Remembering the comfortable feeling of his hand holding hers just now, Chen Qingxue instinctively agreed. But as soon as she spoke, she was met with 4 extremely unfriendly gazes. Chen Qingxue looked somewhat dazedly at the 4 super beautiful women in front of her. Her mind had not caught up for a moment. Only Chen Momo, who was peaceful and did not see Chen Qingxue as an enemy at all, secretly wiped the sweat from Li Chen's forehead with her small hand while no one was paying attention. The soft and fragrant feeling made Li Chen feel warm inside. The two exchanged a glance, and Chen Momo playfully stuck out her tongue at Li Chen. Li Chen took the opportunity to pinch her cute and tender cheeks. However, their actions immediately attracted the attention of the other 4 pairs of unfriendly eyes. "Momo, I remember when you first came, you were always at odds with me, but I didn't see you being so calm and peaceful like now." Han Xiaoxiao stared at Chen silently, thinking that the two of them were a strong alliance. As a result, this girl only needed a glance from Li Chen to betray faster than changing her face. "Back then, I wasn't afraid that Xiaoxiao's sister would think I'm easy to bully and kick me out." Chen silently stared innocently with big eyes. "Later, I found out that Xiaoxiao's sister is a really good person, so I don't have to pretend to be tough anymore." Pretending to be tough is tiring. "You." Han Xiaoxiao was speechless for a moment, thinking she had finally recruited an ally with no threat. Turns out, no threat, almost zero combat power. Han Xiaoxiao looked at Xia Xinyi again and directly denied her. The two of them were almost at odds. As for Lu Zai, too cold, don't understand. Chen Qingsno, surrounded by several people, still hadn't figured out what was going on. Life suddenly inexplicably gained 3 powerful enemies. Seeing Xia Xinyi, Han Xiaoxiao, and Lu Zai stared at Chen Qingsno with scrutinizing eyes, Li Chen felt a headache. "She's a patient now, you wouldn't all be hostile towards a patient." Before Li Chen could finish speaking, the 3 of them all looked at him. Even Xia Xinyi, who was always the most obedient in front of him, couldn't help but give him a cold look. "Stop pretending to be pitiful and delicate in front of us. Do you know him now?" Han Xiaoxiao looked unfriendly at Chen Qingsno, who no longer showed any difference. Chen Qingsno looked at Han Xiaoxiao, then at Xia Xinyi and the others. Finally, her gaze fell on Li Chen. "He is my ale, this is not my illusion." Chen Qingsno's gaze softened, but as soon as she spoke, she suddenly felt a stronger sense of hostility around her. "His name is Li Chen, not your ale." Xia Xinyi declared sovereignty by pulling Li Chen's arm and hugging him as if claiming ownership. Han Xiaoxiao also sneered. "He is not just your ale now, he is her ahui, her Jcho." Han Xiaoxiao glanced at Chen silently and Lu Zai. Xia Xinyi suddenly felt a sense of superiority. Only when she was with him did she use his real name. Chen Qingsno looked at the 4 beautiful women who were hostile towards her. Based on a woman's intuition, she probably guessed something. After glancing at Li Chen, she immediately felt a sense of determination. Her eyes also became sharp in an instant. She was not an easy target to mess with. That's not necessarily true. Chen Xingsno looked around at the four of them without showing weakness, smiling faintly. No matter what he is called now, he has always been my ale. Ha, she wasn't afraid of death, so why would she be afraid of competing for a man with someone else? Although she was not clear about the identities and backgrounds of these four women, she didn't know the exact relationship between them and Li Chen. But since the other party had already started a war while she was still confused, there was no reason to back down. She had to engage in the battle first. Especially in the first round, she must not lose momentum. Otherwise, if she lost the first round, she would truly become an easy target to be manipulated. A strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. Chen Qingsno's indifferent attitude towards life. Even Xia Xini, who was fearless and confident, felt an unprecedented pressure. Her eyes unconsciously glanced at Han Xiaoxiao, the strongest among them in combat power. Lu Zai also felt an instant sense of crisis. He secretly lamented, it was already difficult to deal with Han Xiaoxiao and Xia Xini who arrived first. Why was this one who came later so difficult to handle too? Lu Zai looked at Han Xiaoxiao, couldn't provoke her. Looked at Xia Xini, couldn't provoke her. This Chen Xingsno seemed difficult to deal with too. Finally, he looked at Li Yuan with a resentful gaze. Why are all the ex-girlfriends you introduced so tough? This is really frustrating. Can't we have something more ordinary? Let her pinch a soft persimmon to find some confidence. Tang Dui, what's going on in there? 5 women and 1 man? I can feel a strong murderous aura in the air even standing outside. 2 passing police officers couldn't help but exclaim at the spectacular scene inside. 5 beautiful women, even more beautiful than celebrities, fighting over the same man? It's truly unbelievable. If I were that man, it would be worth it to be thrown into the Huangpu River now. Go away, you're still young, you don't know what a battlefield is. I thought the fight between the 2 women just now was brutal enough, but who knew there would be a chaotic battle of 5 women, the ultimate execution scene. Tang Jiaming looked at Li Chen, who was at the center of the storm, with sympathy. My good brother, rest in peace. He has a real name, Li Chen, and he's called Ale. If you didn't know, you'd think you just met and weren't familiar at all. Han Xiaoxiao looked more arrogant than Chen Qingsno compared to Xia Xini. She provoked the 4 of them as soon as she arrived. They were instantly furious. He's your brother, right? You're here to help your brother, aren't you? Xia Xini glanced at Han Xiaoxiao, not waiting for Chen Qingsno to speak. Suddenly, the focus shifted, pointing at Chen Yuhua. Han Xiaoxiao took the lead in charging, and Xia Xini felt she couldn't fall behind. At this point, they had to present a united front. Your own brother just reported and slandered Li Chen for forcibly feeding drugs to others, and even installed a tracker in Subli's car. When you clean up after him, you wouldn't be unaware, right? Han Xiaoxiao's direct attack on Chen Qingsno left her speechless. She secretly praised Xia Xini for her ability to handle the situation. When there was trouble, she provided the most support. Seeing Xia Xini being so fierce, not giving the other side any face at all. For a moment, Han Xiaoxiao's view of Xia Xini became much more favorable. Chen Qingsno was a bit confused by the 2 of them. You mean, my brother reported ale? Chen Qingsno looked into Xia Xini's eyes and asked each word. Yes, it was your own brother who reported and almost got us sent in, almost getting him jailed. Your family's upbringing is really something. Your brother does all sorts of bad things. Xia Xini said as she pulled Li Chen's arm and then glanced inexplicably at Chen Qingsno. The implication was that both of you were raised in the same household. If your brother is not good, neither are you. Li Chen, who was being used as a tool in their war, felt a twitch in the corner of his mouth. He opened his mouth but didn't dare to speak. Forget it, even breathing through his nose was wrong now. He had brought this on himself, he deserved this retribution. Is it true? Yang Qingsno looked at Li Chen, the gentle look in her eyes gradually turning cold. What do you want? Xia Xini saw that Chen Qingsno seemed to have been successfully provoked by her. She felt secretly pleased, but her gaze immediately turned to Han Xiaoxiao. She was ready to take down Chen Qingsno if she made a move. Chen Yuhua, who was being held by Tang Jiaming next to the door, looked at the absurd scenes in front of her in disbelief. Xiao Xue, what are you doing? Chen Yuhua's voice was almost crying. It was one thing for those 3 unrelated women to fight over a man. It was absurd, but it had nothing to do with him. But when his own sister was involved, he still had confidence in being able to coerce that stinky kid. But what was the situation now? Why did his own sister join in too? He now had reason to suspect that he had also been infected with a mental illness. The scene before him was just his illusion. Officer, I may need to see a doctor. See what doctor? A forensic doctor? We have one here. Your sister has been implicated in a duel in the social scene. You have been caught doing these things, dragging your own sister down." Tang Jiaming, who was enjoying the show, looked strangely at Chen Yuhua, who seemed a bit lost. "What kind of brother are you?" Tang Jiaming's words were like a sharp knife piercing directly into Chen Yuhua's heart. Instantly, Chen Yuhua woke up. Just then, he saw Chen Xingsno walking towards him. Chen Yuhua's face lit up. "Xiaoxue, you're awake. You really scared me. You had another episode just now, holding onto that little punk and not letting go. Your brother was so worried." Tang Jiaming sensed that this beautiful woman was not to be trifled with. He quickly let go of Chen Yuhua and ran off on his own. Chen Yuhua shook off Tang Jiaming's hand and went to pull Chen Xingsno out of the lounge. It was too dangerous in there. What was happening inside completely overturned his inherent worldview from childhood, as if it had its own independent rules. But just as he reached out with handcuffed hands, Chen Xingsno unexpectedly dodged. Looking at Chen Xingsno's somewhat chilling gaze, Chen Yuhua felt a bit confused. "Xiaoxue, go back if you're not feeling well. Don't drive yourself. I'll have a friend come pick you up. I'll find a way to get myself out tomorrow, and when I get home tomorrow, I'll take you to see a doctor." Chen Yuhua, seeing a different side of Chen Xingsno, could only attribute it to her illness. He took out his phone from his pocket to call a friend to pick her up, but Chen Xingsno immediately stopped him. "Brother, I'm fine now." Chen Xingsno, seeing Chen Yuhua's concern for her, softened. Chen Yuhua nodded in relief. "Then be careful on your way. I'll take care of that little punk who laid hands on you tomorrow." Chen Yuhua gave Li Chen a fierce look. Then he looked at his sister, Zai, beside him. Feeling even more determined, he was determined to teach this poor boy a lesson. Just as he finished speaking, thinking about how to deal with Li Chen tomorrow, he would send the embarrassing image of him kneeling in front of him to Zai. Suddenly, he felt a shadow of a hand passing in front of him. Smack! A loud, crisp slap suddenly echoed throughout the entire lounge. The searing pain took 2 seconds to fully reach Chen Yuhua's brain, leaving him completely stunned. Han Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxini, and Lu Zai were also stunned to see this situation. Han Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxini, and Lu Zai couldn't help but exchange glances. They felt that the situation was not good. This newcomer is too fierce, right? That's her own brother, and she slapped him in public? The shock was evident in their eyes. Xiaoxini, the instigator, was completely caught off guard. This girl was so fierce that she would actually lay hands on her own brother? This made her think, what if one day, if she and Li Chen didn't get along, would she slap her sister in front of so many people? The usually fearless Xiaoxini was instantly scared and took a step back. She felt a sense of security only when holding Li Chen's arm. Li Chen helplessly glanced at this troublemaker who could start a war anywhere. He had intended to educate this girl again, but seeing her wide-eyed, looking at him with a mix of guilt and timidity, he couldn't bring himself to scold her. Her pitiful appearance made it impossible for him to utter any words of reproach. "You're always stirring up trouble, daring to say anything." Li Chen could only comfortingly rub Xiaoxini's slightly guilty little head. But what I said is the truth. Anyway, if my brother did those things, he would have been kicked out of the house long ago." Xiaoxini enjoyed Li Chen's touch like a cat, while pouting her mouth in dissatisfaction. And who knew this crazy woman was so fierce, even more fierce than a tigress? She even hit her own brother. "Alright, stop talking now." Li Chen heard the troublemaker starting to use her skills again. He quickly covered Xiaoxini's pampered mouth. Then he sneakily glanced at Chen Xingsno, and then at Han Xiaoxiao. "My goodness, if you get beaten up one day, don't drag me into it." Li Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead. This girl has been spoiled by everyone since childhood, daring to say anything. I am your woman." Xiaoxini mumbled, staring at Li Chen in disbelief. Li Chen helplessly tapped her head. "Having you is truly my blessing. Don't worry, I can't help but talk nonsense in front of you, but I'm aloof in front of others. They can't even hear me speak." Xiaoxini rubbed her head, nudging Li Chen's arm. "So you just keep causing trouble for me." Li Chen looked at the tense Chen Xingsno, and then at the troublemaker Xiaoxini. This fire has been burning from the beginning until now, getting fiercer and fiercer. It has already caused family conflicts. Li Chen was really feeling a bit hopeless at this point. "Xiaoxue, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Chen Yuhua covered his hot cheeks, showing 5 finger marks. He looked shocked and incredulous at Chen Xingsno, and then at the people around him. He never thought his dearly beloved younger sister would slap him one day. Chen Yuhua's final gaze fell on Li Chen. Li Chen wanted to step forward to mediate. After all, it was his fault. But seeing the way Chen Yuhua looked at him, he knew he was probably overthinking it. Chen Yuhua suddenly felt the needles Li Chen had just inserted into Chen Xingsno's head. Then her demeanor changed drastically. "You little bastard, did you do something to my sister? I'll kill you." thinking that Li Chen had aggravated Chen Qingsno's condition. Chen Yuhua was about to confront Li Chen one-on-one, but before he could take a step forward, smack! Another slap landed on his face. Chen Yuhua instantly froze in place, holding his face. Xiaoxue, I'm your brother. Chen Yuhua was on the verge of tears. Are you having hallucinations again, mistaking me for that scumbag who hurt you before? But Chen Qingsno still looked at him coldly. Brother, apologize to Ale. I won't tell mom and dad about today's incident. She pointed at Li Chen. Ale? Chen Yuhua was stunned and looked at Li Chen. You said he's Louis Ku? Chen Qingsno nodded. He's clearly Li Chen, not that scumbag Louis Ku. Xiaoxue, don't scare your brother. Chen Yuhua couldn't care less about challenging Li Chen now. He looked at Chen Qingsno with fear in his eyes, thinking her illness had worsened to the point of not being able to distinguish people. Brother, apologize to him, or I'll call mom and dad now. I've been covering up for all the unreasonable things you've done in the past. If I continue to help you like this, you'll ruin your life sooner or later. Chen Qingsno sighed softly, her gaze filled with guilt, self-blame, and tenderness towards Chen Yuhua. Xiaoxue, are you really okay now? Chen Yuhua stared at Chen Qingsno carefully for a while. I'm not sick. I've never been as clear-headed as I am now in the past 3 years. Chen Qingsno shook her head. You're not sick, yet you want me to apologize to that little punk? Don't you know that your brother has never bowed to anyone in his life? Chen Yuhua glared fiercely at Li Chen. Brother, if you continue like this, you will get into trouble sooner or later. Apologize, promise not to do those things again, and I won't tell mom and dad. Chen Qingsno's eyes gradually became moist as she spoke. You've been the only one by my side for the past 3 years. I don't want to see you in trouble. Even if you don't ruin yourself, Dad will eventually find out about what you've done, and he won't spare you then. Chen Yuhua looked at the teary-eyed Chen Qingsno. He stood there in a daze, feeling a bit at a loss about what to do. According to the normal procedures, if you report us like this today and have us arrested, we will sue you for defamation tomorrow. Han Xiaoxiao slowly spoke as she looked at Chen Yuhua. Your actions are malicious, and defaming others and forcing others to take drugs are serious offenses, punishable by up to 3 years. Upon hearing Han Xiaoxiao's words, Chen Yuhua was momentarily stunned. He looked at Han Xiaoxiao, then at Li Chen, and finally at his sister. Well, Xiaoxiao is right. I was going to tell you, you probably won't be able to leave for a long time. Seeing that the atmosphere had relaxed a bit, Tang Jiaming immediately stepped in. I've told you before, to go back to the bureau and not be so arrogant, but you just wouldn't listen. If you were more low-key, they would have let you off. Tang Jiaming suddenly leaned in and whispered a few words in Chen Yuhua's ear. Have you seen that woman with the perfect figure and face? You can mess with anyone in the bureau, but you can't mess with her. The bureau chief personally intervened, and with your insignificant relationship, you're powerless in front of her, completely powerless. Tang Jiaming finished speaking and winked at Li Chen. His big brother's big uncle was his great uncle. Wouldn't he lend a hand at a critical moment? If he ended up in jail for a few months, he would be ruined. Brother, did you hear that? There are some people you can't mess with. If you continue like this, I'll have to tell mom and dad to come and kneel down and apologize on your behalf. Chen Qingsno bit her lip and was about to take out her phone to make a call. Chen Yuhua instantly sprang into action. Wait, Xiaoxue, don't call mom and dad. I apologize. I will definitely restrain myself in the future and never act recklessly again. Chen Yuhua hurriedly tried to grab Chen Qingsno's phone. After hearing Tang Jiaming's words, he was already starting to regret it. Chen Yuhua glanced nervously at Han Xiaoxiao, his forehead breaking out in a cold sweat. Going to jail was absolutely out of the question. Yes, I'm sorry. Chen Yuhua lowered his head and made a mosquito-like sound towards Li Chen and the others. Li Chen noticed that Xia Seni beside him seemed to have something to say. He immediately covered her mouth. He didn't care at all whether the apology was sincere or not. After all, this guy was his scapegoat. Originally, it was his execution, but the executioner suddenly turned and chopped someone else. It's okay, it's just a misunderstanding. Don't worry, Xiaoxiao was just joking and won't really sue. Li Chen said as he glanced at Han Xiaoxiao. This girl had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She could have said nothing and let the Chen siblings continue to be at odds. In the end, if things escalated and they fell out, their sibling relationship might really be broken. Han Xiaoxiao's seemingly threatening words actually gave the two a way out. It easily resolved the crisis between them. Chen Qingsue, who felt relieved, turned around and looked at Li Chen. Then she looked at Han Xiaoxiao. Thank you, sincerely, you helped my brother and also helped me. You're welcome, but if you could stay away from him in the future, I wouldn't mind thanking you in return. Han Xiaoxiao glanced at Li Chen as she spoke. Chen Qingxue chuckled at the words. Then I might not wait for your thanks. With just one sentence from Chen Qingxue, the atmosphere instantly became tense. If it weren't for Li Chen tightly covering Xia Sini's mouth, this girl probably got involved again. I have to take him in to complete the accommodation process. Tang Jiaming stepped forward and pulled Chen Yuhua. What are you two doing here on duty? Hurry back. He also kicked 2 police officers who were engrossed in eating melon seeds. Captain Tang, don't mention it, our forensic Qin suddenly went crazy. We came to ask for help, and we encountered a big problem. Thanks to Ouyang Lan from Jianan, who has a fate but no destiny. Thanks for the encouragement, thanks for the flowers, thanks for the dedication to love. Sincerely thank everyone for their gifts. Don't be shameless and ask for free gifts anymore. Which Qin forensic doctor? I checked the duty roster, and it seems that the forensic doctor on duty today is not surnamed Qin, right? Tang Jiaming looked at the two of them strangely, thinking they were trying to make excuses. No, Captain Tang, you just arrived and don't know many things. That Qin forensic doctor is the female Yama in our bureau that no one dares to mention. Several ignorant colleagues didn't believe it and kept pestering her, and as a result, they were beaten so badly that they couldn't go to work for 2 days. The 2 police officers looked grim, as if recalling some terrifying incident. One of them had his pants cut open with a surgical knife. Well, his manhood was almost gone. The psychological trauma left him unable to perform for several months, and the forensic doctor even issued a report of no injury. After they finished speaking, they both glanced at Tang Jiaming's crotch. Is she that powerful? Doesn't the bureau leadership do anything about it? Tang Jiaming suddenly felt a tightness in his crotch. In his mind, he immediately pictured a woman holding a surgical knife gleaming with cold light. Her eyes fixed on his crotch, laughing sinisterly. Hey, even if the leader comes, there's nothing they can do. After all, it was the other party who kept pestering her first. The leader just criticized symbolically a few times, and that was it. Since then, no one dared to provoke this female Yama again. Whenever this Qin forensic doctor was mentioned, the 2 police officers' faces were filled with fear. Captain Tang, we've all heard about your heroic performance and glorious deeds on the front line, so why don't you go help us? Oh, I see. Tang Jiaming cleared his throat, nodded, and interrupted the 2. Then, he casually shouted towards the office inside. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang, come out, follow them to the technical department to help out, and leave Chen Youhua's procedures to me. The 2 police officers stared blankly at Captain Tang, who suddenly completely ignored them. Well, you've completed your procedures, so you can almost go back now. Before leaving, Tang Jiaming didn't forget to give Li Chen a look that said, I can only help you this much, little brother. Then he directly took Chen Yuhua away. Brother, you stay in there for 7 days and reflect on yourself. I'll find excuses to fool our parents. Chen Qingxue tidied up Chen Yuhua's messy collar and whispered, I'll bring you some daily necessities tomorrow. Chen Yuhua couldn't help but glance at Han Xiaoxiao upon hearing this. Then he looked at Chen Qingxue and nodded resignedly. Watching her own brother being taken away, a hint of heartache and loneliness flashed in Chen Qingxue's eyes. But when she turned to look at Han Xiaoxiao and the others, her gaze became calm and sharp. Han Xiaoxiao will have plenty of opportunities to thank her for helping her brother in the future. Men cannot lose their momentum because of others' favors. 2 things are separate. They have already given the order to expel guests. We should also go back. Li Chen pretended to clear his throat and glanced at Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Qingsno. Qingsno, you can't get too emotional with your illness. You need to go home and rest well. Throw away all those random medicines you used to take before. Those medicines are only harmful to your illness. Li Chen wanted to say that your illness still needs a long time of conditioning and acupuncture to fully recover. Remember to come to me regularly for acupuncture. But in an instant, he swallowed his words back, deciding to say it next time they meet. Speaking now might make him feel like he's living too long. Chen Qingsno turned her head and looked at Li Chen steadily, nodding. Yes, thank you. Chen Qingsno didn't show much emotional fluctuation, just a hint of restrained affection in her gentle tone. Li Chen sighed inwardly as he looked at Chen Qingsno's calmer face compared to everyone else's. His conscience began to ache faintly. Why were all his ex-girlfriends so good? Why did they still treat him so gently after being apart for so long? It made his conscience feel guilty, wishing he could just cut himself open. Host, you can doubt the quality of the system, but you can't doubt the system's judgment. I really want to dig out your chip and see how dark it is. Remember to drive slowly on your way back. If you feel unwell, come find me anytime. I live at. Li Chen felt several killing intents approaching him as Chen Qingsno hadn't finished speaking. His words were once again forced back in an instant. It's okay, I should know where you live. Chen Qingsno suddenly smiled at Li Chen. Even the experienced Li Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Whether I feel unwell or not, I will definitely come find you. You promised to take me to Disneyland 3 years ago. That promise hasn't been fulfilled yet. Until next time. After saying that, Chen Xingsno turned and left without looking back, picking up her fallen bag from the ground. Watching Chen Xingsno leave, only Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. You're going to Disneyland? Xia Sini suddenly looked at Li Chen with confusion in her eyes. Didn't you say back then that you wouldn't go to Disneyland again in your lifetime because I'm your princess and you promised to take me there? Not only Xia Sini. Han Xiaoxiao also found this statement very familiar, as if she had heard it a few days ago. Indeed, a scumbag is a scumbag, not even willing to put effort into crafting a new lie. You should also go back now, you've been delayed for so long, your sister might be anxious to find you. Faced with this soul-searching question, Li Chen immediately changed the subject, and after speaking, he grabbed Xia Sini's hand and walked out. He had to quickly send these old ladies back. Otherwise, his past scumbag behavior wouldn't stand up to scrutiny, and he might be exposed. Just as the group reached the door, they saw 4 police officers rushing out from inside. This time it's really over, Dr. Qin suddenly turns someone's vital part into minced meat. 2 police officers seeking help explained to Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang with grim faces. We can only advise her politely later, but we must not provoke her. Ha? Bro, please don't scare me. Didn't Captain Tang tell us it was just a small favor for you guys? It's over, I haven't even gotten married yet, I'm still a virgin. I've heard of the reputation of Dr. Qin Yin Wang. I think we should bring a riot shield with us, right? 4 police officers with faces uglier than crying hurried past Li Chen and his group. Even the beautiful woman didn't have the mood to take another look. Li Chen's eyebrows inexplicably twitched. His lower body suddenly felt a chill. Are you cold? Xia Sini covered Li Chen's hand and rubbed it. No, it's nothing. Li Chen looked at the 4 police officers who were shivering and shook his head. Oh, then come home with me now, I'll warm your bed. Xia Sini said as she tried to drag Li Chen to her Maybach on the opposite side while Han Xiaoxiao wasn't paying attention. Seeing Xia Sini dragging him forward, Li Chen smiled bitterly and stopped her. This girl really doesn't miss any opportunity. You should go back quickly, don't let your sister wait anxiously at home. Facing each other, Li Chen gently pinched Xia Sini's cheek. Xia Sini, unable to move him, suddenly felt a bit dejected. It's been 10 years, I feel like I've prayed to the gods every year, exchanged my luck for the next few decades, just to meet you today. Xia Sini looked at Li Chen with her dark eyes sparkling, then she suddenly hugged him tightly with both hands. Without you, I don't know how I would spend this night. Every second away from you feels more unbearable than the past 10 years. The soft and fragrant jade entered his arms, a refreshing scent of a woman made Li Chen's heart beat uncontrollably. Li Chen embraced Xia Sini's slender and soft waist with one hand, gently stroking her head resting on his chest with the other. I'll call my sister now and tell her I'm not coming home today. I'll go back with you, then sleep in your room. Xia Sini, embraced by Li Chen, hummed comfortably. Li Chen's hands stiffened at her words. His eyes unconsciously glanced at Han Xiaoxiao, who was watching them coldly. He shuddered all over in an instant. If he agreed, would they become Mr. and Mrs. Li in tomorrow's headlines? Would his bedroom turn into a crime scene overnight? Be good, you go back by yourself today. We'll talk about it next time. Li Chen cautiously tried to brush it off. When is the next time then? Xia Sini immediately raised her head, staring at Li Chen with watery eyes full of anticipation. But what she got was Han Xiaoxiao's icy voice. How about 3 months later? Han Xiaoxiao, who had been enduring for a long time, finally couldn't help but sneer and speak up. 3 months later, I can be generous and give him to you. You can hug him to sleep every night then. Han Xiaoxiao looked at the 2 of them pulling and tugging with a cold face. Trying to dig into him in front of her and wanting to move into her house directly? She really doesn't consider herself a person. Why 3 months later again? Xia Sini lifted her head from Li Chen's embrace, looked at Han Xiaoxiao dissatisfiedly. Is there some horror story in 3 months? Are you trying to scare me on purpose? If you're really that devoted, remember to come and beg me early in 3 months. Since you're his first love, I'll reserve a good spot for you. Otherwise, all the good spots will be taken by someone else. Han Xiaoxiao didn't give Xia Sini a chance to speak, she just walked towards the gate of the police station. Li Chen's face was full of embarrassment and bitter smiles. Would he be taken advantage of by her in 3 months? Is she terminally ill, so she won't live in 3 months, that's why she's willing to give you to me then? Xia Sini watched Han Xiaoxiao walk away, then looked up at Li Chen. If that's the case, I definitely won't compete with her. I'll just come to see you often in these 3 months. She meant to give you a part of me. Don't think too much, it's late. Let's go back quickly. Li Chencheng forcefully pulled Xia Sini in front of the Maybach. Seeing Xia Xinyi's eyes suddenly filled with tears, as if she was about to cry, Li Chen quickly wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Then, with some tenderness, he gently embraced her small head. 10 years ago, the class teacher had to give you 3 points, but now that you've grown up, you've become a crybaby. Before I met you 10 years ago, there was someone who even wanted to put on my shoes for me, but after meeting you, I wanted to learn everything in the world, and then do everything for you. Xia Xinyi leaned against Li Chen with reluctance in her eyes. Until the phone in her bag suddenly rang. Xia Xinyi took it out unhappily and saw the word sister in the caller ID. She was startled. Why haven't you come back yet? I just called Uncle Zhang. He said you were at the police station. What's going on? Xia Qingning's voice on the phone was full of worry. It's okay, sis, we just had a little accident, and now we're out of the police station. Xia Xinyi replied cautiously. You? Who are you with? Is it Shin Song who has been chasing you for over 10 years? Xia Qingning's voice suddenly raised. Xia Xinyi instinctively glanced at Li Chen. No, he's just a very ordinary classmate of mine. How could I be with him? Are you still at the municipal bureau? I've finished my work, I'll come over to pick you up now. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening came from Xia Qingning's end. Xia Xinyi instinctively glanced at Chen Momo and Lu Zai not far away. She quickly stopped Xia Qingning. Sis, don't come. I'll be back soon, just wait for me at home. After hanging up the phone, Xia Xinyi couldn't continue to bid farewell to Li Chenshang. After all, with Chen Momo and Lu Zai present, she hadn't figured out how to explain their relationship. Go back. Li Chen pulled Xia Xinyi and opened the car door for her. Xia Xinyi was pulled to the car door. Just as Li Chen was about to push her into the car, she suddenly reached out and firmly hooked Li Chen's neck with both hands. Before Li Chen could react, Xia Xinyi's rosy and soft cherry lips suddenly kissed him. Li Chen only felt his lips enveloped in a slippery and soft sensation. The charming fragrance between their lips and teeth made him unconsciously extend his tongue. This scene of the two of them openly kissing made Chen Momo and Lu Zai almost grind their teeth to pieces. Chen Momo unconsciously glanced at the entrance of the municipal bureau. Fortunately, Han Xiaoxiao had already left. Otherwise, seeing this scene would have made her explode on the spot. When the two separated from their passionate kiss, Xia Xinyi's face was already flushed. Her eyes, as if about to drip water, were filled with seductive charm, making Li Chen's heart beat faster. Unable to resist, his hand slipped under Xia Xinyi's skirt. This enchantress, such a stunning beauty showing affection in front of him, even the gods would have a hard time resisting. If there weren't people around. Go back. Li Chen suppressed his inner impulse. He carried Xia Xinyi into the car. Watching the luxury car slowly drive out of sight, Li Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he recalled the scenes before. He felt a bit dizzy in his brain. Can't believe he actually managed to handle 5 ex-girlfriends like this? 3 women in a drama, 5 women could be fatal. He seemed to have all his limbs intact. Having dealt with all 5, is it far from 50? After taking a deep breath, Li Chen looked at Chen Momo and Lu Zai not far away with a relaxed expression. His face was embarrassed for a second but quickly returned to normal. Chen Momo and Lu Zai saw Li Chen looking at them. Humph, do I also want a farewell kiss? I also want your farewell kiss. Li Chen saw the usually gentle and reserved Chen Momo suddenly say such bold words. Surprised, he immediately looked at Chen Momo with a mischievous smile. Chen Momo blushed instantly under Li Chen's gaze. Both of her hands started fidgeting, not knowing where to put them. I was just talking nonsense. Li Chen didn't care that Lu Zai was still there. After all, they were all friends, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Taking a few steps forward, he pinched Chen Momo's adorable face that made his heart race. You are truly an understanding little angel, you even said what I wanted to do. Li Chen's gaze fixed on Chen Momo's slightly evasive eyes. Just now, Chen Momo, who was fiercely jealous, blurted out that sentence. Looking at Li Chen's face getting closer, she thought he was going to do something for real. Chen Momo's heart raced nervously, and she started to panic. Don't, there are still people around. Chen Momo, a little scared, reached out a small hand to stop Li Chen's next move. She knew Li Chen too well, his hands would never stay still when kissing her. Being seen like that by others, she really couldn't adapt for the moment. Li Chen saw the fear written on her face and smiled gently. He wouldn't make her uncomfortable. He just slowly held her delicate and boneless hand that reached out, then gently pulled her towards him. In her soft gasp, he embraced her in his arms. Chen Momo, who realized what was happening, breathed a sigh of relief. With both hands slowly embracing Li Chen's waist, she closed her eyes and nestled into his embrace with a peaceful expression. Li Chen's hands unconsciously reached below her waist again, placing them on that place that felt amazing even through her jeans. Feeling it, Chen Momo's face immediately blushed slightly, but she didn't stop him. She just subconsciously hugged Li Chen tighter, the soft and fragrant embrace filling her heart. Li Chen suddenly tilted his head slightly. His gaze fell on Lu Zai, who had a cold but uneasy expression beside them. In the moment their eyes met, perhaps due to his nature as a scumbag, he suddenly thought of some slightly inappropriate scenes. Subconsciously, he wanted to reach out and embrace her too. But the next second after this thought emerged, he quickly stopped this beastly idea himself. Goodness, embracing both of them at the same time is something from a TV drama after all. How could he have such sinful thoughts? I'm really a beast. He just wanted to slap himself hard now. Beast! It's not the right time for this now. After a mental struggle, Li Chen looked at Lu Zai with a slightly apologetic look. Lu Zai's cold and lonely face showed a hint of relief towards him. She sighed inwardly. Who really understands? Having to queue up to say goodbye to the person you love deeply? Has anyone experienced anything more absurd than this? Even a kept woman wouldn't accept such a situation. Moreover, she is an independent entrepreneur, the owner of a startup company who is economically and personally independent. She even has a slight cleanliness obsession, feeling uncomfortable for a long time if other men touch her body even for a moment. She should immediately find it dirty to see the man she loves being embraced by another woman, right? So shouldn't she just turn her head and leave now? Lu Zai pursed her lips, looking at Chen Momo with an extremely complex gaze, who was immersed in Li Chen's embrace with a face of happiness and ecstasy. The brain is engaged in a fierce ideological struggle. On one side, a little angel, on the other side, a little devil is constantly trying to persuade her. Little angel, Lu Zai, why is the dignified company boss still not leaving directly without saving face, but standing here watching? Devil, look at Chen Momo's expression, it's your turn soon. Little angel, they hugged and kissed in front of you, embarrassing you, can we bear this anger? Little devil, look at Chen Momo's expression. Little angel, Lu Zai, you are a woman, you should have some dignity. But I really want to invest in that. In the embrace that used to make me forget all my troubles. Lu Zai looked at Chen Momo and Li Chen and suddenly remembered their past. The conflicted eyes gradually turned into a gentle gaze like water. Little devil, look at Chen Momo. Little angel, forget it, listen to the little devil. Lu Zai felt that she had never been so humble before. Alas, why did the one who came last leave first? Now she is the one who came last. Even to buy a popular milk tea, she still has to line up. At this time, she should follow the rule of first come, first served, right? After all, she is knowledgeable and reasonable. Leaving directly or rushing forward would make her look petty and unreasonable. After a moment of contemplation in her mind, Lu Zai suddenly felt much better. Momo, as a big star, you should know music theory and how to sing, right? Li Chen looked at Chen Momo's perfect face and suddenly thought of her identity. Then he had a sudden inspiration. The songs from the world before she crossed over were restricted by the system. She couldn't sing and make money on her own. But if Chen Momo sang, wouldn't it be the same as if he sang? Chen Momo looked at Li Chen with a puzzled expression and nodded. Yes, I have been learning piano since elementary school. I know music theory, but I never had the chance to use it. Do you like singing? Are you interested in switching to become a singer? Li Chen immediately asked. Playing the piano since childhood, understanding music theory, having a good voice, and with her unbeatable looks. Let her sing the classic works from the previous world. It wouldn't just shake the entertainment industry, who else could do it? But when Chen Momo heard this, she shook her head directly. The competition in the music industry is too fierce now. The company also wanted me to develop in this direction, but I haven't been able to find good original songs. Chen Momo said, then looked up at Li Chen. I became a star because of you. You disappeared for so long. I didn't have the social connections like Xiaoxiao and Cindy. I didn't know how to find you, where to find you, so in the end, I could only do it this way, hoping you wouldn't forget me. Now that you've reappeared, I don't want to be a star anymore. After hearing this, Li Chen felt a deep sense of guilt from the depths of his soul. It was a sin to disappoint such an angelic girl. Okay, if you don't want to be a star, I'll support you in the future. I'll be responsible for earning money outside to support the family, and you'll be responsible for taking care of the children at home. Li Chen looked at her slightly wrinkled nose, gently rubbed her forehead with his hand, not forcing her. When Chen Momo heard this, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. So, are you going to support me and the children with that $5 you've been saving for years? After saying that, Chen Momo skillfully took out a few coins from Li Chen's pocket. Seeing the 5 coins in her hand, Chen Momo burst into laughter in Li Chen's arms. The fact that he had only $5 on him for 10 years had long been revealed. Looking at Chen silently smiling, the whole person was lying in his arms trembling. Thinking back to the days when the two of them always had only $5 in his pocket no matter what they did. Even the money for buying condoms was always taken out by Chen silently. But at that time, every ex-girlfriend was like this, so there was no problem at that time. Now thinking back carefully, even Li Chen, with a thick skin like a city wall, couldn't help but blush immediately. Okay, even if you don't have a penny, I have already decided on you for my whole life. If one day I can't be a star anymore, then I will pick up garbage to support you. Chen silently reached out and affectionately stroked Li Chen's cheek. Lu Zai on the side couldn't help but open her mouth. She really wanted to say that if you can't do it, I can. I'll start a company to support him. This familiar and fragrant feeling is coming again. Which official can resist the soft food delivered to their mouth? So, are you going to continue being a star? Li Chen pinched Chen silently's cheek while thinking about how to get this girl out of her current company. They have to hand over 8 parts of every penny they earn to the agency they signed with. Their songs are all treasures. How could they let others profit for nothing? And it's a big profit, that's absolutely impossible. Well, besides continuing to be an actress, I don't think there's anything else I can do now. I can't really pick up garbage to support you, otherwise you will definitely despise me, and then someone else will snatch you away. Chen silently frowned and pinched her small pink fist. Li Chen looked at her pouting and cute appearance. He immediately teased her face vigorously. Do you believe me? After satisfying his own mischievous taste, Li Chen suddenly stopped his hand and stared into Chen silently's eyes. Chen silently saw Li Chen suddenly serious. She was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I have given you everything I can without reservation. Even if you want to sell me now, I can only happily help you count the money. Silly, if I sold you, where would I find another little angel like you? Cindy, Xiao Xiao, and Zai's sisters are not worse than me, and I know how many ex-girlfriends you still have hidden. By then, it won't be you selling me, but you being snatched away. Chen silently glanced at Lu Zai, who was not inferior in appearance. Li Chen's face instantly stiffened after hearing this. Then he looked around nervously. He was now afraid that another ex-girlfriend would suddenly appear somewhere. His little heart really couldn't take it. The 3 words ex-girlfriend were simply the most terrifying word for him now. If you believe me, I'll find you a new entertainment company in a while. Li Chen quickly changed the subject from the ex-girlfriend. Oh, you really want to sell me? Chen silently nodded. But it's okay, you can take the money from selling me to the new company, and I'll compensate for the breach of contract myself. After speaking, Chen silently took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Li Chen. My little treasure trove is all in there, enough to cover the breach of contract and more. The password is your birthday. Looking at the bank card in Chen silently's hand, Li Chen's heart was in turmoil for a moment. It almost concerned her entire future, but she didn't even ask why. This girl, if she really sold herself to human traffickers one day, she might really come happily to count the money for herself. Cindy's family seems to be involved in a project with a talent agency. I'll ask her tomorrow. Li Chen took the bank card and put it back in her bag. Save your money for buying milk powder for the baby in the future. Oh, if you need it, just ask me anytime. I can earn more money for the milk powder. Chen Momo blushed and said softly. Li Chen reached out and tidied up her slightly messy hair at the temple. When you become successful in the future and dominate the entertainment industry, I'll be the man behind you. Li Chen looked at Chen Momo's face as if he was looking at a priceless piece of jade. Ha? Dominate the entertainment industry? Chen Momo looked at Li Chen in confusion. You'll know in the future. Our goal is to make the entertainment industry bear the name Chen for the next 20 years. Oh, I'll just listen to you anyway. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do. Chen Momo, who had long decided to entrust everything to Li Chen, didn't ask any more questions. She glanced back at Lu Ziyi beside her. Then she gently pulled Lu Ziyi in front of Li Chen. Don't make Sister Ziyi wait too long. Li Chen was taken aback, feeling a bit amused and helpless. Lu Ziyi looked at Chen Momo gratefully. Then she exchanged a glance with Li Chen. She could no longer restrain the long-suppressed impulse in her heart. Faced with this irresistible temptation in front of her, she didn't care about what Li Chen thought and just threw herself into his arms. She had been waiting too long for this embrace that was so hard to resist. Li Chen looked at Chen Momo, who was standing quietly beside them. He slowly raised his hands and gently placed them on Lu Zai's trembling back, soothing her shaking body. It wasn't until a long time later that Li Chen's chest was wet with Lu Zai's tears. Her sudden outburst of emotions gradually calmed down. I'm sorry, please take off your clothes, I'll wash them for you. Lu Ziyi looked at Li Chen's wet chest, her tear-stained face suddenly filled with anxiety. She seemed like a panicked young bride. 3 years had been enough for 2 people who had once loved each other passionately to become cautious and unfamiliar. Even though she still loved him irreparably, she wasn't the first one to meet Li Chen like Han Xiaoxiao, nor did she have the perfect understanding with him like Chen Momo. And she wasn't his first love like Xia Sini, who could be confident without fear. She was just a latecomer. Once a star among stars, she now couldn't find her former confidence among these dazzling and beautiful women. Perhaps she should have just watched him from afar during the day, not being so greedy. If she hadn't appeared, she might still be the confident and radiant woman in his heart. A strong sense of loss suddenly surged through her. It wasn't until Li Chen gently wiped away her tears with tenderness in his eyes that her anxious heart slowly calmed down. Sister Ziyi, don't think too much. You just met him a little later, maybe there's more to come later, and then you'll be considered early. Chen Momo's sudden comforting words immediately made Li Chen's eyes twitch. It's very late, let's go out first. Li Chen felt that it was too dangerous inside the police station. Yeah, Xiao Xiao is probably waiting outside anxiously. I can feel that Xiao Xiao has something very important to do tonight. And then shamelessly ask for some free gifts. Then let's go quickly. Li Chen held the hands of the two women and headed straight for the exit of the police station. The atmosphere inside the police station was a bit scary to him. Han Xiaoxiao worked at the police station, and he had also encountered Chen Xingxue there. Currently, 2/5 of his ex-girlfriends were related to the police station. Now, he inexplicably felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. With the silent consent of Chen Momo and Lu Ziyi, the three of them walked out of the police station side by side, holding hands. Passing by the security booth, the security guard suddenly widened his eyes in shock, as if he had seen a ghost, looking at the intimate appearance of the two women and one man. Are young people nowadays so open-minded? The security guard stared at the three of them, unable to move his eyes that were blinded by the light. Ah, if only our mindset back then could be as open-minded as it is now. A few seconds later, the guard suddenly remembered something and quickly turned to wipe the corner of his eye. In that case, Nana, Yun, Ting Ting, they wouldn't have left me one by one in sadness. Oh, and Ruyan, are they all doing well now? Ah, it's been too long, I've almost forgotten their names and faces. The security guard looked up at the sky, tears unconsciously falling from the corner of his eye. Look, I bet Xiao Xiao is waiting for us outside. Chen silently pointed to the left, where Han Xiaoxiao was leaning against the wall with a troubled expression. Oh, wait, Xiao Xiao is waiting for you. Chen suddenly gave a sly look at Li Chen. No matter how Li Chen looked at it, he felt a hint of malice in that look. Han Xiaoxiao also noticed the three approaching, but when she saw Li Chen holding hands with two people, her eyebrows instinctively furrowed slightly. Yuan instantly sensed the killing intent emanating from Han Xiaoxiao's gaze, but for the first time ever, he not only didn't let go of their hands, but instead held them tighter. Just as Chen looked in surprise at Li Chen, who seemed incredibly calm. But the next second, a wet and slippery sensation suddenly came from the palm of his hand, immediately giving him away. Chen couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Then, she and Lu Zai exchanged a glance, and they voluntarily let go of Li Chen's hand. Then they took out a tissue to wipe away the cold sweat from Li Chen's palm. My car is parked across the street, so, I'll go first. Lu Zai looked at Chen silently and Han Xiaoxiao. Her gaze finally rested on Li Chen's face with a gentle look. Be safe on the road, drive slowly. Li Chen looked at her with a reluctant and affectionate look, before he could finish his sentence. Suddenly, he felt a blur in front of his eyes, and his lips felt cool. Lu Zai had gently raised her tiptoes, and her ice-cold lips, carrying her unique fragrance, met his lips. Han Xiaoxiao's eyelids twitched instantly. Her hands involuntarily clenched into fists. The reason she came out alone was to avoid seeing those three other women being so intimate with the man she deeply loved. And yet, she gave them the opportunity to be affectionate in front of her. If Li Chen hadn't been short on time, there might have been a bloodbath by now. I'll come see you next time. Lu Zai, who only had eyes for Li Chen, completely ignored Han Xiaoxiao's murderous gaze fixed on her. She gently hugged Li Chen and walked towards the white BMW on the other side, taking 2 steps and looking back with deep affection. The tender look made Li Chen feel guilty again. But when he met Han Xiaoxiao's icy gaze, his guilt quickly turned into concern for his own safety. The three watched as Lu Zai got into the car and left. Han Xiaoxiao then walked towards Li Chen. Her casual outfit, bought for $100 or so, was worn with her extraordinary figure and beauty, making her look like a top international brand. This girl might have chosen the wrong profession if she became a model, tsk. But now, Li Chen, who was trembling with fear, had no intention of admiring her devilishly attractive figure. She had clearly seen him in a compromising situation just now. As Han Xiaoxiao walked up to him, she slowly raised her hand towards his cheek. Li Chen was startled, already prepared to be slapped. But the next moment, the imagined hot sensation did not come. Instead, a warm and comfortable feeling came from the cheeks. Han Xiaoxiao carefully wiped off the faint lipstick marks left by Xia Sini and Lu Zai on his face with her soft and warm hands. Li Chen gently held her hand, which was much warmer than his own. Suddenly, he realized that when Han Xiaoxiao walked in front of him, her hands had been tucked in her arms all along. So, she deliberately warmed her hands first. "Let's go back, it's late, you might catch a cold." Han Xiaoxiao held Li Chen's hand with her backhand, interlocking their fingers, and lightly linked her other hand around his arm. Through the clothes, Li Chen could feel an amazing softness on his arm. Let's go home." Li Chen nodded, holding Han Xiaoxiao on one side and leading Chen Momo on the other. Fortunately, it was night. If it were daytime, Li Chen would probably have been beaten up by an angry crowd on the street by now. "I used to have no room for sand in my eyes." Han Xiaoxiao tightly held Li Chen's hand. Her tone was gentle with a hint of compromise. "But when I see Momo and every one of them loving you no less than I do." Han Xiaoxiao suddenly paused, her tone choked up again. "Before you all came out, I thought for a long time. It's been 2 years, and you appeared at this exact moment, followed by a few years of no trace of you, and they also suddenly met you at the same time. Maybe this is fate. God arranged for those who still love you deeply to see you for the last time, including our encounter. So I don't really feel any imbalance. Fate let me meet you first, let you live with me now. I should be the luckiest one." Li Chen looked at Han Xiaoxiao, who had shed all her tough disguises. He felt humbled. "Where is the arrangement of God?" "It's all the arrangement of the betting system." Before, they couldn't find him because the betting system always gave him hints when he was about to meet his ex-girlfriend. Now without the system's arrangement, he felt like he could bump into his ex-girlfriend who was pooping in the next stall even when he went to a public restroom. If my illness is just a beautiful misunderstanding, if I'm not sick, would you kill me?" Li Chen looked at Han Xiaoxiao, probing wildly on the edge of the cliff with extreme guilt. Han Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly turned slightly red, with tears shimmering in her eyes. "These past 2 days, I've seen many experts with your films, but the answers they gave me are exactly the same as the initial ones. If possible, I'm willing to trade my own 3-month life for your health, but where in the world can I find such a good deal?" Han Xiaoxiao said, holding Li Chen tighter, as if she was afraid he would disappear the next moment. But the elasticity and softness in her arms were even more astonishing. It made Li Chen completely unable to harbor any other guilty thoughts. He just felt that the moonlight tonight was really big and round. "So I've decided, no matter what, you must be the father of my child." "Ha?" Chen Momo on the other side heard Han Xiaoxiao's words and suddenly exclaimed. She hadn't heard a word of their whispered conversation before. But this last sentence, Han Xiaoxiao raised her voice, and she heard it loud and clear. "Xiaoxiao, I knew you were suddenly talking about making a big meal, and all the preparations were for that thing. It was planned early." Chen Momo angrily poked her head out from Li Chen's arm and looked at Han Xiaoxiao. Although she was mentally prepared, hearing Han Xiaoxiao say that, she still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. After all, that was the person she deeply loved, saying and doing those things in front of her. "I trust you so much, and you treat me like a tool for cooking." Han Xiaoxiao immediately gave her a blank look at the words. "What do you think I'm going to do? Didn't you guess it early on? Do I need to say it out loud? But saying it in front of me like this is very disrespectful to me. I will be sad." Chen Mo murmured, puffing up her small head. "What do you want then? How about the two of us together?" Han Xiaoxiao suddenly stared at Chen Mo intently. "Ha? What do we do together?" Chen Mo's head suddenly went blank, and she asked subconsciously. "Have a child together." Han Xiaoxiao almost blurted out, but the next second, her own face visibly turned red. Li Chen, who was caught in the middle, was even more confused. He never expected that such suggestive words would come out of Han Xiaoxiao's mouth so easily, and in front of him. Indeed, women often appear cold on the surface, but each one is a hidden witch king in private. However, the good thing is that Han Xiaoxiao seems to have fully accepted Chen Mo. The long journey has taken the second step. Chen Mo listened to Han Xiaoxiao's naked words. In an instant, like a startled little rabbit, she quickly withdrew her head that had just popped out. "Xiaoxiao, you're not shy at all." Chen Mo's cheeks instantly turned red with embarrassment. But when she thought of what Li Chen had said at the police station that they would have children in the future, she immediately began to anticipate it, and secretly vowed to earn a lot of money, to buy the best and most expensive milk powder for their future children. Watching the two of them blush, Li Chen couldn't hold back in the end. In his mind, he couldn't suppress the extremely evil and beastly thoughts that emerged. Beast! The three of them walked slowly to the Lotus Pond community under the moonlight. Chen Mo glanced at her white beetle parked downstairs. Suddenly, a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. "Really not staying together? Stay tonight and sleep with me?" Han Xiaoxiao suddenly asked again. Even she herself didn't understand why she was so bold tonight. Perhaps the knot suddenly unraveled. Or perhaps it was because Chen Mo was too carefree and lovable. She couldn't control Li Chen's other ex-girlfriends, but she really couldn't imagine what would happen to this gentle and weak Chen Mo if Li Chen left in 3 months. No, it's okay, Xiao, don't joke around. I want to go home today, let's talk about it later. Chen Mo thought of something particularly inappropriate again, her face suddenly panicked. Although she felt that Han Xiao was just joking, but suddenly she became nervous, her small hands fumbling on the car door handle, unable to open it. Alright, Mo is still young, she hasn't experienced any big scenes, unlike you, a former criminal police officer who has seen and heard everything. Don't scare her, don't play this kind of joke on her. Li Chen looked helplessly at Han Xiao, then held Chen Mo's hand and comforted her nervousness. Oh, so you've experienced it? 2 women together. Han Xiao's gaze immediately turned to Li Chen, but the second half of the sentence, she herself blushed and couldn't continue. No, I swear, I have never dated 2 girlfriends at the same time. For things he didn't do, Li Chen quickly raised his hands to show his innocence. As a scumbag, he still had some bottom line, although not much. Han Xiao nodded in satisfaction. If you had done those scumbag behaviors back then, I might not have searched for you all over the world. Passing another surprise inspection, Li Chen wiped the cold sweat off his forehead in a hurry. Momo, I was serious just now, not joking. If you want to stay, I won't object. Han Xiao looked at Chen Momo, whose face was flushed, and her expression suddenly became serious. This girl's thoughts were too soft and innocent, she probably would give her life to Li Chen without a word. Thinking about it 3 months later, she felt a bit guilty. Chen Momo trembled all over at the words. She stole a glance at Han Xiao's serious expression. Chen Momo's mind was a bit blank for a moment. Can such an unspeakable matter be discussed like this? And in such a serious manner? Am I being too conservative? She never expected it. It seemed that Xiao, who couldn't stand any sand, would be the first to accept Li Chen having multiple women at the same time. But for that kind of invitation, she really wasn't mentally prepared at all. Li Chen was completely stunned looking at the 2 blushing faces. No, are you 2 not talking about the same thing as I am thinking? Can such words be discussed in front of me? Just because I'm going to die in 3 months, does that mean you can treat me like nobody? I think, count me in, let's discuss together. I agree with both hands raised. I really can't, maybe next time. Like she was thinking, but also finding it hard to speak, Chen Momo blushed and paused for a long time. She stole another glance at Li Chen, lowered her head, and responded intermittently. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. She was actually scared to death inside. But after seeing Chen Momo, who was so innocent and fragile, she sighed again. Let her be the stepmother to her and Li Chen's child later. Otherwise, she really didn't know how she would survive in 3 months. Well, then I'll go. Chen Momo glanced at the 2 of them. Li Chen nodded and opened the car door for her, gently hugging her still nervous body. Chen Momo, leaning against Li Chen's chest, suddenly felt a sense of inexplicable loss. Do you want me to stay? Do you want me to stay? Chen Momo, with her face flushed, asked. Ha? Li Chen looked at Chen Momo burying her head in his chest, looking puzzled. How could a man not be tempted by that soft and fragrant body? From a man's instinctive perspective, he really wanted to say, wanted, really wanted, very much wanted. But feeling Chen Momo trembling in his arms, Li Chen immediately refused. How could one rely on the beastly instinct to make others do things against their will? She was just a simple and pure girl willing to give everything to you, scum. Xiao was joking with you. It's late, go back soon and drive safely on the way. Of course, this was definitely his decision after careful consideration. He definitely didn't look back just now, nor did he see Han Xiao's murderous gaze. Li Chen's words finally calmed down Chen Momo's trembling body. Slowly lifting her head from his chest, she looked at Li Chen with gentle eyes as if water was about to drip out. Then we will have children in the future, right? Li Chen couldn't help but pinch her rosy cheeks when he heard that. Of course, as you just said, next time for sure. Chen Mo murmured with his head covered in a moment of speechlessness. I'm going home, I'll come find you again tomorrow. Chen Mo said, blushing, and quickly got into the car. Li Chen also bent down half his body and got into the car, fastening her seatbelt for her. He also kissed her on the face. Then he closed the car door and watched Chen Mo start the car reluctantly. I'm exhausted from the whole night. He watched as Chen Mo's white beetle slowly left the neighborhood. Han Xiao immediately showed the same girlish look as before when they were alone. She reached out her hand towards Li Chen in a coquettish manner. I can't walk anymore, carry me upstairs. Li Chen shook his head, amazed at how quickly this woman changed her attitude. But this time, without thinking, he immediately stepped forward and lifted Han Xiao around the waist. Han Xiao let out a soft gasp, quickly hooking her hands around Li Chen's neck. Her incredibly charming eyes gazed affectionately at Li Chen's face. Even though Li Chen had been through many experiences, her breathtaking beauty made his heart race. Even the needle dropped when he opened the door. "Aren't you the lock god? Why are your hands shaking when opening the door today?" Han Xiaoxiao leaned against Li Chen's chest, laughing when he took a while to open the door. Li Chen couldn't help but glance at the stunning beauty in his arms. Indeed, women only affect one's speed. After fumbling with the key, the door finally opened. "Shower, should I go first or you?" Once inside, Li Chen immediately asked Han Xiaoxiao in his arms. But his mind was filled with their conversation downstairs. Whether it was true or not. "You go first, I'm tired and need to rest for a while." Han Xiaoxiao rubbed against Li Chen in a coquettish manner. Li Chen agreed and gently placed Han Xiaoxiao on the living room sofa. He then went to find pajamas and entered the bathroom. As he heard the sound of the shower running, Han Xiaoxiao suddenly got up from the sofa. She tiptoed to her bedroom and started searching for something. Inside the bathroom, Li Chen, who was halfway through his shower, suddenly felt some movement outside. He was about to ask if it was Han Xiaoxiao when the bathroom door lock suddenly clicked open. The door, which he had securely locked, was unexpectedly opened from the outside. His guess was correct, it was indeed Han Xiaoxiao outside. But as he saw Han Xiaoxiao outside the door, he felt a rush of blood to his head, and his CPU crashed instantly. The soap slipped from his hand. In that moment, Li Chen's world was filled with Han Xiaoxiao in a lace lingerie that barely covered the most important parts, revealing her shiny, flawless skin. He never imagined that the lingerie he sold could have such a fatal allure to him. "How did you find it?" He couldn't tear his gaze away from her body, which was so captivating. Li Chen felt that even blinking now would be a sacrilege to her beauty. Han Xiaoxiao blushed slightly and slowly walked in. Her slender waist, long and straight dazzling thighs, flat stomach without any excess fat, and her round, firm breasts, almost a size D. "There's only so much space in the house to hide things, so I found it easily." Han Xiaoxiao blushed as she slowly walked up to Li Chen. "So you're the one who tampered with the bathroom door lock in advance?" Li Chen suddenly felt a little dumbfounded. "Do you really need to prepare so much in advance? Do you need to be so deliberate about this kind of thing?" The gun that Li Chen had long been unable to hold back instantly made Han Xiaoxiao blush to the base of her neck. What if, 3 months later if I'm fine? Will you regret your decision now? I have so many ex-girlfriends." Li Chen's eyes, filled with animalistic desire, stared at Han Xiaoxiao's flawless body. The last trace of rationality in his brain made him have to confirm one last time. After all, some things cannot be turned back once they happen. Han Xiaoxiao's blushing face slowly lifted up. Looking at Li Chen with a firm gaze, she shook her head. "If you really aren't sick, then wouldn't my child have a father?" Li Chen, after hearing this, could no longer hold back his instinct as a man. Especially since his two perpetual motion engines had long been protesting. A pair of claws immediately reached for Han Xiaoxiao's perfect body. And so, the bathroom, the living room sofa, the bedroom. The next day dawned slightly. The two finally ended a night of madness. Han Xiaoxiao lay on the bed, almost exhausted to the point of paralysis, not even having the strength to move her fingers. But looking at Li Chen, who was still fresh and energetic, Han Xiaoxiao, panting heavily, weakly rolled her eyes like water. Is he really a patient with a terminal illness? Who said only tired oxen die, and not the fields that are plowed too much? Thinking that she had endured the whole night, but in the end, she was defeated. Han Xiaoxiao felt speechless. If she had known, she should have surrendered and begged for mercy earlier, just like 2 years ago. No, if she had known, she shouldn't have let him eat so many oysters. Li Chen looked at Han Xiaoxiao, who was staring at him as if thinking about something. He gently held her smooth and soft body, but his hands habitually reached for that tender and upright place. There should be a promised extra chapter later, but Li Chen's action immediately made Han Xiaoxiao think he was going to. Her weak body trembled slightly, biting her lip, but not stopping him. Li Chen saw her looking a little scared and enduring, and helplessly smiled. "Hui Yuan Kidney Treasure Liquid, a bottle of eternal vigor. Rest for a while, I'll go make breakfast for you, and then I'll ask for leave for you and Deputy Director Yang. Don't go to work today." Li Chen gently kissed the completely exhausted Han Xiaoxiao on the face. Then he got up, got dressed, and walked towards the kitchen. Han Xiaoxiao suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. But when she thought of the scenes of the two of them all night last night, her heart couldn't help but start beating irregularly again. Unconsciously, she closed her eyes in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Li Chen, who had two perpetual motion engines, had just finished cooking the porridge in the kitchen. But suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Li Chen couldn't help but look at the time. It was just after 5 in the morning. So early in the morning, could it be that his movements last night were too loud and the neighbors complained? With a somewhat anxious heart, he walked towards the front door. He was thinking whether he should say that there was a rat in the house that he had been chasing and fighting with all night, or should he say that the cat in the house had been fighting all night. As soon as he opened the door, before he could see who was outside, he felt a soft and fragrant body throwing itself into his arms. Lowering his head, he saw a head of black hair rubbing against him in his arms. Li Chen's heart skipped a beat. Subconsciously, he turned his head to look at the master bedroom door. Fortunately, he had remembered to close it when he came out. "It's a good thing I didn't think about you to death last night." Xia Xini hugged Li Chen tightly. "Come in first, we might be seen by the neighbors in a while." Li Chen gently patted her back. "Carry me in, I've missed you so much that I can't walk anymore." Xia Xini kept shaking her head in Li Chen's arms. Li Chen smiled helplessly, lifted her back with both hands and carried her in, then closed the door with his foot. "What were you doing just now? You opened the door so quickly. I hope I didn't disturb you while sleeping?" Xia Xini suddenly raised her head, blinking her crystal-clear, bright eyes at Li Chen's face. Li Chen rubbed her head. "You knocked on the door so loudly, isn't it redundant to ask this now?" "Oh, I just missed you so much," Xia Xini said as she buried her head in Li Chen's arms again. But half a second later, she seemed to suddenly remember something. Immediately, she raised her head again, looking around as if feeling guilty. "Where's the tigress? I didn't disturb her, did I? I told you not to call her tigress so loudly." "She's sleeping." Li Chen helplessly tapped Xia Xini's head. Xia Xini breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. "It's good that I didn't wake her up. She's so fierce towards you, I just called her tigress. I think you'll get beaten sooner or later." "I'm not afraid, with you here, the tigress won't dare." Xia Xini raised her head stubbornly, then suddenly twitched her nose. "It smells so good, are you cooking?" A pleasant fragrance slowly filled the room. Xia Xini's eyes lit up as she looked towards the kitchen. "I'm simmering seafood congee in the pot, we'll have to wait a bit longer before we can drink it." Li Chen gently played with Xia Xini's smooth hair. "Oh, I also brought you some buns, your favorite ones with leek and pork filling." Xia Xini took out 3 steaming bags of buns and soy milk from her expensive bag. Li Chen took the buns and soy milk from her and placed them on the table. Then he gently carried her to the living room sofa, caressing her cheek softly. "It's still early, you can rest a bit more. You came back so late last night and woke up so early today, look, your eyes are red." Xia Xini enjoyed Li Chen's touch like a little cat, nodding obediently. "Then stay by my side and sleep with me, otherwise I can't fall asleep." Xia Xini yawned. Li Chen nodded, helped her take off her shoes, positioned her feet properly, and then took a blanket from the side to cover her. It seemed like Xia Xini hadn't slept much last night. Li Chen was about to say something when he saw that she had already closed her eyes, with a smile on her lips, breathing peacefully in her sleep. Thankfully, she didn't notice anything about last night's intense battle. Li Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. After coaxing Xia Xini to sleep, he went to the bedroom to check on the sleeping Han Xiaoxiao. But as soon as he stepped out of the bedroom, before he could close the door, there was a faint knock on the door outside. Li Chen's eyelids jumped instantly. Afraid of waking the 2 sleeping people, he immediately went to open the door. As expected, his ex-girlfriend was standing outside. Lu Zai, wearing a white top and beige cropped pants, held a thermal lunchbox in her hand, standing outside with a somewhat cold expression. But when she saw that it was Li Chen who opened the door and not Han Xiaoxiao, the tension on her face immediately turned into infinite tenderness. "I brought breakfast for you." Lu Zai gently raised the thermal lunchbox with both hands, her face showing an expectant expression. "I made it myself this morning." Li Chen immediately took the thermal lunchbox from her hands, holding her hand and leading her inside. "Are you making breakfast?" As soon as they entered, Lu Zai also smelled the aroma of the seafood congee. "I simmered some congee in the kitchen, was planning to make something else, but it seems unnecessary now." Li Chen pointed to the thermos cup in his hand. Lu Zai smiled and nodded. But then, her gaze casually swept over and she saw Xia Xini sleeping on the sofa. The smile froze on his face. Li Chen suddenly felt a headache. Xini didn't sleep much last night, she was too tired so she came here to rest for a while. Oh. Although he didn't understand the connection between being tired and coming here to sleep, but Lu Zai still nodded, accepting this somewhat unreasonable reason. He felt warm inside instead. After all, he didn't really need to explain himself. Since he did explain, even though the reason was a bit lame. But doesn't this clearly show that he cares about himself? "Aren't you tired? Do you want to rest for a while too? I'll call you when the porridge is ready." Li Chen looked at Lu Zai's face, which was clearly showing signs of fatigue, and said slowly, "It was so late last night, this girl probably got up before dawn to make breakfast. Okay, then where should I sleep?" Lu Zai looked around, and the sofa was occupied by Xia Xini. If you don't mind, you can sleep in my bed. Li Chen pointed to the guest room for her. A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Zai's face. Although she was overjoyed, she still asked cautiously, "Really, is it okay?" Li Chen smiled and then took her hand into his own room. He glanced at the neatly made bed. Li Chen felt a sense of relief in his heart. Fortunately, the flames of last night's battle did not reach here. "You rest for a while, I'll go to the kitchen," Li Chen said as he walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. Alone in Li Chen's room, Lu Zai stared blankly at the bed that was filled with Li Chen's presence, until she slowly lay down on the bed, holding the blanket tightly in her hands, and slowly closed her eyes. In the past 3 years, this was the fastest she had fallen asleep, the most peaceful and secure sleep she had ever had. On the other side, Li Chen went to the kitchen, just relieved that it wouldn't take long. Then he heard, bang 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 the door, it rang again. Looking at the 2 rooms and the sofa in the living room, Li Chen felt his scalp tingle instantly. Hearing the knocking on the door, Li Chen inwardly cursed. He didn't need to think at all, it was definitely his ex-girlfriend again. If another one came, after breakfast, they could gather for a game of mahjong. It would be a relief if it didn't turn into a battle. He almost had a premonition of what would happen when the 3 people in the house woke up. But despite his fear, he didn't dare to delay for a moment and went to open the door. Outside, Chen Qingsno, dressed in all white, stood vivaciously. Seeing that Li Chen opened the door, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. With a relaxed expression, she looked at him tenderly. But when Li Chen saw the thermos in Chen Qingsno's hand, he couldn't relax at all. He felt his mood suddenly become even heavier. This situation was probably going to be worse than he imagined. "What's wrong with you? Are you unhappy to see me here?" Chen Qingsno noticed that Li Chen's expression was a bit off, and immediately furrowed her brows. Seeing this, Li Chen quickly shook his head. No, come in first." He took the thermos from Chen Qingsno's hand. Li Chen pulled her into the house. As soon as they entered, Chen Qingsno, who smelled the fragrance, didn't say anything. Her eyes fell on Xiaosini, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa. And on the table were breakfast buns, soy milk, and another thermos. Chen Qingsno immediately understood why Li Chen had that almost crying expression just now. "It seems I'm late, there's no place left for me to sleep." Chen Qingsno looked at the closed doors of the master bedroom and guest room. Then she smiled lightly and looked into Li Chen's eyes. "The porridge will be ready soon. Why don't we sleep after eating?" Li Chen looked at this familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar beautiful face, awkwardly pointed to the kitchen. More embarrassing is that he suddenly realized that he didn't cook that much for so many people in the first place. The pot of seafood porridge was enough for 3 people, but now there are 5 people. He himself doesn't drink, so that makes 4 people. Oh no, this time he's completely screwed. "Why are you sweating?" Chen Qingxue looked at Li Chen's suddenly ugly face. She raised her hand and gently wiped the sweat beads off his forehead. The stunning beauty's soft hand gently slid across his cheek, and Li Chen's mood instantly improved a lot. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, Chen Qingxue, who had wiped his sweat, suddenly looked at Li Chen with tears in her eyes. "I really don't want to compete with them. I don't want to see you in a difficult situation. Seeing you in pain, it's like a knife stabbing my heart," Chen Qingxue said as she suddenly hugged him gently. "But I just can't control myself. I can't help but think of you, can't help but come to see you. I've missed you to the point of going crazy once, and this time I think I might die." Chen Qingxue, who appeared extremely strong on the surface, was now sobbing in Li Chen's arms. Li Chen could only gently pat her trembling back. In his heart, he scolded himself again. "As long as you say a word now, I won't argue with them. I will quietly leave on my own, and I won't disturb you in your world anymore." Chen Qingxue continued to cry in Li Chen's arms, and the sadness gradually spread. Seeing her emotions getting out of control, Li Chen quickly hugged her tightly. "Don't do anything stupid. Remember, if something happens to me because of you, then I won't be able to live, and I can only go with you." Li Chen wasn't joking. If such a good girl were to commit suicide because of him, he would probably live a life worse than death. His firm words stunned Chen Qingxue for a moment. Then tears flowed down like a spring. She used all her strength to hold him tightly. I understand. From today on, I won't let you leave me again." Chen Qingxue, with tears streaming down her face, suddenly revealed a radiant smile from the bottom of her heart. "As long as you care, even if I have to risk my life, what does it matter? I can give up everything for you." Her heart had never been so determined before. But Li Chen, after hearing this, was sweating profusely again. "No, do you really have to fight and kill each other?" He was about to say something, but that damn door didn't give him a chance to speak. There was a click sound. The door opened again. The terrifying sound made Li Chen's eyelids jump instantly. He saw Chen silently standing at the door with a thermal lunchbox, staring blankly at Li Chen and Chen Xingxue hugging each other. Did I come at the wrong time? Chen stood there looking confused and nervous. She deliberately chose this time, thinking that Han Xiaoxiao and Li Chen should still be asleep. But why did she see this scene when she entered? Why was it Chen Xingxue and Li Chen hugging each other? Shouldn't it be Sister Xiaoxiao? Hearing Chen's voice, Chen Xingxue slowly let go of Li Chen. She wiped the tears from her face with her back turned. What are you standing there for? Come in. Li Chen stepped forward and pulled the bewildered Chen in. But when he saw the thermal lunchbox in her hand, his head spun again. Chen seemed to have noticed something. She glanced at Xia Xini on the sofa, then at the two closed bedroom doors. In an instant, she understood what had happened. She thought she had arrived early enough. But who would have thought that she was actually the last one to arrive? This is the soup I stewed for you and Xiaoxiao's sister, started stewing last night, to nourish the body. Chen Mo handed the insulated lunchbox to Li Chen. Li Chen took it and rubbed her head. But her heart was already numb. Go wake up Xiaoxiao for breakfast. Li Chen brought the cooked porridge to the dining table, glanced at the time, it was almost 8 o'clock. Okay. Chen Mo responded and opened the door to walk into the master bedroom. But upon seeing the messy clothes, blankets, and sheets in the room, Chen Mo immediately froze for 2 seconds, already guessing what happened last night. The intense scene made her involuntarily recall the past with Li Chen in the hotel. Her face instantly turned crimson. As Chen Mo entered the room, Li Chen also went to wake up Xia Xini and Lu Zai. Xia Xini, still half asleep, saw Chen Xingxue next to the dining table and was momentarily stunned. Then, seeing Lu Zai coming out of Li Chen's room, her drowsiness immediately disappeared, replaced by a hint of anger on her face. She didn't sleep in Li Chen's bed, so why should she be angry? But when she saw Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Mo coming out of the room, Xia Xini's expression suddenly became strange. Tigress, what happened to your leg? Xia Xini looked at Han Xiaoxiao being supported by Chen Mo, limping out of the bedroom, with Han Xiaoxiao's face abnormally flushed. Confusion filled her eyes. She clearly looked injured. Did she and Lu Zai fight after she left last night? Xia Xini subconsciously glanced at Lu Zai. Seeing Lu Zai standing there unscathed, she couldn't help but look at her with a new perspective. If the two of them really fought last night, Lu Zai could handle it, she really can fight. Next time Han Xiaoxiao bullies someone, she should bring Lu Zai along. Compared to Xia Xini's protected innocence, Lu Zai and Chen Xingxue, seeing Han Xiaoxiao in this state, felt a sinking feeling in their hearts and immediately looked at Li Chen with intense gazes. They both had experienced Li Chen's inexhaustible energy. Han Xiaoxiao's current state immediately stirred up some intense memories for them. Li Chen was also a bit dumbfounded watching Han Xiaoxiao struggling to walk steadily. He never expected Han Xiaoxiao to become like this, so she had been stubbornly pretending all night. His conscience condemned him once again. Could postpartum care expertise be useful in this situation? The principle is the same, right? Let's try tonight. Tang Zi always has great foresight in giving skills. Just as Li Chen was lost in thought, he saw Chen Xingxue and Lu Zai looking at him with questioning eyes. He immediately lowered his head in fear. He hoped they would be as innocent as Xia Xini and not think too much. Li Chen's hands trembled as he opened one insulated lunchbox after another. Seeing each lunchbox filled with various delicious foods, he couldn't muster a smile. Seeing Li Chen busy arranging the tableware, Chen Xingxue and Lu Zai's gaze returned to Han Xiaoxiao. Han Xiaoxiao, looking at the 4 women gathered outside, immediately turned cold. The air around them froze as if it was starting to solidify again. Xeni, come here. Seeing the tense atmosphere among them, Li Chen immediately sweated on his forehead and waved at Xia Xini. This little troublemaker was best at digging pits and lighting fires in such deadly situations. She had to be sealed first. Xia Xini looked at everyone, about to speak, but then saw Li Chen suddenly glare at her. The words on the tip of her tongue were reluctantly swallowed back. Thinking of what Li Chen had said before, immediately put on shoes and ran to his side obediently. But she could see various delicacies carefully made inside the several insulated lunchboxes on the table. Xia Xini's expression instantly froze again. Looking at the buns and soy milk she bought on the street in a hurry to save time. This stark contrast immediately made her feel a strong sense of guilt in her heart. She thought that Li Chen called her over to criticize the simple breakfast she brought. Her expression immediately became flustered. I can cook now, it's just that I was too eager to see you early, I didn't think much about it. Xia Xini immediately grabbed Li Chen's hand and looked at him weakly. Her expression was remorseful, like a child who had done something wrong. Next time, I will definitely make a lot of delicious food for you to bring. Li Chen's eyelids jumped instantly. In this situation now, with this table full of food, he didn't know how to handle it. Next time? Han Xiaoxiao heard Xia Xinyi's words and immediately looked at the dining table. Seeing the exquisite breakfast items that were all different, her eyes widened. Thinking about her complete lack of cooking talent, Han Xiaoxiao's face instantly showed a hint of regret and embarrassment. The momentum of confronting Chen Qingsno and Lu Zai also weakened immediately. Let's eat. After you finish eating, you can go to work or play mahjong. Li Chen saw the tense atmosphere easing slightly. He quickly greeted the others. The unfriendly gazes of the others slowly turned towards Li Chen. Then they looked at the chair next to Li Chen. Xia Xinyi immediately noticed their next move. With her innate advantage, she immediately hugged Li Chen's arm and pulled him to sit next to her. Chen Qingsno, who was closest to Li Chen, calmly glanced at the others and sat down on the other side of Li Chen. Seeing this, Lu Zai and Han Xiaoxiao could only glare at the two of them with resentment. Reluctantly, they sat down opposite them. But as soon as Han Xiaoxiao sat down, she felt a tearing pain in her lower body. She immediately felt speechless about herself. Why did she have to be so stubborn last night? Chen silently noticed that something was wrong with her expression. Instantly, she guessed the reason. After all, she had a similar experience in the past. She quickly took a sponge cushion from the sofa and placed it under Han Xiaoxiao. Chen Qingsno and Lu Zai, seeing Han Xiaoxiao's condition, furrowed their brows again. They had already guessed what was happening but dared not confirm it. They could only look at the breakfast they made on the table in silence. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. However, the most uncomfortable person at the moment was undoubtedly Li Chen himself. Looking at the table full of food, with soup, porridge, and pastries, all looking delicious. But Li Chen had no appetite at all now. He could feel the fiery gazes of Lu Zai and Chen Qingsno directed at him, and the expectant gaze of Chen silently. Only Xia Xinyi, looking at the buns and soy milk she brought, didn't dare to look at Li Chen at all. If possible, he would choose to go hungry for this breakfast. He felt guilty no matter what he chose. Helplessly, he sent a pleading look to his little angel Chen silently. Their eyes met, and Chen silently immediately understood Li Chen's embarrassment at the moment. Chen silently gave him a sweet smile discreetly. Then she stood up on her own initiative, served a large bowl of Cordyceps militaris and caterpillar fungus blackbone chicken soup she brought for Han Xiaoxiao. Seeing that there was still plenty of soup left, she served 4 small bowls and handed them to the others. Lu Zai and Chen Qingsno thanked Chen silently. With Chen silently covering for them, Chen Qingsno and Lu Zai temporarily put away their hostile gazes. But Li Chen hadn't even had a chance to relax yet. The battlefield between these two people has shifted from waiting for Li Chen to take the initiative to a passive state. Li Chen had just picked up Chen Mo's chicken soup and hadn't even taken a sip. The two delicate hands each held their own breakfast and predictably reached out in front of themselves. The two still faced off against each other. Han Xiaoxiao, due to the pain, temporarily had no mood to deal with these two. While Xia Xinyi watched the two show off, she gritted her teeth in hatred. But looking at the buns she bought, she could only hang her head helplessly. She was used to being taken care of since she was young. She wasn't as meticulous in taking care of others. But Li Chen had to be hers. She couldn't just give up like this. Xia Xinyi clenched her fists tightly as she thought about it. No, when she got back today, she would dismiss all 5 maids at home. In the future, she would have to get used to doing everything at home by herself. Thanks to Yi Xian's capsules, thanks to the urging symbols, flowers, love letters, generating electricity for love, and thanks to everyone's gifts, Li Chen was currently being executed in his daily life. On the other side, at the city bureau, Tang Jiaming and several duty officers stood dumbfounded in the autopsy room. A strong pungent smell assaulted their nostrils, but they stood still as if petrified, staring blankly at the autopsy table covered with a pool of flesh and blood. Only by the shape could one tell that the pile of flesh on the autopsy table was a human body that had been dissected into countless thin slices. The entire body's muscles had been sliced into thin pieces, revealing bones beneath the bloodied tissues. Even the internal organs had been removed from the body and almost turned into minced meat. What was even more unbelievable was that every piece of muscle tissue was intact, not cut apart, in this gruesome and terrifying scene. It was more horrifying than a body crushed by a truck. Many with poor mental resilience only took one look and vomited in the toilet more than 10 times. Only those who had seen big scenes could barely stand their ground. Team Tang, it's impossible to count how many pieces he has been cut into. Many parts have been turned into a pile of minced meat. I counted at least over 200 cuts. A police officer carefully examined it and shook his head with a sigh. Does that forensic Qin have a mental illness? Is she insane? Tang Jiaming's mind was a mess, and he was already shocked and doubting if he had come to the wrong place. How could the city bureau hide such a terrifying creature? After handling so many cases, he had never seen anything as bizarre as this. He had dealt with dismemberment cases before, but never seen one where the body was dissected like this. How strong must one's mental resilience and professional knife skills be to cut a person like this? How deep must the hatred and grudge be? Is it only for the sake of avenging a father's death? Where is forensic Chin? Tang Jiaming shook his head helplessly. She has been restrained and is in the interrogation room. A police officer replied with lingering fear. He was one of those who participated in the arrest last night. Thinking back to the scene at that time, he couldn't help but shiver and feel the urge to urinate. They barged into the autopsy room and saw a body on the autopsy table that was completely unrecognizable as a human, being cut in an inhumane and rapid manner. In front of the autopsy table, a forensic doctor wrapped in protective clothing, holding a surgical knife in one hand and surgical scissors in the other, was focused on cutting the body. The sight was several times more chilling than a deranged serial killer in a horror movie. There was also a row of blood-stained and eerie autopsy tools nearby. He was so scared at that moment that he stood still for a full 5 seconds before reacting. Have you checked it? Is she mentally stable? Hearing that the person had already been controlled, Tang Jiaming breathed a sigh of relief. Such a ruthless person, if she refused to be arrested, that would be too terrifying. It had only been 2 days since he arrived at the city bureau, and he had already encountered all sorts of things. I just checked, forensic Dr. Chin is mentally fine, and from the moment she was controlled until now, her emotions have been particularly calm. She seems even calmer than us. Damn, another terrifying figure. First there was Han Xiaoxiao, a person who couldn't be provoked, and now I've encountered this monster. How come I keep meeting the dragons and tigers of the city bureau? Tang Jiaming sighed deeply. He glanced at the time. It wasn't yet time for normal work. Let's go, let's meet this forensic Dr. Chin. Tang Jiaming walked towards the interrogation room with a look of despair. Oh, no, it's forensic Dr. Chin, she's really a living llama. Equally despairing was Li Chen. Just as he swallowed a mouthful of crab roe wonton, another crystal shrimp dumpling was immediately stuffed into his mouth. Li Chen looked up at the ceiling, mechanically chewing the food in his mouth, trying his best not to let his tears fall, even though he had already guessed the current situation would be like a disaster. But experiencing it in reality was much more painful than he had imagined. He couldn't remember how many shrimp dumplings, wontons, sticky rice chickens, pineapple buns, durian cakes he had eaten. Although the taste was indeed very good, he couldn't bear being fed like a pig. He looked down at the uneaten food on the table, and Lu Zai and Chen Qingsno were still competing without giving in. And Xia Xini had a look of annoyance for not participating. What did that mean? Next time, the three of them together? No, just now Han Xiaoxiao actually secretly asked Chen Momo to teach her how to cook. This means, next time there will be 4 people? Destroy it, quickly, can't stand it for a moment. Aren't you hungry? Why don't you eat something too? Li Chen looked at Chen Qingsno and the others, showing a more pitiful expression than crying. But everyone's eyes simultaneously looked at the pot of seafood porridge that Li Chen didn't say anything, dared not move, but each person was staring at it. A new storm was inevitable. Did you help me and Deputy Director Yang apply for leave? At this moment, Han Xiaoxiao suddenly took out her phone and glanced at it. Then she looked at Li Chen. I sent him a message before, what's wrong? Is it a call from the bureau? Li Chen looked at Han Xiaoxiao's phone, which was making a vibrating sound, and took the opportunity to put the half piece of bread back in the plate. Han Xiaoxiao nodded, then stood up and went to the side to answer the phone. Xini, you share the porridge with them, I'll go see Xiaoxiao, something might have happened. Li Chen patted Xia Xini's envious head. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, he quickly made an excuse to follow Han Xiaoxiao to the living room, leaving behind the 3 people who couldn't stand each other except for Chen Momo, who lived in peace with the world. Is something wrong? It was just an excuse, but when Han Xiaoxiao finished the call, her face suddenly looked a bit unpleasant. Han Xiaoxiao looked at Li Chen and nodded. Do you remember the first time you went to the city bureau, saying you wanted to wander around, and I told you not to go to the autopsy room? After thinking about it, Li Chen nodded. There was indeed such a thing. I didn't let you go at that time because there was a cold-blooded lunatic there. I always felt she would get into trouble sooner or later, and now it really happened. Han Xiaoxiao shrugged helplessly. Are you going back to the bureau now? Li Chen couldn't help but glance at Han Xiaoxiao's lower body. Seeing Li Chen's gaze, Han Xiaoxiao's face immediately turned red. She glared at him reproachfully. Deputy Director Yang called, saying that women can talk things out. I have no choice. Han Xiaoxiao changed his clothes in the bedroom and prepared to go to the municipal bureau. On the other side, Tang Jiaming had just entered the interrogation room. As soon as he looked up, he was immediately stunned by the woman sitting on the interrogation chair in front of him, so beautiful that it was unbelievable. The latest news, I heard that the body that was cut into pieces has the same name as his former boyfriend who died 5 years ago, Sheen forensic doctor. A police officer suddenly ran over and whispered. Another police officer handed Tang Jiaming a shrunken image of a scene photo. Looking down from above, the internal organs cut from the body seemed to be pieced together into the letters CGX with the whole body. Tang Jiaming was full of disbelief. Looking at the picture, he looked at the woman who was so beautiful that it was almost unbelievable. He originally thought that such a ruthless person must have a face full of sores, a cynical and malicious woman. But who knew? This terrifying monster would actually look so beautiful? So beautiful that he completely forgot the words of anger he had prepared. This woman is so beautiful, she is not inferior to their top policewoman Han Xiaoxiao. The huge contrast was really hard for him to accept. What is the full name of Qin forensic doctor? Tang Jiaming looked somewhat embarrassed at the police officer beside him. Qin Moyan. She does have quite a temper. Tang Jiaming muttered quietly. Then he looked at Qin Moyan, who was wearing a white windbreaker on the outside and a black silk bustier and short skirt on the inside. Her slender and curvy figure, at least 1.70 meters tall. Even though she was slightly bowing her head at the moment, she still could capture one's attention with her stunning beauty at a glance. However, at this moment, there was not a hint of human emotion on Qin Moyan's face. Sitting there as if she were a cold machine. No expression, no movement, not even a gaze. Even when people came in and out, she remained motionless in that one posture. Even her slender and delicate fingers placed on the interrogation chair never seemed to move. If it hadn't been confirmed with colleagues that she was a living person, Tang Jiaming couldn't help but want to go up and pinch her face, to see if there was a silicone doll sitting there. Who could maintain a posture without moving for so long? She was really a monster, but she was really pleasing to the eye. Tang Jiaming retracted his gaze, which had unconsciously lingered for a few seconds. He cleared his throat. Where were we just now? Her deceased ex-boyfriend has the same name and surname as the body that was cut into pieces? It's a rumor, indeed, that's how it's been said. It is said that her ex-boyfriend has been dead for 5 years, but Qin forensic doctor still can't forget him. A police officer looked at Qin Moyan with some fear and replied in a very low voice. According to other forensic doctors, Qin forensic doctor often buys fruits, but only buys bananas, kiwis, and grapes each time. They often see her carving her ex-boyfriend's name on bananas, kiwis, and grapes, and then slicing them into pieces to eat. Tang Jiaming shuddered instantly after hearing this, subconsciously looking at Qin Moyan again. Why did it feel more and more creepy? All because of a person who had been dead for 5 years? And then treating someone with the same name and surname as banana slices into over 200 pieces? How heinous could her ex-boyfriend have been? But he had been dead for 5 years. As the saying goes, when a person dies, all sins are gone. How big of a sin did that person commit? To make such a super beautiful woman hold such immense hatred for 5 whole years? What is her ex-boyfriend's name? Somehow, as soon as Tang Jiaming heard about the ex-boyfriend, his big brother's image suddenly popped into his mind. There was an inexplicable sense of unease in his heart. Chen Guanxi. The officer glanced at the information in his hand and replied. Tang Jiaming breathed a sigh of relief at the words. Even after many years as a criminal investigator, his intuition could still be unreliable at times. How could he suddenly connect someone who had been dead for 5 years with his good big brother? Perhaps it was because all 5 of his big brother's girlfriends were top-notch beauties. So now, when he saw a top-notch beauty, he subconsciously thought of his good big brother. Fortunately, it wasn't otherwise. I heard that the corpse that was cut into pieces was also a scumbag in his lifetime, having more than 30 girlfriends. The officer flipped through the information while speaking quietly next to Tang Jiaming. Not only did he deceive and exploit every girlfriend, 6 of them bore his children, and he just disappeared after that, not caring about his own children. 2 of them even attempted suicide. What a scumbag! The officers around him all muttered under their breath. Perhaps the forensic doctor couldn't stand his scumbag behavior and thought of her scumbag ex-boyfriend, so she couldn't control herself for a moment. Tang Jiaming frowned after hearing this. What was the cause of death of that scumbag? Why was the body brought to the station? The person suddenly foamed at the mouth and died after lunch yesterday afternoon. The family suspected poisoning, and the police were informed after the hospital declared death yesterday evening. The officer whispered as he looked at the information. What was the actual cause of death? Sudden death? Accident? Tang Jiaming gave him a look. After the forensic examination, the cause of death was indeed poisoning. Stop beating around the bush. Tang Jiaming immediately kicked the officer upon hearing this. Was he poisoned by his ex-girlfriend in revenge, or what happened? The officer shook his head, showing a helpless expression. Colleagues are still investigating, but based on the current evidence, the suspect with the highest possibility is the deceased's mother. Tang Jiaming rubbed his temples and walked out of the interrogation room. Captain Tang, didn't you say you wanted to meet with forensic Dr. Qin? Why did you leave? Meet my foot. Do you think I can handle a woman like that? Tang Jiaming glared at him and then looked back at Qin Moyan, who seemed like a cold machine. If my big brother comes, it's probably even worse. I wonder when my big brother will have time to publish a book. Li Chen, come here, I can't button up the buttons on the back of my clothes, help me button them up. Li Chen, who had just returned to the dining table and hadn't sat down yet, suddenly heard the coquettish voice of Han Xiaoxiao changing clothes in the master bedroom. He thought it was to save himself from the execution. But this sentence instantly escalated the conflict in the room. Except for Chen Mo, the other three women immediately looked at Li Chen with eyes full of murderous intent. As a criminal investigator, what other clothes did she need help buttoning up from behind besides her underwear? Who needs help buttoning up their underwear in front of them? Isn't this a blatant provocation in front of them? Li Chen, who had just stood up, met these scrutinizing gazes and suddenly stiffened. You're not her nanny, why should the tigress let you dress her? Xia Xini, who had been holding back for a long time, immediately grabbed Li Chen's hand. Frowning, she looked in the direction of the bedroom, looking indignant. Chen Xingsno and Lu Zai also had a slightly unpleasant change in their expressions, nodding slightly. Although they were not as straightforward as Xia Xini, who could say anything and do anything in front of Li Chen without causing any annoyance, at this moment, Xia Xini's direct obstruction was already enough. Li Chen, what are you doing? Hurry up, the bureau is still waiting for me to go over. Han Xiaoxiao's voice came again. Li Chen looked at the three women in front of him with clearly unhappy faces, then glanced in the direction of the bedroom, feeling overwhelmed. No matter how he chose, it was a dead end. At that moment, Li Chen could only immediately turn to Chen Momo for help. But in this situation, Chen Momo could only look at Li Chen with a helpless expression. She really couldn't replace Li Chen. The two sides were engaged in fierce battle, and if she went to disrupt Han Xiaoxiao's plan now, Han Xiaoxiao would definitely not let her in again. How would she see her beloved one then? Looking at Chen Momo pitifully showing a look of seeking blessings, Li Chen just wanted to split himself into 5 pieces, each taking a part. No need to fight over it, being in the center of the battle every day and facing various punishments. Ugh. 5 women are a real threat to life, there is no doubt about it. Xini, Xiaoxiao was accidentally injured last night, you saw it just now, right? Li Chen took a deep breath and had to resort to the ultimate technique of a scumbag. His expression of despair suddenly changed to one of infinite tenderness as he looked into Xia Xini's eyes. Xia Xini was caught off guard and met Li Chen's extremely affectionate gaze. She felt her heart suddenly race, and her brain went blank for a moment. Her whole body felt like it was melting under that affectionate gaze. Yes, she seems to be injured. Xia Xini nodded absent-mindedly. If she's injured and can't dress herself, shouldn't we take care of the wounded? Li Chen, like a bad uncle coaxing a child, gently patted Xia Xini's hand as she held onto him. If you were injured next time and I wasn't allowed to help you, wouldn't you be very sad? Yes, I would. Xia Xini subconsciously let go of his hand after hearing that. Xini is so obedient. Li Chen immediately patted Xia Xini's head, which was confused by his charm. Then, without daring to look at Chen Xingsno and Lu Zai, he quickly left the dining table. It was too late for them to stop him. Chen Xingsno and Lu Zai couldn't help but cast extremely frustrated looks at Xia Xini. They had hoped to rely on this girl, but she was being controlled tightly. It's not like she injured her hand. How does that affect dressing? Use your brain a little, don't be so love-struck. Beside them, Chen Momo sipped her soup and watched the three of them with great interest, quietly giving a thumbs up to Li Chen. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief, opened the bedroom door, and walked in. He saw Han Xiaoxiao already dressed neatly, standing there with a smile on her face. You guys, can't stay still for a moment. Li Chen shook his head helplessly, and went forward to tidy up the bangs on her forehead. I found you first, they tried to snatch you away. Han Xiaoxiao smiled, gently hugged Li Chen's waist, and rested her head on his shoulder. After last night, I didn't really want to monopolize you alone, I just wanted to tell them that this is my home, they shouldn't go too far. Han Xiaoxiao said as she hugged Li Chen tightly. Looking at Han Xiaoxiao's infinitely gentle appearance, and accidentally glancing at the still messy room, Li Chen couldn't help but think of the battle last night. His hand involuntarily reached out again. Let me accompany you to the bureau, if there's nothing urgent, I'll bring you back. If there's anything wrong with your health, I can help you run errands. Don't you need to go out to earn money today? Han Xiaoxiao lifted her head from Li Chen's embrace and looked at his face. Didn't you go out to live stream and make money every day a few days ago? When it comes to live streaming, Li Chen couldn't help but think of his sugar mommy. Let's talk about it later, it won't make a difference for today. Li Chen shook his head. He now has 2,000 merit points, which can be exchanged for 5 years of life. And Xia Xinyi's favorability is also increasing. Why bother with a bicycle, just focus on pleasing his ex-girlfriends, skills on the left and right. Isn't it great to exchange for several years of life at once? Well, the bureau just asked me to help with a question, it shouldn't take long. Han Xiaoxiao nodded. Then she straightened Li Chen's clothes. Why did it take you so long? Seeing the two finally coming out of the room, the four originally distracted gazes immediately focused on them. Xia Xinyi saw Han Xiaoxiao holding Li Chen's arm, and her face instantly fell. She felt her position was in jeopardy. When did the tigress become so gentle? Han Xiaoxiao inexplicably glanced at Chen Qingsno and Lu Zai. I'm going to the city bureau, you guys. Li Chen looked at the four women, not finishing his sentence. Xia Xinyi, full of crisis, immediately picked up her bag and quickly went forward to hug Li Chen's other arm. I'm going too. Chen Qingsno and Lu Zai glanced at each other. We're going too. Even the career-oriented Lu Zai didn't hesitate this time. Don't you guys have to work? Li Chen looked a bit helpless as he scanned the three of them. The assistant will contact me if there's anything urgent at the company. Lu Zai shook her head. I've never worked, and I happen to be taking something to my brother. Chen Qingsno said as she packed the half-eaten breakfast that Li Chen had brought over into a thermal lunchbox. Li Chen was speechless for a moment. He almost forgot that each of them either had their own company or their parents had a company. But fortunately, this breakfast, which was as uncomfortable as eating his own seat, finally passed. I have a shoot today, Chen murmured as she looked at Li Chen, sighing in her heart. If it weren't for needing to earn money for milk powder, she wouldn't have become a star. 5 super beautiful women surrounded a man and went downstairs, a scene that shocked the onlookers. Fortunately, Li Chen had thick skin, otherwise anyone else would have been killed 100 times by those gazes. Li Chen drove Han Xiaoxiao's car with Han Xiaoxiao and Xia Xinyi. Chen Qingsno and Lu Zai drove their own cars. When the 5 arrived at the city bureau, they happened to run into Tang Jiaming leaving work. Once again, they envied Big Brother Tang. What's the situation now? Han Xiaoxiao asked Tang Jiaming as she got out of the car. Hey, what's wrong with your foot? Tang Jiaming noticed Han Xiaoxiao walking a bit strangely and asked. Han Xiaoxiao subconsciously glanced at Li Yuan, feeling a bit embarrassed on her face, but quickly covered it up. I'm fine, Director Yang said. Qin Moyan cut someone into over 200 pieces? Yeah, the leader is really troubled by this. When the family comes to claim the body later, seeing that mess of flesh will definitely cause a scene. Tang Jiaming shrugged. I went to see that forensic Qin, wanting her to apologize to the family voluntarily, but it's difficult. It's up to you, Xiaoxiao. Tang Jiaming gave Han Xiaoxiao a look that said it's all up to you. But Li Chen beside her inexplicably felt a chill. Cut someone into over 200 pieces? Li Chen looked at Tang Jiaming, then at Han Xiaoxiao, with a bad premonition. The name Qin Moyan sounded a bit familiar. Yeah, Yuenga, you didn't see that tragic scene. Just one look and you'll be vomiting all morning. And the one who did it was actually a super beautiful woman, it's really unbelievable. But Tang Jiaming looked at the 4 beautiful women next to Li Chen. Suddenly, things that seemed out of place felt much more reasonable. It is said that it was because she was dumped by her scumbag ex-boyfriend, and that male corpse has the exact same name as her ex-boyfriend. Beautiful, beautiful woman? Ex-boyfriend? Li Chen felt like peeing instantly. Beautiful woman? Scumbag ex-boyfriend? Li Chen's mind was completely confused. Plus, that somewhat familiar name. Sweat was already starting to trickle down his forehead. If it really was his ex-girlfriend. He had never been so scared before. Yeah, Yuenga, I was completely amazed by her at first sight. She's more beautiful than my favorite silicone doll that cost over 10,000. When it came to Qin Forensic's appearance, Tang Jiaming's expression immediately became excited. That appearance, that figure, was even more beautiful than any silicone doll. But then he thought about the male corpse that she had cut into over 200 pieces. He shuddered all over. It's a pity, she's just too ruthless, as the saying goes, a knife on the word color. But if you provoke her, it's not just one knife, it's countless knives. The rest of your life is probably in danger. She cut a person into 200 pieces last night, 200 pieces. Even more than a squirrel fish. Too ruthless. The more Tang Jiaming spoke, the more excited he became. But every word he said now felt like a stab in Li Chen's heart. As he continued, Li Chen's face grew paler. What do you think, Yuenga? Do you want me to take you to see Qin Forensic now? Maybe you've never seen such a big contrast in a beautiful woman before. Tang Jiaming didn't notice Li Chen sweating profusely. But as soon as he finished speaking, his smile immediately froze. 4 pairs of murderous eyes fell on him at the same time. In that instant, just a few direct gazes, Tang Jiaming felt it difficult to breathe. He quickly took 2 steps back. Admiring the profound realm of the big brother who could survive in such a brutal environment, he was in awe. Li Chen also subconsciously took a step back in fear. "What's wrong with you?" Han Xiaoxiao keenly noticed the change in Li Chen's body. Her eyebrows furrowed instantly. I think I need to pee." Li Chen held his stomach and was about to walk outside the police station. But before he could take 2 steps, Han Xiaoxiao immediately pulled him back. "The restroom is inside. Why are you going outside?" Han Xiaoxiao stared at Li Chen intently. "Do you know that Qin Moyan?" Relying on her professional sensitivity as a criminal police officer, and her intuition told her that there was definitely a problem here. But before the sweating Li Chen could answer, Xia Seni saw that Han Xiaoxiao seemed to be bullying Li Chen again. She directly pushed away Han Xiaoxiao's hand in anger. Then she protected Li Chen between herself and Han Xiaoxiao. "Old mother tiger, what's gotten into you? Do you have to control where he goes to the bathroom?" Xia Seni held Li Chen's hand behind her, glaring at Han Xiaoxiao. Chen Xingsno and Lu Zai, who didn't understand what was happening, quietly moved a step closer to Xia Seni. Chen Xingsno took out a tissue from her bag and wiped the sweat from Li Chen's forehead. It's no wonder that those who work in criminal investigation are amazing. Not only did they immediately notice that Li Chen was acting abnormally, their mental resilience is also unmatched. 3 against 1, facing the gazes of the 3 women, Han Xiaoxiao's momentum was not weak at all. On the side, Tang Jiaming had quietly retreated 5 or 6 steps in fear. "I don't want to argue with you today. You don't understand what kind of person Qin Moyan is." Han Xiaoxiao's gaze turned back to Li Chen. "You just heard what Tang Jiaming said. Qin Moyan is not someone to mess with. If you know her." Han Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, looking at Li Chen with a much gentler voice than before, but she hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, a sweet female voice sounded from behind. "Li Chen, are you here to sew corpses too?" As soon as the words fell, everyone immediately looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a man and a woman who had just gotten off the car and were walking towards them. The man looked to be in his 30s, wearing a white shirt and a black jacket, walking with a steady and powerful stride, exuding confidence and righteousness. The woman was probably in her early 20s, wearing a white casual outfit with a ponytail, looking lively and cute. Xia Seni, Chen Xingsno, and Lu Zai all looked at her in an instant, their eyes showing a strong sense of alertness. Based on their previous experiences, they were all wary of any young woman who knew Li Chen. Xia Seni even ignored Han Xiaoxiao and stared at the girl as if she had encountered a threat, her eyes fierce and unblinking. Chen Xingsno and Lu Zai were no better off. They had only recently met Li Chen because of Xia Seni and Han Xiaoxiao's presence. They were still racking their brains on how to restore their previous intimacy with Li Chen. How could they accept another woman coming to compete with them? The 3 of them almost instinctively stood in front of Li Chen. Surrounded by the 3 angry women, Li Chen's expression of fear gradually turned into resignation. It was just the mortician's sister he had met at the crematorium before. Not his ex-girlfriend. If it was his ex-girlfriend, it would be even worse. Han Xiaoxiao looked at Li Chen's expression, then at the mortician's sister, appearing calm. Although the girl was pretty, to be honest, she was far inferior to them. Li Chen had even broken up with girls like them in the past. How could he be interested in just a pretty young girl? Moreover, the way he looked at that girl just now was completely different from how he looked at Lu Zai and Chen Xingsno before. So, in just that moment, Han Xiaoxiao could confirm that the girl posed no threat. "Teacher, that person is the one I told you about, the one who sews corpses exceptionally fast and skillfully." After shouting at Li Chen, the mortician's sister excitedly looked at the man beside her. But before she could finish her sentence, she saw the teacher, who had been serious, suddenly break into a smile. He even lost control of his expression on the spot. His previously calm face was suddenly filled with waves of astonishment, shock, and confusion, his eyes widening as he looked ahead. "Teacher, what's wrong with you? Are you even listening to me?" The mortician's sister looked at the teacher, who was completely out of character, with amazement in her eyes. But when she turned around, she saw the 3 women next to Li Chen turning to look at her, and her mind went blank. She had seen beautiful women before, but she had never seen 4 super beautiful women standing together in such a stunning scene. "Disciple, did you cause any trouble while I was away?" After the shock, the man watched the 3 beautiful women with unfriendly eyes, feeling nervous. He stopped in his tracks. No, teacher, I didn't do anything." At this moment, the mortician's sister also noticed Xia Seni, Chen Xingsno, and Lu Zai looking at her with hostility. Scared, they immediately shrank their necks. The 2 of them were completely afraid to move forward. Begging for free gifts. being stared at by three super beautiful women with not a small amount of hostility. Anyone would feel a chill in their hearts, but such beautiful women, he rarely encounters them. How could he possibly offend them? The mortician's younger sister was full of fear and doubt. You're all staring at the little girl, so she dares not come over. Li Chen helplessly rubbed the head of Xia Sini in front of him, indicating her to move aside. She's not another one of your ex-girlfriends, is she? Xia Sini stared up at Li Chen with her dark eyes. Chen Qingsno and Lu Zai also immediately looked at Li Chen. No, absolutely not. Li Chen immediately looked at the three of them and shook his head firmly, with a righteous and resolute expression. After being criticized so many times, this time he can finally say no with his head held high. Really? Looking at Li Chen with a righteous expression and a straight posture, Xia Sini's eyes instantly lit up as she stared at Li Chen. Of course it's true, when have I ever lied? Cough, I promise, I won't lie to you again in the future. Li Chen looked at Xia Sini's eyes, which had curved into crescents, and affectionately pinched her delicate nose. Xia Sini hugged Li Chen's arm tightly with a look of enjoyment. Chen Qingsno and Lu Zai looked on with envy and gritted teeth. But they were not Xia Sini after all, unable to be like her. The intimate scene of the group of people made the mortician's younger sister stare in astonishment. Her teacher beside her was even more envious and gnashing his teeth. Those were four rarely seen beautiful women. What did that kid have that made him so special? Are young people nowadays all so open? No, I don't know, I haven't been in a relationship. The mortician's younger sister looked at the beautiful women next to Li Chen. She sighed inwardly. Wasn't it said that there are more boys than girls? Why is it so competitive to find a boyfriend now? Her profession was already hard to find friends, how could she compete with others? Li Chen, who had explained everything, waved at the mortician's younger sister, signaling that there was no danger here. Only then did the two of them walk over with peace of mind. Li Chen, are you here to sew corpses like the teacher? When they got closer, the mortician's younger sister looked at Xia Sini and the others with some fear. She asked Li Chen weakly. Li Chen glanced at the man next to her and shook his head. I have other things to do. He probably guessed what was going on. They were probably here to deal with the body that had been cut into more than 200 pieces. Li Chen's heart, which had just relaxed, suddenly felt like it was in an ice cave. Oh, I thought you were too, but it's also true. My teacher is the most powerful corpse sewer in the Magic City. There's no corpse he can't sew, one person is enough. The mortician's younger sister proudly pointed to the man beside her. Her words instantly straightened the man's chest and restored his confidence. Li Chen looked at the two of them smiling with their mouths pulled up. Li Chen, do you want to come and see? My teacher said this time is very challenging. Watching him so can teach you a lot. The mortician's younger sister kindly extended an invitation, but Li Chen immediately refused. Joking, seeing that body, and then thinking that one day he might lie there like that too? Wouldn't he pass out from fear on the spot? If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. You guys do your thing, I still haven't cleaned my house. Han Xiaoxiao saw Li Chen eager to leave, was about to speak, but was interrupted by the mortician's younger sister's teacher. You're Officer Han, right? I often hear people talk about you. Every time I come to the bureau, I don't have a chance to see you. I've only seen your photos before. This time I saw the real person, much better looking than the photos. The man seemed particularly interested in Han Xiaoxiao, looking at her with shining eyes, not finishing his compliments. Han Xiaoxiao glanced at him coldly. She took a few unnatural steps forward and held Li Chen's arm. Just wait for me to tidy up when I get back, you rest well. Han Xiaoxiao's gentle appearance, which had never been seen before, stunned Tang Jiaming directly. Xia Sini also looked at Han Xiaoxiao with surprise and suspicion. How come the fierce mother tiger seems to have changed today? Li Chen patted Han Xiaoxiao's hand and nodded. The mortician's sister's teacher looked awkwardly at the intimate couple. Couldn't help but think of the mother tiger at home, feeling envious. But 2 seconds later, his gaze immediately turned to Tang Jiaming, changing the subject. I heard that the forensic doctor in the bureau intentionally damaged the body. Such behavior probably constitutes desecration of a corpse, right? It depends on whether the family can forgive her. If the family insists on pursuing it, the bureau can't protect her either. Tang Jiaming nodded at him. In that situation, it's really hard to pass it off as a work mistake or necessity. So I invited you all here. Whether you can obtain the family's forgiveness depends on your skills. After speaking, Tang Jiaming sighed again. Actually, inviting the corpse seamstresses was just going through the motions. Even if the body is sewn back together, no matter how skilled the seamstress is, it's still a sad sight. Thinking that such a beautiful colleague is about to be imprisoned and serve time, there was a sudden sense of regret in his heart. The man nodded at the words, having great confidence in his profession. He walked towards the technical department's dissecting room. However, Li Chen stopped in his tracks. If the body can't be restored, and the family pursues it, how long will she be sentenced? Li Chen suddenly turned around, looking at Han Xiaoxiao. Seeing him suddenly ask like this, Han Xiaoxiao was stunned. But then, as if understanding something, she sighed while staring at Li Chen. If they really pursue it, it will be at least a few months. Hearing Han Xiaoxiao's words, Li Chen hesitated for half a second, then turned directly to the mortician's sister. I'll go with you to take a look. The mortician's sister looked at her teacher, who shrugged indifferently. She immediately agreed. You guys wait for me in the lounge. Li Chen patted Xia Xinyi's hand and looked at Chen Qingsno and Lu Zai. That scene, which was probably too much for young girls to bear, would likely leave a lasting shadow on them. The three of them understood that there were things they couldn't bear to see, so they obediently nodded. Chen Qingsno took the remaining half of her breakfast to see her own brother. Han Xiaoxiao went straight to the interrogation room. In the interrogation room, Qin Moyan still had his head bowed, sitting motionless in the same posture. With his fair, delicate, and exquisite cheeks, along with his motionless body, he looked somewhat similar to the most expensive silicone dolls. Han Xiaoxiao stared at her face, which had no expression but was amazingly beautiful. She reaffirmed her thoughts. Qin Moyan, do you know Li Chen? This is my school teacher, Lu Songlin. He's amazing, recognized as the best mortician. On the way to the dissecting room, the mortician's sister looked admiringly at the man beside her. Then she pointed at Li Chen to Lu Songlin. His name is Li Chen, graduated from Lanxiang Technical School's tractor maintenance major, but his corpse sewing skills are much better than mine. Tang Jiaming, who was preparing to join in the fun, looked at Li Chen strangely. Didn't Lanxiang close down a long time ago? What kind of major is tractor maintenance? When did the eldest brother learn how to sew corpses together? Listening to the mortician sister's introduction, Li Chen's face was full of black lines. Initially, he was just joking, who knew she actually believed it. Lu Songlin also glanced at Li Chen, a hint of arrogance and dissatisfaction showing in his confident eyes. After all, in his own professional field, being praised by his favorite disciple in front of others would make anyone unhappy. Young people can only make progress by humbly seeking advice. Today, for the sake of my beloved disciple's face, I will make an exception and let you learn on the side how I handle more difficult bodies. Do you know this person, Li Chen? Inside the interrogation room, Han Xiaoxiao looked coldly at Qin Moyan sitting motionless on the interrogation chair, waiting for her response. But Qin Moyan just raised his eyes slightly to look at Han Xiaoxiao. There was no change in expression or eyes. Han Xiaoxiao immediately remembered something and sneered inwardly. She almost forgot that scumbag who deceived others without even giving his real name. Jay Cho? Louis Koo? Louis Koo? Han Xiaoxiao stared at Qin Moyan, who still showed no expression change, and was stunned for a moment. Then she gritted her teeth in her heart. How many fake names has that scumbag changed? Just as Han Xiaoxiao was about to take out her phone to pull up Li Chen's photo for identification, she suddenly thought that doing so would not benefit her in any way. If Qin Moyan was really one of Li Chen's ex-girlfriends, wouldn't she be creating a rival for herself by doing this? If Qin Moyan wasn't, then there was nothing to say between them. With this thought flashing through her mind, Han Xiaoxiao quickly put away her phone. You seem to have hostility towards me? Qin Moyan, who had been like a machine all night, suddenly spoke to Han Xiaoxiao, startling the two police officers around him. No. Han Xiaoxiao immediately put away her cold expression and gaze. Why? This time, it was Qin Moyan's cold gaze that stared at Han Xiaoxiao. Why? Why did you have hostility towards me at first, and now you want to hide it? I just can't stand your behavior, cutting people like that. Do you know how much effort the bureau has to put in to cover for you, to settle things for you? Faced with Qin Moyan's questioning, Han Xiaoxiao showed no signs of fear. She even disguised her facial expression well. She not only avoided Qin Moyan's doubts but also cleverly redirected the question back to Qin Moyan. Qin Moyan, who had been motionless all along, finally sat up slightly. The icy gazes of the two collided in mid-air. A showdown between the two most powerful super beauties in the bureau, one a criminal police officer and the other a forensic doctor. The powerful aura made the air in the interrogation room seem to stagnate. The two police officers beside them had already begun to feel uncomfortable and quietly walked out the door. As soon as they left the interrogation room, they immediately took a deep breath. It's too scary. The confrontation between those women is not something we ordinary people can bear. Of course, my wife just glares at me and I feel uncomfortable all over, let alone those two. I don't believe anyone can withstand a glance from those beauties without running away. For that scumbag, it's too cheap to be cut into pieces after death. If I were one of his girlfriends, I wouldn't just die and be cut into over 200 pieces. Shin Moyan looked at Han Xiaoxiao, his tone flat and cold. I will let him live, let him watch in horror as he is cut into pieces, from the initial infinite fear of death to begging for mercy, and finally begging me to kill him. You really are a lunatic. Han Xiaoxiao looked at those eyes without any emotion, and the calm expression on his face when he said this. Even though Han Xiaoxiao was knowledgeable, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart at this moment. When he abandoned his wife and daughter, he should have thought that there would be such retribution. Shin Moyan said. Suddenly his eyes changed, staring at Han Xiaoxiao's eyes as if trying to see through her heart. The hostility in your eyes when you came in just now, I'm afraid it has nothing to do with this matter, right? Only when oneself or someone close is threatened, will that kind of hostility with a warning meaning be revealed. Shin Moyan stared at Han Xiaoxiao. The situation seemed to have once again reversed from active to passive. Did my behavior last night threaten you in any way? Or did you suddenly realize today that I posed a threat to someone close to you? Shin Moyan's words made Han Xiaoxiao's heart tremble instantly. But her strong mental resilience kept her face from showing any hint of anomaly. Do you think you can threaten me? Han Xiaoxiao sneered. You should be very clear about the crime of intentionally destroying a corpse. A person who is about to go to prison can threaten me? Shin Moyan still stared at Han Xiaoxiao's flawless face without any flaws, but a slight curve suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. You can't fool me. I also majored in criminal investigation and ranked first in the interview at the police academy. It's just that later I became more interested in forensic science. I remember the name Li Chen. Who is he to you? Shin Moyan seemed completely unconcerned about his own questions. Instead, he was more interested in why Han Xiaoxiao suddenly harbored such strong hostility towards him. Director Yang asked me to persuade you to try to spend fewer months in prison, but now it seems you don't need it. Han Xiaoxiao said coldly and was about to turn around. Engaging in a confrontation with such a lunatic on this topic, she would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. But Shin Moyan suddenly thought of something and raised his voice when speaking to Han Xiaoxiao. Li Chen should be your scumbag ex-boyfriend who suddenly disappeared for 2 years, right? I've heard of him before. It's really asking for a free gift. Shin Moyan's words instantly shook Han Xiaoxiao's heart, but her face still showed no change in expression. I'm just here to complete the task Director Yang gave me. If you want to know about other private matters, feel free to come find me anytime after you get out of prison. I'll be happy to accompany you. Han Xiaoxiao looked at Shin Moyan with a compelling gaze. Xia Xini and the others were not present, otherwise they would have been completely stunned by Han Xiaoxiao's current momentum. If you are worried about me because of what happened last night, I apologize. I hate scum, but I am not the madman you described. I don't know your boyfriend, and I won't do anything to him. Shin Moyan suddenly lowered his eyes slightly. I used to think we were very similar, that once you've chosen someone, it's for life, even if that person is a scumbag. But now it seems you are luckier than me. Your current behavior indicates that he is not completely a scumbag. If you're not ready to apologize, I'll leave. Han Xiaoxiao glanced at Shin Moyan, seeing that she showed no intention of speaking. Feeling relieved, she turned and walked out of the interrogation room. As she walked out of the interrogation room, Han Xiaoxiao, who had been calm, could no longer hold back her expression. She immediately covered her chest with one hand and leaned against the wall with the other. She took several deep breaths to ease the fear that had just emerged from the confrontation. That lunatic was too terrifying. She almost revealed her thoughts with just a few unguarded glances and a few words. She was about to expose everything in her heart. She even guessed Li Yuan's identity. Xiaoxiao, what's wrong? Can't even you handle it? The deputy director Yang, who had been waiting outside, saw Han Xiaoxiao suddenly walk out with a pale face. He immediately approached and inquired. Han Xiaoxiao shook her head. Director Yang, you know better than me who she is. Last time when she injured someone, several deputy directors took turns persuading her, but she didn't soften at all. I think you shouldn't bother, just follow the normal procedure. Ah, that girl has a cold personality, she can't get along with anyone in the bureau. If I don't help her, she'll end up in jail for a few months, and her career will be ruined for life. Deputy Director Yang shook his head with a helpless expression. She seems indifferent, but you're worrying about her. Maybe she comes from a wealthy family. Han Xiaoxiao glanced at the interrogation room. If Shin Moyan went in, it would be a good thing for herself and for Li Chen. Although the idea of Shin Moyan going to jail was a bit unethical, considering his crazy behavior. If he didn't go to jail, and if she found out that her scumbag ex-boyfriend was Li Chen, she didn't know what would happen. Just thinking about what she said in there, letting him watch as she was cut into pieces. A chilling sensation shot up from the soles of Han Xiaoxiao's feet to the top of her head. How many women have you provoked, and how many ex-girlfriends do you have? Why did you have to provoke that crazy woman? Are you going in now? Han Xiaoxiao looked at Deputy Director Yang, afraid that he might have some trick up his sleeve to save the person. No, you can't do anything. Besides lecturing you young people on things you don't like to hear, what else can an old man like me do? Deputy Director Yang shook his head with regret. I'll go to the autopsy room. Maybe there's still a glimmer of hope. Han Xiaoxiao immediately nodded in relief after hearing that. She had already seen the photo of the body before going in. The body had been cut into pieces. Unless a deity came, there was no way to sew it back together. I'll go too. Thinking that Li Chen was still there watching the excitement, Han Xiaoxiao followed. In the interrogation room, Qin Moyan had returned to his motionless state, like a silicone doll. Inside the autopsy room, the mortician's apprentice covered her mouth in shock at the scattered body. And her usually confident teacher also looked incredulous and somewhat on the verge of collapse. How could it be cut like this? You didn't tell me in advance that it was like this. Lu Songlin stared blankly at the pile of flesh in front of him. It was impossible to stitch it back together. Not to mention stitching, even if he was covered in glue, it probably wouldn't stick. Well, you know the rules, the photos of the deceased are not allowed to be leaked, so... Tang Jiaming looked a bit embarrassed. This was indeed a bit awkward. Lu Songlin helplessly stepped forward to carefully examine it again. Various methods of stitching or gluing kept coming to mind, but all were rejected one by one. There was not a single piece of good flesh on the body. He didn't even know where to start. As Lu Songlin was trying to figure out a solution around the body, Tang Jiaming suddenly noticed something wrong with Li Chen. Seeing him staring blankly at the body, sweating profusely, and looking unwell. Yuenga, a normal person would definitely feel uncomfortable seeing such a scene. If you need to vomit, don't hold it in, the toilet is right there. Tang Jiaming pointed to the nearby toilet. But Li Chen's legs were weak, and he couldn't walk at all. Oh my god. How big of a grudge, how much hatred must this be? This is way more terrifying than he imagined. So, you're saying that he was cut like this because his name is the same as that Qin forensic scumbag ex-boyfriend's name, right? Li Chen swallowed his saliva and looked at Tang Jiaming, struggling to speak. The rumors are indeed like that, but I don't actually know the real name of her ex-boyfriend. Oh, then, what is his name? Li Chen pointed to the corpse. His name is Chen Guanxi, Tang Jiaming casually replied. Plop. Li Chen's legs instantly went weak, and he sat down on the ground. Yuan Ge, what's wrong with you? Tang Jiaming immediately went forward to help him up. Blame me, I thought you wouldn't be afraid of even hellish places like the Shura Arena, let alone a mere corpse. Tang Jiaming quickly escorted Li Chen out of the dissecting room. The mortician's sister looked at Li Chen in confusion. It shouldn't be, she wasn't afraid at all. Why did brother Li Chen look like that? A useless person trying to sew corpses. You must have mistaken the person, he must have chosen the wrong profession. Lu Songlin glanced at Li Chen, his mocking expression undisguised. Such a useless pretty boy, just slightly handsome. Why would there be 4 or 5 beautiful women surrounding him? Even Han Xiaoxiao, a police flower, is fond of him, they seem to be living together. What does he have that makes them like him? Jealousy has completely distorted his appearance. Teacher, please let go, you're almost crushing his lower body. Yuan Ge, are you okay? I'll go call sister-in-law and the others to send you back. After helping Li Chen out, Tang Jiaming was about to find Xia Sini and the others, but he was immediately stopped by Yuan. That forensic Qin, she doesn't have any violent or murderous tendencies, right? Li Chen held Tang Jiaming, his eyes looking like a helpless orphan. I don't think so. Tang Jiaming thought of Qin Moyan's extremely calm demeanor and shook his head. Before Li Chen could even breathe a sigh of relief, Tang Jiaming remembered the gossip from earlier. But if you provoke her, it's not certain. There was a senior brother who almost lost his third leg because of her. Li Chen's legs instantly tensed. Yuan Ge, do you have any thoughts about forensic Qin as well? Tang Jiaming suddenly thought of his big brother who had conquered 5 beautiful women. Now he was so concerned about forensic Qin. The big brother was truly the big brother, clearly unable to stand steadily out of fear, but still thinking about conquering such a ruthless person. Li Chen was now so scared that he started to have wild thoughts, wondering where he should bury himself. Even the decision of whether to restore the corpse had caused deep hesitation. If restored, she probably wouldn't go to jail, but he might be in danger. If not restored, Yuan Ge, she's a ruthless person, you must think carefully, one word can lead to disaster. Forensic Qin is 200 words on her head. Tang Jiaming looked at Li Chen, his brows furrowed suddenly, looking conflicted. He thought his big brother was thinking about how to conquer Qin Moyan, so he hurriedly tried to dissuade him. You've seen that in Human Corpse, he was not only named after forensic Qin's ex-boyfriend, but also because he had his feet in over 30 boats during his lifetime. Although the big brother was only in 5 boats now, if this continued, provoking Qin Yanwang would be like flirting with death on the edge. Have you ever been young and foolish, owed someone? Li Chen suddenly raised his head slowly, his struggling eyes gradually becoming firm. Me? Tang Jiaming was stunned for a moment, then raised his head slightly, his eyes becoming deep. Who hasn't been young and ignorant, made mistakes? It's just that when you come to your senses and want to make amends, she has already disappeared into the vast sea of people. Meeting again has become a luxury. Young ignorance is not an excuse. Everything you do to others will bounce back to you in the future, exactly as it is. What you owe others will always be repaid in another way. Li Chen listened to the constant exclamations of the embalmer's sister coming from the dissecting room. His eyes had become firm and resolute. Let's go pick the fruits of our past actions, even if it's a devil's fruit. The mistakes made in youth will eventually require someone to do something to make amends. With that, Li Chen released Tang Jiaming's arm and slowly stood up, the red morning sun casting a light on his determined figure. It was as if he had been coated with a faint golden light, making him look like a savior at that moment. So handsome. Li Chen re-entered the dissecting room at that moment. The embalmer's sister who had just walked out gave him a casual glance. Her heartbeat momentarily skipped a beat, then started pounding rapidly. Why is your face suddenly so red? Lu Songlin looked at the embalmer's sister with a puzzled expression. I'm fine, it's just too hot with the sun shining in. Tang Jiaming looked at Li Chen's suddenly towering figure. Lost in thought, his big brother spoke with such depth. Will what you owe others always be repaid in another way? No wonder my colleagues keep stealing my spicy snacks. So, is it to repay the debt of stealing my classmates' spicy snacks every day in 6th grade? But why did she keep buying them every day knowing I would steal them? Why do I now subconsciously buy a pack of spicy snacks every day just to have them stolen? Lost in thought, Tang Jiaming's mind returned to that sunny break time. His classmates squinted in the sunlight, smiling broadly at him, pretending not to see the hand reaching into her desk. Officer Tang, please tell Director Yang that I really can't repair this corpse. Even the best mortician in the world wouldn't be able to do anything with it. Lu Songlin glanced at Tang Jiaming outside the door. His eyes then shifted to Li Chen. Young people these days lack mental toughness. I don't think you can handle this job in the future. It's still early, you should consider changing careers. Li Chen smiled slightly at him, then looked at Tang Jiaming. Can I try to repair that corpse? Li Chen's determined gaze was fixed on Tang Jiaming. Tang Jiaming was stunned. Lu Songlin, the embalmer's sister, and several police officers were also momentarily stunned. Kid, I just said it can't be repaired. Are you deliberately undermining me? Lu Songlin looked displeased as he stared at Li Chen. Li Chen smiled at him, then looked at the embalmer's sister's sewing kit. Can I borrow your tools? No. Lu Songlin was about to refuse when he saw Li Chen's gaze meet the embalmer's sister's eyes. The embalmer's sister immediately surrendered, raised her hands, and handed the tools to Li Chen. Oh, okay. Looking at the blushing embalmer's sister, Li Chen took the toolbox and thanked her. Lu Songlin glanced at his precious apprentice, whose elbow suddenly turned outward, his face freezing. What are you doing? Who told you to lend your things to this incompetent fool? Do you really think I, your teacher, am incapable? Can this coward who goes weak at the sight of a corpse handle it? Lu Songlin glared fiercely at the embalmer's sister. The embalmer's sister lowered her head and muttered softly, not daring to argue back. Yuenga, you really know how to sew corpses? Tang Jiaming looked at Li Chen, then at the angry Lu Songlin, feeling a bit confused for a moment. Faced with the questioning gazes of the group, Li Chen could only helplessly walk towards the dissecting table, using his actions to prove that he was truly comparable to the Blue Vocation Technical School. Don't scare yourself into collapsing on the ground again, Lu Songlin sneered. Seeing this, he originally wanted to stop him from getting his own things back but then thought it might be better to let him make a fool of himself again. Yuan Gu, don't. Tang Jiaming hurriedly ran in, wanting to stop him. After all, even the most skilled corpse seamstress in the entire demon city said there was absolutely no way. It was true that there was no way to repair it. But when he saw Li Chen approaching the dissecting table, not only did he not show the same fear that had made his legs weak just now. Instead, there was an unparalleled confidence and radiance in his eyes. Tang Jiaming's words were immediately cut off. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the last time when the big brother took him to act cool. When faced with a top national pickpocket challenge, he also showed the same confident look. Li Chen carefully looked around the body. Lu Songlin and others were still wondering why he had been scared into collapsing on the ground just now. Now, looking at the body up close, he showed no signs of discomfort at all. Li Chen looked at Tang Jiaming and smiled slightly. It's okay, I'm a professional. I've seen so many young people like you who love to show off. Don't waste your time pretending. I've sewn more bodies than you've seen dead people. Just like this, no one can do it. Lu Songlin immediately thought Li Chen was just trying to show off, his tone impatient and mocking. When it comes to professionalism, who can be more professional than him? Over the years, no colleague has dared to claim to be professional in front of him. At the same time, Lu Songlin glared at his beloved apprentice. Without even asking, he lent his tools to others without permission. However, Li Chen ignored Lu Songlin, circled the body once, and then calmly opened the toolbox. "Xiao Tang, go help me get a basin of hot water." Li Chen looked up at Tang Jiaming. Tang Jiaming, facing that confident look, did not hesitate and had the nearby police officer fetch a pot of hot water. "Don't tell me you really believe him? I've been in this line for over 20 years, learning to sew corpses with my master since I was a child. If I say I can't sew a body, who dares to take a second look and claim they can do it?" Lu Songlin felt that Tang Jiaming's lack of opposition to Li Chen, and even assisting him, was undoubtedly a slap in his face. Tang Jiaming looked a little embarrassed at Lu Songlin. This top-notch corpse seamstress in the Demon City not only had frequent dealings with the city bureau, but also had to deal with various branch offices. What he said was true. Several times when he said he couldn't sew a body, the bureau never sought a second opinion. But now that person was his big brother. After the hot water was brought, despite the surprised and disdainful looks of the others, Li Chen began to wash the body. "Teacher, his movements are so fast and beautiful to watch." The apprentice embalmer looked at Li Chen's extremely fast and professional, yet artistic, method of cleaning the bloodstains and dirt from the body. She couldn't help but exclaim. It seemed that even her teacher didn't have such a fast and beautiful technique. The other police officers, upon hearing the embalmer's words, couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Especially Tang Jiaming, who now almost believed that his big brother, who had never disappointed him, could really sew a body. Of course, Lu Songlin, feeling challenged in his professionalism, still looked unconvinced. "Even if you clean it up, it's useless. Let's see how you sew it after it's been cut like this. Young man, then you watch carefully and learn well." Li Chen smiled at Lu Songlin and took out the finest needle and thread from the toolbox, finer than a hair, and began to sew the body in the midst of everyone's incredulous expressions. "Director Yang, Shin Moyan should not be able to escape this time with a sentence of more than 3 months, right?" On the way to the dissecting room, Han Xiaoxiao looked at Deputy Director Yang with a worried expression and asked, "If that girl continues to behave like this during the mediation and court stages, according to the damage to the corpse, it may be 6 or 7 months. The corpse was severely damaged, and the subjective intent was too strong." Deputy Director Yang looked helpless. "Oh, that's good then." Han Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile slightly after hearing that. "Xiaoxiao, do you have any misunderstandings about that girl Qin?" Deputy Director Yang looked at Han Xiaoxiao with a relieved expression. He felt a little puzzled in his heart. That girl usually appears cold, but she is actually a kind girl who hates evil. "I'm afraid of her hatred for evil." Han Xiaoxiao couldn't help but give Deputy Director Yang a disdainful look. "I thought that only you and her in the bureau could have common topics to chat about. Who knew?" Deputy Director Yang suddenly looked regretful as if he had found the wrong person. Han Xiaoxiao didn't care. She didn't apologize, and the body could not be restored. Shin Moyan should be in prison. When she comes out, it will be too late. Han Xiaoxiao felt relieved, and her expression instantly relaxed. Even Xia Sini and others who were waiting outside for Li Chen to return suddenly looked more pleasing in her eyes. Xia Sini was surprised to see Han Xiaoxiao looking at her with a somewhat gentle gaze. Did the tigress take the wrong medicine today? Or is she afraid of us three and ready to make peace? Maybe the tigress is afraid of us. Xia Sini muttered, scared by Han Xiaoxiao's sudden change in attitude. "Sini, should we also go up and take a look?" Lu Zai looked at Han Xiaoxiao's back as she walked away in the direction Li Chen left, feeling a bit anxious. She had the shortest time to get along with Yang Qingxue and Li Chen here. No matter how they tried to find opportunities, there was always a preconceived notion of Han Xiaoxiao in the middle. It was unrealistic to compete with someone like Han Xiaoxiao alone. It was necessary to hold on to Xia Sini, her first love, when needed. After all, they saw how doting Li Chen was on Xia Sini. Currently, only Xia Sini had the strength to fight against Han Xiaoxiao, but he asked us to wait here for him and not to run around. Xia Sini hesitated a bit after thinking about it. "I always listen to him the most." Lu Zai and Yang Qingxue rolled their eyes at each other. When Han Xiaoxiao and Deputy Director Yang arrived at the door of the dissecting room, they saw Tang Jiaming and several police officers, as well as Lu Songlin, standing there with their mouths wide open, stunned in place. They had already guessed the result in their hearts and sighed slightly. Indeed, the extent of the damage to the corpse was such that even the top corpse sewing master would be amazed. "Xiao Lu, if it really doesn't work out, just go back first. I know I'm putting you in a difficult position." Deputy Director Yang sighed and said to Lu Songlin, "Xiao Tang, you're off duty, so take Lu Gu with you. Han Xiaoxiao also nodded immediately, as if afraid of any accidents, and quickly had Tang Jiaming send Lu Songlin away. However, after hearing the words of the two, Lu Songlin had no reaction. Tang Jiaming, on the other hand, turned back excitedly to look at Deputy Director Yang. Director, sister-in-law, Lu Go really can't handle that corpse, but it seems like we've found a big treasure in our bureau. Deputy Director Yang was slightly stunned after hearing this. Han Xiaoxiao suddenly had a bad premonition. The two immediately walked into the dissecting room, only to see half of the dissecting table blocked by a curtain. A pair of hands were rapidly and elegantly sewing and repairing the body that had already been cut into a pile of rotten flesh. Under the operation of those hands, the upper body had already been sewn and repaired to a considerable extent. If this repair continued, it was feared that when fully repaired, the body could even be restored to about 70 to 80% of its original state at the time of death. The two couldn't wait to look at the figure that was half covered. Li Chen? Deputy Director Yang and Han Xiaoxiao exclaimed at the same time. Li Chen glanced at them, revealing a calm and confident smile. Deputy Director Yang immediately looked at Li Chen with great joy. This kid really surprises himself every time he comes. Even the top domestic masters can't sew a body like this? If it weren't for the tight situation now, no matter what, he must be brought in. Unfortunately, this kid only has 3 months left to live, otherwise, he would have to supervise him to take the civil service exam, and then find a way to get him into the municipal bureau. Ah, talent is truly envied by the heavens. But as Han Xiaoxiao saw Li Chen for a moment next to Deputy Director Yang, her face immediately darkened. Watching the body being continuously sewn and repaired bit by bit under his hands, it was like using a needle to pierce her heart, stitch by stitch. Xiaoxiao, why do you look so bad? Deputy Director Yang was about to speak to Han Xiaoxiao in celebration. He saw her staring at Li Chen's face, her expression immediately turning dark and about to burst into tears. Deputy Director Yang immediately took a small step to the side. It was sunny when they arrived. How did it suddenly change? Ah, a woman's mind, especially the mind of such a beautiful woman, is truly as hard to grasp as a needle in the sea. Tang, look at Xiaoxiao, it seems like she's about to lose it again. A police officer also noticed Han Xiaoxiao's increasingly bad complexion. He immediately pulled his colleague Tang Jiaming next to him to remind him. Tang Jiaming turned his head and was instantly shocked. Oh my, with this posture, brother is going to suffer. Tang Jiaming muttered under his breath, but he watched as Han Xiaoxiao walked towards Li Chen, his body completely frozen. And the one who tried to stop Han Xiaoxiao was Lu Songlin, who had always been at odds with Li Chen. Officer Han, when sewing a body, it is most taboo to have amateurs nearby to interfere, especially with such a tricky body. One wrong stitch may not be able to be corrected. Lu Songlin, who had come to his senses, nervously looked at Han Xiaoxiao. He was completely in awe of Li Chen's godlike technique at this point. Not only in awe, but as Li Chen had said before, he was wholeheartedly studying his technique. It was instinctive for him to prevent any possible disturbance from Han Xiaoxiao. But he was stared down by Han Xiaoxiao with just one look. My dear apprentice, never learn from Officer Han in the future, otherwise your boyfriend will be in trouble. Han Xiaoxiao looked at Li Chen, who was still smiling at her. The nameless anger in her heart surged up. She thought that it was a sure thing when Qin Moyan went in, there shouldn't be any more accidents. He wouldn't be dismantled by that lunatic with one careless move. But she never expected that the unexpected would come from that guy's own hands. Stop for a moment. Han Xiaoxiao walked to Li Chen's side, suppressing her anger and whispered. What's wrong, Xiaoxiao? Li Chen looked at Han Xiaoxiao's unpleasant face, his heart sinking instantly. His movements also stopped. Have you seen that forensic Qin before? Thought another ex-girlfriend appeared and Han Xiaoxiao was jealous, Li Chen asked cautiously. I've met her, do you want to hear what she said to me? Han Xiaoxiao sighed as she looked at Li Chen's somewhat nervous face. The anger in her heart immediately subsided by half. Li Chen nodded as he looked at Han Xiaoxiao's face. Han Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, adjusted her complex emotions, and slowly spoke in a low voice. She said, if any scumbag ever betrayed her, she would cut that scumbag into over 200 pieces after death, and she would cut that scumbag into over 200 pieces while still alive. Before Han Xiaoxiao finished speaking, the needle and thread in Li Chen's hand slipped instantly. Looking at the tattered body beneath him and then thinking about himself, his face turned pale instantly, asking for a free gift. Li Chen, why did you stop? Xiaoxiao, come back quickly, don't interfere with others. Vice Director Yang saw Han Xiaoxiao and Li Chen whispering to each other and didn't know what they were talking about, looking anxious. This is not just a matter of Xiaoxin, it also concerns the reputation of our bureau. You can't cause trouble for the bureau at this time. Let's go home. I can quit this criminal investigation job. I'll submit my resignation application tomorrow. Han Xiaoxiao glanced at Vice Director Yang, then grabbed Li Chen's hand and tried to leave. The people around them saw that Han Xiaoxiao was not joking, and their expressions suddenly became flustered. Vice Director Yang's expression froze even more. If Han Xiaoxiao really resigned, the entire economic investigation system in the bureau would be shaken. Those young people who were eager to show off in front of the beautiful woman, eager to solve any case, would be in chaos. Thinking about it, Vice Director Yang's forehead was already sweating. Seeing the unprecedented growth of the economic investigation team after Han Xiaoxiao arrived, everyone was eager to perform, and the crime-solving rate was astonishing. If she resigned, it would be a huge mistake. She hates me, why are you resigning? Li Chen also smiled bitterly, nudging Han Xiaoxiao behind him with his elbow. If I stop you now, I will inevitably be resented in the future. It's better to leave on your own. Han Xiaoxiao raised her head defiantly, looking at Li Chen stubbornly. Who told you I was giving up? Li Chen slowly bent down to pick up the needle and thread from the ground, looking like he was about to continue the unfinished work. You're crazy. Han Xiaoxiao immediately grabbed Li Chen's arm, trying to drag him away. No matter how hard she tried, Li Chen firmly looked into her eyes and shook his head. She's only going to be imprisoned for a few months, not beheaded. This time in prison, she might hold even greater resentment towards me when she comes out. Li Chen sighed softly in his heart. It's true that you can avoid something for a while, but not forever. But you. Han Xiaoxiao wanted to stop him, but Li Chen had already wrapped his arm around her and slowly pushed her out. Then he began to focus on repairing the body. At this moment, Han Xiaoxiao also knew she couldn't stop him. She could only stand outside, watching Li Chen diligently repairing the body. Watching him so devotedly pushing himself into the fire pit, even after 100 years, it would still make her heart flutter. But sometimes she wished he was a complete scumbag. Then maybe she could grit her teeth and ignore him. Sigh. Han Xiaoxiao sighed. Then, unconsciously, she touched her flat stomach. How nice it would be if her future child could see his father shining brightly like this. Without all the distractions, Li Chen gradually entered a state of excellence, almost entering a state of unconscious flow, with his movements becoming faster and faster. Lu Songlin, a professional, stared at him, not daring to blink, afraid of missing Li Chen's next crucial stitch. He felt that all his years of experience in sewing corpses combined did not compare to what he had learned from watching Li Chen operate in just a few hours. The embalming apprentice beside him was staring blankly at Li Chen's eyes, which had turned into peach blossoms. After a few hours, the body had been almost completely stitched and repaired. Even the little brother who had been cut into 18 pieces was carefully stitched back together by Li Chen. In the end, Lu Songlin, who was already in awe of Li Chen, took the initiative to assist him. After a meticulous inspection and repair by the two, when the work was completed, the body had been restored to over 95%. Looking at this almost perfect work, even Lu Songlin couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. He had never imagined that a body so destroyed could be restored to such a degree. Han Xiaoxiao watched Li Chen work tirelessly for 2 hours, unable to help but wipe the sweat from his face. Director Yang, if there's nothing else, we'll head back now. Han Xiaoxiao greeted Deputy Director Yang and led Li Chen out of the autopsy room. Deputy Director Yang looked at the perfectly pieced-together body and was in awe. Li Chen was truly his hero. It's all good now, Xiao Tang. Later you take Li Chen to meet Qin Yadu. No matter what, she needs to know who helped her. I'll handle the family members. Deputy Director Yang instructed Tang Jiaming. Yes, Director. Tang Jiaming nodded. His admiration for Li Chen reached a new height. It turned out that Big Brother really wanted to win over Qin Forensic too, not just thinking randomly. Do you want to meet Qin Moyan? Han Xiaoxiao linked arms with Li Chen, her face still pale as she glanced at him. Next time for sure. Thinking of the overwhelming resentment, Li Chen immediately shrank his neck. I thought you had more guts. I really can't do anything with you, let's hurry back while she's still locked up. Han Xiaoxiao shook her head helplessly. I think you shouldn't come to the bureau anymore in the future. The two walked hand in hand, both speeding up their pace towards the office building. From afar, Xia Sini, Chen Qingsno, and Lu Zai were looking over in boredom. The sight of these three super beauties standing together was a breathtaking scene. Passing police officers couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds. When the three saw Li Chen and Han Xiaoxiao approaching, they immediately smiled and embraced them. This scene of enjoying the blessings of the people made all the police officers who witnessed it grit their teeth in envy. They wished they could just take Li Chen away on the spot. Seeing the three approaching, Li Chen's previously nervous mood suddenly relaxed. Indeed, beautiful women were the best way to relieve stress, especially when four super beauties gathered together. Even if he were to die the next second, he could do so with a smile. Just as Li Chen reached out to greet Xia Sini and the others with a smile, his gaze fell on the building behind them. His expression instantly froze. The radiant smile on his face turned into an extremely ugly look, as if he were about to cry and laugh at the same time. The most feared thing, the sudden silence in the air. Han Xiaoxiao also noticed Li Chen's change in expression. Following his gaze, she immediately looked towards the building in the distance. At a glance, a group of people stood tall and graceful, like lotus flowers out of water, so beautiful that even women couldn't help but be moved by their presence. Qin Moyan? Han Xiaoxiao whispered. How did she come out now? Yuan Gu, you guys left too quickly. Luckily I called my colleague to bring forensic Dr. Qin out to meet you. Fortunately we made it in time. Behind Li Chen and Han Xiaoxiao, Tang Jiaming ran over shouting. But Li Chen couldn't hear Tang Jiaming's voice at this moment. The moment he and Qin Moyan locked eyes, they both unmistakably recognized each other at the same time. The shock, joy, and resentment in Li Chen's eyes when he first saw Qin Moyan were well hidden by her. At this moment, Li Chen could hardly detect any trace of human emotion in her gaze. Was she looking at a dead person? Yuan Gu, did you see the tall beauty standing out in the crowd below the building, over 1.7 meters tall, even more beautiful than a silicone doll? She is Qin Moyan, the forensic Dr. Qin. Tang Jiaming ran up cheerfully, but instead of a warm welcome, he was met with a fierce look from Han Xiaoxiao, as if facing an enemy who killed her father. Tang Jiaming immediately shuddered. Yes, it was Director Yang's idea, nothing to do with me. After speaking, Tang Jiaming wanted to wink at Li Chen, hinting that he would help him meet forensic Dr. Qin. But Li Chen stood still like a statue, unable to move. Let's go. Before Li Chen and Qin Moyan could react, Han Xiaoxiao grabbed Li Chen's arm and walked out. Summer Xine and the others, feeling a bit confused, had to follow behind. But after a few seconds, Qin Moyan suddenly walked towards them. She intercepted them on the way to the parking lot. Seeing another stunning beauty staring directly at Li Chen, Summer Xine, Chen Xingsno, and Lu Zai instantly became wary. They looked at Qin Moyan with a strong sense of hostility in their eyes. They subtly moved closer to Li Chen. Lu Zai was now even more nervous than when she was seeking financing alone. The pressure exerted by this beautiful woman, who was no less attractive than them in terms of looks and figure, was incomparable to the mortician sister from before. Qin Moyan watched as the four rarely seen beauties surrounded Li Chen. She quietly loosened the scalpel in her pocket. Captain Tang just said that a person named Li Chen repaired the body? Qin Moyan then changed her emotionless expression and looked at Han Xiaoxiao with a hint of playfulness. Han Xiaoxiao met her gaze but remained silent. So he is Li Chen? Your ex-boyfriend? Qin Moyan's gaze shifted back to Li Chen. Yes, he is the one who just helped you stitch up the body, the one who saved you from going to jail, Li Chen, hee. Seeing Han Xiaoxiao and the others remain silent, Tang Jiaming immediately stepped forward for his big brother. The hero saves the beauty, always one of the killer moves to win over a beauty. Unexpectedly, Qin Moyan did not show the grateful expression towards Li Chen as Tang Jiaming had imagined. Instead, after a slight surprise, she looked at Li Chen with a mocking expression. Even after I cut it up like that, you can still stitch it up. It seems that in these years, besides chasing girls, you have learned a lot? Or is it that stitching up the bodies of scum by a scum man yields better results? Qin Moyan's emotionless tone sent chills down Li Chen's spine. Is it that in the future, every time you go out, you have to face social death and be executed once? Because when they see the fate of that scum, they often think about their own fate one day? Sewing it up naturally becomes more attentive, right, Guanxi? Oh no, it's Li Chen? Ah. In that instant, Tang Jiaming's gaze shifted back and forth between Qin Moyan and Li Chen dozens of times. You guys knew each other a long time ago? The name Guanxi sounds quite familiar. But after careful consideration, Tang Jiaming's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Li Chen, who looked desolate, and Han Xiaoxiao's increasingly resentful gaze. Damn! She actually called Guanxi Big Brother? Both that corpse and the ex-boyfriend who died 5 years ago were named Chen Guanxi. Before his own CPU burned out, Tang Jiaming suddenly realized that he might have caused trouble. His body immediately took 6 or 7 steps back. After Xia Sini and the others listened to Qin Moyan's words, and Han Xiaoxiao's intense hostility towards the woman in front of her, they could not help but guess the identity of the beautiful woman in front of them. Another ex-girlfriend of Li Chen's appeared. Xia Sini, Chen Xingsno, and Lu Zai all looked at Li Chen with puzzled eyes. My god, how long has it been? Why do his ex-girlfriends keep popping up like spring onions? Just when one is cut down, another one sprouts up directly. Facing the three women's rolling eyes, Li Chen could only return an apologetic look. He really wanted to explain now that all of this was arranged by Pu Gai Zi. It was really not his intention. But the gazes around him, enough to kill a person dozens of times over, left him with no chance to speak. Shin Moyan, we need to go home now, please move aside, don't block the way. Han Xiaoxiao stared at Shin Moyan's face and said somewhat rudely. Han Xiaoxiao, my intuition is indeed too accurate. We are really alike, even the men we like are the same. Shin Moyan looked at Han Xiaoxiao expressionlessly. I finally understand now why you showed such hostility towards me in the interrogation room, but what I don't understand is why you still go to such lengths to protect him. Shin Moyan finished speaking and glanced at Xia Sini and the others. It's none of your business. If you have any issues, come directly to me. If he has wronged you in the past, I will make it up for him, don't bother him. Han Xiaoxiao stared at Shin Moyan firmly. Xia Sini and the others realized that this person was here to cause trouble for Li Chen. They immediately surrounded Li Chen more tightly with their bodies. If you ever dare to harm him in any way, I will make sure your whole family is hit by a car the next day when they step out of the house. Xia Sini glared fiercely at Shin Moyan. I will do as I say. Xia Sini and the others had heard about the cruel methods of this Qin forensic doctor while waiting for Li Chen, but they never expected that such a ruthless person would turn out to be a super beautiful woman, and also one of the damn ex-girlfriends. The threatening words filled with meaning made Shin Moyan's eyebrows raise instantly, requesting a free gift. Xia Sini was now staring fiercely at Shin Moyan, like a fierce little beast. Things said or done in a state of impulse or irrationality often lead to regret when one calms down. Shin Moyan looked at Xia Sini expressionlessly. Killing is actually very simple, but can you bear the consequences? At worst, it's a life for a life. As long as you dare to harm him, I will use my own life to bury your whole family. I will do as I say, without a hint of regret. When it comes to matters that may affect Li Chen's safety, Xia Sini's whole demeanor changes completely. Shin Moyan's expressionless face suddenly showed a hint of confusion after hearing it. Is that so? Quickly hiding the surprise, Shin Moyan's slender right hand suddenly reached out from the coat pocket. This scene instantly scared Han Xiaoxiao pale, using her body to quickly block Li Chen completely in front of her. Shin Moyan's delicate fingertips held a black rectangular electronic device. Seeing that she was not holding a surgical knife, this made Han Xiaoxiao, who thought Shin Moyan was going crazy, breathe a sigh of relief instantly. This is the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Just based on the threat you made to my family, I can call someone over now and arrest you for provocation and troublemaking. Shin Moyan looked calmly at Xia Sini, then glanced at the police officers coming in and out of the office building in the distance. Unless you apologize now, or else you'll be detained for 3 to 5 days. Although Shin Moyan's tone and gaze did not carry any threat, her imposing presence and these 2 sentences were undeniably powerful. Xia Sini, who had only suffered losses in front of Han Xiaoxiao since childhood, was unwilling to agree. Li Chen, hearing this, pulled Xia Sini behind him to protect her. He also rubbed her head, signaling her not to speak for the time being. Shin Moyan's pupils contracted imperceptibly at the sight, but there was no change in her expression. Alright, don't try to scare me with your tricks. That thing in your hand is definitely not a recording pen. Han Xiaoxiao stopped Li Chen from speaking immediately. She stared coldly at Shin Moyan. At this moment, any word or action from Li Chen could escalate the conflict, so silence was the best response. Li Chen looked at this exquisite face and tall figure. He couldn't figure out who his ex-girlfriend from a few years ago was. Speaking rashly might indeed cause trouble. Shin Moyan glanced again at Li Yuan, who was being protected by 4 women. She discreetly put her hand back into her jacket pocket. Shin Moyan, if you have nothing else, please step aside. We're in a hurry, Han Xiaoxiao said as she pulled Li Chen towards the parking lot. However, when passing by Shin Moyan, Li Chen stopped on his own. He looked surprised at her, and his favorability towards her remained at a high of 50. Li Chen suddenly said softly, I'm sorry. Before he could finish speaking, Han Xiaoxiao, who was afraid, dragged him away directly. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Han Xiaoxiao, who had never laid a hand on Li Chen before, suddenly pinched his arm hard. She always carries a surgical knife in her pocket. With that distance and time just now, she could have cut your carotid artery 10 times. Seeing Han Xiaoxiao's face turn pale with fear, Li Chen took her hand and gently hugged her before getting into the car, easing some of her fear and worry. She's a lunatic. She can even use a corpse to vent her emotions. I can't imagine what she might do when she sees the real you. Han Xiaoxiao lay in Li Chen's arms, her face full of fear. This was almost the first time she had shown her vulnerable side in front of Xia Sini and the others. It's okay, she holds a grudge against me, but it's not to the point of taking my life on the spot. Li Chen comforted her softly while stroking Han Xiaoxiao's hair. In fact, before Shin Moyan's favorability froze, he was also scared to death. After all the rumors about her before were cruel and terrifying, especially when that body named Chen Guanxi was cut into pieces. He almost scared himself to pee. The moment he stepped out of the anatomy room, he had already sworn in his heart he would never set foot in the police station again. But just now, when he saw that Chin Moyan's affection for him had reached 50, all the accumulated fear and dread from before instantly dissipated by half. That was a whopping 50 affection points. You should know, when he first met Han Xiaoxiao, her affection for him was only 40. Back then, she didn't even directly pull out a gun and shoot him dead. Faced with a 50 affection score, what was there to panic about? A dignified man of 7 feet tall, could he be controlled by a girl with a scalpel in hand? Why are you looking at me like that? Han Xiaoxiao suddenly noticed that Li Chen was staring at her strangely. And nothing, I just feel lucky that you were the first one I met. Looking at Han Xiaoxiao in his arms, Li Chen secretly wiped his sweat. Suddenly, he thought, if he had met someone else first, would Han Xiaoxiao, who never tolerated any competition, accept having other women around him? Would she? As Li Chen pondered, he felt a chill on his wrist, and he shivered. His ex-girlfriend was truly untouchable, completely untouchable. Damn the system, thank you for letting me meet Han Xiaoxiao first, sincerely, thank you and your whole family. With her around, you shouldn't come to the police station anymore. She didn't do anything to you this time, but I'm afraid next time she might not be able to resist. Han Xiaoxiao held Li Chen tightly in her hands. If something happens to you in front of me, even if I split myself into 4, giving each of your ex-girlfriends a piece wouldn't be enough to atone. At this moment, Xiaoxini, Chen Qingsno, and Lu Zai listened to Han Xiaoxiao's words. Not only did they not question why another ex-girlfriend had appeared, but they all looked at Li Chen with worry on their faces. Of course, their dissatisfaction with Han Xiaoxiao was also written all over their faces. So, did this mean that the appearance of a new ex-girlfriend was unconsciously accepted by them all? Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. It is indeed a case of blessings and misfortunes intertwined. It was not in vain that he risked his life to repair that corpse. Li Chen enjoyed the soft fragrance emanating from the perfect body under the thin gauze in his arms, and bathed in several pairs of extremely concerned eyes. Just a second ago it was an execution ground, and now suddenly it turned into a gentle place. In that moment, he felt that even if he died, he could truly smile in the afterlife. Of course, being alive and, doing that thing, cough cough, would be the best. After all, he still had to make amends for the sins committed by the damn system. There will always be someone to repair this broken world. Silly girl, if you're split into 4, then after I die, won't I be split into? Li Chen gently stroked Han Xiaoxiao's dark and thick hair, soothing her nerves that were just tense. I'll try to come to the police station less in the future. With a 50 affection score, even though she currently had no intention of harming him. But who knows if one day she might change her mind. Xiaoxini, Chen Qingsno, and Lu Zai were envious and resentful. But as if they had formed an unwritten rule, they all tacitly refrained from disturbing. After all, none of them wanted to be interrupted when they were pouring out their longing for Li Chen, just like that. On the other side, after hearing Li Chen's apology, Chin Moyan stood still for 3 full seconds. She had imagined many scenarios of the two of them meeting again at a street corner or a sudden rain in a coffee shop. Just like they used to meet 3 times at 3 key points in one day as if it were fate. She, who never believed in fate, slowly succumbed. But she never thought that their next meeting would be in such a scene. After Chin Moyan stood still for a few seconds, his eyes suddenly looked towards Tang Jiaming, who was a dozen steps away from her. As if remembering something, she quickly walked towards Tang Jiaming. At the same time, her right hand, which had been in her pocket all along, suddenly took out something from the pocket of her windbreaker. The slender fingertips also held something, but this time, it was an extremely sharp surgical knife. The moment she held the surgical knife, Chin Moyan's entire aura instantly became stronger. As she walked, she played with the surgical knife with her fingers. Watching the shiny surgical knife twirling beautifully between Chin Yama's fingers, Tang Jiaming suddenly had the illusion that his pants were wet. When he was repairing the body, did he know that I was the one who cut it? When Chin Moyan walked to within 3 steps of Tang Jiaming, her steps suddenly stopped. Yuan Ge knew, or I told Yuan Ge. Faced with the fierce Chin Yama carrying a deadly weapon, Tang Jiaming dared not even breathe, begging the female hero with a pleading tone. No matter what she wants to ask now, even if she wants to know how many women he has mistreated, he must immediately count them for her. But it seems like this question doesn't need counting. So he knew my name and identity from the beginning? He also knew how I used to deal with those scumbags in the past? And he went to repair the body? Chin Moyan's tone suddenly rose. Tang Jiaming secretly glanced at Chin Moyan's exquisite face. Thinking back to when he mentioned this Chin Yama before, he inexplicably showed fear several times. And when he saw the body, he couldn't even stand steadily. Finally, he mistakenly called him Guanxi before contacting Chin Yama. All the clues suddenly connected in his mind, making him instantly enlightened. Damn, it's really my only admired Guanxi. Your forensic ex-boyfriend who died 5 years ago is really you. But at the same time, he immediately sweated for Li Guanxi. You are really ruthless. Given Qin Yama's level of resentment towards his predecessor, it's a miracle that he didn't immediately strike just now. What are you thinking? Don't try to lie in front of me, my criminal psychology is no worse than Han Xiaoxiao's. Qin Moyan stared closely at Tang Jiaming's face, observing all the subtle expressions. Yuan Ge did know, when I mentioned your name, he should have recognized you. He almost wet his pants when he saw the body in the dissecting room. Tang Jiaming answered truthfully, trying to cover for Li Chen, but the situation didn't allow him to say a single false word. But later, Yuan Ge said he owed some people and had to do something to make amends. After saying that, he seemed to have changed. From being scared to wetting his pants, he directly repaired the body. After hearing this, Qin Moyan's expression suddenly became slightly distracted. He's not afraid of me, not afraid of how I treated him? Qin Moyan whispered in a voice only she could hear. Oh, by the way, halfway through, Han Xiaoxiao tried to stop Yuan Ge from sewing up the body, but she failed. Tang Jiaming looked at Qin Moyan, whose expression suddenly changed, and quickly added. But this time, this little brother finally made up for his mistake and gave a good assist. After listening to Tang Jiaming's words, Qin Moyan's face softened a bit more. Where do they live now? Send me the address. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Qin Moyan's expression returned to normal, his eyes fixed on Tang Jiaming. This doesn't seem right, does it? He is my best big brother. Tang Jiaming looked at Qin Moyan with a bitter face. He was his beloved big brother, how could he easily betray him knowing the danger? If you don't tell me, I have ways to find out. It's just Building 301, Lotus Pond Community. Qin Moyan didn't even finish the threatening words behind him. Tang Jiaming quickly answered like thunder. Joking, who could withstand Qin Moyan's threat? Anyway, it would be revealed sooner or later. It's better to answer quickly, maybe it will leave a good impression. Qin Moyan stared at Tang Jiaming for a while. After confirming that he was not lying, he nodded, said thank you, and left without looking back. Tang Jiaming felt relieved instantly, heaved a sigh of relief. But the next moment, a familiar voice made him tense up again. Xiao Tang, why haven't you left yet? Come up, I'll give you a ride. Li Chen drove Han Xiaoxiao's red Mercedes-Benz passing by. Seeing Li Chen, he immediately remembered that he had just completely betrayed him. And seeing Han Xiaoxiao in the passenger seat looking at him as if she wanted to tear him apart. No, it's okay, I suddenly need to use the restroom, you guys go ahead. After saying that, Tang Jiaming fled directly, silently thinking, what's the harm in people knowing his address? The big brother has extraordinary abilities. Even Han Xiaoxiao can be controlled by him, and with just a scalpel. Just as Tang Jiaming, who had just turned back, unexpectedly encountered Qin Moyan hastily leaving the office building with a shoulder bag. Xiao Qin, I just settled things for you with the family, the body will be cremated soon, why are you in such a hurry again? Vice Director Yang's voice came from behind. I'm going to Lotus Pond Community. Thud. Tang Jiaming, who was already feeling guilty, missed a step on the stairs. Big brother, you must forgive your little brother this time. Xiao Tang, what's wrong with you again? You can stay awake for 3 days and nights at the sub-bureau, but why do you look so exhausted after just one night shift at the municipal bureau? Vice Director Yang frowned as he saw Tang Jiaming stumbling even on the stairs. It's nothing, Director, I'm going home. Tang Jiaming glanced at Vice Director Yang, then watched Qin Moyan's figure getting farther and his face turned pale as a liver. He was about to silently mourn for his good big brother, but then he thought, wait a minute, big brother now has 4 beautiful women protecting him. No matter how powerful Qin Moyan is, can he still take big brother's head in the midst of all that? The one in danger is actually himself. Tomorrow when Han Xiaoxiao goes to work, he might be in danger. Director, if I get sent to the hospital by a colleague tomorrow and don't want to hold them accountable, can it be considered a work-related injury? Tang Jiaming thought for a moment and turned to look at Vice Director Yang. Silly boy, what are you talking about? As long as you don't act recklessly, Xinyatu is not as bad as you think. Don't be misled by rumors. Vice Director Yang looked at Qin Moyan and then at Tang Jiaming, with a knowing expression. Look at how pale you are, go back quickly. If your former sub-bureau leader sees you, he might think we're mistreating you at the municipal bureau. Oh. Tang Jiaming walked out dejectedly. He could already imagine Han Xiaoxiao wielding a knife to attack him tomorrow. Lotus Pond Community. Han Xiaoxiao casually glanced at the rearview mirror. Seeing Chen Xingsnow and Lu Zai's cars following closely into the community, she couldn't help muttering under her breath. If your ex-girlfriend continues to develop at this speed, will she have to form an endless convoy when she comes back in the future? Li Chen saw Han Xiaoxiao's eyes looking at him, immediately looked ahead, pretending not to hear or see her gaze. Han Xiaoxiao couldn't find a point to continue playing either. She had to give up. Several people parked their cars one after another. Li Chen had just opened the car door when Xia Xini immediately grabbed one of Li Chen's arms. Lu Zai had the best driving skills, although he was the last to enter the community. But he had already parked his car early and was waiting for Li Chen at the spot where he got off the car. Originally quite reserved, after a few times, she had already thrown away her reserve. One on the left and one on the right, tightly holding Li Chen's arms, they went upstairs. Han Xiaoxiao didn't think much about it. After all, she had many opportunities to be alone with Li Chen. It didn't matter those 2 or 3 minutes, she could be generous and let them have it. But Chen Xingsno saw Lu Zai working so hard, and she started to worry about herself. Occasionally passing neighbors saw this situation, besides silently saying why him. They shook their heads at the open-mindedness of young people nowadays. Just as the 5 people entered the room, without outsiders' attention, the 4 women's eyes began to confront each other again. I'll go tidy up. Li Chen, who wanted to escape the battlefield, hadn't taken 2 steps yet. He was immediately pulled by Chen Xingsno and pressed onto the sofa. I heard you've been busy all morning. I'll tidy up at home, you should rest well. After saying that, Chen Xingsno lightly kissed Li Chen's forehead as a demonstration. Han Xiaoxiao and Xia Xini were immediately anxious. This is my home. Han Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth in anger. What do you mean she's tidying up at home? She didn't kick them out, and now they really think of this place as their own home? Where my heart is, there is my home. Faced with Han Xiaoxiao's anger, Chen Xingsno replied lightly. But when she wanted to clean up the messy dining table, she found that Lu Zai had already quietly cleaned up half of it. Chen Xingsno didn't delay at all, she went straight to clean up the kitchen. Seeing this, Xia Xini naturally couldn't lose. She didn't care about anything else and immediately joined the cleaning brigade. For a moment, Han Xiaoxiao felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say anymore. Don't rush to grab it, you don't even walk naturally. Li Chen pulled Han Xiaoxiao down onto the sofa. He glanced at the time, which was almost noon, and went downstairs to buy groceries. He took out his phone from his pocket and checked it. The social media app was full of private messages asking why he hadn't started the live broadcast yet. Among them, a wealthy woman, Qingning in the summer, also sent a message. Looking at the question mark in the wealthy woman's chat box, Li Chen didn't know whether to reply or not. After some thought, the wealthy woman's tips were his lifeline. In order to keep this generous wealthy woman, he replied with a sentence, saying that his wife was about to give birth, so he wouldn't be broadcasting today. This was the most effective excuse he could think of. Perhaps even saying he had a terminal illness wouldn't be as effective. Besides, don't wealthy women nowadays like responsible and capable men? It might even make the wealthy woman reminisce about the happy times of pregnancy and childbirth. Maybe she would reward him with a few carnival tips as soon as he started broadcasting. By taking a day off while standing, maintaining the image of a good man, and evoking the wealthy woman's memories of happiness, it was like hitting 3 birds with 1 stone. After replying to the wealthy woman's message, Li Chen put his phone back in his pocket. And at the moment he lowered his head, a black Audi A8 passed by. In the Audi A8, Qin Moyan suddenly saw Li Chen with a drooping gaze and a mysterious smile on his face. He slammed on the brakes, stopping the car in place. Then he stared blankly at Li Chen slowly walking away from the rearview mirror. He waited until Li Chen's figure completely disappeared from the rearview mirror. Qin Moyan restarted the car and drove into the residential area. On the other side, in a high-end office building in the city center, Xia Qingning, who had just finished a meeting, held a cup of coffee and walked towards her luxurious office in black high heels. Almost everyone along the way would be involuntarily attracted by her. Regardless of gender, even if they had seen Xia Qingning countless times in the company for many years, they would still be deeply attracted by her breathtaking beauty every time. Xia Qingning seemed to remember something as she hurriedly took out her phone from her pocket and opened a social media app. She saw that Li Chen had actually replied to her message. Xia Qingning's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The coffee in her hand almost spilled directly. This was the first substantial contact she had with him in 6 years, although she had received a message from Li Chen a week ago. But whether to contact him, how to contact him, when to contact him, whether to meet after contacting him, where to meet, what to say when meeting. All these questions made her headache. It felt 1,000 times more difficult than negotiating a billion-dollar project. Sigh. Uncle Zhang said that Cindy seems to have a boyfriend, so I should talk to her tonight and ask for her opinion. That girl is sometimes mischievous and full of ideas. As she thought about it, Xia Cindy's gaze once again focused on the message on her phone. But when she opened the message box, she saw the extremely harsh words inside. Wife is about to give birth. Xia Qingning trembled all over, her face changed instantly, and her body froze. The coffee cup in her hand fell to the ground directly. "President, what's wrong with you?" The people around immediately stopped their work and looked at her with concern. However, given her usual strong aura and status, most people only dared to look at her from a distance. Two passing female executives hurried forward to pick up the coffee cup for her, handed it to another colleague to clean, and instructed to make a new cup. The coffee stain on the ground was quickly cleaned up within 3 seconds. "I'm fine." After recovering from the shock, Xia Qingning hurriedly walked into her office in a panic and quickly locked the office door. Even the female secretary who rushed over to check what had happened was blocked outside the door, leaving everyone outside in astonishment. Did something happen during the meeting just now? Have you ever seen the president lose her composure like this? No, never. I've been here for 2 years and haven't seen it. I've been here for almost 4 years, back when the old chairman was still in the company, and the president was still a young girl, but I've never seen her lose her composure at work. She was fine when she came out of the meeting just now, so it must not be something that happened during the meeting. The people outside were discussing what had happened, curious about what could have caused the group's female president Xia Qingning to be so panicked. Of course, most of them were just bystanders. I timidly want to say, the president's expression just now seemed like the unconscious expression I had when I was heartbroken. A girl suddenly interjected, but before she could finish her sentence, she was immediately met with eye rolls and snickers from everyone. "Xiao Zhang, first of all, we all express our sympathy for your breakup, but you should know that with our looks, figure, and working class identity, it's normal to experience a breakup. I've been through 28 breakups this year. But do you think the president would experience a breakup? That's a bit far-fetched." "Exactly, I'd rather believe in the sky falling than believe the president would have a breakup. I don't think there's any man in this world who is worthy of our president." "Han Xiaoxiao, do you think this room is too small? Will it feel suffocating to live here?" After cleaning up, Xia Xini suddenly leaned in close and whispered to Han Xiaoxiao, who was resting on the sofa. "As long as you guys don't come to my house, I won't feel suffocated." Han Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and glanced at Xia Xini. "I'm worried about my family's Li Chen, who cares about you. If he doesn't leave when you don't leave, I have a big house nearby. Do you want to move in?" Xia Xini stared with big eyes, looking at Han Xiaoxiao expectantly. "This is something only the two of us know." After saying this, Xia Xini sneakily glanced at Chen Qingsno and Lu Zai. "Put away your naive thoughts, it's already like this. If you run away with him to the ends of the earth, they will still find you." Han Xiaoxiao gave Xia Xini a look. "You'd better start praying now, praying that no new so-called ex-girlfriends appear." Unconsciously, Han Xiaoxiao herself was caught off guard. She had almost completely accepted Chen Qingsno and Lu Zai. After all, she couldn't shake off these people, but she couldn't leave them either. Blame herself for being so weak. But this place is really inconvenient. Xia Xini wanted to continue persuading Han Xiaoxiao to move. "As long as you guys don't stay overnight, I don't see any inconvenience." As soon as she finished speaking, Han Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of something and sat up straight on the sofa. "You're not thinking of staying here overnight, are you?" Han Xiaoxiao's voice startled Chen Qingsno and Lu Zai. The two of them, who had almost cleaned every corner of the house, immediately put down what they were doing. They walked into the living room together and stared at Xia Xini. Xia Xini, whose thoughts were exposed, blushed instantly, feeling awkward and not knowing what to do next. Just then, the doorbell rang. Li Chen walked in carrying a large bag of groceries from outside. Xia Xini seemed to see a savior and ran to the door, throwing herself into Li Chen's arms. "What's wrong?" Li Chen quickly rubbed her head. He looked up and happened to meet the gaze of Han Xiaoxiao and the other two. He immediately stiffened. "Nothing, I just missed you." Xia Xini rubbed her head against Li Chen's chest and then instinctively let go of him. Li Chen pinched Xia Xini's cheek and walked towards the kitchen. "I ran into Aunt Wang next door just now." Passing through the living room, Li Chen suddenly looked at Han Xiaoxiao and said, "She said someone wants to rent their house and asked me to look at the rental contract." "Aunt Wang? I've never heard her mention renting out the house before. She's been living there for decades, why would she suddenly want to rent out her house? Let me go check, there are many scammers nowadays, don't let her get scammed." Han Xiaoxiao looked surprised at Li Chen and was about to get up. "Don't go, I checked the contract and there's basically no problem, except the rental price is 50% higher than the surrounding prices, but the other party has already paid her a year's rent." Li Chen shook his head at Han Xiaoxiao, indicating she didn't need to go. "I find it strange that this neighborhood looks old and run down, yet the rental prices are ridiculously high. Most of the people living here are elderly who have been here for decades and refuse to move. If someone wants to rent or buy a house here without offering more money, they definitely won't be willing to leave." Han Xiaoxiao lay back down again. "You all rest well, I'll cook lunch." Li Chen said as he walked straight into the kitchen. I'll help you cook. Seeing Li Chen enter the kitchen, Chen Xingsno and Lu Zai almost simultaneously said. Xia Sini looked at Han Xiaoxiao and realized she probably wouldn't be convinced, so she quickly followed into the kitchen. Han Xiaoxiao listened to the three of them arguing and even almost coming to blows in the kitchen. A smile appeared on her lips. Fight over it, I'll be alone tonight. But then a sudden pain in her lower body made her eyes cloud with fear. The argument in the kitchen didn't last long. When Han Xiaoxiao walked strangely to the kitchen door, she saw Chen Xingsno washing vegetables, Lu Zai cutting vegetables, and Xia Sini helping Li Chen plate the dishes. It really looked like a harmonious family scene. Xiaoxiao, send a message to Momo and ask if she's coming back for lunch. Turning around and seeing Han Xiaoxiao standing at the door, she suddenly spoke. Han Xiaoxiao looked puzzled. So you really consider all of them as a family? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell again? Seeing Han Xiaoxiao's awkward expression, Li Chen was about to turn off the fire and check on her. It's nothing, I'm fine. I'll call Momo to ask her. Han Xiaoxiao shook her head. Seeing Han Xiaoxiao walk to the living room, Li Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the fact that the five of them didn't have much hostility at the moment, some things had to be done slowly and subtly, otherwise, one would eventually be dismembered. After 2 minutes, Han Xiaoxiao slowly walked to the kitchen. Watching the three of them picking vegetables, washing vegetables, cutting vegetables, and preparing ingredients, she had never seen the four of them so harmonious before, feeling a little distracted. Momo said she can't come back for lunch, she'll come back for dinner. Okay. Li Chen responded, then suddenly pointed to the medicine stewing in the medicine stove next to the door. Please check Kingsno's medicine, don't let it burn. Okay. Han Xiaoxiao nodded, took a pair of chopsticks, and squatted down to stir the dark Chinese medicine in the pot. She glanced up at Chen Xingsno, who was carefully washing the vegetables. Chen Xingsno happened to turn around and, seeing her, awkwardly thanked her. At this moment, Han Xiaoxiao felt that something was not quite right, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. Of course, this warm and harmonious scene did not last long. The dining table was still a battlefield. Watching everyone trying to outdo each other, picking food into their own bowls, Li Chen was still at a loss. Xia Sini even thoughtfully brought another empty plate for herself. Sini, does your family have business dealings with a brokerage company? Seeing Xia Sini reaching for more food, Li Chen quickly grabbed her hand and asked. Xia Sini looked at Li Chen, thought for a moment, then nodded. We should have. Do you want to be a star? I can have the company give you all the resources, make you a bigger star than Chen Xinqi and the others. Li Chen immediately shook his head. Not me, it's Momo, she wants to switch companies. Of course Momo can do that. If Momo comes to my company, she'll be mine in the future. After speaking, Xia Sini provocatively glanced at Han Xiaoxiao. Previously, the relationship between Chen Momo and Han Xiaoxiao was the best among them. She envied it a lot, but it might not be the same in the future. What is the name of the company that Momo is working at now? When I go back at night, I will talk to my sister. With my sister's methods, if that company refuses to let people go, then we will directly ruin their company. Xia Sini looked confidently at Li Chen and said. But when she was about to continue serving Li Chen some food, she found that her bowl had already been secretly moved by Li Chen, who had taken half of the food onto his plate without her noticing. After finishing the meal and cleaning up, Xia Sini, Han Xiaoxiao, and Lu Zai, the three of them, didn't sleep much last night. They all yawned and went to the sofa and bedroom to take a nap. Under Li Chen's urging, Chen Xingsno took the medicine and then received a second acupuncture treatment. Chen Xingsno, wearing a tight waist revealing top, with her faintly visible white cleavage, made Li Chen standing behind her dizzy with just one glance. Did you sleep with Han Xiaoxiao last night? While receiving the acupuncture, Chen Xingsno suddenly spoke. Although she spoke softly to avoid disturbing the others who were sleeping, Li Chen was still taken aback by the content. Don't be nervous. In fact, after seeing you surrounded by so many women last night, I thought about it all night when I went back, and in the morning, I decided to come here. I have already mentally prepared myself, of course, on the condition that you are willing to let me stay by your side. As Chen Xingsno spoke, she turned to look at Li Chen. I can accept sharing you with other women. Xia Sini and Lu Zai are the same. Although we appear to be rivals, we all know the reality and are slowly accepting it. So, even though we may compete fiercely, we have never truly torn each other apart. Li Chen looked at the beauty in front of him, listened to the loud noises of moving next door, and gently embraced her. At this moment, a hug was more healing than any words. But after the emotional moment, his hand unconsciously slipped into Chen Xingsno's tight top. Zai is still sleeping on the sofa. Chen Xingsno blushed and murmured as if resisting. But the upper half of her body, tightly pressed against Li Chen's body, leaned back slightly, allowing his hands to explore more freely. It wasn't until Lu Zai on the sofa deliberately turned over that Li Chen immediately stopped his further advances. Chen Qingsno blushed, glared at Li Chen with resentment, leaned her head on his shoulder, and slowly fell asleep. And Chen Qingsno's favorability rating skyrocketed by 7 points, jumping from 83 directly to 90 points. Sometimes, you have to take direct action to bring people closer. But the skill given this time made him laugh and cry. Proficient in express delivery, proficient in parcel sorting, proficient in package sealing. Damn system, I hate this system. Li Chen gently carried Qingsno into his own room and placed her on the same bed as Xia Xini, who had already fallen asleep. Li Chen slowly and contentedly left the room. Finally, the four women did not end up in a mess. The pressure from Qin Moyan in the morning probably had something to do with it. After taking a sip of water, the sound of the neighbors moving next door inexplicably made him more and more annoyed. Li Chen couldn't help but open the door and saw Aunt Wang next door directing the moving company to transport various items. After watching for a while, Li Chen closed the door again. Opening a music app, all she saw were inquiries about why she didn't broadcast today. The rich woman she cared most about didn't reply to any messages. However, Li Chen didn't pay too much attention. After all, the merit points exchanged for live broadcast rewards were indeed too low. The damn system probably deliberately made him deal with his ex-girlfriends from the beginning. That's why there were so many restrictions to prevent him from messing up. However, although the process was a bit tough, the current situation is quite good and very satisfactory. The distance to embrace is not too far away. As Li Chen thought, he leaned against the sofa and fell asleep. When he woke up in a daze, he smelled a continuous fragrance drifting into his nose before he even opened his eyes. He seemed to be completely lying flat on the sofa. His head was resting on a pair of warm and soft white thighs. The image of the thighs against his face immediately made his nasal cavity congest. Too embarrassed to ask for a gift. You're awake. Lu Zai gently rubbed Li Chen's forehead with her soft little hand. The slight headache caused by waking up disappeared instantly. How did you? Li Chen looked at Lu Zai's white thighs and black underwear, feeling a burning sensation in his nose. The material of the pants you wore today was too hard, it might be uncomfortable lying on them. Lu Zai said, her face blushing, but her hands did not stop. Can this reason be any more lame? This is clearly a blatant seduction. Li Chen quickly turned his head to avoid his face from touching that stimulating area. Xini and the others have already woken up and gone out to buy groceries. You didn't sleep last night, but you slept deeply in the afternoon, so fragrant. Lu Zai's words stirred something in Li Chen. This girl, even her casual words carry hidden meanings. When it comes to playing mind games, he really can't compete with any of them. Unable to resist, Li Chen slowly closed his eyes, enjoying Lu Zai's massage. No wonder kings delay their morning court sessions. This ultimate enjoyment is enough to destroy any iron will. As she continued massaging, voices suddenly came from outside. Lu Zai's face turned pale, but before she could stop, the door was opened. Han Xiaoxiao, Xia Xini, and Chen Qingsno walked in carrying bags of groceries. As soon as they entered, they saw Lu Zai's dazzling white thighs on the sofa, and Li Chen lying there looking content. They were all dumbfounded for a moment. Lu Zai, what were you doing behind our backs just now? Xia Xini immediately put down what she was holding, took 2 steps forward, and pointed at Lu Zai, her expression filled with anger. Li Chen quickly got up from the sofa, intercepting the angry little cat. Lu Zai slowly pulled up her pants, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face, but she didn't say anything. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Don't be so surprised, we just took a nap, nothing else happened. Li Chen grabbed Xia Xini's arm, feeling a headache. This girl is good at everything, except for being overly protective of her food. Really? Xia Xini looked at Lu Zai suspiciously, then at Li Chen's still neat clothes, and finally let it go. Han Xiaoxiao, watching Xia Xini's angry expression from behind, couldn't help but sneer. She began to think about how to cure her extreme food protection habit. We'll cook dinner for you tonight, you rest for a while. Chen Qingsno, after looking at Li Chen for a moment and realizing that nothing had happened between them, nonchalantly went into the kitchen. Lu Zai, who had been holding Li Chen all afternoon, happily followed to help prepare dinner. I'm going to the kitchen too, otherwise Xini and Zai will throw away the groceries I bought. Xia Xini hugged Li Chen tightly and also went to the kitchen. Han Xiaoxiao, who was completely clueless about cooking at this time, seemed a bit embarrassed. This made Li Chen curious about her parents and background. Even someone like Xia Xini, a wealthy young lady, would be able to cook a few signature dishes. Han Xiaoxiao doesn't seem like she was born into a wealthy family where everything was handed to her on a silver platter. How could someone lack talent in cooking to the extent of burning a pan even when stir-frying vegetables? Han Xiaoxiao awkwardly peeled a kiwi for Li Chen and handed it to him. I've read many recipes and watched cooking videos. Every time I feel like I've learned, but every time I try, I mess it up. Listening to the sounds coming from the kitchen, Han Xiaoxiao continued to peel the kiwi with a look of self-blame. Li Chen looked at her, a usually imposing senior police officer, now looking like a nervous and submissive young wife. Suddenly, he impulsively peeled a banana from the fruit plate and handed it to her. Then he leaned in, his mouth close to her ear. "Since you're feeling so guilty, then you can make it up to me doubly tonight." Li Chen's words made Han Xiaoxiao's body stiffen instantly. The kiwi in her hand almost slipped away. "It seems like we'll have new neighbors moving in next door tonight, so you can't be like last night." Han Xiaoxiao thought about meeting Aunt Wang in the afternoon, seeing her ambiguous gaze, and her face immediately turned red. The warmth of Li Chen's breath in her ear made her body feel a bit weak. "It seemed like you were the one making all the noise last night. I didn't make much sound." Li Chen's words made Han Xiaoxiao blush all the way to her neck. I didn't mean to, I can't control myself. Maybe if you're gentler it'll be better," Han Xiaoxiao said, her eyes watery as she glanced at Li Chen. "Oh, so should I sleep in my own room tonight?" Li Chen deliberately moved away from Han Xiaoxiao's body, but Han Xiaoxiao immediately reached out and pulled him back. "No, let the new neighbors complain if they want. Anyway, the property management in this lousy neighborhood is non-existent. No matter what, I won't be stopped from wanting to have a child for you," Han Xiaoxiao said assertively and seriously, revealing such intimate words, which immediately made Li Chen burst into laughter. Han Xiaoxiao felt both angry and embarrassed. While the two were playfully wrestling on the sofa, the door opened and Chen Momo entered with a bag of fruits and snacks. Seeing Li Chen, whom she had missed every second of the day, being intimate with Han Xiaoxiao on the sofa, her smile instantly turned into a look of grievance. Seeing Chen Momo come in, Li Chen immediately went forward to take the bags from her. "What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Seeing Chen Momo's expression not quite right, Li Chen quickly dropped everything and nervously asked. Chen Momo shook her head and gently threw herself into Li Chen's arms. Watching Chen Momo, who rarely took the initiative to show intimacy in front of others, Han Xiaoxiao voluntarily gave up the sofa to the two of them and went to the kitchen to help with the cooking. "No one bullied me, I just feel like I can't be without you more and more." Chen Momo buried her head deep in Li Chen's chest. Not very expressive of her feelings, her voice was as soft as a mosquito when she spoke sweet words. Only Li Chen could hear her clearly. It seems that something precious to oneself, once lost and regained, becomes even more precious and prone to anxiety. For years ago, I don't think I was like this, with your shadow in my mind every second, always afraid that you would suddenly disappear. Li Chen held Chen Momo's slender waist with one hand and gently patted her back with the other. "There won't be a repeat of what happened 4 years ago. That was an unavoidable accident." Although this happened quite a few times, it didn't change the fact that he was indeed forced to. Chen Momo nodded in his arms, holding him tighter. It wasn't until Xia Seni brought dish after dish of delicious food to the table. Chen Momo slowly let go of Li Chen and shyly went to the kitchen to help. Watching the 5 women work together, arranging a table full of food, it felt like a family. Li Chen was relieved, even though the harmony on the surface was much better than fighting and killing. Although it was not surprising, he still couldn't eat the fragrant rice at night. Every time he ate until he was full, the rice in the bowl was taken away by Xia Seni and others. Just after finishing the meal, Xia Seni received a call from her sister. "Why aren't you coming home so late these days?" Xia Qingning's questioning voice came through. "Also, I heard you want to dismiss all the housekeepers at home. What's going on? Do you want to starve someone?" "Sister, why did you come home so early today?" Xia Seni shrank her neck when asked. I just want to do things on my own." "Oh, so you want to starve and exhaust me? I'm busy all day at work and still have to cook, sweep, and clean by myself?" Xia Seni was left speechless by the remarks. "Alright, where are you? I'll have Zhang Shu come pick you up. I have something to ask you." "Ha?" Xia Seni was stunned for a moment, subconsciously looking at Li Chen. She had been thinking all day about staying here tonight. "Sis, can I not go back tonight?" Xia Seni asked cautiously. "No." But what she got was Xia Qingning's firm refusal. "Hurry back, I heard you just got a boyfriend not even 2 days ago, and now you want to stay overnight at his place. What kind of girl are you? If you don't go home now, I'll have to call mom and dad." "Oh, I'll go home now." Xia Seni looked back at Li Chen with reluctance in her eyes. She could only reluctantly agree to go back. Seeing Xia Seni say she was going back, Chen Xingsno and Lu Zai also felt embarrassed to stay any longer. They could only reluctantly follow downstairs. Faced with her sister's call every 3 minutes, this time Xia Seni didn't dare to dawdle like she did yesterday for half an hour. After a hasty farewell, she got into her own Maybach under Xia Qingning's urging. Lu Zai and Chen Xingsno also drove away from the neighborhood, leaving behind Chen Momo and Han Xiaoxiao. Are you ready to stay today? Han Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Momo with a smile that wasn't a smile. Chen Momo's face froze, and she looked a bit scared as she glanced at Li Yuan. For some reason, she thought of the scene of Han Xiaoxiao walking in the morning. No, I want to go home. Chen Momo at this moment was like a little girl about to be abducted. I gave you a chance, don't regret it in a few months. Han Xiaoxiao suddenly took Chen Momo's hand and walked upstairs. I really can't, I want to go home. Chen Momo's palms were already sweaty with nervousness. Li Chen watched Chen Momo, who was nervous and uneasy, about to speak up for her. Han Xiaoxiao, who noticed something, immediately gave him a cold look. I'm keeping Momo here to talk for a while. I'm not a kidnapper who lures women and children. Chen Momo immediately breathed a sigh of relief at the words. Watching the two of them quickly go upstairs hand in hand and enter the room, Li Chen sighed slightly and turned to see the closed door next door, feeling inexplicably goosebumps all over his body. Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo were chatting on the sofa like best friends. Li Chen handed the brewed medicine to Han Xiaoxiao. Have you seen who lives next door? Han Xiaoxiao took the medicine, looked strangely at Li Chen, and then glanced in the direction of the door. I haven't seen her, but Wang Yi said she's a beautiful woman. A woman, very beautiful? Li Chen was stunned after hearing this. He subconsciously felt a bit scared whenever he heard about very beautiful women now. What? You don't start having any crooked thoughts when you hear about beautiful women, do you? Han Xiaoxiao stared unfriendly at Li Chen. Li Chen immediately shook his head. What beautiful woman can compare to you guys? Joking, he couldn't even handle his ex-girlfriend. Having thoughts about other women, is that asking for trouble? Go take a shower, I have something to discuss privately with Momo. Han Xiaoxiao suddenly pointed to the bathroom. Li Chen looked at the two of them, nodded, and went to the bathroom. Han Xiaoxiao and Chen Momo quietly discussed a few words as soon as he entered the bathroom. They immediately took Chen Momo into his room. They found a box of sexy lingerie from under the cabinet. Each piece of those stimulating small pieces of clothing and large pieces of hollowed-out fabric immediately made Chen Momo blush. How can his room have these things? It's because of these things that I met him. Han Xiaoxiao picked up a few pieces at random and left with Chen Momo. When Li Chen came out of the shower slowly, Chen Momo immediately stood up to leave. This time Han Xiaoxiao didn't tease her anymore. This girl's face was too thin. If it were Xiaosini, Chen Xingsno, or any of the others, after pretending to be reserved for a while, she might have stayed half pushed and half pulled. The two of them escorted her downstairs, watching her get in the car and leave. After Chen Momo left, as usual, Han Xiaoxiao reached out her hands to Li Chen. Hug! Li Chen smiled and Princess carried her upstairs. I'll go take a shower, you wait for me in the room. Li Chen nodded at her shy face. But why did he feel a hint of conspiracy in her eyes? The master bedroom had been cleaned up very neatly, and the whole room exuded a faint fragrance. When Han Xiaoxiao finished showering and came in wrapped in a towel, looking at her skin that was so white it was glowing, a fierce battle was inevitable. The sound of their fight directly reached the ears of the next-door neighbor Qin Moyan. Hearing the intense but faint sounds from next door through the wall, Qin Moyan had no idea how he managed to fall asleep that night. Meanwhile, Xiaosini returned to her luxurious mansion in the heart of the city. Xia Qingning had been waiting for her in the yard, drinking tea. Seeing Xiaosini come in, Xia Qingning immediately dismissed everyone around her. She stared at Xiaosini intently. I heard Uncle Zhang say that you were fighting over a man with 3 women last night? Xiaosini saw her sister's serious expression as soon as she entered, and listened to her questioning in stern tone. Xiaosini's originally smiling face turned pale in an instant. Her light footsteps immediately stopped in place, looking somewhat scared as she gazed at Xia Qingning and dared not take another step forward. She even secretly thought about turning around and slipping away. If you dare to run, don't ever step foot in this house again in the future. Xia Qingning leisurely picked up a teacup and took a sip of tea. Xiaosini immediately put on a pleasing smile and slowly walked towards Xia Qingning. Sis, why do you have that expression? I didn't do anything. Why are you so harsh on me? Xiaosini blinked her big eyes, pretending as if nothing had happened, and slowly stood next to Xia Qingning. Do you feel tired of being the center of attention all day as a pampered young lady who can get anything she wants without lifting a finger? Do you want to go outside and experience the life of Cinderella, fighting for food with others? Xia Qingning looked at Xiaosini, who looked cautious, and knew that Uncle Zhang's words were not wrong. If you are tired of the luxurious life, I can cancel all your cards right now and kick you out of the house. Xia Qingning looked at her irresponsible sister and couldn't help but get angry. From childhood to adulthood, it has always been outsiders flattering their family. Her sister, on the other hand, for the sake of satisfying her own pleasure, actually went to fight for a man with someone else, and even made their family driver watch the show on the side? I know you like to have fun. In the past, no matter what you did, the family always indulged you. If you want the stars in the sky, we would find a way to get one for you. But you can't be so out of line. Can you play with emotions and men casually? Sis, I'm not playing, I'm serious. Xia Seni looked at Xia Qingning with a pitiful look. You're serious? What are you serious about? Xia Qingning's tone immediately rose several octaves at the words. Are you serious about fighting for a man with someone else? Or are you serious about embarrassing yourself in front of our driver? Seeing Xia Qingning getting angrier as she spoke, with a snap, she knocked the teacup on the table. She was on the verge of hitting Xia Seni. Xia Seni immediately stepped back cautiously. With a distance of half a meter between Xia Qingning and herself, she pursed her lips and dared not speak. I see that in the past, you've been idle all day, too pampered. Starting tomorrow, you will come to work with me at the company. I have already arranged a job for you. Xia Qingning suppressed her anger and looked into Xia Seni's eyes. Ha! Xia Seni exclaimed. If you don't want to, I will stop all your pocket money from now on. You won't live in the house anymore. Go be your Cinderella and fight for food on the street. Xia Qingning glanced at the uneasy Xia Seni. In fact, she wasn't very worried about Xia Seni fighting for men. She just saw it as a recent amusement for her. Thanks to you, I have to drive myself to work until I find a new driver. Uncle Zhang has been fired by me. If you have a bit of conscience, stop giving me things to worry about. She thought Xia Seni would bargain and refuse to go to the company. But Xia Seni's eyes turned, and the next sentence made Xia Qingning pause. Sis, I have no objection to you stopping my pocket money, but I remember our family should have an entertainment company, right? She wasn't worried about going to work or anything, as she had skipped work before. We have more than one entertainment company. We have 2 wholly owned subsidiaries, as well as several invested in cooperative entertainment companies, totaling more than a dozen. The entertainment industry has good development potential in recent years. Seeing Xia Seni unexpectedly showing concern for their family company, Xia Qingning's serious expression softened. She watched as Xia Seni's gaze gradually softened. You will have to gradually familiarize yourself with many things in the group in the future. With our parents not around, I can't handle everything alone. If I'm not around one day, everything at home will fall on your shoulders. Xia Qingning rambled on, but Xia Seni's eyes seemed to be wandering and not taking it in at all. Sis, can I work at our family's entertainment company? What's so good about going there? You have a lot to learn. Stay by my side first, I'll have someone teach you. After you are familiar with the basic operations of the entire group, we can talk about it. Xia Qingning waved her hand, indicating for her to sit beside her. Xia Seni saw her sister no longer angry, so she boldly took a few steps forward and obediently sat next to Xia Qingning. You've had enough fun and craziness these years. It's time to share some responsibilities for the group with your sister. Your sister also has things to do in the future. Xia Qingning suddenly held Xia Seni's hand and said with some seriousness, Sis, what are you going to do? Xia Seni looked at Xia Qingning's still beautiful face without makeup. Today she was wearing a black jumpsuit dress, seeming to exude a more deadly feminine charm than usual. I can't stay in the company all year round, right? Your sister will eventually get married and have children. Do you want me to handle the company's affairs even late into the night during my postpartum period? Xia Qingning suddenly remembered the news about Li Chen during the day, and the light in her eyes suddenly dimmed. Ah! Xia Seni suddenly covered her mouth, looking at Xia Qingning in disbelief. Sis, you always said you would never marry in this lifetime. Could it be that you have already met someone you like so soon? What's his name? Is he the heir of a conglomerate or the son of a high-ranking official? I said if. Even if I never marry in this lifetime, there will be other things to do, right? Do you want me to work tirelessly for the company all my life? Xia Qingning held Xia Seni's hand, her expression suddenly becoming somewhat unnatural. Oh, sis, if you meet someone you like, go ahead and pursue your own happiness. Let Uncle Wang and Uncle Li take care of the company's affairs. Xia Seni looked at Xia Qingning earnestly. You're happy to be a figurehead, aren't you? Xia Qingning gave her a look. Sis, what if I meet someone I really like, but he's neither from a prominent family nor has a company, just a very ordinary person, maybe without a proper job, would you agree? Xia Seni suddenly looked into Xia Qingning's eyes, resisting the urge to come clean directly. Mainly because she hadn't figured out how to explain the relationship between Li Chen and Han Xiaoxiao to her. This kind of thing is hard for anyone to accept, let alone her own sister. Seeing Xia Seni ask like this, Xia Qingning suddenly thought of Li Chen. Do you think our family lacks money and power? Do we need to expand our family's business empire through marriage? Xia Qingning slowly raised her teacup and took a sip of tea to conceal her inner guilt. Not necessary. Xia Seni thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Then mom and dad definitely won't object to me, right? But hoodlums are absolutely not allowed. At the very least, he should be like Shin Song. Although his family situation is very ordinary, I've investigated that his character is decent, he treats you well, and he's very loyal in relationships. Xia Qingning changed the subject. Sis, I've said it many times, Shin Song is just a classmate of mine. If he hadn't been pestering me all the time, I would have forgotten about him long ago. Xia Sini looked displeasedly at Xia Qingning. Then who are you talking about? It wouldn't be that man Uncle Zhang mentioned, the one you publicly snatched, right? Are you here to tell me you won? Xia Qingning stared at Xia Sini, her tone somewhat disdainful. She was about to tell Xia Sini that winning over a man was nothing, but winning back a company for the family in the future would be a real accomplishment. No, I didn't win. Xia Sini couldn't help but mutter quietly. In her mind, the stunning appearances of Han Xiaoxiao, Chen Momo, Chen Xingsno, and Lu Zai immediately came to mind, making her feel discouraged. With that lineup, even if her sister went, she might not necessarily win. What? You didn't win? You can't even win over a nobody? Upon hearing Xia Sini, she would lose when competing for a man. Xia Qingning's eyebrows immediately rose in anger. She glared at her fiercely. Have you not inherited any of the talents from our parents and me? Our family assets are approaching $1 billion, and you don't even have the means to compete for a man. It's embarrassing to even say it out loud. How will you fight against those wolves and tigers in the business world in the future? Xia Qingning tapped her teacup loudly, looking at her unreliable sister with a mix of anger and frustration. Hearing this, Xia Sini was startled. I didn't lose completely. I won 1/5. She didn't quite understand why her sister's emotions tonight seemed particularly unstable. She could only sit quietly beside her and pour her a cup of tea. If I bring him home, sister, you won't be angry, right? Xia Sini cautiously asked, looking at Xia Qingning expectantly. You can play around, but if you dare to bring home those unscrupulous men, I will definitely break your legs. Xia Qingning glared at her, not hiding her disdain in her eyes. Sis, he's not an unscrupulous man. If you say that about him, I will turn against you. Xia Sini retorted discontentedly. Arguing with me won't help. How can a man who is involved with several women at the same time be a good person? I thought you were just playing around, but you turned out to be even more unreliable than I thought. Bringing him home. Are you out of your mind? I was going to ask you something. Xia Qingning said as she got up to walk into the house. Reflect on yourself, and come to the company with me tomorrow. However, as soon as she heard that her sister had something on her mind, especially related to emotions, Xia Sini immediately grabbed her to stop her from leaving. Sis, have you really met someone you like too? Seeing Xia Sini's gossipy expression, Xia Qingning shook her head helplessly. She sighed and decided to sit back down, slowly speaking up. If she didn't talk about this, she felt she might not be able to sleep tonight. I met my sister's first love from before, but... What? You also met your first love? Is it the person from 5 years ago? You never wanted to talk about it before, and now that scumbag has finally come back to find you? In an instant, Xia Sini's gossipy expression intensified. Who is he exactly? What kind of man can match up to my sister, and make you unable to forget him for 5 years? Is he a rich young master? If he regrets it, sister, you must not forgive him so easily. He must be taught a lesson. Xia Sini said indignantly. Although Xia Qingning had only casually mentioned being abandoned 5 years ago, how could her sister not see through it? He's just an ordinary person, not wealthy or influential. When I first met him, he was a jobless drifter, and now he's a small live streamer. Xia Qingning couldn't help but recall Li Chen's appearance and demeanor these past few days, a hint of complexity showing on her face. A live streamer? Xia Sini was shocked. She couldn't imagine that her outstanding, brilliant sister, who managed a nearly billion-dollar conglomerate, would fall for a small live streamer? It was as bizarre as the Queen of England suddenly falling in love with her bodyguard. Sis, is he a live streamer in our company? Xia Sini immediately asked, eager to meet her future brother-in-law and see what magical charm he possessed. She can make her sister, who is worthy of a royal prince, so loyal to him. No, it's not about the company. Xia Qingning shook her head, a hint of gloom flashing across her face. And, it seems like he's already married and has children. With that, Xia Qingning picked up the teacup and drank it all, a gradually pained expression appearing on her face. Xia Sini stared blankly at her sister, suddenly feeling like her brain wasn't enough. Is this world going crazy? Sister falling for a married man? And with children too? Sis, you wouldn't be thinking of. I haven't decided yet. My mind is a bit confused right now. Xia Qingning shook her head, as if she had shed all her tough exterior, her expression becoming more and more painful. Xia Sini immediately got up and hugged Xia Qingning with compassion. She had never imagined that her almost invincible sister in the business world would also be troubled by love. Sis, what's his name, where does he live? If you've decided that you can't marry anyone else in this lifetime, don't worry about whether he's married and has children, as long as he's still alive, I'll go and snatch him back for you.